I can't post images, but I actually took some on the weekend. I took a whole series of images on the weekend.
You measured the
I don't have, I
okay, you measured the
no,
refractive index and no,
but I've
okay,
got a
so you
record of
okay,
temperature, right?
okay,
See,
but
this
you
is what I
didn't measure
told you.
the
You won't
refractive.
accept my evidence. We're
Well, you
talking
didn't
hypotheticals,
provide
right?
any. You didn't provide any. Your claim was that when you measure all these variables, the refractive index, and you measure the distance to the horizon and the angle to it, it all matches up. It all lines up with this proof of the globe. But now you're telling me, no, I didn't do that. So which one is it?
I myself have not produced a comprehensive set of data, right?
Why are you using yourself as the source then? Because you just said I did this on the weekend.
So I've made observations, but they're not good enough to prove anything other than
They
the
don't fit
general.
the criteria that you just laid out. So why are we even talking about them?
Okay. So do you agree that in general, as we go up with altitude, the geometric relationship looks like it holds from
No,
evidence that's
it's
no?
debunked right at the ground level. At 1 foot, it's already over.
No. Okay. So what else is going on at ground level?
It's debunked right at step one. At 1 foot elevation, it's already over. So
Yeah.
no, the relationship
Okay.
doesn't hold. The relationship was
So
1.2 to the observer height in feet. No, that doesn't hold.
so what else is happening at ground level? So we know that if we're above ground level, right? So if we start at 100 meters and go up to 1500 meters, that our horizon declination measurement will align very strongly with the
Okay, you're talking
curve
about an
of a
angle.
given radius model,
Back,
right?
okay, you're back to talking about an angle. Can you show that that angle
Yeah.
actually um, goes hand in hand with the geometric distance that you're talking about? Can you show the geometric distance to go along with the angle?
Yeah. It's just a basic trig, right? Of
Okay, so
triangle.
maybe I didn't word that very well. Okay, so
No.
you have an angle that is what you're going to expect on the globe. All right. Can you
Yeah.
also show that that horizon that you're measuring the angle to is at the 1.2 mile distance? 1.2 times square root, etc.
To measure the distance across the ground is actually difficult. You can
So
go
no.
the other way.
So no.
No. Yeah. So you can go
So
the
no.
other way, right? So we know that.
Right, because what I keep bringing you
Yeah. No,
back to
you're
is
right.
the
Yeah.
angle is
Yeah.
a
You can't
consequence
actually
of the
tell where the
that,
horizon physically is from
yeah,
distance
I'm just
across the ground.
making the same point again, which is
Ah.
that if the angle is like a consequence of the horizon being geometric, then the horizon is at that 1.2, etc.
Yep.
distance, right?
Okay. So we know then that um, yeah, that we can actually do it in the other direction where we don't have to look at the horizon. We can actually measure the angle of elevation as we move out across the water. So um,
To
and we
what?
can measure
Elevation to
distance to anything, to something that's up above the surface, the top of a mountain, something like that.
okay, and then
We can.
it's gonna decline over a geometric horizon the further away from it we go.
So if we measure the angle relative to our local horizontal, so we get a plumb bob and measure relative to the plumb bob as we go back distance wise, we're able to, and we can do this along a shoreline, for example, so we can actually measure our distance without having to measure our distance across the water. Um, if you measure the elevation of something with distance, the elevation angle with distance is not, doesn't, the geometry departs from a flat planar surface.
So a geometric
That's
horizon is
so we can actually measure what the tangent angle would be at that point.
doesn't seem like you wanted to answer that question, so I'll just ask it again. So a geometric horizon is blocked
Because we're
in,
not
is it?
going anywhere, right?
Right,
So,
because you
so
keep trying to smuggle the geometric horizon back in that you had to fold on like 10 times already. Because that's what you're
we can
doing.
predict what the
You're saying that
geometric
the
horizon will.
relationship you're saying that the relationship represents what you should see on this curve, this curved Earth, the globe. So then that means a geometric horizon is what's getting in the way. So now we're back to square one. Can you show that it's geometric? That's going to be 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. That's going to be the obstruction that's blocking that mountain.
It's difficult.
I think it's impossible because I don't think that's there, and I think the black swan already showed us that. So this
Okay.
sort of an
Tell me
exercise in
about the black
futility,
swan.
but
Tell me about the black swan.
yep.
So Into the Breaks just posted it there, right? So what is that image showing us?
I don't understand.
Okay, the horizon's further than 9.4 miles, where geometrically it would have been at 1.2 if what Mr. Daza here about
Where is
elevation
the
angles
horizon there? How far away is the
if what
horizon?
Mr. Daza here is saying about elevation angles and so forth is true.
Where's the horizon in that image? How far away is it?
Further than 9.4.
Is it the horizon or is it clouds?
It's the horizon.
How do you know?
Where the
Did you go there?
surface of the water appears to meet the sky.
No. How far away? How do you know it's behind the image properly? You
Because
can't
the
really tell
surface
that that's the
of the water is
horizon.
appearing
It looks like
because the
clouds
surface
to me.
of the water is appearing to meet the sky behind it. Where do you see the surface of the water appearing
To
to
me,
meet
it
the
looks like
sky?
a bit of refraction. Looks like
So do you see
refraction to me. I can't
water?
see
Do
the
you
water.
see
I can't see the
water?
water surface. I can see its
Yeah, it
refracted
looks like a
image.
bit of refraction. What does a bit of refraction look like exactly?
What does what look like? Sorry.
A bit of refraction. What does that look like? Because that's just like light taking it's just deviating in its path, right? What does that look like?
What does
I think it
refraction
just
look
looks like
like?
whatever the light bounced off of. So that's sort of a nonsense statement. Just looks like a bit of refraction there. So is there water that you can see in between those rigs?
Well, it's a bit hard to tell whether it's water. It could be
You
sky.
can't
You don't
tell
know.
whether there's water in between those rigs that you're looking at.
No, you can.
So
It's
yes or no then?
but you don't know how. So you can't tell me any
Okay,
more about the
I'll
shape
ask
of
you
the Earth
again.
from that
I'll ask
image than
you
I
again.
can
I'll
from
ask you
mine,
again.
right?
I'll ask you again. Yeah, I can. I can tell you it's not the shape that you're trying really hard to
Yeah.
prove and fail
Can
miserably
you
at right
can
now.
you can you tell me
Yeah.
that shows that
Yeah.
the Earth
No.
is
Okay. So
flat?
no.
That
Yeah.
image?
We're not going to go off of my question onto yours
No,
just
no,
yet
no.
because I've
Yeah,
asked you
no.
about
You
three
keep
times.
dragging me
Yeah.
off
Yeah.
mine. Can you
Yeah.
show me
No.
that
Yeah.
that's
No. But
evidence that the Earth
you
is
are
flat?
actually trying to drag me off of mine. I've asked you this 3 times and you've dodged it every time. So do you see water in between those rigs?
Yes, I can see the water between the rigs.
Okay, so the surface of the water and the sky cannot be appearing to meet then at 1.2 miles because even between those rigs you're still seeing the surface of the water. Therefore, further than 1.2 because the closest rig is at 6.2 and the furthest one is at 9.4.
So that
So the surface of the
line at the back
water
is not
and
the
the sky
geometric horizon.
cannot be appearing to meet it. There is no geometric horizon. But anyway, I guess I've made my point with the other thing.
The surface of the Earth is the shore of the cosmic ocean.
He's muted.
That was odd.
What was that?
An idiot. All right, so
Yeah, made me laugh. It sounded like a John Mayer song that hasn't been released yet.
So when you measure an elevation angle, the horizon's geometric again, but you look at the horizon and there's no evidence it's geometric. So what is this, Schrodinger's horizon?
Well, so most of the time, the evidence shows that it is geometric, right?
Most of the time, because I haven't seen any example of it being shown to be geometric. So could you give me any example of most of the time?
Well, I can show you when I get permissions to post here, I will. But typically, right, the evidence. So going back to where these photos I've got were taken, that I look out to the horizon, there's an island. It's beyond where the geometric horizon would be, but only just, and I can see most, but never all of it. Sometimes we might get a hint of the beach. Looking up the coast, I can see where the geometric horizon starts to block parts of the coastline. And
You can.
Sorry?
Can you show us that?
Okay.
So you can see where the geometric
Yeah.
horizon starts to do that.
Yes, yeah. There's you can see where the
Okay,
coastline
you're
starts to
saying
go behind the.
you can see. All right, so there is a geometric horizon. Then you're saying.
There is something obscuring my view. Yep.
Okay, and it's geometric horizon, which means the leading edge of the sphere in this case. So then that means that horizon in the black swan picture is actually at 1.2. Even though it doesn't look like it, that's where it actually is.
No, that what you're not
No,
you're
okay.
not looking
Back
at the
to the drawing
geometric
board.
horizon there,
Back to the
right?
drawing board then, because that's the geometric horizon you just said you saw. So I guess you didn't see it. Next.
No. The black swan image. You're not looking at the geometric horizon.
Yeah, no shit. There is no geometric horizon.
Not in that
You
image.
said you saw the geometric horizon. The geometric horizon would be 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. So if you saw it, then that means that that horizon in that picture is actually just an illusion, and it's actually at 1.2. You just told me no, that's not what's going on.
So that's a good point, right? So in that image, the black swan image, the geometric horizon is where you say it is, but we cannot see
How do you know that?
the geometric horizon due to refraction, right?
Okay, you can't see it, and you have an excuse as to why. So how do you know it's there?
Because it's a property of water, the shape of the water. We've measured the curvature in
really?
other places. Yeah.
How do you know? We don't see water doing that. So why do you say that?
Is this one of those? It is happening. Believe me, please believe me, even though I can't demonstrate it.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Round and around. This.
No, you're making it go round and around. But
No,
anyway,
you are.
Well,
You keep
do
saying
realise
it's geometric.
if you're on.
you're breaking up there. I can't hear.
We lost you, Crypto.
So, Desi, instead of the anecdotal evidence that you want to provide for us, you do actually have distance demarcations in these photos that someday you're going to bring in here, where we can see that the geometric horizon, as you called it, is blocking boats and buildings, and it's at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet that day.
You would have to have conditions where there is zero refraction to actually have that.
Oh, so then since there's no Atmo day on Earth, when has anybody actually used the horizon to measure the Earth?
They always have to have a refraction compensation.
Yeah,
Like
I know
said
based
before,
on what.
we can measure refraction, right?
Yeah, it's an R-based refraction. So where did they get the radius from in the first day, since there's no Atmo day on Earth?
So you can establish R through a number of independently uncorrelated things, right? They all come up with the same value.
I'm waiting.
If you want
How
to,
do
you need to.
I'm waiting.
how do we do that?
Okay. So going back to the mountain scenario where we don't have to look at the horizon from the mountain. We can look at the mountain from the water, and we can measure our distance and the elevation of the mountain, and the distance and the elevation doesn't stick to a flat plane.
What are you talking about? Are you using an angle to get this measurement to the top of the mountain?
Yeah, this
Yes,
is it's more like believe me, please believe me kind of stuff.
No.
So you're using the Earth as flat in this scenario.
No. So you measure the elevation angle of the mountain with distance, right? And if the Earth
it's an angle. What do you mean with distance?
Angle,
How do you know the distance?
You can measure the distance along the ground, right? So we can walk along a level. So we can go out and we'll get away from
a level flat plane,
right?
So you get a distance on a flat plane. So we're going on a flat plane. Oh,
no. It's
okay,
not
so the Earth is flat.
Finish, right?
Oh no, it's not flat now. Oh, okay. So you're getting an angle from a curve.
So let's go.
Got a geometric horizon in there again all of a sudden too.
Right, yeah. So let's look at this assault plane scenario with a mountain in the background, right? Well, this is our hypothetical. So we get a surveyor to go out and do a leveling. So we can agree, both flat earthers and globers believe in surveying leveling, right? That it produces a line of constant elevation. We have our surveyor go and does a leveling run across the salt plain, and he says, yep, it's level to within plus or minus 20 centimetres across this 5 mile loop.
What's the distance in your hypothetical? 5 miles will be enough? 10?
maybe?
It's
Do a 5
well
and 10
beyond the
mile
limits. That's well beyond the limits of the theodolite you're using.
No. You can do differential leveling, right? That surveying process
Okay.
where they actually do
Yeah.
leveling runs. They go
I
out.
don't know how so they're doing this one chunk at a time. Each one is flat and level. Okay.
Each one is level. That's correct. Yep. And they do a leveling run.
Okay.
They go out and back, close the circuit.
So rise
Total
over
leveling
run, and we
zone
have
of
no
5
rise over
kilometers is
run in
2
this.
millimeters.
Yeah. So rise over run. This is a flat plane we're measuring against.
No. So just listen to me. We both
I'm
agree.
listening, but you keep telling me how the flat plane is what being used to get your angles.
So, well, cool, excellent. Okay, so we'll take your assumption that level is flat planar. We'll take my assumption that level is perpendicular to plumb, right, at a constant elevation.
That's
That
the
doesn't
same
matter.
thing. Perpendicular to plumb is still horizontal.
Okay, cool. Okay, so I'm glad that we've got one agreement, right? So we both agree that differential leveling as done by surveyors. We're both comfortable that that is a line of constant elevation, right?
So flat,
so if you don't have to keep saying it's flat, right? Now
it is. I'm just making sure we're on the same page.
We're not. So if we
so it's not flat.
If we start at 100 meters from our mountain, we measure an elevation angle. Say the mountain's 1,500 meters high. We measure the elevation angle with distance. We go back another 500 meters. We measure the elevation angle with distance. We go back all the way back to the end of our 10 kilometers along the level line, measuring the elevation, right, with angle. We draw it up on our bit of paper. We plot it all out. We draw lines of same elevation angle on our paper with the same distance to scale. We find that the lines on a bit of paper don't all point.
So how much refraction is in that?
Yeah, because you're.
How much refraction is in that?
Yeah, I just want to echo what says who is saying an orthographic projection not accounting for the same refraction you use to discount the observations in the real world.
Yeah, we're not there yet, right? So we've done our run. We've got the elevation lines don't all point. We know what's going on there. Some funny noises in the background. So our orthographic projection shows that the lines of elevation.
Why are we using that? That's already irrelevant to what we see. You already told us that's irrelevant to what we see.
Not right. We can.
Oh. You already told us that the orthographic projection is irrelevant to what we see.
Well, I lost you guys. Hang on.
You brought all this refraction into the mix, so the orthographic projection is not it's not going to represent what we actually see.
Are we waiting for more? Please believe me. Please believe me.
Yeah.
Sweet. The Earth is a globe. Please believe me, guys. When I look at
I lost you there. I dropped out.
When I look at a mountain, there's curve. Please believe me.
Can you hear me now?
When you look at the horizon, not geometric. When you look at a mountain, is geometric. Got it.
Yep. Top of the mountain's geometric.
Can you guys hear me now?
I promise.
Dazzy, you're great.
Yeah, Dazzy, you're coming through. Come on.
Or whatever. I thought you had changed your name. The guy that they love to interrupt the most, Aussie friend.
Dazzy, you're gonna carry on?
Sorry, British friend. I thought was Aussie. There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, something happened. My headset diverted to another device or something, and I lost you. So I missed the last minute or so. So what we got? Yeah, we got to the point where we've got all the elevations to the mountains, and they don't line up with the top of the mountain when we do our orthographic view, right? So we've got to work out what else is going on. And So
hear what
that-
We should
that's
fall
the line.
back on refraction. What do you think? I think we should fall back on our own friend refraction.
No. Hold on. But
Well-
Heretic asked you a question. Did you hear it?
No, I didn't. No.
All right. Well, Heretic, do you want to go ahead?
The one about the orthographic projection?
Yeah.
Yeah, you already told us that it doesn't represent what we're looking at because there's all this refraction going on. So we can just toss this away.
Well, if we so the next step is right. We then go and line the elevation angles to the top of the mountain, and then redraw our distance line. And what we'll see is we have to do it with a curve. That there's no other shape that will actually have the correct. So each individual distance, we redraw the elevation, and it looks like a curve. We need to be able to
But you
explain the
didn't-
curve, right?
You didn't put the refraction in there yet.
No, well, that's right. So we don't know what it is yet, right? We've got our curve, and the curve's got a
No, we
radius
don't have
of
a
about.
curve. We actually have to factor in the refraction, just like you did with the horizon and the black swan, right?
I said we don't know what the curve is yet.
Right. So it's still
You
a
know,
flat
is
plane. Now we put the refraction in there, right?
No, hold on.
No.
So we know.
That's an incorrect statement. It's not that we don't know what the curve is. It's that we don't know if there is a curve.
No.
That's
When we go and measure, but when we line up our elevations, right, the elevations points cannot be in a straight line; they're in a curve, just according to our simple orthographic
Okay.
drawing, right?
What that is.
What-
You're just
So now
You're
we need to work out what is the curve that we measured.
Okay,
We just
so
measure the curve, right?
you're repeatedly
Curve.
saying this without justifying it. That's why I'm asking.
So this has been done, but I'm telling you how it works in principle. I'm not saying I have done this. I'm saying this is how you do it.
Yeah, but I'm not even
Oh.
asking whether you've done it. I'm asking you to explain it, and you're not even doing that. You're just asserting
Right.
This-
Okay.
is only possible with a globe, and then I'm asking you to flesh it
No,
out.
I haven't mentioned a globe yet.
Hey.
I've said that when we physically do this, go backwards over distance, measuring the elevation angles, we cannot align the elevation angles with the top of the mountain when we draw them in an orthographic view. If we align the angles to the top of the mountain and draw the distances in, the only shape that will make that happen is if there is a curve.
So no refraction when you're looking at a mountain, only refraction
No,
when
we
you're
don't know,
looking at
right?
the curve that blocks the mountain.
Yeah, but it's
Okay,
also
so we don't know.
hyperbolic geometry within optics. Like you're not actually factoring real world scenarios. You're taking a fantasy,
You
no
won't
atmosphere.
fucking let me.
But you're taking a fantasy, no atmosphere scenario and then claiming therefore globe. You haven't explained what, dude. I'm
I
still
haven't
talking.
claimed a
I'm
globe.
definitely-
You're not listening because
definitely
you keep
still talking.
cutting me off.
No, you cut me off then. How ironic. You fucking cut me off and then claimed I was cutting you off. I didn't do that. You did.
Or finish.
So, yeah, the point I was trying to get to is that you've come up with this fantasy scenario that doesn't happen in the real world. You have no baseline for it, and you don't even appear to be justifying the statements you're making, even through logic. And that's what's really frustrating me. You're not even making an argument. You're just making assertions.
I'm just making assertions based on what physically happens. This happens. If you do what I just told you, you will find that this is what happens. That the angles that you measure, we don't care why this happens at the minute. If you go and do this, the angles that you measure will show that your baseline is not straight. It cannot be.
No, excuse
The angles
me.
in the distance-
No, you are making that assertion without any basis. So what I'm telling you is my preferential position, just like you're asserting your preferential position, is that it's not the Earth that's curving, it's the light that's curving. Do you have any
I haven't
rebuttal
said
for
anything
that?
about what's curving?
So you say that the only way this works is on a globe or on a curved surface. You didn't say anything
I
about light. That's why I asked
said-
about refraction. So where's the refraction in the calculations?
What I said is that when you do this and you measure the angles, the only way you can make all of the geometry line up, the distances from the base of the mountain and the elevation angles, is if your points go through a curve. didn't say why the curve was
Why?
there, but I said that the curve will be there.
The same curve you don't see. It's refracted so it looks flat, but then you measure an angle and then all of a sudden no more refraction anymore.
Yeah, well,
I don't know what the
refraction.
curve. I don't know why the curve's there. I don't know.
No.
Could
Yeah,
be a curve.
Refraction only
So
exists
why are you
curve
bringing
will
this
have
up?
by the globe,
The
right?
curve will have a radius of at least 3,000 miles.
Brilliant. Talked over me again. I love that how you complained about me talking over you, but it only seems to be you talking over me.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's brilliant.
I think he's trying to answer like 4 different people's questions, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he doesn't have
Yakubinite?
to do that.
Are you butting in Yakubinite?
Do what?
Are you cutting in Yakubinite?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, and ironically, he was cutting in to justify someone else cutting me off. I mean,
I'm like 90% sure that he was answering another person's question before you opened up your trap.
no, well, I mean, you can go on mute if you're gonna be a little soy
Oh, is that
boy.
not what happened?
No, well, you saying before you opened up your little trap is you being a little soy boy. So, yeah, as soon as if someone doesn't mute you in the meantime, I'm going to mute you.
I
So,
muted. He's derailing the conversation. I just muted him. We can get
Right.
back to
But regardless, the irony that he's cut into a conversation to justify someone else cutting someone off in the conversation is pretty laughable. But we can move on.
Right. So where are we at? Oh, that's right. We have a curve.
We are at the point where you
The
brought up
line's 90
a
for the curve,
measurement
they won't.
of a yeah. Okay, so you asked where we're at. This is where we're at. You measured from a flat baseline. There's a discrepancy. You apparently want to preferably make that Earth curve instead of just reflected light, right?
Well, all we know is that there's a curve, right?
Okay,
We
so
can
this
probably
is
say
evidence of what
fairly
then? Because
categorically
if it's the
that it's
Earth
not flat.
or the light, we don't know.
No. So then we've got to do a bit more experimenting, right? We've got to find out what else might be going on. And this is
Well,
what they
have
do.
you factored in the refraction yet?
So we have to work out how much refraction there would be, right?
Yeah, it would be based on
Which-
R.
which-
So this is supposed to be your evidence of R from the first get-go. This was supposed to be you measuring R
No,
without,
we can.
no atmo day, no refraction involved, right? Where do we get R from in the first place? This is what we're asking for. And you want to talk about stuff that's derivative from that. Where is the radius measured from?
At this stage, we could estimate a radius, but the where's our equation? It's for refraction.
It's based on R. Where did R come from?
R comes from the fact that we can't fit this thing to a flat plane. So what's the refraction?
So you used a flat plane to measure it. You used refraction to a flat plane to measure it. Then you come up with a curve, and instead of saying that curve is the light curving, you say it's the Earth curving. So now there's no atmo day in this scenario. Is that right?
It's something curving.
What's curving?
Something.
Well, according to you, it's
Something
light.
is
When
curving.
I showed you a picture of the ocean, it was light that was curving, according to you. Now, light doesn't curve. All the geometry is purely orthographic perspective. We can just ignore.
We know.
And it has to be a geometric horizon, the same one that you said we don't see because light curves.
You're putting answers in my mouth, right? I did not say that.
Pointing out your contradiction.
Sorry, what was that? Two people were trying to ask me questions at once there.
He's pointing out the way you're flip-flopping between positions when it's, when it suits you.
No, I'm telling you that we can't show from that simple measurement what is the cause. We need to understand more.
That wasn't his point, and you know it.
But we can show that it's not flat.
Oh, this is really
by using a flat plane.
This is cringe.
No, yeah, that's right. Yeah, we've just walked out along the flat plane, and our points that we measure, our baselines and our angles, do not describe a flat plane. We've got to work out why.
So you can't tell what's curving, whether it's the light or the Earth, but it's definitely not the Earth curving. You're contradicting
So the next step
yourself.
is to work out those things, right?
Contradicting yourself. You already took that next step when you made your baseless assertion that it is the Earth curving. It can't be the light.
Okay. Well, can you explain to me then why my points won't be in a straight line?
Well,
think
can
we
I
just-
ask about the Black Swan? Why is the horizon appearing to be 10 plus miles away?
Because the horizon, right, is an optical thing that you observe it, right? So
Yeah.
in a case where there is extreme refraction,
Okay, so this is like
the horizon point in the
rhetoric.
image is behind you.
So saying extreme is rhetoric. We can just say refraction, right? Because
No,
that's
it makes a difference.
No, because you're just throwing that in for rhetorical purposes, obviously.
Okay, so
we've got
this
refraction.
image you have represents
So
the
we've
normal
got
scenario.
refraction. So we've got refraction. That means that the optical phenomena of the horizon, which is light bending, refraction means light's bending, and so that the optical horizon, which is always optical, by the way,
Yes.
is much further than you would expect it to be on a globe. But somehow when we use optical instrumentation to take angle measurements to mountains, that doesn't count.
So when you're shooting up at an angle, the impact of refraction is a lot lower. Okay, if you get down at water level, the refractive properties of the atmosphere are very high. Right?
Do you have anything more than assertion for that?
There's a contradiction.
I can
There's
potentially
another
provide some evidence that if you're so refraction, right, happens when you are when your light has a high angle of incidence to some gradient or boundary of refraction. When you're shooting straight up, there is much less angle of incidence between those things. So the less that severe that angle is through the gradient, so the more elevation you have, the less refraction there will be. So there's less refraction looking at a mountain than there is looking across horizontally at sea level.
Well, first of all, there's three problems with that. First of all, you initially said looking straight up, so as in straight up. I assume what you mean is at a slight elevation angle from the ground. The second problem is that on a globe, that would be happening naturally anyway, because of the nature of the curving ground beneath you. You would naturally have to be observing off into space, right? So
now, most of the time, you're looking at the ground, along the ground, parallel, more or less.
Right, but on a globe, the ground's curving away.
When I looked at it, and I went out and walked them, so
yeah, on the globe in the Black
It's
Swan, 10 miles
it's
away
8:30
from me,
right
I'm looking at something that's 60 feet below me.
but I did let him out in the yard, like not long.
What? Is this brother hot micing?
Yeah, I've muted him.
Anyway, I'm running out of time for today, but yeah. But the thing is, right? If we measure that curvature, we have to explain it. Yeah.
You don't measure any curve though. That's
bro.
No, you will.
I don't measure any when I measure, but you do apparently.
So have you done the exercise of measuring a mountaintop and going back along a level surface?
Yeah, still a mountain.
Still a mountain, but what happens to your curvature when you draw it out and analyze the geometry?
There is none.
So you've analyzed the geometry of that. You've drawn the triangles with distance.
Triangles, no curves on triangles.
So look, man. I mean, this is going to always be the point every time you try and deflect. Ironically, that we're talking about refraction and you're deflecting, but we're talking about geometry within an atmosphere, and you're just removing the atmosphere to make your points.
Initially, we've got to remove the atmosphere. We've got to assume we don't know anything else, right? Something is causing that curve.
You can't do that because you're making an optical observation within an atmosphere.
Okay, so why is my optical observation any less valid than the Black Swan?
I'm not saying it is. I'm saying that it doesn't trigger.
Yeah.
You're applying different
How do-
criteria each. That's the problem. You have double standards.
So how do we determine which optical observations have measurement value?
So, no,
You tell us. These are your examples.
but you're missing the point.
No, I don't think so.
The fact that you've asked that question shows that you didn't understand the point I made.
Or you did make a very good point, one of the two.
Well, you don't know that because you didn't understand it.
I'll make the point again.
Fuck me. You've got an optical observation taking place in atmosphere, and then your point relies on a no atmosphere geometry.
Yes. So that's what
That's
I'm saying.
the problem.
Rightio. Okay, so now I'm asking you, if we make an observation, how can we tell whether it's a valuable observation that we can use to make some objective assessment of what we see, or whether we need to discard it?
Missing the point again.
No, I'm asking you, how do we tell whether observations are valid or not? How do we make valuable, worthwhile observations when we're trying to measure something?
Well, if you have to ask us, I guess you don't have any valuable, worthwhile ones.
Well, I'll tell you. We
These
discard the ones where they do not represent what we would physically see. So we know that the cranes aren't bendy, so we know that that image is being distorted. It's not a valid observation of the geometry of the Earth. We then take multiple observations from different positions, different elevations, and we can then
yeah, but you've already
eliminate.
You've already eliminated. What do you mean multiple observations? You've already hand-waved the ones that don't comport with your pre-conclusion.
No. We don't. We eliminate the ones that don't comport with what is we know physically to be true. We know the oil rigs don't have bent grains.
Yeah,
we've seen the oil rigs up close, right?
You're just using that
willy-nilly based on. Oh yeah, that looks a bit bendy. Yeah, we'll get rid of that one.
Yeah,
what's really good?
That's a bit bendy, but we know it's not actually bent.
It's like when they did that really big surveying study where they just they took out all of the measurements that went over 180 degrees. They just said, "Oh, that doesn't conform to a globe," and just threw it out. And then they averaged the rest, and then said, "Oh, that proves a globe." Cool.
Yep, thing you're doing.
Okay. Cool.
Just throw out whatever doesn't fit.
Well, I'm out of time.
But, I think you have 5 minutes. That's weird.
I mean, we could use the other one where it's less of a bendy crane with the horizon appearing closer. It's a really wavy day. It's probably just some waves or swells or whatever. But we can use that. That's a black swan too.
Yeah.
It's a black
That's
swan.
What I'm saying.
Also shadows your geometric.
We cannot use one image. We cannot use one measurement. We have to take a series of measurements. We have to control for variables. Like you guys said, you chuck out half a science because there's no.
You cannot control for variables in those scenarios.
We can.
Yeah, you could just say that.
But different positions, different elevations, different temperatures. You can't physically control them, but you can. You can know what is going on, right?
Yeah. And no matter what, you're going to end up with what? An average where the horizon is never at a specific location, right? So it will never be geometric?
No, you might get a minimum and you might get a maximum. And you might get some distribution of
well,
the
why don't you start with anything? Because you haven't provided anything. Even your claim of angle measurements, elevation angle measurements, is still just in the realm of claim. You actually haven't provided one bit of anything. It's just been talk.
Okay, cool.
But the claims themselves are incoherent. We don't even need you to back it up with it actually linking anything because the claim itself falls apart with your inconsistency.
Yeah. Well, you haven't actually provided any evidence for yours either.
Yeah, because you ham-waved it. Yeah, because you ham-waved it. You made excuses about how you don't like the bendy-looking boom arms and whatever.
I already told
you I can take the other picture, which you'll no doubt have no problem with, where the horizon looks like it's closer. And that's still a black swan, so I can use that one too. Doesn't matter. Do you want me to use that as evidence as well?
Have you got all the specific details there?
Yeah.
Have you controlled the variables? Can you tell me what the refraction is?
Oh, well, I don't have to because all I have to do is point and show that we're not seeing the thing that you say
You told me I had to. You told me
Yeah.
I had to.
Yeah,
You have
well,
to do it
I
as
didn't
well.
really say that.
You've
I
got to
didn't
tell
really
me
say
exactly
that.
what
All I
refraction is.
said
No,
was
you
you
did.
said that you said there's something there that we don't see. So how do you know that? You're the one who brought refraction and optics into it. I didn't. All I said was,
Okay.
look at the ocean. We don't see what you say it is. So how do you know it is that? And here we are.
Here we are. Yep. We'll leave you to it, guys. We're not going to go anywhere. But
Bye.
maybe
Yeah, I
next
know
time
this
we
is
can actually
probably
talk about
mentally.
your evidence
It
in
was
more
a mental.
detail.
It was a mental strain for you today. I understand.
You're welcome back anytime you have some globe evidence.
Oh dear. Have a good one.
Bye.
Yeah, I
Love,
was
love
holding
you.
him to his standards. He's the
Oh,
one who brought.
he
Yeah,
left
sorry, go
before he let me say that I loved him. It's a shame.
I was just holding him to his standards. He's the one who brought refraction into it, and then conveniently ignores it when it works for him.
Oh yeah, no. Refraction is definitely there until it's a problem for the globe, and then it's definitely not there.
Yep.
That's
And
my
then we-
experience so far. Same exact experience.
And then we can talk about orthographic views based on geometry with zero light bending, but only when convenient for the globe.
Yeah. This is a broken worldview.
Like I had that guy yesterday on here, and I was saying to him, "How can you do science without empiricism?" And because obviously observation is the first step, right? And he was like, "Oh no, science is a rule set that's not affected by empiricism." Okay.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Hugmuggus or whatever. Yeah.
At that point, I was like, "Okay, bro. I guess." I think I tried to make the 2 plus 2 equals 4, and he was like, "No, 2 plus 2 is 7." Over and over.
He said something like, "Science is protected from empiricism."
yeah. Fucking what an idiot! Oh man, these guys, man, they're broke. Their brains are broken.
Well, I've opened up Twonger's mic again since the other guy already failed and left.
Fair enough. What I find really weird though is how we can't even have like normal conversations with these people. Like we can't even come to. I mean, fine. Think the Earth's a globe. Cool. I think the Earth's flat. That's cool. Whatever. But it's like they come to the wrong conclusion about virtually everything else as well. That's what's so mind blowing to me.
Yeah. It's a problem with the worldview. The epistemology is broken.
Right. Well, I know the Earth's a globe because a man on TV said so, but don't accuse me of having a religion. Like, oh, we know that Einstein was the smartest man to have ever lived, but he's not a prophet of my religion. Like, fucking hell.
That's why I've been kind of thinking, like, trying to argue logic with them and stuff like that. I don't know, it's almost pointless because they don't have any logic to really do anything with a coherent argument with anyway.
True. And maybe it's like pointless pointing out like straw men and atoms and stuff because they don't care. They don't give a shit.
Yeah. Yeah, they would need to have some logic to begin with to do anything with the stuff you're giving them. So it's like, I don't know. Maybe it's for the audience.
Big Flurfin, I apologize for calling you things you were not earlier. My bad.
What did you call me earlier?
Well, I called you two things. Called you Ozzy, and then I called you some other name that was not your wonderful pick there. So, my bad.
Okay. Who is that?
I can't deal with all the Discord name changes, man. It's like, oh. Anyway.
Who's talking so I can send you an offensive email later?
Yes, you should. Sydney.
Oh, hello, Sydney.
Yes, our last conversation was about a month ago, and it was hilarious as hell to me. And you're like, but why do they always interrupt me? I'm like, well, it must be because you're Australian. Oh, shit, you're not Australian. And then I realized, and now I learned your dialect, so, yeah.
Fair enough.
But anyway.
Yeah, I did find it interesting how that guy was crying about being interrupted, having interrupted me to cry.
Oh, he truly was. It was about 28 minutes of it. It was really funny. I timed it.
I was like, okay, bro, keep crying.
And he had no arguments. He just felt like we were personally attacking, letting him finish any thought. Yet he was just repeating the same thought forever. It was well to be expected.
Well, if you think about it, it does make sense that they feel personally attacked because it is the ego that's being attacked, right? And so,
well, it's the self-identity of the lie, right? That ego thing that they don't even know is that, right? Oh, I felt
yes,
so.
that's why they feel attacked. I get it, but at the same time, like they should be self-aware enough to understand that if I question your worldview, I'm not calling you names. I'm not like saying nasty things about your mother. It's just a worldview.
And
Like,
truly, and he was so hurt he couldn't even do like the projection thing of calling us and our mother's things. It was so bad.
You're right.
Anyway, good to see you. My bad.
Yeah, you too. You too. So, have we got any Globe champions in tonight?
I sure hope so. That Andrew guy from this morning, whoever was in here, was pretty interesting. Rather honest until like something happened and turned in the conversation. And it was like right when he was having like this moment of maybe clarity of open-mindedness about our, I don't know, whatever, our standpoint. Wonderful people had to come in and derail it that were just bad actors. And I'm like, but he DM'd me and I'm like, I don't know. Do I entertain that? But I don't want him to like be afraid.
Weird. People that DM flat earthers is ultimately super weird.
Who what? People that what?
DM flat earthers.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like, well, what team are you on, sir? And what? Anyway, it's better than them asking me if my voice is recorded on the internet somewhere like the other day. That was just too much. But yeah.
He wanted to see a video of you.
And that's friggin' weird. Like, who are you selling me to? Israel, son? I don't really care. It's not my place to speculate, but nah, I'm good. Good on that.
Anyway,
Weird.
any Globers in here got proof of how you can make a right angle on a ball?
If there's a waiting room in here still, somebody should call somebody in. I would love it. I just love that they're so interested in our psychology, but none of it will ever please them. Even if we told them, it doesn't even matter, because psychology is weird anyway. So it's just funny.
Yeah, they come in with that armchair psychology BS, and then you just like you tell them, well, hold on, you're also coming from a place of having a psychological position, right?
Correct.
So they seem to think that journalists have this issue
no
too.
answer from us will satisfy them ever, and they don't even get it. They just keep asking.
But journalists have this issue too. They don't realize that they're not value neutral. Like you have values whether you like them or not. Sorry, whether you like it or not. And journalists tend to be heavily left-leaning, which is why most of them talk absolute garbage. But regardless, Globers also have that same thing where they're like, oh, I'm just going to come in and analyze you because you're the monkeys in the zoo, right? And it's like, bro, but you're...
Exactly. Realize what playground you're in, man, before you crash the Sandlot, for real.
But they're also monkeys in a zoo. They're just in a different zoo.
Of course.
And they think they're like observing us. It's like, bro, you're also monkeys in a zoo. Like, we just had
and sometimes they take notes. Like yesterday, that was a new one. At least he was honest. Like, hey, I got my little Inkjoy pen. I'm gonna take some notes on y'all's questions. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Interesting people.
I'm interested to know as well because I mean, from what I understand about the Globers is they're literally all extremely nerdy guys who can't really talk to women, and the only women on the
Globe. Exactly. Honestly, and I run into them all the time. And the thing is, it's like I find out within 5 sentences usually. Like they have a family member that's like all about satellites or works on this, works on that. I'm like, yo, my dad like sells whatever polymer stuff, science stuff. I could talk about that shit all day. But why are you married to it?
But what I wanted to ask you is because obviously as a woman you would have this like with with Globers, the only women on the Globe team were born men, right? So that seems to be an issue that they have. But
Well,
regardless,
or have purple hair most of the time. But yeah.
Yeah, of course. But I wanted to ask you a question. Do you find that they're quite aggressive towards you generally, or they're quite simpy? Like, what's your experience?
They're absolutely enthralled and hard to push away. It's hilarious.
Right. Okay. So it's kind of like they all simp.
But they hate that they like love it, but they can't handle what I'm actually saying, but they still like don't stop talking to me. Like they don't even try to convince, that's more like after like the second point of like, hey, this breaks this law of thermodynamics, this says not possible in your natural law, okay, of the globe nonsense. It really just moves to like, why can't I stay away from this girl? Oh my gosh, what? So then I'm just like, okay, let's just turn them down with like a lot of truth bombs. It's never really awkward, but yeah, it's gotten hilarious sometimes.
But I mean, I'm talking specifically about Globers online, right? So I think it sounds like
online. Oh
yeah,
gosh.
online.
Well, I think that they're just naturally intrigued, and I don't think that they take me as anything. They don't really question. They're like, who is she? Not so much as, oh, she's a flat earther. It's very much man and woman dynamic. But yeah.
Okay. I was just interested to know if they were like hyper aggressive or like hyper simpy.
Well, they were actually wanting to know about my point of view on something that I said when my internet cut out driving around in the mountains today. And I'm like, I don't really remember what exactly that comment was, but pray tell. So the fact that they're like more open-minded than if it was a dude just like hair or somebody in here, throwing it down, what do you call it? Wig snatching. That was something. That was a first today. So yeah, I'll take that as a good thing.
Fair enough. So yeah, any Globe champions?
We have Twonger.
Twonga sounds like a cool guy.
I actually thought that earlier. I was like, interesting name.
Yeah, he's a heavyweight Globe champion. Just you wait.
Oh, is he? Wow.
Like a dog, a show dog or something.
Should I guess?
He just shouts things like planets and stuff like that. So,
Hectic, should I invest in some boots so I can quiver in them?
Yes.
Okay.
Should I immediately like go to like everything I know about the sun and moon because I know he'll ask it?
Go on, Twonga, let's hear it.
I think you just need to say other planets and it's a done deal.
That's correct.
Did you know, guys, that if all of us go to Starbucks, if all of you order a latte, that means I definitely ordered a latte.
Explain how he couldn't have ordered a latte.
There's no way I could have ordered anything else.
If all the planets are named after gods, how come Earth isn't? That was a good question earlier, and it's because Earth isn't a planet.
It was such a funny,
well, that was what
profoundness. I was in like a drive-through at the time. I'm like, oh my gosh.
If there isn't a unicorn in my garage, then how come there's horses outside?
Oh, no. I can prove there's a unicorn in my garage.
I pointed out that naming all the planets after gods was like ritualistic, and then they started saying, "Who worships planets?" It's like that's the laziest.
What is a prophet anyway? How dare you?
Yeah, they were just coming up with the laziest straw man I'd heard in ages. It was so stupid.
And then called us straw manning at the steel man. It was really interesting. It was a great hour, man.
To prove I have an invisible unicorn in my garage, you can just go out there and look. It's not there.
Well, it's refraction.
No, it's the big G. Their big G on everything. Irritating. Cause, effect, explanation. No. It proves everything. Even dark matter, which doesn't exist, but they've proven. It's so funny.
Yeah, and one of them was like, "Oh, who worships Jupiter?" I was like, "No one, idiot. It's not the point." What did one of them say? Like a ritual is in service to God or something. I was just thinking, there's tons of rituals that have nothing to do with gods. Like I would say a Ouija board is a ritual, and that's not religiously based, is it? There's lots of so many rituals that you can perform. There are some footballers that hop on their left leg 3 times before they go on the football pitch. That's ritualistic.
I need a new job.
Oh, well, thank you for unmuting me. I was muted. I guess it was getting heated because we were talking about the nature of reality and how it's very simple. We see the sun and moon disk go over our heads every day.
So, do you think the Earth's a globe? Do you think the Earth is a...
Absolutely not. I think by evidence there is such thing as level, and horizontal does not exist and cannot exist on the globe. There is no such thing as a horizon on the globe.
Fair enough.
Just by mere semantics alone.
Crypto, you must know Into the Break.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I was at my computer, I was accusing
I used
you
to be way BMX.
I apologize. I thought it
But
was
isn't that just funny how they say that gravity causes a curved line of sight, but they really don't want to get into the whole discussion of what gravity is, and then they really don't want to get into the whole discussion of what an actual line of sight is.
Is that even what they say, though, Break? I think it's refraction.
Well, yeah, no. Well, you see the cartoon, the Pokemon card that they gave me. It's like after that, then the flaps of the horizon are raised up, where the curve, like you're supposed to see a certain distance, and then after that, refraction. So now you're seeing it just you're seeing like
I've
what
definitely heard globals say that gravity curves light before.
the breathing Earth geometry. To where the Earth gets bigger and it gets smaller.
Yeah,
like
gravitational
what we're
lensing.
talking about.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, and that's funny when I'm saying, "Hey, what is space time?" And they're like, "Hey, look at this trampoline that has a weight in the middle of it, and then we're gonna swing some weights around it, and that's space time." You believe when they do that? When they because they'll do that in all seriousness too. Like they're not even pretending. So somebody may want to say, "Hey, I'm strawmanning." It's like, no, when I'm saying, "Hey, show me space time," they will have a trampoline with a bowling ball in the middle of it, and then they'll put cue balls and they'll spin cue balls around this trampoline, and they'll say that's space time. That's what really happens. People conceptualizing something that is imaginary, and then they try to place it. But it's like now if we're playing a game to where we're trying to make that cue ball go around and make it into the hole, maybe, then we have a whole game made out of that conceptualization of. So this is what's funny with an atheist is like, how would you know? How would any one of them know? determining ethical value fact. Around, they would just have, hey, to me, that seems like it's pretty rich. And he's just like, he's lived in the dirt his whole life. That seems pretty rich to me. You go to Olive Garden. Right? See, we're not talking about favorite restaurants or favorite sort of colors. We're talking about objective reality. That's what I love about Flat Earth, is that's what's transcending the politics, because the politics you have to consider some people are, you can't say it, right? And some people are super bad, and you can't say it, right?
So does
But with
Twonk want to
Flat
step up
Earth,
to the mic and
it's
provide some glow proof?
It's the great equalizer of politics. Flat Earth politics. I accept objective reality, and you clown demon rats, you worship objectively illogical values. And you wouldn't even know what even meant.
Please, will a Glober please provide some, well, whatever you got that you consider proof.
Yeah, basically, light bends, but it doesn't bend, but it does bend, but it doesn't bend. Therefore, the Earth's a globe. What do you think about that?
It's conclusive.
No, hold them to their claims. Their claims are that the light contains the light.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Heretic. I didn't give you the full Glober experience. I didn't ad hom, strawman, or gaslight you.
I feel cheated.
I'm sorry, man. You are a dumb fluff, lol.
No,
everyone.
the toxicity. No. Leave the toxicity out of it.
No, I have to give him the full experience. He's paid for the full experience.
He's already had it. We have it every day. No, that's the difference. Is there's a certain aspect of toxicity. You brought it forth. We're talking about it. That the Glober must maintain. It's a pH level of the acidic value of under 14. You know, OT9, OT8, OT6 or 7. You know what I mean?
Carnivore, get on the mic.
Well, I'm OT9.
Yeah, Carnivore, get on the mic.
So yeah, Heretic, lol, you dumb fluff. All scientists know that Earth globe.
Have you considered the scientific values of such claims? How many thetans? What is the thetan value of that? Did Xenu tell you that?
What's going on? Do we have any Globers in the chat?
Hey, Carnivore, don't worry about being for Texas less forgiving. We record 24/7, so your voice is just as less forgiving.
Yeah, I was gonna say Toolmonger and Carnivore. I just went to go look. These are some complete utter clowns. They actually gave up on life. It's really pathetic, and that's why I said, "Hey, I'm giving you group hugs. We're giving you hugs, guy. Like we're trying to help you right now, literally. That's why we're here."
Hey guys. Yo. Hello.
Did you bring glow proof?
What's up? This is Dick, the Flat Earther.
Dick.
Dick. That's that.
I mean, it's kind of funny that the whole world sort of believes this sort of delusion. And they're like, oh, well, TikTok exists, and I'm buying my toothpaste from TikTok, and have you heard about this new massage? And, it's like, hey, there's a simple thing called reality. You could just exist in it. You don't need your phone. Like, we're only talking due to arbitrary consequence of the realities that are presented with, right? That's why I picked up the phone, and now we're having discussions. Intellectual ones, I would hope. And what we're coming to the conclusion is that there is no such thing as the globe other than these imaginary tales that we've been told. That's it. I don't know why people are sort of upset by this. It's not meant to be funny. I'm not Bert Kreischer over here. This is the machine. This is just, do you accept the objective reality or do you not? And then since you don't, and since nobody accepts that premise, what kind of slave are you?
All the globe champs have given up. This is what we're gonna have to listen to if one of you can't, level up with some
Scott's
bulletproof.
not here to say, hey, actually, I'm the best slave. I'm the best slave. My name is Scott. I'm the best slave.
Yeah, if one of you champions can't rise to the occasion, this is what it's gonna be.
So, we're aware of the moles. So just letting you guys know, and you guys know who I'm talking to.
Any developments? No.
Well, we had the horizon is refracted when you look at it, but not when you're looking at a mountain. Fraction goes away when you look at a mountain. The horizon's not refracted anymore, it's geometric again. Except for if you look at it. Schrodinger's horizon, I guess.
Man, those guys have no idea what a horizon is. It's hard to get an answer out of people. They're like, what's a horizon? They're like, wow, I freaking know.
Yeah. I mean, the last guy I talked to couldn't tell where the horizon was in the Black Swan. He said that where it was, that just looked like a bit of refraction to him. So not a horizon. I don't know what a bit of refraction looks like, but that's what I got. Maybe I've never seen a horizon. Maybe every time it's just been a bit of refraction.
Any new factions? Earth's rise? Guess not. All right. So in light of that, I am actually interested in escalating the Nathan Oakley appearance. So, hullabaloo going. So earlier we were having this problem with Pythagorean formula and the horizon. What was that about?
I don't
Why
think
was
he
no
knew.
one?
I
Go
don't think
ahead.
he knew what we were talking about. He kept thinking we were talking about like calculating the rate of curvature or something like that. But then he was like, "You wouldn't use Pythagorean theorem because those are triangles," and he didn't understand we were talking about like a tangent, geometric. I don't know. He just didn't get it.
I was just wondering, why did anyone mention Pythagorean? What was the connection? Was it our side that didn't know?
I don't know. I think he asked if we were using Pythagorean theorem to, I don't know, derive the distance to the horizon or something like that. Except, I don't know. I can't really remember.
So we can look at the horizon now, and then using Pythagorean theorem, we can tell how far away it is.
I guess. Oh.
Yeah, I don't really remember how it came into the conversation because every single time he just kept going back to like the height of the rigs, and it seems like he thinks we were talking about like how much of them should be blocked. And I told him over and over what it was. It was just the distance to the horizon, but I don't know. I could make no.
Yeah, he seemed to be defining the horizon as the blockage of something, right? Like without anything to block, the horizon wouldn't exist. Made no sense.
Yeah, I just don't know what he was.
I mean, like, I'm pretty agnostic towards this, but what makes me skeptical is that there's been no proof demonstrated that, like, gravity exists in the sense that one object can exert attraction on another, an attractive force. And also, no study proving the movement of the Earth or any effects of that movement.
Good points. However, technically, you could have an object of any permutation.
This guy hasn't heard of the Coriolis effect, apparently.
What's the Coriolis effect? I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Good answer.
I'll do this one. It's an apparent deflection of something in the non-inertial reference frame, traveling in the in the inertial reference frame as observed from the inertial reference frame. Pretty easy. What did that have to do with the Sasquatch sighting?
Hey, did you know that Sasquatches, Bigfoots can teleport? Did you know that? Not even joking. Like, that's the official story in the big league
Well, yeah, actually.
Bigfoot conspiracy theories. That's why it's so hard to catch or photograph.
Yeah,
It just
the
teleports out.
Bigfoot is the UFO, the transcendent, the beam me up, Scotty, where the beam, where material can just all of a sort of disappear.
Right. Right, but it's an explanation for the lack of evidence of the creature, right? So it clearly can tell.
Wormholes. It's all actually prophesized by Einstein. Actually,
Oh my God.
Einstein prophesized that he saw the Euclid experiment, and then he prophesized that Sasquatch exists, and he's traveling through time portals and dimensions.
Right. Point of that
and
is
he's snatching up your wife.
We get it. You get it. All right. So the point of that is, if you have something that's never where it's supposed to be, just claim a salvation device. In the case of the Bigfoot, it's teleportation, and then you don't no longer have to prove your claim. You see?
Is that like me proving that I have an invisible unicorn in my garage because if you go out there to look at it, it's not there?
Yeah, because it actually happened.
Like the geometric horizon, it's never where it's supposed to be. Enter teleportation, right?
Well, except for when you start measuring angles to it, then it's where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, it always was.
Unless you're at the beach. If you're on a mountain, then it works.
Right.
Well, when is it not? It's working right now, isn't it? You big stud, you. There really is no question of whether the flat Earth exists, because we always strive to attain flat Earth. And one must come to accept the state of reality for which it is not flat everywhere.
What?
What does that mean?
Hey, listen, check this out, bro. I'm in a truck and I'm driving down a hill. Now what?
Put on the brakes if you're going too fast, or enjoy the ride.
Hold on. The hill is plateauing.
Hold
it's
on.
now becoming another hill that's now rising up. So now it went down and up. Therefore, the Earth's close, right?
Let's keep going. Oh, so we're going down the perpetual. We're going 360 degrees without any interference. That seems like a very good ride. I think they actually have that ride. They called the Gravitron. It's at the carnival. Or we could just be going out in linear distances and stop and park at actual parking lots, and we see, oh, hey, I'm stopped at a parking lot, and oh, okay, I'm going to continue on my path, and then I'm going to travel 50 miles down the road at 50 miles an hour, and then I'll go to another parking lot. So it seems like somebody thinks that they think that if I'm stopped at a parking lot, I am also traveling at a certain speed down the highway. And so I would ask them, hey, Gloobtard, if we're traveling in a Tesla down the highway, would you open the door and jump out of it because you think that we're parked at a gas station? Would you do that? And that question would be relative based on how much drug the objective glooptard I'm asking. Glooptards are retards.
Does anybody ever bring up general relativity in the discussion of flat Earth and try to explain how you have different weights at different elevations on a flat Earth model?
Big G or little g?
You don't have different weights at different elevations.
Well, yeah, you do. That's an observed fact. You can go see it for yourself.
Do you fly a gnome around and weigh it?
You could.
Well, you just lost.
You could take some sort of object that has a weight and you measure that weight at different elevations and you'll see that it's a different weight at different elevations.
Yeah, you have to calibrate your scale.
So I don't know, use a spring or something. You know, whatever scale you want to use.
If you calibrate it when it's higher, if you calibrate it when it's higher, it's going to be the same.
Every time you move it.
No, take a spring, and the spring's going to get pulled down a certain amount at one elevation, and then at a different elevation, it'll be pulled down a different length.
Checkmate.
So you need to calibrate your scale, or it's not accurate.
Well, in this case, the scale is a spring.
Let's see you do it.
Okay, is it done in a vacuum chamber?
It doesn't matter if it's in a vacuum. You could do it in a vacuum or not. That's not going to change the weight.
You're serious.
How come I can change the weight of water by putting it in a vacuum chamber?
Can you?
Yeah. All I do is remove the air and it turns into gas and flies away. It's no longer sitting in a bowl.
Oh my god, that was silly.
Well, I just want to hold on. Let's just talk about the idea of whether it's in a vacuum chamber or not. Don't you think that the ambient atmosphere would affect it if it was not in a vacuum chamber? Why not?
Because it still is going to have the same force of acceleration put on it, just regardless of the pressure of the air around it.
That doesn't make any sense. Do you think you can weigh, like, put something in water and weigh it with a spring, bro?
Okay.
What's going to happen?
It'll weigh the same amount, even if it was out of the water.
Dude, are you serious?
I mean, I guess if we're talking about like buoyancy, I guess if there was like air in it, it's going to pull it to the surface of the water. Then you're not going to get an accurate weight reading.
Right. So if there's any buoyancy in the differential between the object and the medium, it could be different. And if the air is different, right, pressures, it's going to have different density, right? So that would affect it somehow, don't you think?
Okay, then conduct this experiment in a vacuum tube at different elevations. It'll have different weights.
That's a claim, but I would.
I mean, it's been observed, and you can go in and test it yourself to see if you want.
And then what?
Well, so the conclusion there is the reason that you would observe different weights at different elevations is because of a spheroid Earth and how a massive. The closer you are to a mass, you experience more acceleration. The closer you are to the mass, the further away you are from the mass, the less acceleration you experience.
It has to be.
And why does that mean it's a sphere?
Well, if it was flat, you'd be feeling a tug towards the center of the flat plane, which we do not experience.
Hey, bro, hold on a second. Is this flat plane in your imagination have zero dimension?
No, I mean it probably has some thickness to it, but that wouldn't explain.
Okay, there you go. So, yeah, no, it would. Let me tell you why. If you take the math and you do it out, you'll find that you can have an Earth that has a completely flat surface, right, and just a different permutation under the surface, and you get the same alleged effects. So you're wrong.
But then if you got towards the edge of that disk or whatever shape it is, you'd feel a tug towards the center of it.
Flat's not a shape.
Earth's not a disk in space. Space is fake. So now you're going to have to survive that one.
Absolutely. What else?
I'm not even bringing up space. I'm just saying whatever shape this thing is, you're going to be.
I just canceled your imagination for you. You no longer have to worry about it being a disc.
I don't know what shape you're claiming it is. I'm just saying that you're.
Well, look,
the mass is going to be attracted towards the mass, whatever shape it is.
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
Go towards the center of it.
That's a straw man. Nobody's claiming
Good to
shape.
see. Sorry.
All right, hold on a second. So,
I would just like to say nobody's
there's
claiming mass attracts to mass either. I think you can't really prove that. So I mean, you're assuming on our model, we assume that mass attracts to mass. We don't. It's a closed container. In my eyes, it's a closed container.
Well, that's an observed fact. General relativity is an observed fact.
No, it's not. It's a theory. What the fuck? What do you mean? It's an
And it's
observed
confirmed
fact.
by all observations. You can't make an observation that
The
disproves it.
bending and warping of space-time is observed by all observations.
Yes,
Please?
it is. It's one of the most well-confirmed theories in all of science.
Chapstick out of your pocket and drop it on the floor. I betcha you'll say something like that.
So, Daniel, that's a sort of separate topic. I think the way I'd put it, Daniel, is this. There are different weights to the same object at different elevations, and the heliocentric globe model has a good explanation for that, but I'm unaware of any flat Earth explanation.
No, wait,
why that
Daniel,
happened.
you said it was the most confirmed theory out there. Would it not be a theory? Would it still be a theory if it was actually confirmed, Daniel?
This
I'm
guy
not
doesn't
sure what you're
understand
asking.
science. Yeah, he doesn't know what he's saying.
well, listen, friends. Listen.
I'm saying that
Scientific
there's no
theory-
experiment that gives you evidence that it's not true.
There is. The Sagnac experiment. Look that up. The Sagnac experiment. That literally proves that we can change the speed of light. So, by moving an object, they were able to change the speed of the light. So,
Anyway, listen, before we get too chaotic.
General relativity doesn't say that the speed of light can't change. It talks about the speed of light in a vacuum.
Yes, it does. There's a consistent speed of light.
In a vacuum, but yes, light travels at different speeds in different mediums.
Wait, Daniel, except for the universe,
You're gonna have to start taking control, guys, if you're not listening to moderators when they're trying to jump in. AI?
Just wanted to make a point. The idea that you would be this differential pull gravity, if you imagine the Earth as a plane being a disc type shape, that maybe if you have a different density underneath, right, that's distributed differently, you could get the same field lines, which are essentially perpendicular to the plane of the Earth. Now, there's a dude, right, wrote a paper about it, a university professor, physics department, not a flat earther. Okay, so it's not like it's well known, but it's simple. It's not even that complicated. So this idea that if I experience gravity, it must be a sphere is just ridiculous.
So I guess you're describing some sort of shape where there's the flat plane that we have access to, and underneath that there's maybe it stretches out far to the side or something, and that would counteract the tug towards the center of it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's one option, but there's a few options.
Okay. Well, that's fair.
So you think things get pulled down to the ground then?
No, gravity is not a pulling force.
And why are you talking about tugging on things?
Well, I mean, that's a way to talk about it, but we're actually
is it pulling on things and tugging on things or not?
We're being pushed from below. It's a force of acceleration coming from below and pushing us up.
I'm being pushed around?
Yes.
Holy
The floor
crap.
is pushing you, and that's why you're experiencing what you think is gravity.
You think you're flying up in the air?
You're being pushed up, but you're staying still.
The floor is flying up, and that's what's keeping you on it then.
Yeah, it's pushing you up, because if it wasn't pushing you up, you'd be falling towards the center.
Well, I'm not going to be able to help you. Somebody else in here will be able to, but I cannot deal with people that think you're flying up in the air.
You're not flying up in the air, but you're experiencing acceleration that's coming from below.
Do you have proof of that?
Can I ask?
Yes, I'm just describing to you Einstein's general relativity.
Is that proof? Reinstating his...
I wanted to point out something you'd said. So you're saying that gravity pushes you up because otherwise you pull towards the center, right?
Well, no, gravity's not pushing you up. Electromagnetism is pushing you up. Gravity is really just a way of saying how space-time is curved around energy.
But you just said that gravity is pushing you up.
And that's just a way of saying it. But no, gravity isn't doing anything of the sort. Gravity is just the bending of space-time.
Okay, but then the way of talking about it is that it's pushing you up.
Well, electromagnetism is what's ultimately pushing you up. That's what you're experiencing.
Oh my god! So it's not gravity. Okay, fine. Like, but I need you to actually make a claim. It feels like you're dodging your own claim.
Gravity is no different than if you're in a car that's taking a hard right turn, you're going to experience a force pulling. It seems to be pulling you to the left, but that's imaginary. It's not really. There's no force there at all. It's just it's a manifestation of the fact that you're making a hard right turn. The gravity is the same way.
Yeah, I understand that you think that, but what I'm trying to get to is when you said that gravity was pushing you up, otherwise you would fall to the center of the earth, right? That was your claim. Like, I wanted to know what you thought would make you fall to the center of earth if gravity was the thing pushing you up.
Well, no. So if there wasn't an electromagnetic force pushing you up, then you would trend towards the center of the earth because that's what an inertial observer would do.
So maybe you
on a curved space-time. Yeah, maybe I didn't use the right words. Fine, that's fair.
That's fine. Well, if that's the case, then I'll leave you alone. So, like, people make mistakes. It's fine, but whatever. Like,
And you can observe it if you were to, and maybe, I don't know, maybe this is controversial to say, but if you were to go, maybe not all the way into space, but just if you were to get far enough away from Earth to feel weightlessness, which you can do in an airplane, I guess, an airplane in free fall or something like that, then yeah, there goes, where's the force of gravity there? You're not feeling it anymore. It's gone.
yeah, but that's just like you're appealing to Narnia at that point.
Yeah, as far as the plane goes, that's like, I don't know exactly how it works, but it's something to do with the G's. They're not actually going to space. It's the way they dive down. You experience low gravity because the way the plane is descending. It's like, it's not actually no gravity. You just feel weightless because of the inertia of the plane.
Right, you're achieving an inertial state, which is in free fall. It's only on
Right,
the
so
Earth
you
when you're
could
not
call it
falling
no
and you're
gravity.
feeling the force of electromagnetism in the floor pushing you up, the repulsion of electrons. Well, that's an interesting point. I hadn't considered. I guess if you're going to say that the shape of the Earth is some, I don't know, extending out beneath where we don't have access to, I don't know, then maybe it would cause field lines that align with observations. I don't know.
The thing is, as well, though, you have to understand that a lot of globers, they'll come in and they'll claim gravity is like a globe phenomena, but we have the same phenomena that you do, right? So we also observe that things fall when you drop them, but I don't think about it in that sense. I don't think that things are falling when you drop them. I'm just thinking of an equilibrium between multiple states, multiple objects, and multiple mediums. Like that. I think of it as an equilibrium in a grand sense, equilibrating, right? Rather than I drop a pen, it falls, which is very simplistic.
That's just a way of wording it.
Yeah, but there's if you just think things fall, then half the stuff isn't falling because it's going upwards to account for, to balance out the thing that did fall, right?
I suppose.
So then when someone says, "Oh, stuff falls," and because it's all very reductive, isn't it? Like, I know I'm on a ball because when I drop a pen, the pen falls because the ball is sucking the pen to the middle of the ball. It's very reductive and stupid, but this is literally how people think about it.
That's actually how simple it is.
It really actually isn't. That was my point. And ironically, I was talking about the kind of person who would say it was that simple as being reductive, and then you piped up.
Because it is.
No,
What's up, big blurfin' man?
You understand that when you drop a pen, the air's displaced, right?
Me? I do. Yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying.
Well, no, you understand that because you're actually seemingly understanding the stuff we're talking about. The other guy was like, "Oh, it really is that simple, bro." So I was talking to him.
And I mean, we use the word fall, and in most of the time when we're describing falling, that is a useful word. But in reality, it's not falling. It's the ground is pushing up, and so something in free fall is actually just following a curved space time, and the things from the ground are moving up to it.
You're making yourself sound retarded, dude. I'm sorry.
No, man, come on. Daniel's being respectful. The other guy's being retarded. But I wanted him to actually answer because he's now dodging the question. Like, do you think that when a pen falls, that nothing moves up in that interaction? Not you, the other guy.
Oh.
He seems to have gone all quiet all of a sudden. There's a surprise.
Well, I mean, you make an interesting point. Now, I come from a point of view that the Bible is true, and I don't think that the Bible rules necessarily one way or the other on what the shape of the Earth is, although I think it's consistent with both. It is consistent with a spheroid Earth, so I'm okay with that.
It's not.
I don't know, 4 corners.
It's not consistent.
Yeah, foundations. Yeah, immovable. Yeah.
It doesn't say anything about a floating ball in a vacuum in the Bible, does it?
Well, it says that that God hangs the earth on nothing. He stretches the north over emptiness, and he draws a circular horizon.
Fair point. However, the Bible also says, the Bible also says that he sets the earth on pillars and it cannot be moved. So which one do you take? So he hangs it on nothing, or it can't be moved, or it's on pillars. Which one? It's hard to decide, isn't it?
I think both are true.
Okay, so what pillars are the globe Earth set on?
I don't know.
Well, let's put it this way: if the Earth, being a globe, is set on pillars, right, that it can't be moved, then that means that heliocentrism in the manner in which it's given in the mainstream is necessarily false, right?
I think it's consistent with general relativity. The inertial observer isn't moving, right? It's all of velocity is just a relative thing.
Well, see, that's the problem. So in general relativity, everything's in motion. There's nothing at rest, not one thing. But the Bible says the Earth's at rest and it's not moving.
I don't think general relativity says that nothing's at rest. It just says that there's no absolute rest.
Well,
it's all relative.
If you take general relativity,
actually,
right, in light of the heliocentric model applied, then nothing is at rest. Like every object is in motion at all times.
Well, another way of saying is everything's at rest, except when you're experiencing acceleration.
No, that's not equivalent. That's not equivalent at all. What are you talking about? The point of AI's point. I mean, look, we can put it this way, right? So let's say you take multiple exchange rates for currencies. The second one currency goes up or down in value, then all of the other currencies also move relative to the currency of the value that's changed, right? That's the same thing as relative motion and relativity. As soon as one moves, then the other one has moved relative to that one.
Except when you're observing light. No matter how fast I'm traveling, I always observe light to be traveling at the same velocity.
I mean, that's a red herring. We weren't talking about light, we were talking about objects.
No, but what I'm saying is that, let's say I think I'm staying still, I observe light, it's going at a certain speed, then I think I've sped up, I'm now traveling at a different speed from before, and yet I look at light, it's still traveling the same speed. So then I can conclude, well, I'm still not moving.
Sorry, run that by me again?
If I think I'm not moving at all, and I observe how fast light travels, then I say, okay, that's how fast it travels. I've seen it, and then I speed up. I start moving at a velocity that's different from before. So now I think I'm moving, and if I observe light, light's still traveling at the same velocity. That's weird. It should be traveling at a different velocity because I'm moving. So it should change how I observe light, and yet light's still traveling the same velocity. So no matter how fast I'm moving, I'm still not moving in this sense of observing light. I'm at rest.
But if you're aware of that effect, you wouldn't conclude that.
Well, it speaks to just kind of the relative nature of velocity. There is no point in saying how fast I'm moving unless I'm saying how fast I'm moving relative to something else.
But that was the point that AO was making.
Yeah, but let's be clear. The Bible doesn't say it's relative. It says it in the imperative case. Shall not be moved. Shall not be moved. That's imperative. That's a decree.
The Bible should.
Orderative.
We can literally give evidence outside of the Bible.
Okay, I got a simpler case. I'm just going to remove you because you annoy me. There you go.
Yeah, well, Daniel brought up the Bible because he's a Bible believer, right? So, I mean, if he wants to talk about it, then that's fine. If he doesn't, that's also fine. Like, because I'm not a Christian, but I'm happy to entertain the conversation because I think it's part of the meta conversation. So, I don't think it matters.
I mean, I think the way Scripture's worded, it could be describing a flat Earth or a spheroid Earth. I think it's vague enough to include both.
Shall not be moved, man.
The Bible's not really evidence of anything.
Dude, you know what it's evidence of? It's evidence of you're muted. That's what it's evidence of. Freaking annoying, bro. There, how about that?
I don't know about the Bible. I've certainly heard plenty of Bible verses that sound pretty flat Earth. But the Quran is absolutely 100% flat. There's no, it describes the Earth as a rug. And there's many other elements of the Quran where it's, obviously you guys don't care about that, but it is interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what the Quran says about the shape of the Earth. I'm not an expert on that.
Anyway, whatever.
Heliocentric cosmogony, the claims of the order of events is contradictory to Genesis. So is Genesis lying?
Wait, what? What's contradictory? I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you said.
Look at the claims. Look at the claims of the order in which things were made.
Okay.
And the heliocentric cosmogony denies every single claim in Genesis.
Oh well, yeah, I don't subscribe to the whole that the Earth was made after the sun and all that. I believe the Bible on that one.
But then, so you have to be
because there's a problem with that because they're claiming that these things have causative properties on the things past them. So, like accretion clouds, the gravity, all of these things that work together.
Well, they've constructed this model that makes sense for them, but it goes against what the Bible says. I know it's not right, even if it explains it well enough.
Well, then so you can't position. Okay. How do I? Yeah, I agree. It is a consistent position, but it doesn't. It feels like you're almost deceiving yourself then because you don't believe their creation story. Like the origin story, but you believe the creation narrative. That doesn't make sense to me.
What do you? No, I believe what the Bible says.
Right, but you think the Earth's a globe?
Yeah. I think Scripture talks about the shape of it in a vague enough way where that's consistent with it being spheroid, and I think that's what we can observe.
Ignore the Bible. Ignore the Bible for the minute. The globe has a creation story that you don't believe because it contradicts the Bible, but you still believe where they got to in the end. That doesn't make sense to me.
I mean, from my point of view, it's. I think you can observe that it is spheroid, and so the people who don't like the Bible, they came up with their way of getting to that endpoint. And it's not, maybe they're not right on all the steps that got there, but that doesn't mean the conclusion is wrong.
Yeah, well, look, we got to be fair to
But that was my
establish.
argument.
Yeah, I do understand your point,
Yes.
Crypto, but we got to be fair that there's a lot of established thought on this in the Christian world. So, for example, the idea of these causative mechanisms, right, that are required in the heliocentric cosmogony, right, they're not necessary if you have an agent that's metaphysical and can create things in place that then need to maintain themselves with mechanisms after the fact. So it's entirely possible that God, being a supreme metaphysical entity, can create matter in a state that doesn't yet need these causative effects and then set it in motion. So it's not completely irrational if you believe in a supreme metaphysical entity that this could happen. However, it does also seem like a little bit counterintuitive to be like God created the universe to look this way, even though it isn't this way. It almost sounds like he's trying to be intentionally deceptive, which a lot of people would then argue, why would God intentionally lie to us?
Oh, to make sure they go to hell. God does deceive.
Well, yeah, but the thing is as well, and I understand that I'm not going to be a guy who's going to fully understand all the schools of thought within the Christian world. I get that, but I'm just looking at it from this individual person, Daniel's point of view, right? He has told me that he doesn't believe that the sun is older than the earth. Yet the Big Bang creation story says that the sun is much older than it. So, but then the sun has to be older than the earth in order to explain the godless existence and the globe. So how can you accept that, but not accept how it came to be? That doesn't make sense to me.
I mean, yeah, that what the other guy said, I guess, is basically what I would have said. Yeah, God can create it any way he wants, and he creates an old earth. Like when he created Adam, he created an adult male, not a baby. So yeah, God can make whatever he wants.
But that's kind of a weak argument because God could have created humans with 4 arms.
Yep.
But did he?
Nope.
So then why are we discussing that? We're trying to discuss what really is, not what an all-powerful being might do, which, given he's all-powerful, you'd assume he could do anything. So what's the point of discussing that?
I mean, the people who argue for the Big Bang haven't actually observed the Big Bang. They're just extrapolating things. Like, they're philosophizing and saying, oh, this makes sense that it would have led back to this. But nobody actually observed that. There's no scientific test to observe that.
Yeah, no, I get that. I think they're full of shit, to be honest. But I would say they're not even extrapolating. A lot of it's maths, a lot of it's philosophy, and a lot of it's wanting to explain a godless existence.
Yeah.
So it's those 3 things kind of thrown together. But I'm trying to get to you. Like, you have told me that you don't believe their origin story, but you do believe in the globe, and that to me, I still don't understand how you can do that. Like, are you saying that
I think spheroid's consistent with what Scripture says, but I mean, maybe it's not. Somebody made a good point just in this conversation about what the shape could be that would explain the different weights at different elevations. So I'm going to have to think about that.
But I mean, that's to do with phenomena. I'm talking about origin stories, right? So, and the phenomena thing that AI said earlier is absolutely spot on. He's 100% correct with that. But I don't know why you would take any story seriously if the origin story is like contradicting what you already believe. It doesn't make sense to me. And I know that the argument's like, well, an all-powerful God could do X or Y, but he didn't do X or Y. He only did X.
I guess maybe it's Occam's razor. A spheroid Earth with general relativity seems to be the simplest, shortest explanation, because otherwise we're going to have to describe some esoteric shape with like spikes or branching out, like some base that we don't have access to that fans out, or I don't even know what it looks like.
That,
I mean, or relativity in a sense is just, when it's talking about gravity, it's just an energy density distribution, right? So all you need to have is that's it.
Right.
Right. That could be a field.
It's a very simple shape.
I know,
otherwise, you'd have to use a less simple shape.
Right, but the problem is that you're assuming that the shapes are what's causing the energy distribution. What if the energy distribution just exists as it is, and then the Earth is placed in it? And so you have this propensity for all of these energetic effects, right?
Well, we can observe that space-time gets curved in the presence of energy. That's an observed thing.
Really?
How?
Yeah. I mean, you can observe it just in your own house with some heavy weights suspended from a string.
Holy crap, dude! Okay. At best, what you're going to observe, even in a pipe dream, is an oscillation in the torsion, or the two balls moving. That's not witnessing space-time being curved, dude.
Oh, are you talking about something similar to the Cavendish experiment?
He is. Yeah, I think that is.
Muggus, go on mute, please.
What?
We'll just mute you.
You're not involved in this conversation.
I just showed up and just was asking for clarity.
Okay, never mind.
So when you show up in the chat, it's polite to sit there for maybe 2 or 3 minutes and sort of see what they're talking about, and maybe come in and contribute to the conversation rather than starting a brand new conversation.
We've tried to explain that to him, Matthew. He just doesn't get it.
Got it. Okay. Well, I tried now too.
What shape are the other planets?
The other planets?
I mean, I think they're spheroid as well.
Doesn't that rather imply that we're on a planet, which is the thing in contention?
What evidence do you have that we're not on a planet?
Well, no, but it's just I wanted to point out that you've already heavily implied that we're on a planet.
Right. What evidence do you have to the contrary?
Which is the thing in contention. So when you say other planets, like, just be careful of your language, because when you say other planets, you're asking a nonsensical question because we don't think we're on one. Right? That's all I'm pointing at.
What evidence do you have that you're not?
So you're not going to accept what I've said.
Did you not hear me?
Yeah, we did.
I also heard you.
What evidence do you have that we're not on a planet?
Are you going to accept what I said?
So you want me to just go with the fact that you're saying I'm not on a planet? That's what you're doing.
Are you going to accept what he says?
And why talk over my rebuttal? No, that's obviously a straw man. That's a stupid straw man. I don't know why you would bother with that. What I'm saying is what I said.
What did you say? Go ahead. Say it again.
Well, you didn't listen the first 6 times and you didn't accept it, so I guess I'll have to say it 7th time. You are already implying the thing in contention. You need to stop doing that.
No.
And because it's in contention. So you need to stop doing that, or we can't have an honest conversation with you.
I'm trying to be honest with you. Don't mute me for a second.
Stop implying the thing in contention. It's really simple.
Do you want to have this conversation with Crypto because others already have in here, and it,
I know I'm not asking for it to be muted, but I mean I'm not going to tell you how to mod.
You're saying the contention is we're not on a planet.
Well, yeah, because you said
I got a question that'll make this very clear. How many other cheaters are there in your family besides you?
Serious question, Dish.
Do you still beat your wife?
Yeah, exactly. It's just demonstrating the logic fail of what are the other planets. So he's just asking you for a concession that it's a non sequitur, it's bad logic. Maybe you should rephrase your question.
Tell me what evidence you have that we're not on a planet.
Yeah, those things look spherical, so the Earth isn't curving. Those things are moving, the Earth isn't measured to move. So the Earth is not like those things in the sky.
And the Earth isn't lit up, so my feet are lit up like the sun.
Yeah, fair that they answered your question. However, dude, next time you interrupt me when I'm speaking, you're just yeeted. It's that simple. Capiche?
Who are you talking to?
You, Mr. Interrupter.
I didn't interrupt you. What are you talking about?
I was clearly talking about the logic of the phrase, and maybe you should be more gracious in the way you phrase the question. When I was about to finish that sentence, you immediately interrupted with, "What's the evidence it's not a planet?"
Go ahead, tell me.
You just did.
Tell you what, dude.
We just told you, and then you went back to, okay, why is it not a planet? And we told you, and then you said, why is it not a planet?
You
So
can't
what don't you
substantiate
get?
any of those claims.
What don't you get?
I just told you.
Yes, we can.
No, you can't.
Yes, we can. The Earth is directly measured to be a horizontal plane of reference when engineering and navigating.
Only on very small scales.
No, up to a distance of 8,000 miles.
That's incorrect.
No, that's correct when doing celestial navigation. You need a ground position of a star which is beyond the horizon at 4,000 miles away. You can turn around to take another observation.
I'm not going to play your numbers game.
That's fine. 4,000 miles, 8,000 miles, horizontal baseline. If you don't want to play the game, then you can go.
All right,
But wait a minute. If you're not going to play the numbers game, which the numbers are all that matters, then what game are you going to play?
He left. He said, "See you later, loser."
I know.
He's a one-trick pony. That's his whole game. Hand wave and burden of reversal of burden. So he always does that.
Perfect. But let's be clear. When somebody's wrapping up a logical point, don't need to interrupt them with "he left." Okay.
I apologize.
Pet peeve of mine. I'm not saying it's immoral. I'm just saying it's a pet peeve of mine because sometimes the logic needs to be heard by other people besides that person.
I hear you, man.
So the point I was going to make is that he asked this question about the quote-unquote other planets as if it mattered, and then he dismissed it as if it doesn't matter because the Earth must be self-evidently a planet unless you can prove it's not. So he made zero logic sense whatsoever. So unless he could prove to me he never cheated on his girlfriend, then he's a cheater according to his own logic.
Yeah. Well, that was why I was asking for a concession, because you can't have a conversation with him unless he's accepting that this is the subject of the discussion. The Earth may or may not be a planet. If he's already decided that the Earth is a planet, there's no place for him in the conversation. He's already decided, so he might as well not be here.
That's the correct observation, Crypto.
So Daniel, back to I believe the Cavendish you were referring to. Is that correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, what do you think the point of that, so-called experiment was?
That you can measure how a body of mass or energy attracts or makes the appearance of causing an attraction to another massive body.
Okay. Have you ever, taken upon yourself to go check out and see what the actual purpose of that particular thing was? Because that's not what was going on. They were hopefully trying to figure out if they could figure out what the weight or the mass of the Earth actually was. Yeah. Now, I'm just going to let you know that the entire contraption and the premise of the so-called experiment is all wrong, okay? Because we don't actually have any masses attracting other masses in real life, unless you're going to beg the question that the Earth is a spheroid, as you said, and it has a mass, a value, and it's attracting things to it. In reality, we have things going in all different sorts of directions. We have things going up, and we have things going down. So we don't have any exclusive downward vector for all matter. So there is no observed phenomenon to test.
Well, you are constantly observing a force of acceleration pushing you up. You feel that currently.
So in this scenario, the Earth would be moving upward?
Sort
in
of.
all directions. So the people
Yes.
on the
In all
back
directions.
side, yeah, people on the
It's not
back
that the
side of
Earth
me,
is moving up, it's just that all energy-
going up. The people that live opposite side of me on the ball are also going up at the same time I'm going up. Are you mentally ill?
No. It's not. Well, up is relative. Like their up is my down, but it's like all energy is causing a force of acceleration in all directions from itself.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you a really serious question, and I want you to think about it. Does that make any actual logical sense in the world that you experience, or is that just a rhetoric that you've been told
No, that's what I observe. I feel it right now. I can feel a force, like I'm sitting in a chair and I feel a force pushing me from the chair. The same kind of force I would feel if I was in a car that was taking a hard turn.
Isn't that the whole point of relativity? Don't you also feel a force holding you down?
But it doesn't feel like it's holding me down. It feels like I'm being pushed up.
Bros.
So
much simpler than that. So if you're sitting on a chair, you're still, right? That's how people would describe it. I'm sitting still. Yet the claim is that you're accelerating downwards at 9.8 meters per second while simultaneously accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second, which cancels it out. So in order to be standing still, you have to be accelerating in opposite directions simultaneously.
No.
There you go.
I'm not accelerating downwards at all. The inertial frame there, because of the curve of space-time, is if I was still, I would be moving towards the center of whatever mass that I'm near. But because of the force of electromagnetism pushing me up, I stay still relative to that mass and experience the acceleration that's keeping me still.
I mean that's great, dude. That's just a fanciful jargon. That's not what we experience.
That's what I observe. That's what it feels like.
That's not what you observe. That's language that has been given to you that you've incorporated into your mental view of the world. You don't observe that.
I mean, the force feels real to me. That's pushing me. I can feel it. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, baby. Force is real.
I will submit to you that what you're feeling is your weight pressing against the chair. Now you would say, oh, but the chair must be pressing back, otherwise I'd just crush right through it. Well, yeah, it's resisting your ability to crush through it with your weight, which is why some people need a 300-pound chair, right? They make them now, by the way, 300-pound plastic lawn chairs for the heavy stuff. Right? But nobody thinks, oh, I need to buy a chair that can accelerate up into my ass.
Yeah, but they do think that force you're talking about is normal force, which is equal and opposite to the force applied to it. It's perpendicular to mg. Perpendicular to the force applied, which is usually mg.
I don't know if that's perpendicular. It's opposite.
It's perpendicular to the surface.
Perpendicular on a ball?
Yes, but they'll claim that gravity is an accelerative force on all things, which is what gives them weight, right? So it is the case that the claim is that one thing is accelerating down while the other thing is accelerating into it. That's the claim.
In
My
statics,
claim is
nothing
not.
is accelerating. They're just forces. There's a whole part of physics called statics where things aren't moving, like for building engineers, for example.
I'm not claiming any sort of downward force that's counteracted by an upward force. The inertial observer, there's no force, and it's just a curvature of space-time that's following that leads it towards wherever it's going. But from its point of view, it's not feeling any force, like in free fall, for example.
Okay, so show me this space-time.
Like you can observe light, how light has the same speed no matter how fast you're moving. I guess that's one experiment.
No, that you're claiming an effect, but I'm asking you to show me space-time.
I mean, you're living it. I don't know what you're asking, I guess. I don't mean to be rude.
Well, I'm asking a question that I don't think you can probably answer or give me what I'm asking for. Because you're using two concepts, conceptions, conventions, space and time.
Mm-hmm.
So how are these non-physical conceptual mediums having any physical effect?
Well, because there's predictions in that model that can be tested, that you can observe.
Okay. I've heard this before. Are these scientific predictions? Are these hypotheses?
Into account.
Like you can, one of the predictions was gravity waves that was detected with the LIGO experiment.
Oh.
You can observe the relativity of time by looking at the clock.
Gravity waves were never detected at LIGO.
I mean, fair enough. That's an experiment. I don't think you're going to be able to prove in your own living room. That was quite a sophisticated experiment.
Oh no, dude, pay attention real quick. the electrical noise in the systems, okay, was orders of magnitudes greater than the alleged perception that they were searching for. It's impossible for the LIGO device to detect the thing they claim to detect. Now, the occurrence occurred after they were being threatened to have their funding pulled, and then they magically came up with the result. I think it's obvious to anyone, since your system can't handle the sensitivity, because the system is inherently flawed because of the electrical system attached to it, and it appeared directly after you're threatened to lose your funding that it was a giant shit show. Okay? There's no gravity waves being detected. Sorry.
Okay. But you can observe clocks going out of sync when they're at different elevations or at different velocities.
So what? So let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
If I take a clock and I smack it with a hammer, and then all of a sudden it's not in sync with another clock, does that mean that space-time has changed? Oh, it doesn't.
No, but I mean I feel like that's a little disingenuous.
Yeah, that's kind of affirming the consequent. Sorry, bud.
Yeah, so is the idea that if you take a clock further away from the Earth, it's going to change it relative because of space-time.
I'm not sure what your point is.
Yeah, that was your relative. Like, there's an objective reality. You're saying that it's subjective, and he was saying it's objective.
Yeah, my point is that if you take something further away from the Earth, then it's further away from the Earth. We know that for certain. Then let's say you measure its cycles or whatever readout it gives when it's close to the Earth. Then you take it further away and it's going to give a different readout. Now, one of the most famous ones uses the cesium atom frequency, right? And they say, well, we have a clock set against it. We take it further away from the Earth. Now we have a different reading. And then they make the conclusion, therefore, time itself has dilated. Rather than just making the conclusion, maybe it's in a differential energy distribution, which makes the cesium atom either more restricted or less restricted to have its frequencies. So it has an increased rate of frequency at different elevations, rather than make the claim that time itself has changed. I think the first one is more easier to grasp than to say time itself has dilated. The idea is ridiculous in my view, and for the reasons I just laid out.
But the point is that the observation is consistent with that prediction, whereas what you're describing, I don't even know if there is a model that predicts what you're describing.
For you to describe the time change would describe an acceleration, which would be better described in another model, which he presented for you. Like, that's really where the issue arises. You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, is that even another model?
Keep in mind that I told you that if the Earth was just set into an energy field or some type of energy that had different strata to it, and it operates on a certain principle, right? And so basically you have a denser energy distribution, or less dense, whichever way you imagine it, as you go towards and away from the Earth. And so when things are in those different levels, they're going to behave differently. It seems pretty simple to me. Now, check this out. Relativity, when you think about it, when you have this quote-unquote object placed within a space-time matrix.
Different potential, we would just call that differential.
That's the point, dude. It's the same thing with relativity. So when you have this idea of like a gravity well, or the bending and warping of space-time, you have an object inside a space-time matrix, which space-time can't occupy the same amount of space as the mass that displaces it. So it kind of pushes out, kind of like water does when you drop something in it. It moves outwards. And the amount that it moves outwards changes, right? It's more intense the closer you are to the object, and it wanes off the further away you get. So all that you need is a waning energy distribution. That's it. That's literally it. That's literally all that's necessary for all these alleged observations about wonky space-time.
Okay, I'm going to tell you how the clocks work. You got two clocks identical next to each other. You move one of them up in the air, you change the barometric pressure around it. That's the end of that experiment.
I don't think that's. I mean, we're talking about a clock that's
I'm just
based on
telling you the reality
atomic
of it, not your imagination of it. Just the reality of it.
You could keep the clocks in a pressurized chamber so that the pressure doesn't change, and I think you'd still observe the thing that I'm claiming.
Yeah, that wasn't done.
Okay.
But let's say that's the case. There's still the same problem of okay, so space-time is all about density distribution. That's the fundamental premise of it. The energetic density is higher the closer you are to a mass, and it's lesser the further away you are from a mass. Exactly as I just described. So all you have is a waning gradient of energy densities that affect the objects within it, that restrict them or loose them. You know, just like viscosity, when you put an object in a viscous oil that's incredibly viscous, like let's say molasses versus motor oil, right? You put a ball bearing in molasses, it ain't going nowhere. You put a ball bearing in some, oil that's designed for ball bearings, it's smooth, right?
Mm.
So to get an effect of a differential of motion, which is all a vibration or a frequency is, right? The available energy states to move within, all you need is a waning energy density, where it's stronger on one end and weaker on the other end, and you place it within that variable, and you're going to get different effects.
I kind of feel like you're describing space-time the same, but just I don't know, but insisting that it's a different description. But that is what space-time is. You're right. It's about energy distribution, density.
The problem is that they're including time within it, dude. What I'm telling you is it's just objects either being free to do more activities within a certain amount of time or restricted to do the same amount of activities in a lesser amount of time. Time itself doesn't change.
Well, I guess that's where the speed of light comes in, where we are forced to admit that time is really just another dimension of space.
Is the meter stick a stick of time? I have a meter stick. I have an inch. I have a mile. Is that a stick of time?
Sort of.
A light year.
Yeah.
A light year. According to this, the light year is a stick of time, bro.
He said sort of.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because space and time are
You have to say
the same
anything. Listen,
thing.
dude, you have to say anything for your shit to make sense. Just start realizing that.
There's a problem, though, friend, and I'm going to submit this to you and you only. The only person I care about at this moment that I'm speaking to. So anybody else that wants to interrupt can do so later. So the Bible says the earth cannot be moved. The space-time paradigm for gravity requires everything to already be in motion. It has no causal mechanism for motion in the first instance. Whereas mass attracts mass to the center of mass, Newtonian, quote-unquote, magical tethers between, objects does have a mechanism for first motion. So we got a real big problem here when we're looking at the world through a biblical worldview. Right?
I don't agree with your conclusion about general relativity, because the conclusion with general relativity is that everything is not moving. That the movement is all relative, and so from the inertial point of view, you're always not moving. Even if from somebody else's point of view you are moving, from your own point of view, you're not moving.
Exactly.
Right there,
You need
bro.
That's your observation. You have
No,
reality.
That's the problem with this whole thing. It's point of view. If an object is increasing distance between the object and another object, it's moving away from it. Period. It doesn't matter what point of view you have. You can remove all observers from the universe. They're increasing a distance from each other. That's motion. Period.
But if you're not experiencing acceleration, then you can conclude
It doesn't matter
that
what you experience.
you're the one that's still and they're the one that's moving. You have no way of knowing which one's which.
Why would you're not feeling that because of some reasons? You're
stop
saying
talking,
that
everyone. Hey, into the break. Just chill. You're doing this from a sense of perception. One could say I'm moving and the other could say I'm moving. And from their perspective, they're correct. However, there is no denying that there is motion of one of them necessarily. They're not both standing still. That's impossible.
Okay.
That is the
Like if
law
you're
of
on a boat
identity
that's moving
violation.
If you're on a boat moving at 20 knots, are you feeling the sense of motion?
Well, there's
That's
some clues. You'd
irrelevant.
feel wind blowing or something, but I mean, I don't, some thought experiment. Let's just say you're not. There's no way to feel these things.
Listen, if you set out from the pier in a vector towards England from the east coast of the United States and you move at 20 knots consistently, you will eventually arrive at England, regardless of who's looking at you, and regardless of who's looking at the pier, and regardless of who's looking at the boat, and regardless of who's looking down their pants and how big their dick is. You see the silliness of this idea?
Yeah, but you might be able to conclude, oh, I wasn't moving. England moved to me.
It doesn't matter. In all instances that you permutate that perception, motion is there, period.
Right. Yeah, I'll concede that.
The summation of all observers is that motion is present, correct?
Yeah.
Otherwise, you have a contradiction in the law of identity violation. You can't make the claim that everything is still, period. You just can't.
No, there's definitely motion. Yeah.
Right. Now, what if you're God and you say the earth shall not be moved? Do you have the frame of reference to make that claim definitively, that there is no motion to the earth, regardless of external observers' perception and subjective opinion?
Sorry, what
I
was
think
the
you
verse
would
that
agree
says
the
that
answer
the
would
earth
be
shall
yes.
not be moved?
Oh, there's multiple verses as far as I remember.
Do you recall any in particular?
I know what he's talking about. There's
Yeah,
a
he
verse
knows
that says
what I'm
that.
talking about.
Oh,
I
which
mean,
one?
there's definitely a point of view where the earth isn't moving. I mean, I'm currently experiencing it. And if it's God's point of view we're talking about, well, he's the city of Jerusalem, which is on earth. So there we go. He sees that the earth's not moving from his point of view.
God's point of view is omnipresent, correct? He has the summative knowledge of all points in free space simultaneously. That means his reference frame is absolute. So if he says this thing isn't moving, and you say, well, from my point of view, who's right?
I mean, assuming we take a revelatory point of view, I guess it really depends on what the motivation was behind conveying that message to the person being revealed to. So, I mean, we don't want to make the anachronistic assertion that God was talking about, relativity when he talked to the people that he revealed himself to. Unless we know that relativity existed 2,000 years ago in the collective.
Oh, I'm not making the claim that he's making relativistic claims. I'm making the claim that God is simply telling you the earth ain't moving.
But again, is he saying that in a poetic sense, literary sense, a scientific sense? Is he giving us like the Earth's velocity is 0.0 meters per second?
No, it seems pretty simple when you read it.
I don't know if it is. I mean, it's translated from Hebrew, I presume, or Greek.
I think it's Hebrew in that case.
I mean, this is all interesting. I don't really know what the context of it is, but it is quite fascinating.
I mean, I'm also of the opinion that I don't think that the Earth shall not be moved necessarily means that it can't even be orbiting the sun, which I don't necessarily want to get into that because I know you're arguing the opposite of that. But I don't think that verse necessarily means the thing that you're claiming. But even if it does, I think it is still consistent with the general relativity model.
No, it's just like kind of like a frame of reference question. I guess what do they call those? Inertial frames of reference?
Yeah.
I'm not too up on my physics, but
yeah, like from our point of view, being on the Earth, the Earth's not moving. That's true.
Right. Makes sense.
All right, so let's take it a step further. You want to hope, or you think that the Bible is vague enough that it may be describing a sphere. So why don't we just check for that and see if the Earth is curving at the rate that we're being told it's curving at, objectively? How do we do that?
Well, I thought a good experiment was different weights at different elevations, but somebody gave me an explanation why that might vary, and I'm going to have to think about that one. I don't know enough to combat it at the moment. And that was the extent of my argument, because I don't know too much about angles and camera
rate of
lenses.
curvature and geometry.
Right. Yeah, I don't really have an argument prepared for that. I was just when I first popped in here, I was just curious if the topic of general relativity ever got brought up in discussing that topic, and maybe I guess it has. You have answers.
I think somebody brought it up as some kind of explanation for how gravitation works at some point earlier today.
It's often conflated with Newtonian mechanics, and then it's just kind of an assertion that because we see effects, you guys alluded to it earlier, we're going to go ahead and affirm the consequent that there is space and time bending according to the mass of the Earth, which is supposed to be a ball, which we need to have curvature in reality to see if it's actually a ball. So the question kind of is always going to remain, is there Earth curvature anywhere that we can find? And the reality is we have found none, no matter how far we look.
I mean, I guess my question is, again, why can't I see the CN Tower from, some place in the southern U.S.? Like, why can't I see the Eiffel Tower from where I'm sitting right now? Why can't I just bust out a sufficiently powerful telescope to take a look at it?
Yeah. I want to ask you a really simple question, okay? And I'm hoping that you'll be honest with me about this.
Well, I would just like an answer to my simple question. It's not
you're going to be able to see through the air. No, I know, but I'm asking you a question about your intellectual honesty. Do you really believe that you're going to be able to see something such as whatever tower you want to see, even if you want to see a mountain at a distance that is, quite frankly, absurd according to simple perspective, laws like angular size change? Or we could even bring refraction into this. We could bring in humidity to this. We could bring in temperature. We could bring in smog, fog, you name it. So there's all these other factors that we don't consider when we just say, well, I see through clear air for a while, but I should still be able to see across the ocean or at some absurd distance. Do you really think that's going to be possible?
If I get close enough to it, why not? But again,
okay, so now it's about close enough.
Hang on. The curved Earth model predicts that at a certain point, I should lose visibility to things after a certain distance, right? And that's basically commonly called the horizon.
Absolutely.
But if we take something that is just beyond that distance, regardless of air interference or not, I should still be able to take a sufficiently powerful telescope and zoom in on it. I mean,
let's make it really simple. Let's talk about. Yeah, I know. Let's talk about it real simple. I'm going to present an image that you can go ahead and scrutinize if you like. This is a photograph. All right. So, the Earth has a given size, right? At 3,959 miles. All right. So that means that if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. In the geometric limitation, right, every distance to horizon, the horizon being the edge of the ball, can be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. All right? So we have this thing called the black swan. If you're looking in chat, I've got it for you. All right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So this is a still. This is it's a still video image. It's from a video that you can find on YouTube still today, amazingly enough. But this guy takes his camera down to the beach. This is off the coast of Santa Barbara. There's these two oil rigs, and they're at known distances from the actual, shoreline. So one of them is at 6.21 miles. The other one is 9.41 miles. This guy takes the camera. He's got a little tripod. It's only about 8 to 10 inches tall. He sets the camera where the water's lapping up, and he gets this video. Can you tell me in this photograph where the horizon is?
So that video was taken from him doing what?
Just videoing out. Yeah, just zooming out at 8 inches high. We put 1 foot just to make it easy.
But what do you mean by where the horizon is? Like he's basically zooming in on an object that's right at the distance to the horizon?
Well, there's 2 distance demarcations. That's what they're for. That's what the oil rigs are for, to tell us how far out we should, we're just trying to see where the horizon is, the edge of the Earth ball in geometric terms. So it should be at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In this case, 1 foot, that means the horizon, the geometric Earth curve, and this is not our geometry, by the way. This is all according to a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. That horizon should be at 1.22 miles, which is not even in this photograph. So can you tell me where the horizon is?
I mean, as far as I understand it, I had always thought the horizon was more around... Yeah, 2.9 miles, but yeah, sure. It's a distance.
Yeah, for a 6 foot man, about 2.9 miles. That's your elevation, right? This is at 1 foot.
Okay.
So it should be at 1.22 miles. You stand up, right? You raise your angle of elevation, 2.9 miles. In this case, where do you see the horizon?
Okay, I see. So basically your argument is that air kind of interference is what's making it so that you can't see the edge like these distant objects.
That's not the point. We're just going ahead and taking the claim of the globe, which is saying that at 1 foot observer height, you should see the Earth curve edge, the horizon, which is claimed to be the geometric edge of the Earth, blocking the boats and the buildings. It's the sagitta, it's the hump, right? It's supposed to be at 1.22 miles. In this photo, I'm kind of asking you, do you see it in front of, between, or beyond the oil rigs?
I mean, it looks to me like I see an oil rig and then something beyond it. Could be a ridge, could be a mountain, could be something.
Well, is it the horizon? Because the horizon, the definition of horizon is where the sky appears, right? Appears to meet the sea or the land.
Well, I would say the horizon is basically where the termination of the water is, and then there's something that's got a higher elevation beyond it. That'd be my guess.
Well, where do you see it? Where do you see the horizon? Where's your dividing line? Where does the sky
Basically
seem
where
to
the
meet
boat
the
is.
water? Boat? What boat?
What boat?
Oh, did someone... Oh, someone's posting a bunch of other crap.
No, there was
so
something
go up
called
to...
Dick the Flat Earther with like a GIF or something.
Okay, can you go up to 20 minutes after the hour? You were probably looking at the wrong one.
Following along.
Somebody might have spammed the chat. It's all right.
Yeah, it looks like it's
So
where
20
the
minutes-
city is, basically.
City.
Is it the one from 722?
20 minutes after the hour by Says Who posted a picture with a bunch of words on it. Do you see it?
Oh, this image. Well, in that case, I would say it's basically where it meets the sky.
Okay, and is that beyond the oil rigs, in front of the oil rigs?
That I'm not sure about.
You don't know.
Because the
So
oil
you don't
rigs
see...
could be beyond the curvature of the Earth, right? So.
Wow.
Wait a minute, what are you talking about? I'm asking you where you see the horizon, bro. It's not a simple. It's not a hard question. Okay, and where is that? Is it in front of, between, or beyond the oil rigs?
Between or beyond. Like, assuming this is just a still photograph, it looks like it's just beyond both of them. What's the problem?
Okay. All right, fair. All right, well, the problem is that according to the geometry of the globe, it should be at 1.22 miles. In this case, it's at very least 9.41. We like to go ahead and round up and just say 10. All right? So it's orders of magnitude farther than it should be.
I mean, to be fair, the images do look fairly distorted, so I don't know what's going on atmospherically there.
what constitutes an order of magnitude? Like 3 arc minutes?
The derailer has been silenced.
I know.
Well, the order of magnitude is we're discussing 1 mile versus 10. That's literally a power of 10 greater.
Yeah, so that takes the Earth's radius from 3959 to what? 35,950 to 35,000 or what?
No, it was 200, almost 250,000 miles.
Oh,
where the distance supposedly from the Earth to the Moon. That's how. Yeah, somewhere in that ballpark.
I mean, presumably
that's
it's
how big the
possible
Earth
to,
would
like,
have to be.
take anybody to the edge of the Earth and just kind of,
Dude, how did you get to the edge of the Earth now?
No, I'm just asking. Has anybody seen the edge of the
How
Earth?
did you get to that from looking at this picture that we're not done
I'm not talking about the
about?
picture right now with the distorted oil rigs.
Oh, we're not talking about those. We're
Where's the edge
talking
of
about
the
horizon.
Earth?
Yeah, where is
Yeah, so we're not going to talk about the black swan. We're gonna descend into now. Since the geometry's been destroyed with one photograph, we're going to talk about the edge of the Earth.
I don't know that the photograph is terribly conclusive because it shows two blurred out oil rigs. So, without knowing more
so
about
you're
the
saying that
characteristics
there
of the
could be an
atmosphere,
optical
that,
effect.
huh?
Well, you know what's great about this is you can actually just do this yourself. You don't need a photograph or anything. You can do this yourself. It happens everywhere.
The point is you're not supposed to be able to see something that's obstructed because of a curved geometric obstruction. Holy fuck.
So, in conclusion, the horizon is not Earth curve. So, where do we measure Earth curve at? Since we're seeing well beyond the geometric limitations. Okay. Globe debunked.
Yeah, that's
Good
how it
chat.
goes. I'm pretty sure they're reading DMs right now.
Oh, they're desperate. Talking about refraction. It's not just here is a picture.
Dude, my eyeballs are so fucking red right now.
That's all I said.
Maybe lay off the illegal substances.
Yeah, he left.
where he's at.
Where'd everybody go?
They're getting DM'd on how to defeat us right now. They're getting
Who do you suppose is DMing whom?
Hilarious. Kind of factual. DMing is like misery to me. I swear to God. Or swear to nothing, but God, DMing is horrible. Ugh.
I agree.
I feel like a part of myself just dies. It's like I could be doing anything. Anyway.
Well, I always just feel like why not have this conversation where other people can join in?
Or in person, you know, like contact and whatnot. But yeah. Soul sucking.
Wait, so is this voice chat similarly soul sucking? I'm not sure what you're saying.
Pretty much. But it's a little
Okay.
bit better.
Hey, I'm very thankful for the internet. I get to talk to people that as much as I would, I guess it would be better to see them in person, but that's just not physically or economically possible to do.
We don't know what's plausible and what's not. We haven't asked. But yeah.
Well, I mean, like I can't just teleport wherever I want, or I don't have the funds to fly a jet wherever I want. You know what I mean? But the internet is relatively cheap, and I can talk to all sorts of people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they save on HR costs all day. Both sides. So
But it does certainly seem to enable people to, be assholes. I don't know how else to put it.
well, they like to pretend there's something that they're not, and that's
Yeah.
why I'm just my name. So yeah.
Hey, I'm using my name too,
I saw that.
and my real picture. Although it's a funny picture, but that's a real picture of me on New Year's Eve. I was dressed like a pirate themed party.
Yeah, I gathered that. My cat's being really cute, playing with my Pringles can. Have to go.
My cats are both napping.
Man, is Jedi still in here? Sad, doesn't look like it.
There are a lot of people in here for nobody to be talking.
I know.
That's what I say. And I really don't like the new UI design, whatever they want to call the update on this mobile Discord. Oh, very much.
Still driving.
You got to turn the automatic updates off, man. They're all awful.
It's horrible, man. I mean, I did like 1 year of UI school. I'm like, no, all things no, not intuitive at all on the mobile. Ugh.
Well, I have a new piece of technology for you. It's called the Rabbit AI.
Oh Lord.
Another rabbit reference. Is that a real thing? A real product? Really?
Yeah, it's kind of okay. It's a waste of money.
Well, then that just screams NSA for me. So I'm just like, nah, I'm good. Enjoy your challenge coins. Enjoy your challenge coins, boys. No, I'm good.
if you looked at UI, if you did UI school, you might find it kind of interesting. They like took an AI and figured out how to use it to plug in to every single app, and like you can plan trips by just saying to the AI, plan me a trip from here to here, and it'll rent the hotel, cars,
I can't stand
restaurants,
laziness. That
everything.
just sounds like hell. And oh my god,
It's one step closer to a
no, it's
malware
terrible.
that can
Like I like
evolve to any
doing
system.
things. I'm lazy as fuck, but I like doing things. Oh my gosh, that just sounds. Oh my god, really?
Yeah.
How about? Oh,
It's got its niche. People that don't
well,
want to do stuff, so they're gonna buy it.
I'm sure I deliver things to them all day. Hello, Jedi. Welcome back. Good to see you. My goodness, that's lazy.
That sounds appealing to me, but
Yeah,
I'd just be
welcome back,
skeptical that
Jedi.
it's not
Nice to
compromised
see you.
to just not offer me the best deal. Like, you know,
I just love
some
that being
company is
Jedi.
gonna
It's always
get
nice to
promoted,
me.
and
Yeah.
Whatever.
I'm
Also, you have to
thinking
put your
it's
login into
one-
it for every single company you want it to work for.
It's one step closer to a malware that can adapt to any system. Instead of it finding its way through the apps, it's
Mhm.
finding its way through the code of an operating system, right? So
Uh-huh. Well, yeah, I know, and it's so funny you mentioned that just because, within like 45 minutes being in the server all day, the second my phone was in like 2 feet proximity to my laptop, I opened it up for the first time in like 2 weeks because it's been been a really terrible 2 weeks for me. And I opened it up and it just automatically did the whole update thing when I don't have automatic updates on. I'm like, yay, more malware. I wonder if I can actually log into my own PC tomorrow. That'd be great.
bloatware straight from Apple. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's all right. I'm just like, NSA, you guys are good, but I'm not that cool. I'm not worth watching, but they just don't get it.
I'm
All of
not
us.
building bombs. You hear that? I'm not building bombs in my
I'm not
garage.
even. No, the thing is, like, I have no fear, though. That's so funny. I mean, most people would say that and be like, oh my God. No, bro, I have nothing worth hiding besides, like, what, apathy and, like, waiting. Just waiting. So, no, I'm good. It is funny, though.
So, what are you all using? Some highly modified Linux over here, like because you have such control over your computer, I guess.
Yeah,
I am techno retarded, so no. Maybe somebody.
Yeah. So then you're operating on code that you have no idea what it is, no matter what.
Yeah. Do you sound paranoid?
I mean, I personally do run some highly modified Linux, not
run
for
Mint.
Discord. I use it for Bitcoin purposes. I have a highly modified Gentoo, but for
I've
Discord,
known
I use an
people that
iPhone because
shit.
it's so
They were
simple to use.
both just not appealing, but
I've been running Mint distro.
I make all financial transactions in Modero.
I have nothing to brag about, so there's that, except a really cool cat.
I mean,
Cats
that
are
is
okay, but
something to
kittens are there, Zach.
brag about.
I don't even claim that my highly modified Gentoo is even a secure system. That's why I have to have an offline machine for when I'm using private keys.
Air gapping is the only way something can actually be
I just want
secure.
to like garden, man.
Super paranoid, dude. You guys are super paranoid.
Not
And
really.
that's how I've gotten from 2012 to now, still with Bitcoin and not having lost them.
Right. Anyway, it looks like atmospheric reaction is a plausible explanation for this black swan business.
Anyways, I'll see you around.
Hilarious.
Bye bye. You say it's paranoid.
What happened to that guy?
That's why I just say, like, enjoy your challenge coins, bro, because it only matters in your little microcosm, not ours, So I'm good.
What's a challenge coin?
So people want to know why the cranes are bendy. So we did some investigations, and right where those cranes are is the gas venting for when they're venting the gases out of the system. So that's what you get to look at.
I'd like to comment on that. There are other pictures of the same
Yeah,
oil
they weren't
rigs and they
venting.
don't have
They
the
weren't
bendy
venting
stuff.
it. Yeah, they weren't venting.
But it also happened that all the pictures where they weren't venting, the phenomenon of them falling over the horizon is seen.
Nope. Every time we show that picture without bendy cranes, you guys cry.
I don't understand what the venting would have to do. I thought the argument is they're sufficiently far away where you shouldn't even be able to see them, I think is the argument.
Yeah, that's more of the point. They're focusing on the wrong thing. They should be focusing on the horizon that's behind the second oil platform.
As posted in at 41 minutes after the hour, no bendy cranes.
"41 after the hour." Well,
I
they
think
look pretty bendy to me.
if I'm understanding the math, the distance is such it shouldn't even matter where you're seeing the horizon. You shouldn't be able to even see the platforms themselves.
Correct. So the Earth's not a ball.
Right. That's why I also I grabbed this one from somebody else too. It shows you that in their paradigm, it just so happens that when it does refract it up up and over their ball, it just so happens to be a flat checkerboard. How amazing for them, right? That their looming just puts it perfectly flat straight across.
Nobody
Like
mentioned that though either. They
Yeah.
haven't gotten DM that part. So I wouldn't bring it up. I wouldn't
they
bring it
haven't
up
got
right
the
now.
memo.
I wouldn't bring it up right now.
Bring up what?
You.
Bring up me?
Yeah.
Bring up me how?
You'll be all right. I know this is traumatic being in here. I'm not sure why you guys punish yourself like this.
It's not really a punishment.
It's not a punishment?
I'm not a masochist.
You are.
So, where's the evidence of that?
You like having cogdis. You like holding an idea of the globe at the same time, knowing it's flat and trying to deal with both.
And that brings me pain how? And I'm getting enjoyment from it how?
Mentally, I don't know how you enjoy mental anguish like that, but you seem to.
So you don't have any evidence for me being a masochist?
Just that you come in here all the time and get beat up.
Yeah, though you're just making a claim that I'm a masochist with no proof.
I told you why. You come in here and get beat up verbally, and you keep coming back.
From my point of view, I don't get beat up verbally, which would be less masochism, but more, I guess, delusion would be a better way of putting it, but I don't believe it's delusion either.
All right, so you're delusional then. How's that?
Yeah, once again, I'm saying that that's not the case, but I'm saying it would better fit delusion, even though it's not. It's closer to that, such as English is closer to Latin than it is to Chinese.
I posted some videos for any Globers. That's how refraction works. That's the reality of it. It creates optical phenomenons that make us see things really weird in the distance due to temperature change. Those pieces that you're seeing in the shot are on a flat horizontal floor. Nothing ballish about this house, and all you're seeing is the effects of refraction. So when you think of how water's always flat, always is going to be flat. I mean, of course, there's waves and swells, and okay, we get that. But body at rest, it's going to be flat, and that's the way. This is why you're going to see something looking like it's behind this curvature geometric horizon you guys believe in for a ball Earth. But that is why you see things the way you see them, because of refraction. Refraction doesn't extend over a ball and you see the backside of the hill. guys got to wake up. I don't know how many times we can tell you guys this.
I was looking for. Radius effective. So the Earth and K is the coefficient of refraction.
Are you doing the R is equal to 21.5 B over 273 plus T times the cotangent of HA formula?
No, there's a simpler one.
Oh.
I didn't realize this was such a big thing. This refraction thing. Interesting.
Who DM'd you that?
Nobody did. Why do you think I was quiet? I was trying to find it.
Did you just Google something to say, how come in the Black Swan I see too far, and they say refraction, and then you figure it out?
No, I was actually looking for actual atmospheric refractions and effects of atmosphere on spherical Earth.
And how does it work?
Well, it looks to me like light from distant objects bends around the curvature of the Earth, and so that kind of causes this effective increase in the radius.
So that means, yeah, since light doesn't bend, then it sounds like you're imagining things.
Well, this is a disagreement over whether light bends or doesn't bend. I would say it does bend.
So you say it bends around a ball, but in reality, we can't ever see that.
Well,
I mean, when you put a
light
pencil
through
in
a
a glass
prism.
of water.
Yeah, that's the same thing. That and also a prism, you're seeing light bending.
Yeah, we're not in a prism.
Yeah, but the prism is a medium that causes it to change, and the atmosphere is a medium which light travels through, therefore causing it to change.
But yeah, thanks guys. This has been a good opportunity to learn a bit about atmospheric physics.
So you still don't get how light isn't bending over a ball and bring it up to your view? You still think that it's a ball?
He already said that. Yeah, light curves around a ball, and that's how we see too far, right?
That appears to be what the math says, and the science.
Math.
Oh my
I never
God.
knew. Listen,
But
I
I'm not
just
an
woke
expert
up.
in atmospheric physics, so
I
I
woke
can't really
up out
comment.
of a coma just now, and I looked and I saw wiggly shit in the air. So when I Google it, now it's going to tell me that I live on a ball, and I see that I live on a flat plane, and you're going to tell me I live on a
What
ball.
did you see in the air?
What?
What did you see in the air?
Wiggly shit. I don't know. Here, I'll post an image of it. Here's what I saw. Let's see. I'm going to post the wiggly air, and then we're going to determine. That means I live on a ball. See it wiggling in the background? The mountains back there? That means we live on a ball. Right, guys?
But you took that video just now?
Makes sense to them. They just can't get out of the indoctrination, man. They're just stuck. There's no helping. There's certain people you can't help. Some people get it. Some people don't. Some people.
Well, these are anti-flat earthers, so that's what you're dealing with.
Yeah, it's what is that called? If the truth was a snake, it would bite you because they can't see it. It's right there in front of them. So it is what it is. You just gotta just brush your shoulders off and keep moving, and you try to talk to people that actually do want to learn the truth, that actually can grasp the truth. That's more important. The ones that can grasp it, because that's the thing is a huge hiccup with a lot of these Globers. They just cannot. It's like telling, somebody that truly believes in something and they can't let go of it, and you're just telling them, "Hey, you're wrong." Their pride and ego, they just can't let it happen. They will not let it happen.
So what's your guys' response
Well,
to
the
the main
problem with that is that if there was evidence put forward that disproved the globe,
we already did.
If there was evidence that was actually viable, I would stop believing the globe. But there isn't any of that yet.
So that's the problem. You just proved my point. I literally just said you can put the truth in front of them, and they're not going to receive it. You
Well,
just proved my point.
I have
You,
plenty of
if
evidence that's
if
pretty
the
damn
truth,
viable
if
that
the truth,
disproves
if the truth was a snake, it would have bit you
the flat.
because you're
I
looking
mean,
for it. You can't see it. You
we
don't
can
see it.
keep doing this. I mean, every time you guys give me something I'm not really familiar with, I just go and research it and learn a little bit more about
Oh yeah.
the
You turn
physics
to
of.
the same places where we learned it. By the way, for some reason, a lot of Globers don't realize that we also understand the model probably better than you guys because we looked into it so much. This is why we have a position in it, because critical thinking and logic kicked in once you really start to learn shit and start to realize how things work in reality. But the difference is you'll go back to the same lies and falsehoods to all you're doing is just confirming the bias, and then you come back with like, oh no, here's the truth right here. Or like,
Okay,
dude,
If I may,
yeah.
your diagram
Okay,
of the
hold
curvature of the
on.
Earth obstructing people's ability to view things
Hold
appears to
on.
negate your need to bring in the idea of
Hold
air preventing people from
on.
being able to see
While
things at a
Ahmad is
distance.
trying to talk.
So, which one would you like?
So, if you have me muted, I'll just ban you.
He doesn't.
Okay.
I don't.
So at 50 minutes after the hour, I posted a picture of globe Earth spinning so we can see it from all sides. And on that, we don't see. So we see on that, we see the windmills are all falling away from each other. And then we actually look at windmills. They don't fall away from each other like I just posted now. How come they're not falling away from each other?
I think we already discussed gravity.
Well,
My
over
concern
there.
is more with the air.
So
You
the air is
previously
making
attempted
those-
to refute
so
my
the air
question
is
about the
making-
Eiffel Tower by appealing to the air.
So the air is making them straight, even though they're curved and bent down around a ball.
That's not what I said. What I asked is, why is the air no longer a factor in your presumably refuting example of this image that you posted at 50 minutes past the hour?
Well, what's wrong with it? What's the air doing to hurt you?
The air's not hurting me at all. Why is there no atmospheric refraction in this image?
Because the Earth's not a ball. It's just the way it is.
But the Earth is a ball in this image. Isn't it supposed to be a knockdown counter-argument for why you can't see the two?
if it was a
What
ball,
is it
you
that you're
wouldn't be
trying
able
to
to
see?
see them like that. What don't you understand about that? If it was a ball, you wouldn't have these wind farms that are out in the middle of the ocean. I think this one's in France. If or in that region, if you were to have these placed up to 8, 11, 13 miles away, I think and this one you're showing it's only like 9 miles away.
No,
But
it's 12.
12, okay, yeah, isn't like 12.41 or something. And anyways, regardless, you're not grasping this camera. The guy, I saw this video. Matter of fact, I watched it with the Glober, who he was like, "Where is this at?" I found it on Google Earth. We found his exact position because the original video, he looks back and he shows the road and the buildings that are behind him, and his camera is set up 1 foot above the water, like he's in the water placing his camera. So one server's height. We say this thousands of times every day. You shouldn't be seeing something 8 miles away if it's 1 foot above the water. You guys get that.
That is if the light is traveling in a straight line, but light doesn't travel in a straight line within the atmosphere. Almost never.
So we can't use lasers for guiding missiles or anything like that, right? We have to.
No, we can because it
hope?
will reach a point. It's
Yeah, it's clear you don't understand LOS and the systems that we have on those.
He just said light is bending, so you can't rely on it. Then he said, well, military lasers are different. They're not light.
No, they're not
Whatever.
different. It's just that they account for that.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
And where's your proof that they don't?
You made the claim they do. Go ahead.
You made the claim that they don't. You used a claim to disprove my claim. You need evidence to back that up.
It's in the verbiage of the way they describe their system.
Okay, first off, he made a positive claim that lasers bend around the ball. The military calculates all that in. Present it so we can examine it.
If I may.
It's true.
Laser beam atmospheric propagation modeling for aerospace LiDAR applications by Thomas Foley et al. Abstract. Atmospheric effects have a significant impact on the performance of airborne and space laser systems. Traditional models used to predict propagation effects rely heavily on simplified assumptions of the atmospheric properties and their interactions with the laser systems. In the engineering domain, these models need to be continually improved upon in order to develop tools. Anyway, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but suffice it to say it is a consideration in engineering of these things.
Okay, so listen. Yeah, so check it out. Since it's on YouTube and you read most of that, I'm going to go ahead and send that soundbite to the military so they can correct all of their shit.
I just read the soundbite comes from me reading the abstract of a public paper.
So just some kind of imaginary thing?
You want me to post a link to it?
No, I want the tests that are done that prove that you live on a ball.
Nowhere did I hear line of sight, by the way.
Just posting some paper from some .com somebody wrote.
Even though the military documents are clearly explaining it's LOS, and they have up to
that's my dog.
150 miles.
That's my dog.
Which is
That's my dog.
Which is at least shared, because above that is classified. So they actually can go up to, I believe, 325 miles, 325 miles line of sight with the fucking the ANG-1 fucking defense system. I'll look it up.
So what do you have to say to that now? You got to be short and sweet with these guys because they lose their train of thought when you let them wander around.
Yeah, sometimes I just feel like I overload their brains and they just fry right there in their.
I know, that's why I try to tell you, keep it short and sweet with these guys because they're just going to wander around and not listen to you in their
not
mind.
Overloading. It's more of a lack of lack of understanding on your part.
I don't understand. You don't even know what we have. You don't even know the systems of which I understand. How can you say it's a lack of understanding? I would say it's a lack of knowledge on your part. You just don't know what our military has and what they do and what they've even. Again, there's classified information where they can go way beyond 150 miles, but that's just what they tell the public because, obviously.
You're talking about over the horizon radars?
No, not over the horizon radars. It's called line of sight.
Thing is over the horizon.
Oh my god, man! These guys, they're lost. And
there's no such thing as over the horizon radar.
You don't understand how it works. You don't. Let me be more precise on that. Let me reiterate that. You don't understand how the line of sight defense system works. Let's put it that way. You can't grasp that the light, the beam, hits the physical target, not the target that's fucking 100 miles over a curve of water and is zooming over a hill. No, you have to fucking see it. It's right there, and they shoot it, and then once they mark the target, they could then send the rocket. There's also other networks, by the way. And see, now I'm teaching you more.
You're saying they can see line of sight further than the horizon?
Yes.
Yeah. But line of sight, what you're not understanding about line of sight.
In that case, they can actually see the Eiffel
line of
Tower
sight
then
is
from any
light
point on Earth.
entering your eyes, and light is bending. I don't understand where you're missing this point.
No, you're fucking retarded, dude. You don't understand the system, okay? The system with enough power generated from the fucking Navy vessels, they can shoot a laser that beams over 150 miles across the fucking water. No different than my little fucking 3-volt battery can send my laser like 2 miles across the fucking body of water, maybe even farther, maybe 4 or 5 miles. And that's a little 3-volt fucking battery that I can fit in my pocket. You're fucking gonna tell me that the fucking Navy doesn't have a big ass fucking generating of power that they can beam a fucking laser way fucking farther than my laser? Get the fuck out of here, bro.
I do recall seeing an Alex Hollings video that did say that atmospheric scatter is a problem for military lasers. And that's why the Israelis are using them to shoot down long-distance objects.
Listen, nobody cares about somebody's opinion.
I mean, apparently you think that yours is something that we all care about.
No, we just go off line of sight, what we can see. That's it. You can't tell us we're not seeing
May
it.
I ask you a question about line of sight?
Yeah,
Did you or did
it's
you
the
not
line
previously
between.
say that it is not possible to see the Eiffel Tower from an arbitrary point on Earth because of atmospheric distortion?
And what does the Eiffel Tower have to do with anything right now, since
Quite a
I don't
lot.
live there?
Given the fact that you are attempting to make arguments that appeal to line of sight, theoretically it should be possible to view the Eiffel Tower from any point on Earth. Why is that not possible?
Are you fucking kidding me, dude? There's mountains that are right to the fucking right of me in California that will stop me from seeing fucking Nevada. And Nevada's like right fucking there, bro, from California. But those mountains block it out. So you could build a fucking 4,000 foot fucking structure and I still can't see that motherfucker because the mountains are blocking it out. You don't fucking grasp that, bro?
So
You're
you
like,
should
why
be able
can't I
to see
stand
the
in New
mountains
York
then.
and see
I think
fucking
that's an
Paris
issue
right
with
across
your
the street?
local geography.
Unfucking believable, bro.
Okay,
You should
yeah,
be able to
yeah,
see the
yeah.
mountains
So,
then, or you should be able to go above the mountains and see.
okay, since we're not going to talk to him right now, so we're going to talk about why you think you should see the Eiffel Tower.
From America.
Or from anywhere on Earth.
No,
Like where
just
there's
tell
no
me
visual
why.
obstruction.
Tell me why you should be able to see it.
Because of line of sight. Should be
Okay,
pretty
so
simple.
how come? Yeah, how come the weather channel says I got like 8 mile visibility today?
You tell me. I mean, apparently the Earth isn't curved, so can't
So
not to explain
what about when it's 20 mile visibility? Then it's a bigger Earth.
I guess it depends. What
So
altitude?
when I get 1
Actually,
mile,
let's look
about
this
1
up
mile
now.
visibility,
What
you're going to
is
tell me it
visibility?
shrank down to a 1 mile ball curve, curved ball?
Weather of horizontal capacity in the atmosphere.
He has to read to himself.
he doesn't understand that like downtown Los Angeles is fucking like 10 miles away from greater Los Angeles. And
That's
you
all right.
and
I
they're
don't need. It's all right. I don't either because I'm not there.
right.
Oh,
But I'm just saying, you can't even see a fucking building and you live next to the motherfucker. There's days when you can't see it and you can see it. Like on a normal day, you can see 10 miles away. On a normal day, it's clear, fucking everything's cool. You can see the buildings. But there's some days where you can't see them because of smog or whatever. And you could like it's right there. And this guy wants to talk about seeing it from New York? Like, come on, dude. Ridiculous.
If I get derailed again, I'm just going to mute the derailers. So just warning the unmuters.
Oh yeah, no, I just unmuted Hugmuggus and into the break, but obviously feel free to mute
Thank
again.
you for unmuting me. Jeez,
No, I'm
like
just saying
I'm
that.
having
Oh my God! Now he's going to talk about how he's been muted.
Yeah, just
Okay, stop.
fucking move on. Just move on. I
Thank
wasn't
you.
even there. I don't even know what happened. I don't care. Let's just crack on.
I was just gonna say how I was saying, hey Matthew, my buddy, like, why aren't we talking about the same thing? My friend, like, present your order out of chaos here. Like, I was talking to some specific.
Oh.
So sounds like somebody needs to check a weather report and find out what weather visibility is, perhaps.
Yeah, he gave up on that. As soon as I said that, all of a sudden now we can't see the Eiffel Tower.
Weather visibility today, 7,000 miles. Ha, yeah.
They can't even see the Eiffel Tower in France.
Exactly.
So.
That was my point of mentioning downtown Los Angeles. We can't even see downtown someday from fucking Los Angeles. Like, get the fuck out of here with your bullshit.
This is bad. So this is what it takes. I think you're living on a ball.
You know what's really crazy is when the weather gets really, really weird here because San Gabriel Valley also to the right, it's like a basin. So a lot of like smog kind of like builds up right there in the valley until the winds kick in. But dude, the 5,000, 6,000 foot elevation fucking mountains right here that are right next to us, you can't even see them sometimes from like 8 miles away. And that's a 5,000 fucking thing, but it's just because the air is just so thick, you can't see them. It's weird.
I think what's weird is reading aloud to yourself.
They also have some arguments about cranes proving that horizons aren't where they should be, aren't where they appear to be.
It's not about the cranes, but what's happening to the cranes. It's
So I already explained how that happens because that's where the gas venting is at. We already have the diagrams of them, and they don't like that.
So a crane's venting, therefore a horizon is not where it appears to be.
Yeah, they vent above people's heads, so the gases aren't being vented onto them.
I mean, I don't know what's dumber, that or the guy who bothers to argue with it. I mean, I might as well just let him say it and let people hear it and just let it be that.
It's not relevant anyway. It's quite literally a deflection. So why even entertain it? I don't know why you guys have why not just address the argument? If you think the argument's bad, address that.
I'm not married to the Earth being flat or spheroid. I could go either way, really. But I would just say to the pictures and videos, I'm just always skeptical of pictures and videos. These things that can
No,
obviously
but
be faked.
in question, this guy he brought up it was buckshot roulette.
Okay, so
Like,
yeah,
do
let me
you want to say buckshot roulette?
for
Like, you
fuck's
should
sake.
justify buckshot roulette, not any.
God damn it! I can't even get a straight thought out because he keeps getting unmuted and just now he's talking about buckshot.
Yeah. Anyway, so Daniel, I was with you on that. I don't really like images as evidences, but we were told for years that boats over the horizon equals globe, right? So if we have to accept it from globers, then then okay, let's put it this way: if globers are presenting imagery as evidence for a globe, then they also have to accept imagery as legitimate for a flat Earth as well. Does that make sense? Like you either accept the medium in its entirety, or you don't.
Yeah, I can see that problem for them. And
I know
also,
what I
these
wanted-
pictures are from a place on Earth. I'd be curious if I'm
Yeah,
ever at
Daniel.
one.
So the way how I was going to help you figure this out for yourself is just go do it yourself instead of worrying about other people's pictures.
Right. No, I agree with that.
I bought a P900. I don't need to go look at other people's pictures.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy one too. And when I get it, I'll go up north. It's just like maybe a 45-minute drive for me. I'll go up there, take some footage.
Matt, you got any globe proof? Not Matthew. And he's not here.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Dude, for some reason I can't type in the chat. It's restricted for some reason. I don't know why.
restricted for me as well.
It's ridiculous. I forgot who it was. I don't know if it was Indio or whatever, but I asked him if the Earth was a container, and he got like super mad and he fucking gave me a 2-day ban on the chat or something. I can't type in there.
Yeah, I mean, I know India really well, and I don't think that just happened because you asked a question.
I have a clip of it if you want it. I have a clip of it if you want.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Recorded it. Okay. I'll get it for you right now. Give me a second.
And to answer your question, yes, Earth is a container.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he wasn't. I mean, so he said that, right? He admitted the Earth was a container, and then I asked him, "Is the moon inside Earth?" And then he started ranting, and he didn't want to accept that.
Yeah, we don't
Like,
talk.
it's
Why would you talk about shit in the sky when you were just talking about Earth? Now I understand.
Yeah, I'm already starting to understand.
I can't send. Can you add me back so I can send you a message?
No,
I can't.
Were you just like asking
You
a
said you
relevant question after a relevant question until he got annoyed? Because that sounds more likely.
No. It wasn't. No. So I asked him if the Earth was contained, if it was a container. He said yes. Okay, then he said, I asked him, do you agree that the moon exists? He said yes. So if the moon exists, because we can see it, and he agreed to that, then then the moon would have to be within the Earth. That's all he had to admit to, within the container. That's it.
Why would you
And
admit?
he basically
there's
already
something
admitted to
that's
it.
not- Why do you want him to
what was
admit to something you made up?
What was the proposition?
How did I make it? He admitted to. Okay, listen. So let's think logically here, right? If he said the Earth is contained within a container, right, and we both agree that the moon is real, and the moon would have to be within inside the Earth. He basically admitted it without already admitting it. How is that? Like, I don't understand the argument there. Joe, I'm sending it to you right now so you can see it.
I'm confused as to what your point even is. So the moon.
It's not a
is
point.
with-
It's just a question.
Yeah, but I don't even understand. Like, what do you think any of this means?
Yeah, it wasn't supposed to mean anything specifically. I was just asking him a simple question. So, the Earth is contained, he said. Okay, and we both agreed that the moon exists. Now, all I asked him, and he couldn't get over this, by the way, he really couldn't get over this, was, is the moon inside the container? I mean, it has to be.
Why?
Right?
Why does it have to be?
Because he said that we are contained. So would
So
the moon
what?
be outside the container then?
So what? How did you correlate?
No,
would it
that's
be
not,
in some other
no, come on,
space?
man. That's not logically consistent. Like,
What's complicated then? What's complicated about that?
well, yeah, but it doesn't make sense. You're asserting things that don't make sense. So,
What doesn't make sense? What doesn't make
well,
sense?
because the moon could be outside of the container. Why
How would
is
it
that
be? So it would be in
impossible?
some outer space? It would be in some outer space?
No,
Out of reality?
but that's just a false dichotomy now.
Oh.
Well,
No,
where
like,
would it
you
be?
would have to assume it would be somewhere.
Well, sure, but just because so you've got two possible conceptions, right? In your false dichotomy, you've got a contained Earth in which everything that exists is within the container, or you've got some sort of globe cosmology applied to a flat Earth where outer space exists.
No.
Why
It has to be
are
some.
those? So why
I'm
are
not
those the
talking
only?
about. I'm not
So
saying
why
that
are
outer
those
space
the
has to
only
exist.
two?
I'm talking
Dude,
about
I
the
haven't
terminology.
finished. I don't know why all of you are like this. Just let me make my point. I hadn't even made my point yet. You don't have to talk over a point I haven't made yet. So why are these the only two possibilities? Why can it not be a contained area? There's a moon in, like I say, a second area, just to give a third option, because obviously with the false dichotomy you have to have three options minimum, right? Why can that not be
So,
the case? That there's
first of all,
like
let
a
me
third
clarify
area
this.
that's not necessarily outer space, right? But it's not also within a dome.
Okay. So when I say in some sort of outer space, I'm not talking about the outer space that you guys don't believe in. I'm talking about just some outer realm, right? First of all, why would you assume that there's more than one container? Why would you assume that the moon would be outside that one container? You know, it's just you're making all these
I'm not assuming
assumptions with no
anything.
reason to believe it.
No, I'm not. I'm giving
Your reality.
possibilities. No, assumptions
Okay.
would imply that I'm asserting that they're likely or definite, right? I'm not. I'm just giving possibilities.
Okay. You're inconclusive about it then.
No, I'm addressing the argument. But do you not
Yes,
want me to?
I'm saying though, like if you're making assumptions and you're making like you don't know for certain, right? I mean, you don't know exactly where the moon is, right?
Well, no, neither do you.
I'm just asking you. Like, you're not conclusive about it then?
Neither
No.
are you.
No, neither of us know what the moon
How
is.
do you know
because
whether or
we
not
haven't
I'm
been.
conclusive about it?
Well, neither of us are. It's just that's a fact.
Fact from where? A fact from where?
Well, you haven't been there and I haven't been there, so all we can agree on is what we see.
Of course, but I haven't been to Russia either.
But you can
Yeah.
go there.
But you can go to Russia.
And you can go to space theoretically. You
Go on
can
then.
theoretically. I can go to
Go
Russia.
to the moon then. Tell me what it's like.
I mean, how many people have been to the moon? Probably less than 10.
Right. So it's not analogous, is it? Because you can book a plane ticket to Russia tomorrow.
Well, can I? How do you
Yeah,
know
you
that?
can. Yes, you can. You can
I
go
don't
to
think
Russia tomorrow.
I think it's that
You
easy.
don't think so? You don't think you can get on a plane and go to Russia tomorrow?
Wait, you guys believe
I
people have
mean,
been to the moon?
tomorrow? No, I'd have to probably book a flight and everything else. I mean,
All right,
sure,
in a
yeah,
week.
going to space is obviously a lot harder than going to Russia. No one's doubting that. But that's for obvious reasons that you guys know. So don't act like you don't know why.
Well, no, I'm telling you why those two aren't analogous. So now you're admitting they're not analogous. Why did you compare them?
The reason I compared it is because I always use it in my arguments as well. I mean, can you prove to me that Russia exists?
But it's a bad argument.
Yes, I can go there.
Can you prove to me? That's not an argument. Saying my argument's a bad argument isn't an argument, though.
Well, yeah, it is. If your argument's bad, I don't have to address
Well,
it.
it's not. Who are you
Yes,
to judge
it
whether or not
is.
my argument?
Yeah,
Yeah, it
because
sounds
the
like
argument
this is.
isn't
It sounds
based
like
on
one of those.
sound
I'm going to
logic.
break everything down to everybody has faith, and then try and argue you back up through whatever to believing my position.
No, it's like so I'm saying prove to me that Russia exists. I've never been to Russia. I've only seen
You don't
videos and
have to,
pictures and
because
maps.
it's not the subject of discussion. You brought up
Oh,
Russia.
so it's not the subject.
Well, yeah, because Russia isn't the subject of discussion. You brought it up as a bad analogy that I don't think works, so I'm just going to ignore it.
I don't think it's a. You're gonna ignore.
Yeah, and you
okay,
can't
you're
see
gonna ignore.
Russia
Okay.
in the sky. You can see the moon.
Yeah, I can't see it in my reality or my realm either. To be honest with you,
Russia is not analogous for
No
about
real
5
reason to
different
believe it
reasons.
exists.
I can
But
go
also-
to Russia,
Say what?
dumbass.
But also, like the existence of the country
Go to
Russia.
Russia isn't an argument.
But like, put it this way, right? So Russia is a country. Have you ever been to a country before?
The only country I know is the country that I'm in.
Right. Okay. So the existence of countries isn't something that anyone here is actually going against, right?
I'm going against it though.
You're going against the idea of countries.
What if the government? Listen, I have my own conspiracy now that I just made up. What if the government is saying Russia exists to keep us all contained and to lie
Dude,
to
you
us
don't have
about,
to
like,
believe in
another-
Russia if you don't want to.
Come
It's fucking retarded.
Mental breakdown. Just gonna
Okay,
move
so
on.
you see,
You're done, Matt.
You're just no. Come on, just let him expose himself. Like, this is obviously dumb logic, right? And the other globers are.
well, yeah, that's
listening
the
to
logic. Yo,
palming.
Big Florian, just to confirm to you, yes, I
But
believe
you're
that Russia
talking
does
over
exist.
me again, dude.
Seen it, though.
Don't
But
do
the
that.
point of me bringing up
But we can
Russia-
talk. You don't have to talk over
Yeah.
me. I hadn't finished my point again.
You weren't
Like, just
talking
don't
before,
fucking talk
though.
over me. Just don't talk over me. I'm not talking over you.
All right.
Right.
So,
the
were you
point I'm
talking?
getting-
You weren't talking though. I
You've
was
done it
talking.
again, bro. Just shut up till I'm done. How hard is that?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Fantastic. So anyway, the existence of countries isn't being challenged by anyone seriously here, right? No one is questioning whether Russia exists, England exists, America exists. Yeah, you might say, oh, but there's this island off somewhere 300 miles into the fucking whatever ocean. That's not the point. The fundamental existence of countries is not under discussion here. No one actually thinks that Russia doesn't exist. However, floating rock in the sky, that is in contention. We are actually talking about that. The fact that you can't verify that because you haven't been there is a big issue for your position.
What is his position again?
So now I'm a talk. Hopefully I don't get interrupted, right? Because you don't like it. The only reason I bring up Russia when people talk about evidence is because obviously I just won't accept any evidence that you guys give to me about Russia. Obviously I believe that Russia's real. Obviously it is, right? Countries do exist. I believe in that, absolutely. It'd be outrageous for me to start just denying that countries exist. But it's just as outrageous to say that, well, the Earth is flat. Just as outrageous, I would say.
Well, that's just you asserting and having an opinion. But regardless, you've just admitted that you're not actually engaging in good faith because you're just saying you're going to be obstinate for the sake of it. So what's the point of being here?
Yeah. What do you mean engaging in good faith? I don't believe any flat earthers engage in good faith. You guys don't want to believe that the Earth is spherical.
Well, no, but again, you're just making a character attack on a group of people. I honestly believe what I tell you, but if I'm to believe what you just told, I do. But if we're just, I do believe that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. But what the problem I have for you is that you've just admitted that you're going to nut everything. You've just admitted that. So why should we let you talk?
How did I admit that?
You just said that. You said, "Oh well, I'm just not going to accept any evidence you give me."
No, I was talking about Russia when I said that. I was bringing up Russia. The only reason I brought up Russia, saying Russia doesn't exist or denying continents, is because I was basically using flat Earth logic to deny evidence. That's the only reason I said that.
But you're not using flat Earth logic.
They deny evidence.
You're straw
Oh my God,
manning.
it's like a hearing
You're
that,
straw
yeah.
manning what
Straw
you
man?
think we believe, which isn't relevant. Like I don't care about your straw man.
So, Big Florence, since you're arguing in good faith, then I'm asking you a question. Do you think that someone can prove to you that the Earth is spherical? Then?
Well,
you
sure,
can
if
be
they bring
convinced?
evidence. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, it's possible if it was true. Yeah.
Say something.
Just wanted to confirm that. I mean, I don't know. A lot of people listen, Flurlin, maybe you're different, right? I don't want to use the stigma or the stereotype on a group of people and community just to point it all on you. But again, a lot of flat earthers that I do talk to don't seem like they want to believe it regardless.
Okay.
It's just what it appears.
Sure.
Look,
I mean, that's a nice opinion you have, but can we get to something of substance?
Look, guys, I don't think I'm ever going to agree with you, but I still think that it has been beneficial to have you guys, point out stuff like the oil rigs in the distance and me realizing that I don't know enough about atmospheric physics to be able to answer that. So it's been a good learning experience. I don't know if we'll ever agree. I don't know that matters. But it's still beneficial to kind of have these kinds of devil's advocate sorts
Yeah,
of
it doesn't matter to me
discussions
if you
sometimes.
agree with us or not. Yeah, you're right.
I didn't think you did, but I didn't think it
Hey,
did.
Abel,
But
though,
still,
let me
See,
ask you a
that's
question.
the bad faith I'm talking about.
Yo, Abel, can
why
I
is it
can I
bad
ask you?
faith? It's just entertaining
No,
different
I wasn't talking
ideas.
about
that-
you, Abel. I was talking
Oh,
about
sorry.
whatever his other guy name is, because you weren't even arguing with him. You were just stating that you can learn from having these discussions, and the other guy had to come out and say like, "Oh, I don't care if you agree with me." Like that's the bad faith I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like I
it's not
rarely
bad faith.
touch atmospheric physics, so like when even if it's like a weird kind of discussion about something like this, it's cool to get exposure to that.
Yeah, well, Abel, can I ask you a question though? Don't you think
What's
it's more important to make like logically consistent arguments rather than try and level gotchas at your opponent and hope they like slip up over their words?
I mean, I guess, yeah. I think usually.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is why I've actually got a lot more time for you than Matt Nuclear here, because he's clearly trying to just throw like gotchas at me, and I just find that a little bit like this is why I said it was bad faith.
Right.
Whereas
Dude,
when I've heard you talking, it sounds like you're actually here for a proper discussion. So, like, I don't understand why some people come in looking to kind of pwn the idiot flirfs. Like, if you really need that from an internet forum, you've probably got other problems in your life that need addressing. But if you're coming here, especially to talk to me, you better bring good arguments. Because if they're going to be bad arguments, I'm going to call them out every time.
Yeah, I think it might come from different places. I mean, there might be some people who worry that flat Earth equals, oh my God, we're going back to the 1600s. Or there might be other people that are just they just come from a position of, or they just like you said, they have other problems in their life and they just want to, be the smart guy.
Abel,
in
I
the
would
room.
argue that people can say the same thing about flat earthers. To be honest, I don't understand how that's an argument either. Like if you're gonna say like someone's acting like a certain way or believing a certain thing because of like something going on in their lives, you can say the same thing about flat earthers.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Especially.
No, they're not really analogous because as someone who is part of like a fringe community, like I am, I mean, you accused me of not actually believing it, which is a funny accusation. But regardless, if I actually earnestly believe this, then of course it makes sense. I would want to argue for it and tell people about it. But if, especially when you're not in the consensus worldview that is everywhere, right? Whereas if you already believe the establishment narrative, and the establishment narrative is being imposed on everyone via media constantly, why would you feel the need to go and argue with people about it?
Yeah, so I'm not here to try to just argue with you about it. I mean, we can start from scratch. I just want to know why you believe in like the flat Earth and stuff. I mean, we don't have to start off like.
Look, man, you've now come off the subject that I'd introduced, though. Like maybe Abel can address what I'd said.
Well, I think I did it as best as I could.
But I hadn't made the point last time you spoke, so.
Oh. Like, why do people do gotchas?
No. Why do you? Man, I swear, I just spoke for a minute. Like you didn't hear what I said.
I heard you guys talking. Yeah. Sorry, it's getting kind of cold in here. I was grabbing something.
Okay, cool. I'll say it again. So you've got, because he said, "Oh, I could say the same for flat earthers." You could, but it's not. They're not analogous again, because you've got flat earthers who earnestly believe a position and are part of a minority group that, like, let's just say a minority thought group.
Right.
And of course, if you believe that and you're in a world where the world doesn't agree with you, you're going to want to get that message out. That's quite a natural human instinct. Whereas if you are on the side of the consensus and you already have media telling that story on your behalf to the world, then where is the like necessity to go into the only place or one of the only places on the internet or in the world where we don't believe that the Earth is a globe, and then argue with those people? Do you see how these are not analogous?
Yeah.
So
that's an interesting topic. I mean, that kind of dovetails into the whole thing about power structures that we see happening in a lot of different sectors of society.
Yeah, for sure.
Where people will talk about what is and is not the dominant narrative, quote unquote. But yeah, I think there's also a fear factor. There might be some people out there who think that flat Earth equals old way of viewing things, and oh my God, we're going to regress if people start believing this.
Sure, but you
Abel, I
understand
don't
that
think that. I'm gonna
fundamentally
be
the
honest, Abel.
psychology is different, right? Because that was what was basically being asserted is that the psychology of these two groups is the same, and I just don't think that's the case.
Yeah, sure. No, I mean I don't doubt, Florin, that there's like people that actually believe the Earth is flat. I forgot what I was gonna ask, Abel. No, but I don't think that like people fear a regression or feel that we're gonna go back in time because people believe that the Earth is flat. I don't think that like it's like a fear of the public. I mean, there's not like it's not like the government restricts anybody that wants to say that the Earth is flat or like goes on YouTube and says it. People have websites about it. Like it's not something that's like impressed or anything really. It's
We are heavily shadow banned though, and the big tech companies admit to doing it, so it's not that we're not banned either, right?
Like I've
What do you
never
mean by
agreed
shadow
with
ban?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, you know what shadow banning is? It's where you're basically you have like an algorithm, or multiple algorithms within, say, YouTube or TikTok or whatever, and you're just put into the "we will not share this content with people" algorithm, and you're not banned because people can still find you, but you're certainly not promoted either.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I don't know exactly how the YouTube algorithm works, or like algorithm and like different companies work, but they probably like I don't know. They probably don't find it profitable, or they just find it like I don't know goofy or something, and they just don't take it serious enough to care and put you on the algorithm. That's probably what I'm guessing. I don't think
that's not how the algorithms work, though. Do you know anything about this?
I do.
I mean, you do understand that like certain things do go on the algorithm and certain things don't, right?
Yeah, but they're not. The algorithms aren't. Yeah, it's not a manual process, right? Because there's not enough people in the world to manually make this stuff happen. They write algorithms because they spot trends with, say, traffic. Oh, this traffic and this traffic and this traffic are linked, and so then they just say, right, bots, when this process. When this type of content is viewed, then it's likely that this person will like this other type of content because 500 other people did that, right? So then you start to build like these networks between different types of content, and so there's no one going in there adding flat Earth to the content machine. It's that the algorithm has already spotted that people who like flat Earth like X, Y, and Z subject. And so when someone views X, Y, or Z subject, they might be recommended flat Earth stuff. But when it's shadow banned, it's then removed from that. So it's not added in the first place, but it can be removed afterwards. Does that make sense?
Yeah. How much people do you think are flat earthers out of like the entire population?
I have absolutely no idea.
I know that like Professor Dave's videos on like disproving the flat Earth. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. I know they go viral.
I did want to comment a little bit about the shadow banning thing.
There's no bias there at all.
I've never really been a proponent of the whole shadow banning thing because I feel like it creates more problems than it solves. I kind of came to this conclusion during the pandemic. I was never able to really agree with the anti-vax people. I don't want to get into that, but I was very much in disagreement, though, when Twitter and all these other companies started saying, yeah, we're going to start blocking the posts from people who question the vaccine, like the need for vaccinations for COVID.
Yeah,
that's just basically all you're doing is creating a martyr class. You're also being irresponsible. You're basically telling people that the responsibility for critical thinking is not something that should be in the hands of the private citizen, which it absolutely should be in a free society, and that we're going to now, appoint these tech czars to do it for you.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. The thing is with companies in general, like I understand that people will hold their views. Like I never got the vaccination. I didn't feel I needed to. I had a chance to get it. I just didn't feel I needed to get it. So I'm completely healthy. But like again, like yes, like companies and like Twitter, Instagram, like if you promote things that are like scientifically and like people that are professional and credited, have already proven to be, for example, like that the vaccine is like safe or whatever, which again can be argued. And they will probably restrict it just because they don't want to promote again like people trying to like, you know what I mean, spreading misinformation is bad, and so they'll try to probably monitor that as well. It's not like I mean it is censorship again, but again like people like you don't want to promote and start like letting things that have been scientifically disproven to just continue getting popular randomly. You know, not talking about the flat Earth, by the way. I'm talking about the vaccine.
Can I just say as well, though, that that's not actually the terminology they used when they went in front of the American government. So when YouTube was asked about flat Earth, and I wanted to talk about the Streisand, because Abel, you were talking about what's called the Streisand effect earlier, like the idea of hiding,
Might have been.
censoring, or removing information actually makes it more.
I guess that kind of does tie into the Streisand effect. I'd been more talking about it more from the perspective of creating martyrs, but kind of the same thing.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. But anyway, so when they went in front of the American government, they actually used the term authoritative content. So what they're effectively saying is that authoritative content, that like they never said scientifically proven or true information, or like they never used any of these kind of more objective terms. It was specifically they used the term authoritative content, and that's exactly what they're actually promoting. Is the authority gets to talk on these matters and you don't, right? And that should terrify everyone, but for some reason it doesn't.
Yeah, and there was actually a book. Actually, it sounds like you might be from the UK. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a book.
Yeah.
I think it was called State of Fear that actually talked about this. It came out of the UK. I read that.
So
it was quite scary.
Yeah, and so people like just because the authority currently agrees on what you like, you believe the Earth's a ball, right? And the authority tells you the Earth's a ball. You should still not believe it just because they said it, right? And that's but people they fall into this trap, and then they go, oh well, I feel psychologically safe because the world around me agrees with me, everything's fine. But the issue is that you don't know whether you actually came to those decisions by yourself or because of the relentless propaganda you're subjected to. And so then you have to start asking yourself, how independently am I even capable of thinking?
Yeah, and I mean, from my perspective, I also kind of made a point of like, with the case of the vaccine, just digging around, looking for pre-COVID sources about how mRNA vaccines work and things like that, just to get an idea of what the history of this technology was. And then that way I felt like I at least knew what was going on for when information from whatever side came at me.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, for me, it wasn't even really about the safety of the... I don't even know if we're allowed to talk about this now, but for me, it wasn't even really about safety. It was about the fact that the government's going to try and force me to do something. I'm going to not do it. You know?
Yeah. So when you were talking about Flurfin, you were talking about like flat Earth, and that a lot of people don't reach the same conclusions on that. Like, I would just say that when it comes to like, for example, math and science, like people go to school, you can say that they're indoctrinated to believe these concepts that are important, like history and social studies, English, whatever. Like, sure, like we are taught these things. And they appear to be basic. I mean, people have concluded that the Earth is spherical like 2,000 years ago, right? I don't understand quite what you mean. I mean, I get what you mean by like, well, people they're not doing their own independent research about it. Like, probably the reason why that is, and they're not like trying to like prove it themselves, is because it's something that they've already concluded in their heads and they're not really thinking much about. Because again, they don't like believe it to be flat. But again, like people can, if they really like are questioning it themselves, they can do experiments. I'm pretty sure they would prove that the Earth is spherical, or they would correlate with a spherical Earth.
Listen, man, you've just said that they proved that the Earth was a sphere 2,000 years ago. That's just not true. There is one example that's always brought up, which is Eratosthenes, which has like myriad issues. We can discuss those if you want. But regardless, that wasn't the general state of people. Like most people weren't thinking, "Oh, Earth's a ball, bro." 2,000 years ago, that's just not true. But I hear it brought up all the time, and it's just not the case.
It's been proven. I mean, I don't think everyone at the time was thinking it themselves. I mean, do you want the source for it? Would you like the source for it?
Yeah, how was it proven 2,000 years ago? Please walk me through that. I already know what you're going to say, by the way. So.
Yeah, I'm just gonna grab you the source and I'll explain it.
Yeah, go ahead. I would love to walk you through this.
Okay.
Probably be the only third, fourth time today.
Actually, this will be the first time today for this one.
Ooh. Well, it is only 4:30 in the morning, so
Yeah, we've got all day. This has got to be like I've got to be approaching 1,000 walkthroughs on Eratosthenes by now.
Oh yes, easy. Maybe this time it'll be a ball.
You never know. I think Abel's actually
It's
capable.
2:40.
I don't know.
Oh, I can't post it. Do you want to add me? I can send it to you probably.
Bro,
Hold
is
on.
it Eratosthenes?
Just sent it to you.
Right. Yeah, it's Eratosthenes. All right, fine. Okay. So, do you understand the
Let's go.
methodology of Eratosthenes?
Go ahead, explain. What's wrong with it?
I mean, I can't tell you what's wrong with it if you don't know what it is. Do you know what it is?
I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me so I can get like your understanding of it.
No, bro. Do you know anything about it? Because I can start from where you leave off.
When you mean Eratosthenes, I don't know what you mean by that.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah, Eratosthenes.
Yeah, what does he mean?
Yeah, some fella 2,000 years ago put a couple of sticks in the ground, measured the shadows, and concluded the Earth's a ball. Right? You don't know anything about this?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I've heard about on the ground and proving the Earth.
You've just posted it as your reason why they proved the Earth was a globe 2,000 years ago, but you don't know anything about it.
That's weird.
I said, yeah. So I never said that I knew exactly how they proved it. I said that it has been proven 2,000 years ago that the Earth is a globe.
Well, no, but it's not, dude.
What's contradictory about what I said?
Because you don't know that they actually did that because you don't know anything about it.
I only know a little bit of brief info about it. I hope I'm not coming down with something.
I know brief info. It's like if I ask someone casually, oh, do you know Russia invaded Ukraine? Sure. Do you know everything about it? You know what happened in 2014? No, but they still know that happened, right? I don't know about this.
Sticks in the ground and shadow casting.
Okay, guys.
No, but
I don't know about June 19. Yeah, it's 2,000 years ago. What do you expect?
But you didn't even know. This is getting to the point where you didn't even know that Ukraine.
Well, your argument is that I didn't know. Is that your argument? Is your argument that I didn't know?
My argument is my argument, right? So you can either listen to it and understand it or not, but don't try and reword it. Regardless, yeah, you said that it was proven, right? And then when I asked you, do you know anything about it? You didn't. So then, surely, logically, you can admit that you didn't actually know it was proven.
Yeah.
Surely.
I heard that.
You don't know what they did.
So it has been proven. I mean, we can, if you want to reread it.
You don't know that because you don't know anything about it.
Which will be elucidated with a simple
So this
question.
specific,
How?
I didn't read up on this specific one, right?
How is it?
But
proven?
it has been proven 2,000 years ago that the Earth.
You don't know that. You can't make that statement.
How
Flurfin, is your argument? I don't know why the other guy's talking over me.
No, I
is your
didn't start
argument that
my
I don't
argument
know it,
yet.
or do you have an argument against it? Do you have an argument against it, or do
I've
you
got several arguments
didn't know
against
that?
it, but you need to make this concession because otherwise I'm not going to bother even explaining it to you. You understand how this works? I need to see some honesty from you, and if I don't, then I'm not going to bother.
Yeah. So, like I said before, did I know exactly how they figured it out? No, I don't. I knew that they put some sticks on the ground and did something with it. That's the basis of what I know about it.
Okay, so
but unless you can fight
unless
you can fight the truth of it, and you didn't
There's no
make an
truth in
argument
it, bro.
here,
But
other
I haven't
than-
even started making my arguments yet. You're I haven't started making my arguments yet. I need to know where you are at. And you didn't even know anything, and now you know that they put sticks in the ground. Do you know what happened after that?
Probably something correlated to shadows or something. I forgot. I don't know the exact basis of it.
Crypto, you've got to basically teach him all about Eratosthenes. That's basically what he's saying.
Yeah, I can start from the very beginning. Okay, so what they did, you got two sticks in the ground, 500 miles apart, right? And the reason they did 500 miles apart is the maths is just easier that way, let's just say. So you've got one stick in a ground below the sun. If it's directly below the sun, there's no shadow, correct? Yes, no, maybe.
Hey, can you
then
repeat
I-
that? If there's one stick
No.
in the ground, there's no shadow?
No, I said if the stick is below the sun, then there'll be no shadow, correct?
Directly below, for sure. Yeah, no shadow.
Fantastic. There's another stick off 500 miles. This is the theory, right? So I'm not even going to go through the problems with it. I'm just going to grant that he did it all correctly. You've got, and that's also a big assumption, by the way, but I'm granting you that. So you've got a stick below the sun, directly pointing downwards, no shadow. There's another stick off to the side, and they measured a 7.2 degree angle of shadow. Okay? Fantastic. So how do you think the maths breaks down to prove a globe?
How do I think the math? How do you think the math proves that the Earth is flat? I mean,
Okay, this would have to do with something to do with trigonometry. I just want to continue
Sure. Okay,
with what
fine.
Big
So-
Flurfin's saying. I assume
Yeah,
trigonometry. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You are correct. Thank you for trying to engage honestly and trying to understand what's going on. So, you've got a 0 degree angle on one of the sticks. You've got a 7.2 degree angle on the other stick. Well, conveniently, 7.2 divides into 360 quite nicely. So you can use a circle to calculate the distance. You can use the degrees in a circle to calculate how big that circle has to be. Correct? So you know the distance between the two sticks, and now you have a 7.2 degree angle. So that's telling you that distance of 500 miles is 1/50th of the portion of the whole ball. You following so far?
Yeah.
Fantastic. So you've got a 500-mile distance, and you've got a 50th of the ball. So it's very simple. You just times 50 by 500, and then you get the whole ball. Make sense?
Yeah, I think so.
Fantastic. Only issue with that is that you can do the very same thing on a flat surface in your room and calculate the radius of your flat floor.
with the sun's shadow.
With a
With a light shadow.
Yeah,
You
if
can
the
do it with
sun
the
is
sun,
sufficiently
right?
close, then the geometry would still work out.
Right. So
The
what
point of
did
light.
he prove? He proved that if the Earth is a ball, then we can use this to tell you how big that ball is. But what he didn't do is prove that it's a ball in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, it is 2,000 years ago, right?
Yeah. Oh, come on, man.
Probably
Can you just
didn't know
get
much
with?
about math
Because you
and
just
science.
offered this as a globe proof, and now that I've shown you that it doesn't make
Did I
sense.
offer that as a globe proof though? I said,
Yes, you
yeah.
did.
They said that they proved the Earth was a globe 2,000
Yes.
years ago.
There
It
you
might
go.
have not
Fucking
been
hell,
100%
There you
sufficient.
go.
They didn't know
You said
about
it.
math and
You
said it.
science
capable
like
of
we
being
know.
honest,
Obviously
bro?
not. It's just
No, he's
common
not.
Just
sense.
prove to me once that you're capable of being honest. You offered that as a globe proof. We argued about that for
Did
3
I
or
offer
4
that
minutes.
as a globe proof though? Did I say this is proof that the Earth is spherical?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you said they
I brought
proved
it up
2,000
wrong.
years ago that the Earth's a globe, and here's how.
Yeah.
And then you fucking sent me the thing.
Yeah.
Now you're just
Yeah.
like pretending that
Exactly.
never happened.
Yeah, it was 2,000 years ago. If
I
it's
don't
not like if it
care.
doesn't
I'm
correlate
talking about
completely,
what
then I'm
you
not
did
surprised.
3 minutes ago.
I think 5-6 minutes ago, to be honest. But
Did they prove it 2,000 years ago?
I would still
Is
say
that
that's
what
like a sufficient way of it. I mean, it
Because
was
that's what you
2,000 years
said.
ago. I'm gonna cut them some slack, right?
Yeah, yeah.
They
It's
didn't know
going on.
about math and science like we do now.
Yeah. That's what you said. You said it's been proven 2,000 years ago. I don't understand why you're negging on this, dude. It's
Why does
weird.
this prove that the Earth is flat, though?
Oh, we can do that
Why
with
can't-
elevation
but
angles.
why? See, the thing is, I'm not going to actually continue to talk to you if you can't make any concessions, even when it's clear what you've said and what you've done. What's the point of talking to you?
I mean, do you want to? Let's read. Can we both read up on it, and just to make sure that we're both getting on it the same way? Because I know, like me and Abel were just talking to you when you were talking about it. But can we all read it together so we know what we're talking about here?
But Abel
I sent you.
has been nothing but honest.
Let me send it to you as well, Abel.
Every time I've talked to him.
I'm actually reading the Wikipedia article on and off while you guys are talking, but I'm also shivering and I'm hoping I'm not coming down with something. So
But the thing
you
is,
guys
bro,
we can go over it, but yeah, I just want to make sure I'm not delirious by the end of the night.
like, bro, I've just explained the maths to you. If you've got a problem with my explanation, that's fine. But Matt's denying that 5 minutes ago he was offering this as a proof that they'd proved the Earth is a globe like 2,000 years ago.
So hold on.
So
I don't know how to say that word.
let's
Eratosthenes. Can I just confirm that? Because I'm gonna bring up something that it also said here.
Eratosthenes, so it's with an E. Okay, 'cause it doesn't really help.
Eratosthenes.
ERA.
I'm just gonna say
Tosthenes.
I prefer to spell it ERROR.
Eratosthenes. Okay, Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes. There we go.
Yeah. Say it
So
how
it
you
says here, Eratosthenes computed the shadow in Alexandria to be 1/50th of a full 360-degree angle, a 360-degree circle. My bad. He then estimated the distance between the two locations and multiplied by 50 to derive the circumference.
Yep.
Of course, his measurements were slightly off. Alexandria was not due north of 2 degrees of longitude. Yeah.
So that's exactly what I said. Carry on.
And we don't know today the exact size of measurement unit Eratosthenes was using when he came up with the final figure of 252,000 stades. We know he knew it was just a rough estimate. Okay. He adjusted his initial number by 250,000 upward by 2,000 or 0.8%.
25,000.
To make it divisible by 60 or 360 for easy compilation. Okay. Let me just see. Okay. Went further and computed the tilt of the Earth's axis to within a degree. He also deduced the length of the year as 365th. Okay. He suggested the calendar should have a leap every day, every fourth year. An idea taken up 2 centuries later by Julius Caesar. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah. So I mean, maybe I shouldn't have said. Wait, what? Am I in the right? Okay, there we go. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, I'll say this on Big Flora. Maybe I shouldn't say like it was like proven. Maybe I like phrased it wrong. I'll say that. Maybe I shouldn't say it was like proven 100%. Yeah, I mean he was measuring the circumference. Shouldn't have said proven.
Well, no, because you'd have to assume that the Earth's a ball in order to then calculate the circumference in the first place. That's the whole point.
I mean, yeah.
Right.
You don't
So,
think the
so
Earth
it's
is a
not
ball?
true. Like, well, no, then it's begging the question, isn't it?
Let's talk about like modern things. I know I brought that up and whatever. He measured the circumference and his calculations were a little bit off and whatever. But
Yeah, but no,
it's
come on,
2,000
man.
years ago.
Can't you just admit?
It's just
you
my
were
whole
wrong
point with that.
about
My original point with that is that we were already trying to figure out the shape of the globe and whatever a while back.
Yeah, of course. Well, it's
I'm
always
pretty
been
sure
subject of
I'm pretty sure we've
debate.
already had globe illustrations for how long now? I don't know how long it was.
Bro, they were coming out with flat Earth maps in the 1500s. Like, it was like this idea that, oh yeah, everyone's always known the Earth's a globe. That's propaganda, bro. Like they were like in the 1800s in England, people didn't have toilets. But you think 2,000 years ago, everyone knew the Earth was a globe. Like you're failing to understand how history works.
Oh, okay. Can you show me a source that would disprove like anything about that? Then could you like show me like they didn't know that the Earth was a globe, or they didn't think the Earth was a globe? Then?
I'm struggling. I'm really struggling with your logical process here. You've told me that 2,000 years ago they knew the Earth was a globe, and here's why. I've broken the maths down. You've then read it to the exact letter of what I told you. We've now established that they didn't prove that the Earth was a globe, and yet now you're saying to me, "Oh, but they must have known it anyway." And if you can't say otherwise, then everyone knew it was a globe, even though they never proved it in the first place. Do you not understand how this all seems very
So again, they
scattergun?
even mentioned that his calculations were off. They have mentioned that.
But their calculations.
They have mentioned this.
Like, do you know what calculation is?
Are you gonna just keep questioning everything? Like, I want to get to like the modern.
I don't think that you understand what you're saying. That's why I'm asking you this stuff.
I feel like you're just trying to like stalemate this so long. You want to get on about calculations now and stuff.
No, dude, I don't think you understand what you're saying. That's why I'm asking this stuff.
Okay. Do I know what calculation is? Yes, I know what a calculation is.
Yeah. Do you think a calculation necessarily comports to reality?
Not necessarily. No.
Right.
But you know,
So then
now
why
let me ask
use
you
these
another.
evidence
Let me ask.
anything?
Now let me ask you a question. Why do you think we do calculations?
Because they're useful tools.
Exactly.
But it doesn't mean that there's like I can calculate the speed
For example,
Superman
if we were to
flies.
calculate how far the sun is from Earth, right? Obviously,
how
we
would you
can't
do
just
that?
measure that. We can't grab a measuring tape and do it, but we can do calculations. It
Based
would
on
be
what?
somewhat accurate.
That doesn't mean
the
it's
best of our
true.
knowledge and abilities.
What don't
It doesn't
you
mean
get
it's
about?
true, but it doesn't mean it's true definitively. Sure, maybe not
Well,
absolutely definitively,
to
but
be
you just
fair, if the
admitted the
calculations
calculations are still a good tool. They're
if
still a
they
good
yeah
tool
if they
regardless.
yield a predictive power, then you get a mathematical model. Now subsequent observations might disprove it. I mean, I think that's you guys were kind of all discussing that about relativity and gravity for like a few hours today, and Mercury. But yeah.
I wasn't there for that, probably.
Oh, somebody
but, I
was.
mean,
I think there's a
just
fair
because
number
you
of people doing that.
You can have a mathematical model around how quickly the Avengers are able to get to the scene of the crime. Does that mean that the Avengers in reality got to the scene of the crime? Didn't
I
think
mean,
so.
a calculation. Yeah, calculation and measurement is different. With the measurement, you can actually you do it by yourself. It's like I'm pretty sure someone brought up a analogy on this where it'd be like, okay, say a man is like standing next to a pole like a mile away or like maybe like 50 meters away or something. You could see how big the pole is and you could probably do a decent calculations on how tall you think the man is, right? Or you could go up to the man and actually just measure for yourself how tall he is, right? That's a difference. But again, obviously, we don't just go calculate like the Earth's. Like for example, when people talk about the Earth's curvature, they expect like a measurement of the Earth's curvature. They're like, show me a measurement of that. How do you expect us to measure the Earth's curvature? Oh, I mean, if you know anything about physics or anything, like then you tell us how you explain how you would measure the Earth's curvature.
Well, let me ask you a question then. Like, if you have a
I just asked you a question though.
Well, yeah, but my question is trying to get you to understand why your question doesn't make sense. If you don't like that, that's fine. No, don't mute him, man. Come on. Is it?
He
wants you to use physics to prove the Earth is flat. He said.
So yeah, so we've got this.
No, I did. That's not what I said. Don't speak for me, please. I think I can speak for myself. What I said is, how do you expect people to measure? And I'm not talking about calculations. Measure the Earth's curvature. How do you expect that? How do you expect?
Oh yeah, well that's. I mean, if you don't have evidence for your claim, I don't know why you're making the claim in the first place. Right? That's your problem. That's not my problem.
What claim do you think I made? I know I was just going on, but we were talking about calculations, right? You admitted that calculations is a good way to. It's still a good tool, right? Regardless, it's not a measurement. But it's still a good tool.
But it doesn't comport to reality necessarily. So.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
you have to
think
know
that. Let me ask you.
Calculating comport with reality. So. If someone says, "Oh well, I know that the sun is 93 million miles away because I used the transit of Venus and I calculated a bunch of shit," oh, but it turns out none of the assumptions are based on anything in reality. That is just nonsense maths.
What's the definition? So, what's the reality to you?
Really? Because some calculations don't comport to reality, we're now discussing the nature of reality.
No. Yeah. So when you say no, because I know that we have two different definitions of reality. So when you say something like because this like calculation doesn't correlate to reality, and you're talking about reality, I know a lot of like flat earthers they use the term reality and as like what we can see. Holy shit! This fucking bug is in my room. When flat earthers talk about reality, they're more talking about like only what they can observe and see and do for themselves. Well. You can also test.
What, empiricism?
Yeah. So when we're talking about, let me just turn this shit on so I don't have to. When I'm talking about like reality, it's because I think you guys have a different definition of reality, where reality is only things you can observe and stuff like that, right? So
yeah,
that's why I asked you what your definition of it was.
Well, my definition of reality is, I don't know, it seems circular. It's what's real. I don't know how else to define that.
Like only like what you can observe and like what's on Earth, like.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, like,
if I may, I think if my own experience is any indication, I mean, I consider myself fairly normal. Most people who think scientifically, to some degree, tend to kind of work with a kind of combination of empiricism and, shall we say, implicit faith in received knowledge, right? Like you kind of do this kind of active belief conservation. Like, what's more likely, that the science textbooks that you have are all part of a giant conspiracy, or that most of received knowledge, including science, has been passed down honestly, in as much as the people who wrote it down were capable of doing, like as far as they knew that what they were saying was true.
Yeah, it's a false dichotomy, though, isn't it? Because it could be the case that within certain fields they just have a common misconception that everyone else isn't qualified enough to point out or to understand themselves.
Yeah, and
So-
I mean, Kuhn kind of talks about this with his whole scientific revolutions thing when he kind of talks about how science progresses.
So I just wanted to point that out because it's not necessarily the case that they're either all honest and perfect or deceiving you. Right?
Yeah, you're right. There's nuances to it. I mean,
Yeah, of course. And also then there'll be specific people who are doing one or the other as well. So it's not even like you can treat them as a block. But regardless, I mean, there's some really interesting work on interferometry with regards to its impacts on relativity that a few of the flat guys have been talking about recently, where one of the big arguments is that, interferometry has actually been misinterpreted by mainstream science in order to kind of prove a moving Earth, which is really interesting because if that is actually a clear misinterpretation and there's scientific backing for that and it's being ignored, then some people have misinterpreted it, other people have lied about it, and other people just aren't qualified enough to understand what's going on. So all three would be true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would have to dig up more, like read up on what interferometry is, to be completely honest.
Sure. Yeah, and I mean, I've listened to the debate, so I know a little bit about it, but I wouldn't say that I could give you like solid arguments. But
yeah, I mean,
certainly...
I hate to bring this up again, but I mean, this is kind of call me crazy, but this is kind of one of the benefits of having groups like the flat earthers around. In as much as, for whatever reason, whether they believe it or not, that's a different matter, they're kind of calling into question things that are just tacitly accepted knowledge by school, like people from day one in school. And that act is enough to force people to go and learn a bunch of stuff that kind of underpins this so that they can see, if they want to debate it honestly, if they choose to engage it, instead of doing mudslinging contests.
I mean, the thing is, though, is that like the shape of the Earth actually becomes irrelevant once you realised. Let's just say that the papers on interferometry have found that the Earth is stationary. Well, I mean, I suppose you could have a stationary globe model, but it seems, I mean, you certainly can't have a stationary globe model with the current globe paradigm because it's based on a moving Earth, right? So you'd have to rethink everything anyway.
Well, yeah, but if you look at cosmological history, there was for quite a while a stationary globe model where the whole universe was rotating around the Earth and the Earth was stationary.
Yeah, sure, but today's that's true. But what I'm saying is that today's cosmogony isn't based on that stationary globe model.
No.
Right. So, and a lot of the mechanisms that are required for today's model to be currently accepted don't work with the stationary model.
Yeah.
So it would need to be redesigned, or you'd need to go back to the stationary globe model. Regardless, there'll be some stationary globe models that would work with the new interpretations and wouldn't as well. So yeah, it's interesting regardless.
During the day, did anybody get a chance to talk about parallaxes? So there's like stellar parallaxes observed in stars that are closer, but not in further stars. Did anybody talk about like what a flat Earth response to that would be?
I mean, you'd have to give me examples of which stars, right? But fundamentally, you're just asserting that they are
Presumably Alpha Centauri. I mean, that would be the easy one, right? That's like the closest. But yeah, basically say like every 6 months, right? Because that's in the spherical model. That would be, you know, getting from one half of the orbit to the other, right? You're gonna see some star that you pick kind of move slightly because the Earth is sufficiently changed.
I know what parallax
Positions
is.
in its path.
Yeah, I mean, I know what parallax is. What I'm asking
Oh,
you
okay.
is, yeah, I mean, maybe that's something I need to address with you now, right? And I don't know if you're doing this deliberately or not, but there's a lot of people in this community and in this conversation who are very, very aware of the arguments. And one of my big bugbears about Globers is they come in and they just, you know, they Dunning-Kruger, right? The top left Dunning-Kruger all over the chat because they think that we're retarded and that they understand because they've listened to 3 minutes of space programs or whatever. And they're going to come in and tell us about parallax, right? Now, I think you've been respectful, so I'm not going to
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not trying to do any gotchas or anything. I'm more just
No.
curious as
I
to
know
how
that,
it.
but what I'm saying, man, is like you talk to me as if I didn't know what parallax was, and it's I don't know. Man,
Oh, sorry. No, okay, sorry. Maybe that came across the wrong way.
It's a little bit like, you know, and to be honest, like I don't normally bother talking to other Globers like this because if they do this, I just tell them to fuck off. But because you've been respectful, I'll just say like don't come in and patronize people because we understand the arguments and we know. Like the other guy, when he was trying to tell me, blah blah blah, 2,000 years ago we proved the Earth is a globe. I already knew what he was going to come with. Like we've already been through these arguments 100 times. So just bring your best shit. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
So you got stellar parallax. Cool. So how do you know how far the stars are away in order to then prove that it's parallax of distant objects?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify something because when he did mention it, he said, "Well, we're going to use Alpha Centauri since it's the closest." So that's getting back to what Crypto's talking about. Go ahead.
Okay, no, I understand. That makes sense. I mean, that's an interesting. That does make sense as a reply. Because yeah, you do kind of require the this whole thing about what is it, like 93 million miles times 2 or whatever the diameter is, and then that's what's being used to kind of calculate these stellar distances.
Right. Yeah. Do you know what Olbers paradox is?
Which paradox?
Olbers paradox.
Don't think so. No.
Okay, so Olbers paradox states that if there are millions and millions and millions of stars, then in the night sky there wouldn't be a point where there wouldn't be a star, and therefore it would be bright at night.
Okay, yeah, this sounds a little bit like some stuff I've heard about. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, it's an interesting thing to think about because obviously that they'll just say, oh well, that's not the case because only a few stars' lights reached us and all the rest, and then it's like, okay, cool. So if we can't see all these stars, how do you know they're there, right? And so you start going into all of these different kind of rabbit hole questions. But fundamentally, what's actually going on is they're just telling you that all these stars are there. Believe us, right?
Yeah. The other thing this sort of reminds me of is like Randall Munro, because there was like a what if question submitted about what if you could somehow make an Earth-sized eyeball. And basically, yeah, what happened was the eyeball went blind because it really could see basically out to distant galaxies, and they were bright as fuck. And not to mention the stars in our own galaxy. So basically it goes blind. Because it actually can take in more light than like our human eyeballs can.
That's actually funny to think about. But yeah, fair enough. But you understand like what the paradox is saying, right? I mean, I can show you what the objections are and the rebuttals and all the rest. I don't mind showing you that, but
I'm going to step out just for. Well, actually, I'm going to still be able to listen, but I got to brush my teeth and like get my distance off, so I can't come through.
All right. Fair. Well, let me just before you go quickly, I just want to tell you what the rebuttal is and point out the issue with the rebuttal. So the rebuttal is that I mean, this is the main one. The paradox is resolved by the fact the universe is expanding, which means that the distant light has not yet reached us. Right. Now, of course, the issue with that is that they're effectively using the assertion of the worldview as a rebuttal to the problems with the worldview. So they're just saying, no, it really is. Right? It's like a liar doubling down on their lie, rather than just saying, oh yeah, actually that is a little bit of an inconsistency.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And this is also why they say, it's one of the reasons why they say that the universe is expanding at twice the speed of light, because otherwise the light from all the stars would have reached us. So
Yeah, I mean I've heard a few things about that. I think that kind of. There's also some theories about like space-time or space itself expanding. Is that what it was?
yeah.
So this kind of allows for this sort of exponential distancing of distant galaxies because of it.
Do you not realize though that that's all just like mathematically covering for a worldview rather than actually trying to figure out what's going on?
I mean, that's one way of seeing it. I mean, like I can see, how one might see it that way.
I mean, yeah, but I don't know how you can see it any other way because they don't have any evidence that any of this stuff's actually happening. Like they'll say stuff like, "Oh, yeah, the volume of the universe is expanding." Okay, cool. How do you measure that? We did stuff. Okay, cool. Yeah, what stuff?
I mean, I'm certainly I will definitely agree that astronomy is in a bit of a category of its own, in that it's one of the few sciences where it's not possible to like go and directly sample the stuff you're observing. You have to kind of rely on inferences from physics experiments here on Earth or in orbit or something like that, right? Like you can't go take a teaspoon of matter from the closest star and say, yeah, that's what Alpha Centauri is made out of.
Yeah, of course, but they'll just tell you that it is. They'll just say it is, and you're like, are you sure? But they'll also say stuff like, yeah, the universe, the volume is expanding, and there's, okay, cool, so what's it expanding into? Oh, nothing. Right, so it's expanding into nothing. Oh, we're not sure about that. Right, cool. So you're not sure if it's expanding into nothing, but if it is expanding into something, you don't know what that is, but you know that the volume's increasing even though you can't measure it.
Yeah.
Great. Like, this is all bullshit. It's obvious bullshit.
All right, I will be back. Sorry.
All right.
But you can't tell they're moving because they're so far apart.
Yeah, who keeps on muting Matt?
I have no idea.
I mean, I suppose it's probably for the best so I could talk to Abel.
I think he's server muted. I think he got timed out by the server because no one can unmute him.
Oh, yeah, actually. Fair enough. Yeah, Matt, you might have triggered a swearing thing. Oh, it's telling me off for trying to unmute you. Sorry. I can't do anything about it.
Well, I'm not gonna make any points right now. I was just wondering. Whenever I've been trying to talk, I feel like it's been pretty chill, but I keep on getting muted within a couple of seconds of me speaking.
Do you still think that science is independent of empiricism?
I think it's based in empiricism. Isn't the idea that there's certain axioms that we base our sciences off of, right?
Yeah, but empiricism isn't necessary for science, right? Because you denied that yesterday.
Yeah, well, I did some research and it's debatable for me now, so.
Okay.
Wait, what does science without empiricism look like?
Well, that was my point yesterday. It's all gone quiet. Do 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 do.
Well, there's always Hugmuggus, or there's this Reverend Maniac.
Who's the
I'm trying to get
Reverend guy?
Trying to get Hugmuggus to admit that empiricism was necessary for science was like pulling teeth yesterday, and now he's come in and said, "Well, I don't know anymore." I suppose we do make some progress sometimes.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like inherently empirical.
Yeah, of course.
That's like the whole point.
I know. Look, Chocho, are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, I'm definitely a flat earther, but I just feel like sometimes globers will come in and they'll just deny everything we say because we're flat earthers, right?
Yeah, internet shit.
Right. But it's just like, dude, you don't have to fight like 2 + 2 is 4. No, it isn't. Flat Earther said it, so it can't be true. Like, come on, man.
Wait, so what do you think the Earth is like?
I think the Earth's the floor of the universe.
What's above it?
Well, everything you see in the sky. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, I'm not trying to be facetious. That's just how I see it.
Do you think there's anything going on up there?
Oh, hell yeah.
What kind of shit?
There's this big-ass glowing orb that floats above us. It's fucking sick.
Yeah, the sun's pretty chill.
Yeah,
or I guess not chill, but...
Oh, no, the sun's chill.
It helps.
Man. Yeah, the sun's chill. I mean, it helps grow shit, so the sun's chill.
True.
Moon's chill as well. But other than that, I think you got a bunch of luminaries, and there's obviously some kind of electrostatic effects going on in the sky that we have absolutely no way of knowing about. So.
What initially made you reject the globe model? Like, what was that thing where it was like, okay, this doesn't make sense anymore for you?
Oh yeah, I did my own observations and I could see way too far. I was like, yeah, this doesn't work.
In terms of like looking towards the horizon type stuff?
I mean, like, you can see Ireland from England, you can see France from England, and then you start to go out to like different places. Like I went to Marbella, and you can see North Africa from Marbella on a good day, which is mental. Where else? I mean, there's certain places you can go to in Africa where you can go onto like mountains or whatever, and you can see crazy distances.
What's the like longest like zoom with a camera ever done, or like telescope, like horizontally to the ground? Is there like a world record?
I mean, there is a world record longest photograph, which was like 253 miles or something like that, from Mount Canigou to I forget the other mountain. Is it Finisterre?
And the 1,200-mile one from the air, 30,000 feet. 30,000 feet.
Yeah, there's lots of these like long observations, and obviously a lot of the globers will just be like, "No, refraction." But I recognize that for what it is, which is an ad hoc excuse.
The good thing about the 1,200-mile one is it was done in infrared, so you don't have to worry about refraction with that one.
Yeah, and obviously they nut eye anyway, but I'm not really interested in nut eyes.
Well, Dazza posted a gotcha for you.
Oh, lovely. What's this?
Can't be seen right now, but where is the sun? How big is it? And how high is it? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Gotcha.
Don't know. Pretty big, pretty high. There we are.
I said in the sky somewhere.
Yeah, give me 53 million quid a day and I'll go and find out for you.
You wouldn't be able to spend your money fast enough if you got it that quick. It would be like money became pointless because you wouldn't even be able to spend it fast enough.
Oh, I could spend 50 million a day. Don't you worry about me.
You know, it's not actually worth it for Jeff Bezos to bend down to pick up a $20 bill.
yeah.
Why is he dropping 20s?
Why does he even have 20s? I bet you that dude never has cash.
I got 50s and 100s, so he should too.
He probably never even goes anywhere where he needs to spend money because he just goes to all of the places he owns. But imagine if you walk into your own country club and then you walk into your own restaurant that you own, and you go and get dinner, and then you walk to everywhere you go, you just own. You wouldn't ever need money. I bet Bezos doesn't believe he's on a globe either.
You don't need $50 million a day to go to prove where the sun is at. By the way.
Yeah, but I would like 50 million a day and then I'll prove that the Earth's flat. But I'll keep the change. Way cheaper than NASA. Get myself a nice little private yacht as well. Sail on the flat seas. That'd be nice.
How big do you think the Earth is?
Don't know. Pretty fucking big.
Do you think all of it's been mapped so far?
Good question. I think probably, yeah, but I don't think we have access to that.
Like square miles wise, do you think it's bigger or smaller than like what the normal models say?
I think there's definitely hidden land. But I mean, that's not even... What's funny is that that's not even really denied. Like, have you ever tried looking up North Korea on a map? Like Google Maps?
Like Street View?
Actually, I don't know.
That would be a street view.
I'm doing this right now.
It'd be like all secret.
Yeah. Last time I looked it up, it was literally, there was just the outline of the country and that was all you could see.
The question about 2 points where it's under at the same time. Is that the sun? No.
Can you believe there's only one country between North Korea and Finland?
What, Russia?
Yeah.
Oh, I hadn't realized that. Of course, Russia is pretty big, so.
Yeah, kind of. If you go in a straight line, you do kind of have to go through China and Mongolia, but it's pretty much true.
Yeah. But, I mean, there's only one border between Finland and North Korea.
Yeah.
So, it's quite funny. Also, Russia has a border with Poland. People don't realize.
Oh, what is that place called? The little Kaliningrad?
Yeah. Kaliningrad, yeah. It's just like, I don't even know if it's like, it's probably technically owned by Russia, but doesn't have any Russian culture. I don't know.
I think it's mostly military families that live there, right?
Probably, yeah. It's a massive piece of land, though. So, just randomly owning it. Like, anyway.
Yeah, bro. Cold War was weird.
But yeah, I mean, I think probably the militaries of the world have got a very good idea of exactly what's going on. And I don't think they're going to tell us. Like, why would they bother?
How do you think they like prevent information from like leaking?
Well, I mean, it's actually quite easy nowadays. Anytime information leaks, you just call the person a crazy conspiracy theorist and shadow ban them online, and it's job done.
True.
Much easier to do quote unquote book burnings now than it used to be, because everything's digital, so you just fucking delete it.
There is something to be said for that logic, simply because technologies like Photoshop and AI have made it, I guess, quite a lot harder to tell if something is true or not. Because people can just say, yeah, that was Photoshopped.
Yeah, but I mean, fake photos have existed since photos have existed.
That's true. But still, all the pictures of UFOs are as grainy as possible.
Yeah, they probably are. Right, it's 5 a.m. and there's no conversation, so I'm off to sleep. Night, guys.
Night.
All right, let's hear from the Reverend now. We all know his girlfriend's fake, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to mic up.
What was the point of that comment?
Check the chat. He says he has a girlfriend. I know, it's funny, right?
Yeah, but what was the point of like making fun of the dude?
Well, I mean, at first he was going to leave because, his girlfriend's hanging out next to him. But she's actually asleep right now, so he can't mic up. So, of course he doesn't have a girlfriend. A fantasy like everything else he chants in here.
Is this proof that he has a girlfriend that someone else said so, or does he know for himself?
I don't know if he can, though, with his epistemology. But, I mean, no doubt he can mic up and just tell us, because, surely there's no girlfriend.
That's tough.
Or you can just go outside.
When I'm reading the chat, and I can't even, what is he arguing?
He's not arguing. He doesn't know how to do that. He's just having a meltdown. He's really upset. I don't even know if he knows why. He's got a few mental problems, poor little guy.
What's in this chat?
There's just a glober spiraling, pretending he has a girlfriend, pretending he has arguments while making none, pretending he knows what science is while not telling you. Trust me, bro, basically. For everything.
He's just a big old fallacy.
Oh, he's sad case. Totally have a girlfriend right here next to me, but I'm going to lose arguments to flat earthers on Discord instead of pay attention to her.
I think people take the term flat earth, I know they do, and then they apply it to ignorance or something, or they think that we don't know their science or the science that they don't know, obviously most of the time, and it's it's just crazy to me how
the TV told them flat earth was stupid.
Yeah, but I think maybe we should start going by anti-globalist or something.
Yeah, it's not the most productive label in a way because it comes with all this baggage.
Yeah, and I think you still find us.
It's kind of useful.
See what I'm saying?
It's
Yeah,
kind
it
of
is.
useful in a way because
like a
it's
path.
bait. It's bait. It brings them in. As soon as they see it, they go flat Earth, and they join this room.
Yeah, and I guess we'd probably like be considered the terrorists at some point for being called anti-globalists. So,
well, it's pretty much there.
Yeah. Well, we're not idiots, man. I wish people would like, I don't know, at least wake up to that. If they don't want to wake up to the truth, like flat Earth is everywhere. If nobody's heard of it yet, then they are backwoods as hell. Cause like, I don't understand.
Hey,
I don't know. I don't get.
Reverend, that's not what was said. It's not a good label because it comes with baggage and it freaks you guys out. But on the other hand, it kind of does work to our favor because it brings you lunatics in here. And then we become the top channel in your servers in like a matter of weeks. So it's a mixed bag. Defend a claim. We don't have to defend anything. There are axioms, things that are self-evident, and then there are mental patients like you that argue against those things. So this
Who
is
can't? Yeah.
yeah, it's just entertainment. It's just entertainment, monkey, dance for me.
This guy must like be real short with crazy looking colored hair.
He thinks beating off to porn is having a girlfriend lying next to him.
Dang. Sometimes I do beat off with my girlfriend lying next to me.
This guy doesn't have a girlfriend. So far, everything he said
And
has
my
been
girlfriend's
proven to...
actually my wife, so she'd
Yeah.
probably come out and kick my ass in here in a minute, but I don't care because I'm a man and I'm gonna talk on Discord for a minute when I get off.
Well, I think that's why he went with the girlfriend fantasy, because he can't even fathom a wife.
No, I gotta have a wife. I gotta be a little bit biblical, or a whole lot biblical. Actually, I try to be.
A machine, a diagnostic image with extreme refraction. Yeah, okay, show me one of those that has like all my internal organs like rearranged and moved around, and there's things behind things that are actually in front of other things that are appearing behind them. If you can show me that, then sure. Yeah, I would hand wave that image. Sorry, I'm just responding to the chat.
This dude needs to go like cry or something.
That's what he's
what's wrong
doing.
with him.
Well, I think that's why he's not actually miking up, is because he is crying, and so he gave us the girlfriend excuse instead. But I mean, you're not going to trick anybody into thinking you're cool here, Reverend. So you might as well just tell us the truth that you're bawling right now and
You're
don't want to
gay.
be heard like that on the YouTube stream.
And you really want to hook up with one of us. I mean, that's cool, but
I mean, what
you need to
woman would
like.
be interested in this? Just look at a meltdown in the text chat on a flat Earth channel where he can't win a single argument. He can't even make an argument.
Bro, ain't there like a gay server like that he can go and talk to gay people on, like, and try and find him a mate? Because that's what it looks like he's trying to do, is figure out.
Bro, did you get lost?
here he
Is
can
that
go.
why you're wondering what I'm asking you to argue? This isn't Grindr.
What are you like 15-year-old teenagers? That's crazy. Like, I shouldn't be talking about that, bro.
Well, let's pivot to Daza again. Daza, is the world still an illusion, or did you figure things out? Oh, it's not an illusion. I forgot. When we're measuring angles, no refraction. When we're not, refraction. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The horizon's refracted until you measure an angle to it. Or measure an angle to a mountain that's being blocked by the horizon.
How is the horizon refracting? Light refracts. Horizons don't refract. Like, that doesn't
Well,
make sense.
I mean, you'd first have to have any clue what a horizon is. These guys think that a horizontal line is curving.
That would be a curved line.
Yeah, I think so.
We don't see that on the horizon.
Oh, he's hoping tomorrow I'll be able to tell him what science is because he couldn't figure it out for himself. I think we've told him maybe, I don't know, probably 36 or so times in this chat. But he has to come back and ask for the same lesson again. Well, good luck to you, little buddy.
Science is everything they don't teach you in school, bro.
Here, I'm going to make an argument with a bunch of terms I don't understand and then ask you to define them for me. Good one. I totally have a girlfriend, too. Uh-huh. Why did you even have to slip that in here? If you weren't if you weren't insecure about how you can't get a girl, you probably wouldn't even be thinking about it or bringing it up.
The girl just throws off from thermodynamics. You know what I'm saying? So he don't break his own laws up in here. Is probably what it is.
Now he's saying the baseline only fits a curve. What? The straight, flat baseline?
The baseline of a triangle?
Well, I don't know. He hasn't actually shown us anything. He's just made claim after claim after claim. And we didn't actually even have to ask him to show us any evidence for any of the claims because the claims themselves were incoherent and they conflicted with one another. So the whole thing just fell apart before we even got to the evidence stage.
Sounds like the globe model.
I mean, I would ask you for the measurements, but everything you said up into claiming them defeated the claim of the measurements, so I don't even need to.
Or the globalist model, I guess you should say. The actual globe model makes more sense than they do.
Oh, he even admitted he doesn't have actual measurements. Okay, so this is just imagination. Imaginometry. All right.
That's it, bro.
Well, let me just imagine that I have a bunch of angle measurements orthographically that only fit a curve. Uh-huh.
Let's assume
and that somehow refutes what's outside.
Let's just go outside and measure the Earth to be flat.
He thinks he can get measurements that shatter his refraction paradigm. Okay, go on and get them. Then I guess we can say goodbye to refraction.
On a horizontal basis.
Since everything is orthographic now, and that's how we actually experience the world, then I guess refraction's no longer a factor, and we can be done with the globe. Thanks.
Wow. I hope he didn't post that. I'm just reading it. If he posted that, that sucks for him. Hope you posted that.
He says that they only work with a curved baseline, but ChatGPT tells me that they rely on a horizontal one. Is this one of those horizontal is curved again?
Maybe it's a conspiracy.
It's gotta be. NASA's a conspiracy theorist after all. Well, I mean, that I could see how they would think that. I mean, they do think horizontal lines curve. We've heard that over and over again.
What is happening on this cartoon?
They think that the horizon, which is parallel to horizontal, which therefore means it's horizontal, is also curved.
Why do they need all this to explain themselves?
They think that
it should be apparent.
Straight lines are actually really big curves, and if you say otherwise or even ask them a question about it, then you're denying the reality of cosine. That's what I've heard over and over. Is he still here?
Oh yeah. I don't think he's here. That's
oh shoot.
What's his Humogus or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Are you a flat earther?
Who are you talking to?
Dr. Kindergarten.
I think that water's flat. Does that make me a flat earther?
I don't know. I'm asking, are you a flat earther?
Well, if taking the stance that water is flat makes me a flat earther, then the answer is yes.
All right.
Yeah. Because water would have to curve on a ball, right?
Yeah, I'm a ball tard.
I don't see water doing that.
Do you ever think that maybe you just don't know what you're talking about and you're not smart? You ever just think about that?
I have thought about that in the past, but it turned out that, in my experience, it was always the guys saying that we live on a space ball with curving water who didn't know what they were talking about.
But isn't it just easier to think that maybe you're just not that smart?
Well, I mean, that wouldn't be an argument, though, would it?
I'm not arguing. I'm just saying I don't think you're that smart.
Okay, based on what?
I'm not arguing.
Okay, so is there any relevance to that comment, or
just saying that it might be easier for you to not know what you're talking about and just know that you don't know what you're talking about.
All right, so I said that water is flat, right? I said that water is flat, and then you asked me to consider that I don't know what I'm talking about. He bailed out.
Yeah, he's pointless. He's hopeless. He's lost. Just a waste of time. People like that, just complete waste of time. Who think they are smarter because they believe the lies. It's really weird.
Well, it's funny how quickly they get mad. I said water's flat. That's basically all I said. And he got mad right away. You ever think that maybe you're just stupid?
Yeah, because his water can't be flat. It has to be curved.
Well, geez, did I say something stupid? Or is it stupid to say that water's flat? I mean, if so, like, help me out. But so far, I just get a bunch of feet stamping and tantruming and rage quitting. So help me out, guys. Am I the stupid one, or is it those guys?
Oh, it's very self-evident. He said, I'm not arguing, then leaves. Well, then, yeah, that's probably a good time to exit.
Scott Mackey said the other day that the problem right now is that the Globers are worse than the Flat Earthers.
Oh, man. He's finally realizing that a lot of the Globers have zero idea what they're arguing about. They don't know their own model.
They can't think straight, and they're just angry. A lot of emotion.
Yeah.
Triggered. If they calm down, maybe they could start to reason.
It's really cool to see how it's growing, how many more, people, how more people are waking up, if you will, realizing the falsehoods, seeing the.
Oh, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
It's all good.
I just think it's funny. Daza is in the chat, lying. Wouldn't let me get past the basic repeatable observation that if you move away from a mountain, take elevation angles and plot them, the angles measured do not make a straight line. Daza, you didn't show us those observations. You even told us you don't have them. So you can't say that there's anything basic and repeatable here. You don't even have them. You don't even claim to have one. It's just something you keep saying. Yeah, we don't have to get to why. You haven't even shown that it happens. And your claim that it happens conflicts with your other claim that nothing in reality is perceived at all like it is in orthographic geometry. And there's refraction, and nothing looks like what it actually is. And if you try to represent it orthographically, it's not how it's actually going to appear. That's what you said with your refraction claims. You said that nothing looks the way it actually is, basically. That's what it amounted to. And then suddenly, all of that goes out the window when you say you can plot things on a curve.
Exactly. It's like he'll use it when it's in his, when it's supporting his argument, but in reality, he can't use it because it destroys his argument. It's really funny the way they do that.
Stance in itself is incoherent and self-defeating, and we don't even. I mean, you admit that you don't even have the evidence, but we don't even get to the point where we ask you for it because the claim itself is self-defeating because of how incoherent it is. You guys just cannot pick a lane. Just can never pick a lane. They want to have it every which way all the time.
Actually,
I'm probably going to meet you.
Oh, what is this?
Did you get my
Probably.
Are there still flat earthers?
Yeah, you're one.
Oh.
I jerk off to flat Earth pictures. Did you get my
Okay.
What the fuck?
Well, I'm gonna mute you because you're retarded.
Okay,
Next.
You got muted.
Yeah, he's a retard.
Let's prove that the Earth is round instead of flat.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Bro, the ops muted him.
Yeah, you're muted too. I can tell by this. I can just tell by the way you're talking that you're not going to be capable of
gonna be a waste
adding anything to this.
Nah, I'm just waiting for someone to stand up and say that Earth is spherical and not flat.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, hold on, if Earth was flat, would there be an end where you would just fall off the ledge?
Ha ha ha.
If Earth was
The
flat,
edge.
would water fall off the side? There would be no more water.
Good one. Yeah, because bodies of water don't require containers or anything. Man, you spent a lot of time thinking this through. You know what? The world is a ball.
Yeah. Also, if Earth was flat,
Oh, there's more?
how come if we dig a hole,
there's more.
It's like 800 kilometers and not just 1 inch?
Oh. If we dig a hole, it's 800 kilometers, not 1 inch, so it's got to be a ball.
Yeah.
Swollen or Svalin, whatever your name is, that's not the topic, so I'm not unmuting you for that. Wow. Do you think anybody's ever dug a hole 800 kilometers deep?
The Russians?
No.
Oh, wait, they dig more.
Oh, yeah, it must have been more. Nah, you went the wrong way.
Wait.
Stay muted, Svalin. I ain't helping
If
you.
the Earth is flat, then why does the magnetic field look like a spear?
Have you seen it?
We can't see it, but we have the science to prove that.
Okay, so you
there
can't
is
see it.
a magnetic field.
Okay,
pulsing-
so if
pulsing
the Earth is
around Earth.
flat, then why is this other thing I can't see not flat?
Like a ball?
So that's what we're going with?
Yeah.
Well,
how come there is such
I
thing
rest
as a
my case.
spear?
He made it for me.
Hold on. Flat Earth is a circle, but the real Earth is just a spear. They're not the same thing.
Can we do any better than this guy?
Right.
And if the Earth was flat, would we be 2D?
Did you get my DM, Heretic?
I'll check that. Let me get back to you.
No,
Don't
all
worry.
right. Sounds good. Hey, buddy, you're talking on the chat. I posted something for you in side chat. In regards to how far they dug down, but I don't think you realize how that's nothing compared to what they say the depth would be to the center of the Earth.
True. I can't remember on the top of my head how far they dig down.
You said 800 kilometers. It was 12,000.
Oh, yeah.
So
that still
meter. I'm
proves
sorry,
that Earth is
12,000
weird.
meters or 12 kilometers. Sorry, I misspoke. That's
Okay.
12,000 meters, or in your case, it's 12 kilometers, not 800 kilometers. But even still, that is barely scratching the surface in your paradigm. Let me edit that real quick. I even put the 12 kilometers. People just blindly believing.
Yeah.
Gotta believe the lies. Truth's out there if you search for it. And if you could grasp it once it's presented in front of you. Not everyone could do that.
Do flat earthers believe that the sun is also flat?
Yeah, everything's flat, man. All two-dimensional. Three-dimensionality doesn't exist.
The flat world everywhere.
Yeah.
People are flat. Your face is flat.
Your ass is flat.
Everything.
Your girlfriend's chest is flat.
I was just gonna say that. I was gonna say titties though, but you beat me to it.
Balls are flattened.
Yeah.
Oh. Our tires are flat.
Two-dimensional.
I need to pull up Google Earth real quick. Hold on.
Google Earth.
Have you ever thought of the software that's used to create that? How it takes images from above and then puts them in a sphere?
Yeah.
Pretty interesting, huh?
It's a projection.
Yeah, they take a bunch of high altitude photos, no different than you taking a camera and just, taking a foot to a step to the right of your backyard, and then a step to your right, and a step to your right, and then you just make a collage and you put them all together. You render them together, and you just beautifully just put them on a ball, and then voila, there you go. There's your ball Earth. That's why a lot of things don't add up on that. It's taken them a lot though to make it fit and to figure it out. That's why.
I don't know. They'll show a big picture of a ball, and it'll be one country on it, and it'll be huge. And I'm like, what is going on?
Are there any defenders of the flat Earth in here that actually are down to have like a cordial discussion on it? Like we're
I'm
sincere
talking to you right
dialogue.
now, bro.
Yeah, there's several of us in here.
Defenders of the flat Earth. Defenders. Yep.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
make us like a Marvel team or something.
Yeah, like Captain Planet. No, but somebody who, is willing to have like an actual intellectual conversation about it. Engage science and that kind of thing.
That's
maybe logic.
I mean, that's no problem. Engage.
So I've been referred to a couple guys. I guess I don't know. Well, I don't know. I guess a couple guys don't want to know their names out there, so I don't say who they are. But that are defenders, and I don't know. They're just not around. So we kind of trying to get some dialogue going with people that are actual believers in a flat Earth that would be willing to dialogue. So if anybody'd like to, I don't know who you guys would pick the most capable defender, but there just seems to be some smart.
Any of us are capable, bro.
Andrew, to be honest, bro,
there ain't no debate. So like any of us are capable.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew, if I'm being all real with you, dog, on honesty, like real flat Earth believers, it's I look at life as kind of like a video game, and they're kind of like they have a level cap that just ain't the same as ours and most people. Their level cap is in different fields, you know. Like they spent their points in certain fields over others. That's all. There's nothing wrong with them.
Like thermodynamics, like the second law of thermodynamics.
I think they spent their experience point on dyslexia and autism.
That's awesome. Maybe we should talk
Well,
some
no,
flat
I wouldn't be that mean. They're just
Yeah.
they're just
You're
less
just ad
intelligent.
hominem, bro. I mean,
Let's go for it.
not directly, but a whole community of people.
I don't even think it's less intelligence. I think it's just more non-linear thinking.
That's profound.
Well, they don't build from the ground up.
Like, what does my
They're
thinking
making
got
an
to do
assertion
with
and
the
they're
fact that
building
we
down
measured
from
the
it.
Earth to be flat, bro?
I don't know who you're talking about, but I personally, in a career, we literally build from the ground up. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying build from the ground up, and that's how you find out that the Earth is round. You know.
No, the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat is actually the pretty foundational observation.
It's the foundational measurement. The Earth is measured as a horizontal plane.
You know the slope-intercept
You'd
formula
have to
is,
first
bro?
disprove that we never made it to the moon. You'd have to find a way to disprove that.
You can't have
Also,
gas
you have to
pressure.
look
I can
out
do
at
that.
satellites
I can-
in our atmosphere and tell us how they didn't get there or how they did
We
get
can
there.
monologue and gish gallop around you, bro.
No, one question at a time. I'll deal with one question at a time. If you ask me to deal with the moon landings, don't go on to then ask another fucking question while I'm answering yours. That's stupid. How are you going to learn anything? So you can't go to the moon because the moon's in a vacuum of space. The vacuum of space can't exist because of second law of thermodynamics.
Sir, we already have been to the moon. You
Dude,
can't
are you-
disprove that.
Yeah, I can, because the medium's a vacuum. You can't have gas pressure without a container. The Earth is an open system, which would defy natural law for us to be breathing right now. If you can go to the moon, that means the Earth is an open system, which means that the gas, which is matter, will leave the system. Entropy will increase. Okay, no moon landing.
Yeah, and if it's so possible to get to the moon, why is the technology and ability lost all of a sudden? Why is it not replicatable?
Yeah, we have lines that are not connecting here.
Crickets.
Always crickets.
No debate.
Got so many crickets.
Must be in the chat. That's where all the scared Glovers go. There you have it, folks. Get what you came for. Every time up in here, Glover. I don't know what about the religion makes them so zealous. They just think they can defend a lie and defend the signs they don't know or understand. It doesn't make any sense. But they ask big questions.
Indoctrination is a hell of a drug.
Bro, tell me about it. I was high on that shit for a long time.
Makes you feel smart.
on.
Makes you feel like a big man. Big man on campus,
Hold
eh?
on. If the Earth is flat, then we'd be going around the sun like a frisbee. And if
No,
the
the Earth isn't moving.
No.
Yeah,
The
it's
Earth
not
is
moving.
stationary, and the sun is
moving,
within
bro.
the sun is within our atmosphere. It's local.
Yeah, but do you ever think you're just stupid and you don't know what you're talking about?
There's
You ever think you're just a
I
bot?
think that
Fuck out of here.
there's this little
I
thing
actually
called
spend a lot of time microshock thinking that you're stupid and don't know much about what's going on
think a
here
lot. You think
or
about
what anybody's
or
talking about.
think about me a lot.
Yeah, in the last 5 minutes where you've been in here twice, obviously thinking about us this whole time.
Well, I
I've
just
thought
think-
every single time
I
I've
just
heard
think
from
that
you
it's-
that
it's
you're
easier
pretty
to think you
stupid.
guys-
I just think it's makes the most sense that you're a goddamn retard. It's what it seems like to me.
Gotta be old boy's girlfriend.
Why'd you mute
So
me?
no, I don't think I'm the stupid one. I don't think I'm the
that
stupid
you're
one.
stupid. You don't like hearing that.
Well, I mean, it's not constructive.
Okay,
It's stupid. It's actually
stop doing
stupid.
it then. I will stop.
It's stupid.
I'll stop calling you stupid. Don't worry.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it
Just
it were-
relax. I already said I'll stop. You won
if
your
it were
argument.
poignant, like
Is
if it had
is
something
really
to
not-
do with what was
You
going
really
on.
just can't take a win, right?
If we were being
You
stupid,
can't
then
take a
sure,
win.
fine.
I
If it were
literally conceded
pertinent,
to you.
yeah, if it were pertinent, fine, I would welcome it. But it just doesn't seem like it has any place here. It seems kind of stupid.
I already said
Like
I'm
the
not going to call you
definition of
stupid anymore. I
retard.
conceded to your point. What's your problem?
Stop talking, dude. Fucking hell.
Yeah, you're still talking. That's the problem.
Yeah, but I'm not going to call you stupid.
Yeah, but
How'd you have gas pressure
I'm
without
not
a
going to
container?
call you stupid.
How'd you have gas pressure without a container? Okay. Don't answer the big
You
questions,
don't.
I guess.
I'll answer for him.
doesn't seem like he has anything to say unless it's something stupid.
Yeah, but I'm not going to call you stupid.
It's almost like you're indirectly, passively, aggressively calling him stupid by repeating it over and over again, saying you're not going to do it. It's very
I'm
slick.
not going to do it.
Like the apparent curved horizon is stupid. So that's pertinent. Right?
Look, I'm giving you guys what you want.
Are you?
What do you want?
I'm giving you
Evidence that
guys
yes.
what
How do
you
you get
want.
gas pressure without a container, bro? Jetty done asked you this like 3 times
I don't know. I
or 10
huff gas.
times. I don't even know. A lot of times you were asking, yeah, and it ain't you're vacuuming it out of the container it's in.
I vacuum it into my butthole, dude.
That's sick. I huffed a lot of gas, but not like that.
It's the most efficient way to do it.
Yeah, it sounds like cancer. That shit ruined me.
Cancer's not real, dude.
I was a kid.
You know, cancer's not real.
Okay, well, if cancer was real, chemicals and
not real,
radiation
dude.
cause it.
Yeah, but I don't
You
deal
put
in
chemicals up
hypotheticals,
your
dude.
ass.
It's not real.
I feel you. Neither is the globe.
I agree, dude. I agree. Yeehaw.
Okay, then we go. You ever think that you're smart then? Yes.
Yeah, I'm smart, but I'm not going to call you stupid.
I'm not stupid.
I'm not calling you that.
I know that. I agree. Anyway, I thought you was claiming the globe. You're a pretty smart fella if you're not.
Has there been any coverage of any speculation, given that it's Sunday today?
Speculation Sunday.
Oh, no, that's the fun stuff.
Yeah, I've been just speculating now.
On the
Seen
topic
a
of
lot of globers.
on the topic of speculation, as a flatty myself, what do you guys kind of think about the alien thing? Especially since it's getting a lot more coverage and screen time, obviously.
It's just a psyop, dude. There ain't no aliens.
Do you think there's any non-human beings that work in things, or
No.
is the entire thing's a psyop?
Well, there may be some crocs out there. I've heard a bunch of croc talk, so.
Croc talk? What are we talking about? Reptilians?
No, just crocs.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a lot of people get confused on the subject, but it's all speculation.
For sure. Well, I thought it was apropos for the day.
You got to be speculative.
it seems to me that the flat Earth has more people tend to lean towards like Nephilim, Archons, some spiritual or interdimensional kind of thing, rather than space aliens, obviously.
It may be interdimensional. That would make more sense to me.
Yeah, me
But
too.
I don't really subscribe to that. Yeah. I
Yeah,
haven't seen any.
I don't think space travel has any merit, like floating through the ether of space or landing through the atmosphere. But like maybe something like portals or interdimensional travel, stargates of some sort, I might be a little more amenable to the speculation of.
Maybe this is the most woo woo I get. Like when Ezekiel in the Bible talks about wheels upon wheels.
Yeah.
I like to think sometimes that maybe that's the only light in the sky, and it shines on other things, causing reflections, and maybe that's what makes all the other lights in the sky. But I don't really know. That's just speculation, Maybe I don't really know.
Those wheels of fire are typically interpreted as spaceships, but I think they could be interpreted as portals.
Yeah.
And
All kind of stuff.
CERN obviously seems to be a portal or a stargate of some sort, whether that technology is real or not.
The Atom Smasher is real, but what they're trying to accomplish with it, I don't really know. Like,
I think
obviously they're not coming off of it.
I think their statue of Shiva the Destroyer in the front and the tunnel ceremonies might be a little indicative of some of the intents of it.
Probably watch a bunch of SCP videos and figure out what they're doing.
For real.
Yeah.
So what do you
think
about
that the SCP Foundation is like the anomaly catchers. I think there's something to that.
Yeah, I think so too. I think there's some validity to it, kind of like hiding in plain sight. I think that there's a possibility that there's other continents or Agartha or places beyond the ice wall where maybe some wild supernatural shit exists, or maybe something SCP comparable. I've heard some esoteric lore about calamities hidden in the world and hidden in the ice and stuff like that. That's like, Titans or aliens or whatever you want to call them, sealed up.
I had a really rich person that was real, like, I don't know, secretive, tell me that 5 people ran the world. Like, no matter what, 5 people ran the world. And if somebody was referring to the Illuminati, that'd be who it was, them 5 people. And that kind of correlates with it too, because they got the O5 Council or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't know.
And if we go by predictive programming, One Piece has the world government that's run by the Gorosei, which is 5 nobles.
And there's 5 in the upper room praying. That's out of the Bible.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I think all the alien things.
History.
I think the alien thing is it's like marketing, soft disclosure to get everybody believing in aliens so they can pull some Project Bluebeam shit and convince everybody it's an alien invasion to accept a one world government.
Yeah, and burn us all to death with a dew.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to have some like evil aliens or reptilians destroy everything, put everybody into a state of panic. Then we're like, hey, here's some good aliens, some Andromedans or Pleiadians or whatever, and they'll give you technology to clean the oceans and universal basic income and no more wars. But you got to beat your swords and you got to beat your swords into plowshares and join the one world government and the Galactic Federation of Light. Some stupid shit like that.
Everything came from Earth, period. Like, we don't make anything here that didn't come from here. So, in a sense, all things are biodegradable. Got to be. Whether or not they degrade faster or slower, they degrade. So, nature's going to take its course. If you leave stuff alone for long enough, it's going to grow back just as pretty and green and nice as it was before. If that's the climate, you know what I'm saying? If the area is made to grow stuff, but if not, it won't. But I mean, it's all about climate when it comes to things thriving, and we're not messing anything up, bro. Like anything, like global warming's fake. Like I'm a denier, I guess. You can call me whatever you want,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
like
I guess
it's not.
I'm like mostly denying because of like it's a psyop for some extent. But whatever like reasonability there is to global warming, it comes from mass industrialization in factories and exploitive corporations. It's not because a bunch of cows in a field are farting or a bunch of dumb humans are breathing. That's a retarded take. That's just
We can't
justification for
stop it, slow
that's
it
just
down,
justification.
or speed
That's
it
just
up.
yeah, that's just justification for depopulation and environmental controls and shit like that.
And we're carbon-based life forms. What makes you think carbon isn't decent
Carbon
for our
is the enemy.
systems?
Yeah, we literally live in a greenhouse where the trees eat what we breathe and we eat what the trees breathe. It's perfect symbiosis.
And our cars put off carbon, so that's what the trees eat. So I mean, I don't.
An underhanded
I don't know, man.
attack on life, basically, is what it is.
Pretty much. It's like some Fallout shit where they want to just destabilize the ecosystem and humanity enough to get them to self-destruct while they hide in bunkers, I guess.
They don't want us to know what's at the north, the true north, and they don't want us to know what's beyond the south. So
Yeah, I think that's where the rulers of the world live.
I'm sure there's got to be more land than what we can draw on a map.
Absolutely.
People are not everywhere like they should be, and overpopulation is a myth.
Yeah, and even the parts that we have populated were crammed into prison cities and stuff like that. It's not like every country is just people spreading out all over the place, you know, settling land or some romantic frontier shit.
Where should we go? Where's this extra land?
Who knows? Maybe there's other continents within the ice wall and the map is just a lie, and if not, potentially there's underground places and potentially past the ice wall.
Well, wouldn't
Everything
there
we
be
know
somebody trying
is
to wouldn't there
propaganda,
be
bro.
somebody to do that? Wouldn't somebody try to get over the ice wall?
Well, you can't because of the Antarctic Treaty. All the militaries of the world agreed to lock it down, except for military and scientific endeavors.
Well, then
There's
just do a
there's no
scientific endeavor.
Well, the scientific endeavors are controlled, so you can't be truly independent and investigative. You have to toe the line.
I mean, you can go to Antarctica. I don't know why you think that. You can't go. You can just go. Only 15
No.
grand.
Yeah, you can go on a tourist trip where they take you to a spot they say is Antarctica. You can't go independently. You can't just load up your own ship with your own exploring crew and go down there. Otherwise, a military convoy would stop you.
What? Well, you have to have. Yeah, you do have to have like a license and like you have to go with a authorized. You can't just go because you want to. Like you know, that's like a. It's like a.
Yeah. So therefore,
pristine
that's
habitat. They
so
don't want
that
you
sets-
like you would
so
get
that's-
stuck and you would literally
I get-
trash the place.
I get the ostensible cover story for why people can't go there independently. Oh, you're gonna
'Cause you'd
litter.
die.
You're gonna litter and hurt the penguins. But I think that's bullshit.
Well, do you think you should just get free reign over Antarctica, like this Arctic?
Regardless of what I think should or should not happen, the point being is that you cannot do it. You cannot independently go explore because you have to have the approval of the governments.
Yeah,
so
but
that
you
already
can then go. But you can go explore. Then.
that
care.
already sets a metric for they have control over your findings, where you go, and how you do things. If you need their permission and you need their approval, that means they get to control how you do things.
No, they just want to make sure that you're like approved to go there. That they know you're going. You have the right thing. Stuff.
Yeah.
You have to. They don't just like There's Destination Antarctica. You could just sign up for a trip.
That's cute, Talon.
You know that you can do that.
Yeah, you can go on a tourist trip,
Right.
where you're.
I mean, what do you think? That's what that is. There's no ice wall. No one's ever found an ice wall.
I see why you're
Everybody goes-
fucking
people go
muted.
on
I see
tours
why
all
you're
the time.
fucking muted in here all the time because you're so goddamn bad faith.
I mean, you're just making up this ice wall and saying you can't go when I'm like looking up $15,000 trips to Antarctica on the website. So I'm sorry. I don't know what's bad faith about that when I could just see that you can go.
Because you're purposefully dancing around the fact that it's a guided tour. It's controlled. You cannot independently explore and investigate.
So just bring
and
like
report
a
your findings.
GPS locator so you know where you are. Right? Do latitude and longitude. I mean, what are you planning on doing that you think that they're going to stop? You want to walk across it?
Potentially.
You want to walk across Antarctica? Tons of people have done it. It's a huge pain in the ass.
Think
You can easily die.
only people have been a part of the scientific institutions or military, so therefore their testimonies about what it is and what you can do are false or are dubious at best.
No, you can take private chartered safaris. Private companies do it all the time. Whale watching and
not to Antarctica.
Polar bears that's up in the north end though.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not in Antarctica. You can go see penguins.
That's cute.
Fly B-52 down there. There's a bunch of different places you can go to.
I don't think you're flying a B-52 to Antarctica.
See if you can get a permit for me to get $15,000 to go there, and then I can take another $15,000 and buy me a Sherm, and see if you can get the permit for me to drive my Sherm around in Antarctica. They probably won't give it to you. They'll come up with some kind of environmental bullshit, but if they would, then come at me, because we'll go and we'll prove it.
Book now. I can book a trip to the South Pole right now. Occupation.
And that's one of the
contact.
And that's one of the perfect
passport.
And that's one of the perfect pretenses as well. You know, we gotta lock it. We gotta lock it down for environmental reasons, which means we get to
put down a
restrict
$15,000 deposit.
Which means they get to restrict what kind of vehicles or equipment you could use for that exploration under the environmental pretenses.
The Sherm can go 1,000 miles out of its way into the bush. It can go through water. It can go up and down mountain terrain. It has no problem getting there 1,000 miles out of your way. So
How does it handle cold? How does it handle cold weather?
It don't matter, bro. That thing's a tank. It runs off of diesel, so it's like a Kubota engine or whatever on it.
That's dope.
Yeah, they're pretty badass. I think Kanye West bought like a bunch of them.
You'd fall. Well, what happens if you hit a
Sherm
crevasse?
Shepherd or something? And you just go through that bitch.
The typical statey line. The government's controlling you for your own good. You know, the seatbelt law isn't for revenue and control; it's for your own good, Normie.
Yeah, they won't never let us do nothing like that, bro. That's speculation.
Antarctica has 20 airports.
Yeah, they're probably compartmentalized, just like the people that work there.
Multiple different countries.
Military,
Belgium,
yeah,
France,
military airports.
Italy. Well, countries. These are civilian countries.
Civilian countries.
Yeah.
What does that word mean?
Well, what does it mean when you're saying military?
What is
military.
What is a
I'm saying
civilian
that these
country?
are sovereign countries that have airports. These are so these are either owned by owned by a company or owned by the
you're saying that you're saying they're publicly accessible airports in Antarctica.
Right. Open to the public, exactly.
How many citizens are there on average?
You can go to Antarctica. Period. End of discussion. There's no conspiracy that says you can't go.
What does the Antarctic
Right
Treaty
there.
entail? What does the Antarctic Treaty do?
I think the Antarctic Treaty is that nobody gets to claim Antarctica.
It's
only used for military research.
It's a little more specific than
So
that.
not only are you talking about like military, like this, like only you allow the military. Like the Antarctica Treaty specifically says that you can only be in Antarctica for peaceful purposes. So that's the opposite of what you're claiming.
How so?
Because you're saying, oh, it's the
Yeah, and if
military
you
won't
try
let
to
you
go
go
there,
to
they're going to
Antarctica.
claim you're not
Nobody,
peaceful.
the very treaty that you're citing specifically states that you can't have the military can't be there. In Antarctica. Nobody's military is allowed.
All right, you're a fucking dolt if you believe that. It didn't say that the military can't be there. It said that you can only be there for peace. Yes, peaceful purposes. A military operation can build things, not fight with other factions or other countries' militaries or things like that. That's what it's establishing is a truce or a treaty zone. That's why it's literally called the Antarctic Treaty, so they can cooperate.
We just go and hang out because it's just a shithole.
No, they go and they go and do whatever research it is that makes it off limits to normies.
It's not off limits to normies. It's just not.
It is. It's restricted to It's restricted
to normies.
$30,000
and go.
I'll amend my claim. It's not off limits.
What do you think
to
you're
normies.
doing?
It's restricted to normies.
It's not restricted for anybody. It's just restrictive because it's a cold shithole, deadly place.
For your own good.
Let just some idiot fly into Antarctica because we had to go clean up your fucking mess. That once you kill yourself,
what
you're a fucking idiot.
What a fucking cope, dude. What a cope.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's just how it is. That's why we don't. That's why we have regulations because people like you would be reckless and irresponsible.
You're a little statist idiot.
But you're welcome to put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah,
and go to Antarctica.
Idiot, and you just suck the dick of the government, so you'd be able to hold what they're allowed to investigate.
You're the one that's coping because you would put your money where your mouth is if you seriously considered an expedition to Antarctica or the supposed ice wall that you could think is.
It's not relevant. It's not relevant enough for me to need to put my money in there.
Well, no ice wall. No evidence of an ice wall means no ice wall. It's a what razor is that? If no, and any claim without evidence can be dismissed
razor,
without
dipshit.
evidence.
Occam's razor, dipshit.
No, Occam's razor is the most reasonable explanation. That's why the Earth is a globe, even though you don't see it from the surface. The same thing with
we're just ants on a really big
Hobson's
basketball.
razor, I think.
They're just ants on a really big basketball.
So
I get it.
When you say that you can't go to Antarctica when I can just look up the tickets and buy tickets online.
You cannot go to Antarctica independently and investigate independently and thoroughly. I hope that amends my claim enough for your specificity.
I just went to a sign-up sheet, so I don't know what you're talking about. It just costs a lot of money. I don't have the money to go to Antarctica.
You're such a fucking idiot. You won't even address the claim.
Hitchens
you
razor,
cannot.
carnivore.
You cannot explore it independently.
What do you mean independently? Like people do solo hikes
without oversight. You already just said that the reason why people couldn't do it was because they can't be trusted to either not hurt the environment or themselves.
No, well, those people. No, you can. Like I said, you can still go there as long as you get approval and go through the correct regulations. So that way, they know you're there. They know where you're going. They know that you're going to put your poop in a bag and carry your poop with you.
They know that you're a part of some military or scientific.
All the rules.
They know that you're a part of some institution that already toes the line and isn't a threat to their.
You can be a flat earther. They would let flat earthers go there to prove that there's an ice wall all you want and go fucking nuts, dude.
Yeah. Get on a plane. Get on a boat.
Cough up the 30 grand. We'll all go.
Get on a plane and go to a fucking tourist island. Go to a cold tourist island. Go to a cold tourist island.
Your ass can't cash.
Go to a cold tourist island. That's proof. You're a fucking clown.
Smell the mustache, man. Yeah, that's right. I'm ready to go. I'll go with you guys.
I'd love to go.
It'd be awesome. It'd be freezing fucking cold, but it's -7 right now in Chicago, so it can't be that much worse. It's much worse, but
fuck that note, bro. There might be some parasites frozen in the ice, like John Carpenter's thing, bro.
They have really cool jackets with like air gel, like this special gel, aerogel inside of them that like are so warm that it has to be like negative. It's rated for like -50 degrees below zero. You like sweat, even if you're in Antarctica.
I'm not trying to go to Antarctica to be part of a sequel to the thing.
If I paid, would you go?
No, especially not with a scumbag like you.
Aw, even if I paid?
No.
I'll take you out to dinner. We can hold hands or something. Yeah, that's something we'll have to do.
Yawn.
Hey, Tiger.
What's up?
How come we go to the southern hemisphere, the moon looks upside down.
Listen, there's plenty of guys in here who are way better at the science of flat Earth. I'm here for speculation Sunday, baby.
Monday, bro.
I'm here to talk. I'm here to talk about
Why
the
wouldn't it
wild
be?
shit. I'm here to talk about the wild
When
shit, like Agartha and what's beyond the ice wall and shit.
I want to
when the
speculate why
sun goes
gravity
from one
exists.
side of the earth to the other side of the earth, it changes point of view on you.
What do
So
you
when
mean side? Isn't the Earth flat?
It's not
Yeah.
side. It's the outer ring, I suppose.
Okay, the outer ring. Do you agree flat?
Yeah.
So aren't you
What
both
I'm getting at is like all right, look, if the north is the center, if the magnetic north is the center, every direction from there is south, right?
Okay.
All right. When the sun goes from one side of the south, from the north to the other, it's going to change the way you see it. Like your perception of it's going to change. It's hard to articulate, but it still makes sense. Like even on the flat Earth, like it doesn't.
No, it
That
wouldn't be.
doesn't change.
It wouldn't be upside down.
Yeah, it would. When it crosses that threshold of being on the other side, it would change your perception of it. Yeah.
Yes, it might change your perception of it, but it would not be upside down, right?
Yeah, if you're on the opposite side, yeah.
That's illogical.
How is that illogical? It is logical.
It's much easier explained by the Earth having two hemispheres.
Having two hemispheres. Like, so two Earths? Like, two flat Earths? Is that what you're talking about? Side by side or something? I don't know. I don't guess I get your model.
Yeah, you gave it a shot. I appreciate it.
Well, that's what happens. I mean, I don't know why you're not. I guess I'm not explaining it right, but when it goes from one side to the other, the perception of it's gonna flip. That's what it does. It flips. Because you're on the opposite
Okay,
side.
let me give you a thought experiment. If I have an apple and I draw an A on the apple, right? And then you go from one side of the apple to the other. Does the A turn upside down?
How does the sun turn upside down?
Oh, I'm asking flat. I'm not talking about the sun,
The
buddy.
sun. I mean, how could you tell if it was upside down if it was the sun? And that analogy, I mean, I guess not, but that doesn't mean anything
Of
to
course
what
it
I'm
does.
saying.
Thank you for conceding.
We're not on an apple, bro. We're on a flat topographical plane.
Well, you can tell yourself that.
The moon doesn't spin, doesn't do none of that. It just moves. And when it goes from one side to the other, when you're looking at it, it flips. The perception of it flips. It has to.
In the spirit of speculation Sunday, I posted a map of potential other continents and stuff past the ice wall and stuff. It's kind of interesting. Seems just like a Lord of the Rings fantasy map, but who knows?
But I got a question. How come light doesn't come in parallel, but we see like individual rays of light and like local hotspots from the sun, but it's supposedly 93 million miles away? So, like, it should just be like a concentrated light field hitting us, all parallel rays, like it says it's supposed to be, but it's not.
That's absolutely untrue. Everything you said.
Everything I said was untrue.
Pretty much, bro.
The path of light that light's supposed to take in the globe model is parallel.
That's
like
not
all
true.
light's supposed to be parallel.
Who told you that?
That's science, bro. Like y'all science, ain't it?
Bro, you have a lot of homework to do. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Any of the globies in here have an argument against corpuscular rays proving that the sun is local?
What does that mean?
You know what corpuscular rays are?
Nope.
Basically when you look at the sun, you know how the light beams shine omnidirectionally in all directions?
Okay.
Basically the idea is that if we're on a ball and you shine a giant flashlight on one side of the ball, you wouldn't be able to see corpuscular rays coming from that light source. It would just be all over the entirety of it, whereas the fact that we can see the rays coming from all directions of the sun proves that it's within the dome or the firmament.
Why? Wait, what? Hold on. That was really confusing. So, what are corpuscular rays? Go ahead and start at the top.
Yeah, corpuscular rays are just the beams of light that shine out from all directions from the sun.
So the sun's a ball shining out in every direction.
It's a source
Emitting
of
photons.
plasma, light, and energy, whether you call it a ball or a sphere or rough that shape, whatever. It's not
Fission reaction.
Yeah, it's not necessarily millions of miles away outside of the dome, though.
I mean, it's pretty hot.
Yeah, we can agree on that.
Definitely burns the skin and shit. Causes deserts.
There you go. Common ground found.
Plants live off of it through photosynthesis. What's photosynthesis to you guys?
Does the shape of the Earth have any bearing on photosynthesis?
I'm just wondering about the sun. We got corpuscular rays hitting the Earth.
Why
They're going
would
out in every direction.
photosynthesis
What does
be
that have to do with
different?
whether or not
Why
it's
would
close or
photosynthesis
far?
be different?
He's just being snarky. He's just being snarky and sardonic.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was a genuine question. Let me try to cut the tone down. So I mean, so you said the
Then
rays are
have a
coming out from the
tone.
sun in every direction.
Fuck off, idiot.
Yeah, the sun causes local hotspots too in the clouds. You'd think it just caused one hot field,
Exactly.
considering its size and
Exa-
distance.
Exactly. Its size and distance, it should basically be one side of the ball is just lit completely universally by like a giant flashlight from that far away. There shouldn't be corpuscular rays.
Right, but there are.
Proving that the sun is local.
If two rays are not parallel in the start, how can they become parallel at the instant when they strike the lens of a telescope? If they don't become parallel, why do we consider them to be in the ray diagrams? Somebody was asking a question in this forum. They don't even realize the Earth is flat, and they're asking the question, why are the light rays not parallel? So, I mean, I might be an idiot and need to do my fucking homework, but I still feel like I was right.
The interesting thing about the truth is you don't have to be a genius to know it. You might not be able to elaborate it, but it's self-evident. Like the shape of the Earth and lack of curvature.
A lot I can't elaborate, like the gas pressure without a container near a vacuum, the most extreme vacuum ever. Come on, bro.
Listen, bro, that air density just gets thinner and thinner until it magically becomes a vacuum. I don't know why you can't get it.
I understand the electromagnetics and buoyancy and density. The whole parallel light, right, or path of light, I just know that it works for our favor. Just like refraction works in our favor. Like, they try to use it, like, wrong, but I don't
No,
know what kind of add a minimum thing that is. But when you use the wrong information wrongly, the whole debate.
you don't know that light can bend and even bend space time, bro? Come on.
Yeah, and like, it causes gravity too, probably.
Speaking of gravity, why do things fall down?
What falls down?
Everything.
Not everything, bro. Not everything.
What doesn't fall down?
Some things float, dude. So
well, that's the
what
buoyant
makes
force
them float?
keeping them up.
Gravity must make things float too. So gravity is an
No,
upwards and
that's
downwards
called the
vector now.
buoyant force.
Well, what's causing the balloon to float?
A balloon? That's because there's helium in the balloon.
Well, what's causing it to float? Gravity?
The fact that it's less dense than air.
Okay, then it's electromagnetics and buoyancy and density that causes things to fall, not gravity.
Exactly.
No. That's not at all what I said.
Yeah. Gravity's fake, bro. Get out of here with that.
Can you show me a demonstration of gravity?
Yeah.
I can show you a demonstration of it. Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Flonga.
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
A fucking demonstration or what?
Watch your mouth, please.
Fuck you.
All right, I'm not engaging with that.
Well, fuck off then. Clown face.
Australia. It's like Australia, except for it's in space.
Yeah. Flonga.
Timbo.
You got a demonstration of gravity?
Why do things fall down?
Down? What direction's down?
You just said it.
Down to the earth.
Down to the
Because
earth.
they're more dense than the medium there.
Flat or what? What do you mean? Like,
sorry? You two people are speaking at once. One at a time, please.
What? What do you mean? What direction's down?
I just told you to the earth.
Yeah. So what, to the center of a ball?
Correct.
How do you know it's going to a center of a ball?
How else would you explain it?
Well, you need a ball for that. How do you know it's going to the center of a ball? Where did you observe this?
I mean, give me an alternative.
I don't need to get no. I'm just asking you about you. You said gravity, and gravity is the force attracting it to the center of a ball. But no one's ever observed anything being attracted to the center of a ball.
You're being obtuse.
No, I'm not. It's pretty simple. You claim that it's being attracted to the center of a ball.
Let's just start simple.
You've
Why
never
do
seen
things
anything
fall?
being attracted to the center of a ball?
Why do things fall down?
Just because there's down. There's up and there's down.
Why down?
Down is the opposite of up.
Why down?
Who cares? It doesn't matter.
Who cares, right? It doesn't. Yes, it does matter. That's the thing. It does matter.
Why it matters to you? It matters to you because the only time you need gravity is because you think you live in a ball and you think I'm upside down. Now, you only need gravity because I need to stick to the ball and turn my vertical into a different vertical than everyone else. Now, where have you seen this?
So what?
And how can you prove this?
Right. Why? Give me an alternative.
Up is up and down is down.
But why
That's
down?
your alternative. What do you mean, why down?
Why do things fall down?
Because they go down.
Because of density, buoyancy, and electromagnetism, like the other dude said.
Okay, well, let's unpack that. Buoyancy is going to keep things floating, right? That's not down.
No.
So that's actually the opposite of that. Okay?
Buoyancy and density.
Okay, so let's talk about density. Why
Gotcha.
down?
Because down is down.
Why do dense things go down and not up?
Because they're heavier than other things.
Why down?
Because it's down.
Yeah, Okay. I tried, but you guys are done.
Okay. Well, it's your. Let's try it with you then. What's your explanation of gravity? Why in?
Sorry?
Why in?
You want to say in instead
Yeah,
of
but you
down?
didn't explain gravity to him first. You didn't answer anything. You didn't answer anything at all. Just answer him first.
Who? Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Yeah. What do you mean? Well, I didn't say
Things
anything
fall
at all.
down because of their charge,
Just
bro.
answer things, dude.
Everything
Don't
going
be
up.
like, oh, it's down because it's down. That's not an answer.
Look at the
Just
ground
answer
like a
his first.
neutral and under
I can't
the
hear you,
net.
man.
No, just answer the things first. He asked you why is down down. It's not. You can't just repeat the question
Okay,
back.
down is down.
You can't just repeat that back.
Why
This
not?
doesn't make because it's
Why do
it's
you
not an
need-
answer. It's not an
but
answer.
it's true though, isn't it?
But it's not an answer. Answer
But down
first,
is
and then
down because the
how about
direction
this?
is
You
down.
answer things first, and then you could ask questions.
Oh well, whose
He said
room is
things
this?
are
Is this
heavier.
your room or is this your room? Who's making the rules in here?
That would
You
just
ever
be
think
the
you're just
gentleman thing to
stupid?
do.
I'm stupid. Okay, I asked a question. All right. He said gravity is what is keeping us down and creating a direction. I said, okay, so that's in, right? So that would mean that everyone's vertical line is totally different to everyone else's. Now I just asked him a simple question. Can you show me this? He said, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? He kept on asking me that. I don't know whether you just jumped into the conversation and now you're calling me stupid because you didn't hear the rest of the conversation. But would you like to start again, or are you going to come in hot and act like a fuckwit? Did you hear the earlier conversation or not?
Well, he's right. You never answered me.
Okay, what was the question?
Why
What
down?
is down, down? Because that's the direction that things going.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Electricity wants to find its ground, bro.
Hang on,
That's why.
this is
And
the
everything
thing. This is
is
the thing.
electric.
They don't have an answer, yet they expect us to have an answer. What is the
I do
cause?
have an answer. The answer is gravity,
okay,
Timbo.
What is okay? Go. What is the cause of gravity?
Mass.
Mass. What is mass?
Something that takes up space.
Something that takes up space.
Pretty much.
You're asking me for an answer to why is down, down, and you don't even know your answer for why is down, down.
Something that has mass. I don't.
Wrong.
I mean, dude. I don't need to
Newtonian.
define terms here. We're trying to keep it simple.
So
That's
is
the
it
point.
Newtonian or is it Einsteinian? Which one is it?
Again, I'm not gonna go down your little pigeonhole. I'm not
Is it
gonna do
mass
that.
attracts mass, or is it the bending and warping of space-time? They're just effects. So what's the cause of your direction?
What's the cause of my direct? I don't understand the question.
Yeah. Into the center of the ball. What's the cause?
My mass is attracted to the Earth.
Your mass is attracted to the Earth. All right, can you show me a demonstration of your claim?
Yeah, you see it every day. Everything's being held onto the Earth.
No, you can't use the
Gravity
thing that
is
you're
holding everything
trying to
here.
explain. You can't use the thing
You can't
that
explain
you're
why
trying to
things.
explain.
Okay,
with the
what
thing
keeps
that you're
everything on
trying
the
to
Earth then?
explain.
What keeps everything here? Tell me.
It doesn't need to be, because you're thinking that space is, if gravity didn't exist, then everything would float off into the sky.
It
That's
would.
not what it is. Why? Go show me that then.
Just go to outer space and see how long you survive.
Who's been to outer space?
Outer space is fiction.
Yeah, but who's been there?
You've been there, Tiger?
Who's been there? Who's
Have
been
you?
there?
Have you been there to tell me that it's real?
Have you been there to tell me that it's not?
What's the
Well, why would
properties
you
of
have
space?
to
You
prove
could
it? Why
like
would you have
refresh
to
me real
prove it
quick.
negative?
If neither of us have ever proven a thing, then what should we do? Err on the side of not
So you're
believing
telling me all the stars and all the
believing
planets
unfaith?
and all
Why
the
are you
things we
interrupting?
see out
Why are you
there are
interrupting
fake?
me when
It
I'm
doesn't
talking?
even make
Why are you
sense.
interrupting when I'm talking, you stupid little bitch? If neither of us have any evidence for our claim, then should we assume that any claim is true, or should we just assume for the sake
That's like saying, "Hey, look, I see a dog right there," and then you're saying that dog's not real. what you're. That's
No,
like what
it's
you're doing.
not. No, it's
Not at
not.
all.
No,
That's
it's not.
completely.
Because you're
That's
talking
not
about
analogous.
you're talking about an invisible force that no one sees. All as you know is direction down. Then you call it gravity. Gravity brings things into the
What's
center
your
of a
problem
ball.
with that?
Yet
That
you
means
have
it's
no
fake,
ball.
right? Just like internet.
But you
Internet's
don't
not
have
real.
a ball. But you don't have a ball
Can't see
in the
internet,
first
so
place.
that's fake.
Why don't we have a ball?
Where's the ball? Show me the ball.
You're on it.
That's
Where?
not proof. That's not proof.
What do you mean
Where's
where,
the ball?
dude? You're just look down. You're on it.
Yeah, I want to
I'm
see what
looking
the
around.
Earth. Yeah, I want to see the ball that you're talking about.
I'm looking around. I don't see a ball.
There's plenty of beautiful pictures that we've taken. Just look them
They're
up.
not pictures, mate.
Plenty of beautiful NASA cartoons to the tune of billions of dollars.
Not
Yeah,
NASA,
nice.
dude. You guys always want to say NASA. We've known the Earth is round for like 2 millennia.
Like
Okay,
you
how'd
and
they
your friends
prove? Okay,
have known it for
how'd
2
they
millennia?
prove?
Sorry.
Hang on, how'd they
How?
prove that? How'd they prove that?
Well, for one, I think I don't know the guy's name, but he calculated using shadows.
So you don't know.
It's called science.
It's
Not
not
the best,
science.
you're not the best champion of science
Wow.
when you don't even know the name of the dude who proved your theory.
I'm not an encyclopedia.
Crazy.
No, you're not even. You're not even a strong arguer for your position.
Do you have any other excuses?
I don't know.
The
He measured shadows.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You
science.
missed my point if that's where you're going with this.
Okay, we know where you're going to go. You're going to go to Eratosthenes. He measured some angles of shadows, times it by 360 degrees, which is a circle, and then came up with the circumference of the Earth based on angles of shadows. He made some assumptions.
I mean, most
Earth was
people
a sphere.
have enough. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry for cutting you off.
He assumed the Earth was a sphere. He assumed that the sun was an infinite distance away, which would produce perfectly parallel light rays. Do you see any problem with this?
I'm getting tired. I couldn't follow what you said.
Yeah, because you're not listening. You think that
I
gravity
tried
is.
listening. I just told you I'm getting tired.
Then why are you trying to
Wait a
argue
minute.
Then why are you trying to argue such a subject? Like, go talk about common topical issues. Why are you sitting there trying
Tiger,
to be
you're
a
not
champ?
contributing, dude.
Why
Just
are you
stop.
trying to? Why are you trying to be a champion of the globe Earth when your arguments are so piss poor?
They're not though.
They are.
You said gravity.
You're literally coping with how piss poor they are by saying
now
you're
you're just
tired.
gaslighting me. That's
I
fine.
sleepy.
Okay, bye-bye.
I sleepy. My arguments suck. I sleepy.
Your first argument was gravity.
I said I couldn't remember the dude's name, and I didn't hear what Timbo Slice said. Just stop, dude.
Your first argument was things go down, therefore gravity.
Yes, sir.
Yep. So
It's
I
that
said,
simple,
okay,
dude. Just think about it.
where have you seen things being attracted to a ball in real life?
Every day, all day.
Yeah, you can't. That's the thing. This is the thing. You're arguing. It's circular reasoning. You're trying to use the thing that you're trying to prove the thing.
Exactly. Just to steelman your point, like you could try to make an argument that big things attract smaller things. So show me a giant mountain that attracts a piece of tissue paper to it because it has a dominant mass to it. You have no real world examples that we can test of greater mass attracting lesser.
It would. What do you mean?
Yeah. How?
How would a piece of tissue paper gravitate towards a mountain? How would a pebble gravitate towards the mountain due to its superior mass?
I don't know what you're saying. Sorry.
I know, because you're a fucking idiot.
No, you're just incoherent.
You're judgmental.
You're not the guy we're looking for. So I'm gonna.
No, we're looking for a level 10 champion, and you're like level fucking 1 or 2, bro.
I'm gonna turn you way down, Tiger. Take care.
You can go ahead and do that, you pompous bitch.
Alright, Storm, your turn now.
So this
Your
guy
turn.
touts, I guess?
Yeah, he's not the guy we're looking for. We're just looking for someone to prove the Earth's a globe. He's not it.
He's not the one. He's not that guy.
What about you?
I mean, debates work both ways, so I just want to know, why do you guys think the Earth's flat? Or what do you think it is?
It's observed that way. It's measured that way. We experience it that way.
How do we experience it that way?
Well, every daily use of instruments, building materials, airplanes, everything's based on a flat plane. So
have you ever been
used?
What would be the
Yeah.
force that attracts us to a flat plane if gravity doesn't exist?
Why do you need a force? Just down.
Yeah. What causes just down?
Well, why do
There
you
would
need
still
a
have to be a force that
The
would
only
attract
reason-
us,
only
even
reason
if
you
it was
need-
just
How do
down.
you justify down instead of up? Can you explain?
Yeah, please do.
The only reason you need gravity is because you think we live in a ball. That's
Why
how you
can't I
stick
fly?
to this. Because you're more dense in the air, so you sink.
See, the reason why you think gravity shouldn't exist is just because even
No,
in
it's
your
not
own
that I think
conceptualized mind, up and down's just normal, right?
No,
Down is
it's
you're
not that
normal
I
because
think
of gravity.
Wait, so which way is
I-
down on a ball? Can you explain?
Hang on. It's not that I don't think that gravity doesn't exist. It's that no one's shown me a demonstration of gravity and proven
Why
that
do you keep saying that?
Because it's true. Show me one.
Like you use the same like incoherent argument. This basically is based in zero
is it
fact whatsoever.
incoherent?
I
It's
can
pretty
tell
coherent
you
to
to
me.
jump up and down. I can tell you to throw a ball into the air.
not
I can tell you
proving-
all these
it's
things.
not proving gravity.
That's more factual. I can show you more factual
Just because
proof.
things go up and down doesn't prove your theory correct.
Yeah,
It doesn't prove it. Doesn't,
Well, you know what? I can show you.
You're
I can show
providing-
you
you're
facts. I can show you
providing-
measurable
you're providing
facts
a-
in No.
You're providing a physics explanation for a natural phenomenon in which there are multiple others that are potential.
Do physics
Well,
and
what's
nature
the-
not go hand in hand?
Yes, but yes. Things
Well, then
go,
how couldn't they mutually explain each other?
What do you mean mutually explain each other?
Yeah. Why doesn't physics apply to like natural phenomenon? Even though
I'm saying-
physics
I'm-
is the explanation of natural phenomenon.
Physics, natural science, yeah.
Yeah, what are you saying?
So if we're going to be doing natural
Jesus.
science, then we're going to need a hypothesis that we can test in an experiment. That's physics, physically demonstrating the physics. of the world.
Sounds like we have a lot of people
the
from
physical
Southern
world?
Hemisphere
Oh, yeah.
in the chat right now.
Yeah, so if you stop interrupting, then maybe we'll get a conversation.
Timbo, I asked Flat. I don't know if I asked Flat earlier. Why, when you go to the Southern Hemisphere, why is the moon upside down
Why, when I go
down
to
in
the other
comparison
side
to
of my
what?
room,
to being in the
And I-
Northern Hemisphere?
I'm just curious. The Australians talking. If you guys are from Australia, have you guys ever been to anywhere in the Northern Hemisphere?
Yeah, I grew up there, man.
Yeah. Is your constellations all the exact same? If you answer the
sky
question
got to
yes,
do
you're
with
lying to
the
yourself,
surface of the
and
Earth?
there's just no
What's
point
the
in even
sky
trying to
got do
argue.
with the surface of the Earth? Sorry?
What?
What's the sky got to do with the surface of the Earth?
Because if we are on a globe, which we are, the constellations would change as you move
Oh,
from
yeah.
the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere.
So therefore, Earth's a globe? That's a fallacy.
Yeah.
That's their favorite word, dude. That fallacy is their favorite word.
It's made up. It's made up, and gravity just is, baby.
Think about it. If the Earth is a globe,
I have thought about it. That's my point, and I'm trying to
if
get
the
you to
Earth is
think
a
about
globe, it would do this. It does this. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. You're not actually,
we
you're not
have
actually proving anything, though.
Oh my god,
Proving
dude!
anything.
You just owned yourself, Timbo.
They believe in the globe here?
Let me do this. Let me do this because this is getting tiresome. Timbo's in Australia and I'm in the UK. When I look up, I've got a certain stars above my head. Where Timbo is, and south of the equator, he's got different stars above his head. It's
Let's
not quite
focus,
hard to.
Jedi. Let's focus on the moon, though. Why do you see the moon and he sees it upside
Because-
down? Why?
Because you're looking at it from a
on the
different
things
point of
that
view.
don't care.
Okay, what is
I don't
that
know.
point of view? Can you visualize it for me in
My
chat?
goodness. Yeah. So draw a number 9 on your ceiling. Go and look it from one observation point. It looks like a 9. Go over to the other side of your room. It looks like a 6. It's changed. It's because
Why
you're
why does he
observing
see
from a
the
different
complete other side of it, though?
Why are
That's
you
the question.
talking through everything that I say, though?
not talking through what you're saying. I'm talking out what you're saying.
What did he say then?
He's basically saying that if I
what
draw a
did he say?
9, he's saying that if I draw a 9 and I look at it from one observation point and then look at it from another observation point, that it's going to be different. But the point is what we're trying to tell you, and you're just talking through what I'm saying and mumbling your own gibberish. What I'm trying to tell you is how much different that is based on where you are, based on the point of observation. If you're in Australia versus wherever else you want to be in the northern hemisphere, you're seeing complete opposite sides of the moon.
No, you're seeing it upside
and it's
down.
observable with a telescope.
Yes.
This isn't made up.
It's
No,
not
you
opposite
don't.
sides, you moron. It's the same side, a different way up.
Yeah, go away and come back when you learn something, man.
Yeah, that's not how that works. You're dumb.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is how it works. There's a glober in the room telling you that you're dumb.
Wait, so why is he dumb again?
Yeah. Tell me why I'm dumb. I want to talk to this Glober for a second. Because if he says I'm dumb for that, he's a moron.
Excuse me. Why don't you understand it's because of your orientation? One side compared to the other side. The thing that's in question is going to look different depending on where you observe it.
Hold on a second, Jedi.
That's
can
kind
you
of the
show
point.
Can you show me how a 9 turns into a 6? I really want to. I want to see
Walk to
that.
the other side of it.
Huh?
Quite simple. Turn a 9 upside down. Looks like a 6, right? Or walk
Right.
to the other side of it.
Yeah.
Draw
If
a
I
6.
okay,
Draw a
let's say
6
I have a white ball and I draw a 9 on it.
I'm explaining it to you. Draw a 6
ahead.
on a piece of paper on your table. It looks
Okay,
like a 6, right? Go
okay,
around to
let
the
me-
other side of the table. Looks like a 9. There you go.
Hold on, I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, you don't need a ball to do that.
You absolutely do.
You absolutely don't. You just need to walk around it to the other side. And then
You
when
can't-
you're looking at it from the other side, say it's upside down.
Exactly. Like, what, you can't draw a 6 on a table and walk to the other side of it without flipping it upside down?
What the fuck, man? Serious. This is like simple, basic stuff. I'm observing something from a different perspective. Yeah, no shit. It's going to look different depending on your orientation.
I can't believe that guy. I can't believe that guy thinks that we see the other side of the moon.
Yeah, what's that about?
Even though there's like this thing called the dark side of the moon, and the moon doesn't rotate, and all these reasons why you don't see the other side of it. But you see the other side of it when you go to the southern
Okay,
hemisphere.
whoever
I guess.
just said about going to the other side of the table, that's a fallacy. It doesn't work.
What do you mean walking
What
around?
kind of fallacy is it?
Sorry, excuse me. Can you tell me what part of walking around to the other side of the table is a fallacy?
Because it's not on the table.
No, it's in the sky. So put the 6 in the sky. Have you got a light in your room? It's like
Yeah, exactly. Put the 6 on your ceiling, bro.
Say the moon's on the equator. The ground position of the moon is the equator. You've got 2 observers either side of it, north or south of the equator. Yeah.
Wait, there's an equator on a flat Earth?
No, yeah, that's the ground position of the sun or the declination angle from Polaris. Yes.
Sounds like gibberish.
No, it's actually how you attain these lines of longitude, latitude, equatorial lines, and the tropics.
Hey, you just gotta ask them. You gotta ask them what causes an eclipse, and then just seize into a conundrum
Okay, what causes an eclipse?
on the moon. What causes our moons every night?
What causes an eclipse?
I'm asking you. That's what the original comment was anyway. To ask you what it is.
I need something to compare it to, though.
I need you to stop probing me, asking me for questions of basic questions that you should have the answer to if your
just want
model
a
is
comparison
factual.
to it.
So you're just
I want a
probing me until you find
comparison.
inconsistencies and
Hold on.
fallacies in my
What's
argument,
the
so you can
comparison,
completely debunk anything I say. I want you to answer it. Answer the question.
Comparison, though. I want something to compare it to.
If you
this is weird.
If you
So
are
someone else-
100%
Imagine
confident,
how-
you should be able to answer it.
No,
Yeah,
Storm, you're assuming that everybody who knows a lie and can see that something doesn't add up must also have the knowledge or the explanation of something to the opposite, and that's not
Isn't
necessarily
that
the
what
case.
you're doing, though, Tiger? Isn't that what
How
you're doing,
so?
though, buddy?
No, I'm not
You're
proposing
assuming we're all
any
making it up and we're just full of shit, even though this has been proven for centuries.
How?
It hasn't.
How? Tell me how
It hasn't.
Every scientific theory supports what we're saying.
It's a con, and I don't have to have an alternative to know it's a con.
What's the con? What's no? I want to know. No, hang on a second. I want to. I sincerely want to know what the end game is. If they're conning you that the Earth is flat.
That's awesome. You told us that the Earth has been proven with science and theories and shit. Can you give me one? You said it's been proven with science and theories and shit.
Here,
okay, give me a scientific theory that backs it up that the Earth's a ball. Go.
One up for you.
So yeah,
basically,
I know that one. Sounds about right.
Yeah. So basically, one of the theories that the Earth's a globe is basically the fact that you can circumnavigate, right?
Sorry, you said scientific theory. Do you know what?
This is a scientific theory. That's a scientific experiment that you can conduct.
It's not a scientific theory that you can conduct. Now you're using words that don't go together. What are you talking about? Scientific theory is based on scientific hypothesis. When the cause and effect relationship has been established or not, you can then make a theory on something you've scientifically demonstrated to be true.
You're telling me you can't use the scientific theory to do circumnavigation?
Sorry, you can't use the scientific theory. Again, you're using words that don't go together. You want to say scientific method. Scientific method, the formulation of a hypothesis.
You're the one that said scientific theory. I was going with your words.
You did. That's why I jumped on you. You said scientific theory, Columbus, circumnavigation. That's not a scientific theory, dude.
You know what scientific theory is?
Yes, a scientific theory is based on scientific hypotheses through experimentation.
Scientific theory, by definition, is an explanation of the aspect of the natural world and the universe that can be repeatedly tested and corroborated in accordance with the scientific method. So you're saying that a scientific theory, you can use the scientific. Yes, you can use the scientific method to run an observation on circumnavigation. Thank you. You're telling me I'm right by saying I'm wrong. You're dumb.
You just back me up.
You're dumb. Try harder. That's all you got to do.
You just backed me up. You're just too stupid to realize it.
You're saying I was wrong using the word scientific theory, and I clearly wasn't wrong using the word scientific theory. I just told you the definition of the word. If you want to play wordplay and semantics, we can, but you know what I mean, and you understand what I was saying. And then you're trying to tell me I'm wrong and that you can't use the scientific method in circumnavigation. That doesn't make any sense. You can. You can. Circumnavigation in and of itself is something that you can conduct an experiment on.
Give me the dependent variable.
You're the dependent variable.
No, dumb fuck.
The direction you're traveling is the dependent your dependent variable. Dumb fuck.
Direction.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Okay, what's cause of direction?
Oh my god.
You're a fucking plane.
Okay, well done, brilliant. So you are the cause of direction of travel. Thank you.
Thank you. That doesn't prove anything. You're not saying anything of merit.
You are not acknowledging what he's saying. You're just being ignorant, and it's sad.
Fucking hilarious.
What's he saying then?
You have no idea what you're talking about.
What is he saying? Yeah. Why don't you tell me?
You tell me, dumb shit. You're the one saying I don't understand. So if I don't understand, enlighten me. Enlighten me, you fucking cherry picking Socratic moron. Tell me what he's saying then, if you know what he's saying.
What's the hypothesis?
Obviously wasn't listening.
Clearly you weren't. Shut up. Shut up, Chimer.
What's the hypothesis?
I was listening to everything. It's just funny.
What's the hypothesis, dude?
It's a hypothesis?
Yes.
It's basically an assumption that is made on some evidence.
An assumption that is made on some evidence. All right, I'll start filling in the words for you. By assumption, do you mean prediction? And by some evidence, do you mean a phenomena and your prediction of the cause of that phenomena? Is that what you're trying to say? I'm being fucking charitable here.
Is it based on limited evidence or a starting point?
What's the evidence, dude? What do we observe?
Basically, there was previous theories, previous investigations done. Basically, things that gave us the idea that we were on a globe. And then if you... Am I allowed to talk? I'm sorry, Tiger. Sorry, Tiger. Am I allowed to talk?
Yeah, I'll go for it.
Sorry. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, buddy. Thank you, Tiger. Thank you, Tiger. I'll take my turn now to speak. Thank you, Tiger. See, I don't talk over you when you talk, so you can shut the fuck up, Tiger. Thank you.
You talk over people.
Please, Tiger. Yeah, thank you. Enjoy your mute, buddy. Shut up. The hypothesis is a supposed or proposed explanation based on limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation. Are you telling me that we never had any idea or any evidence whatsoever prior to being able to circumnavigate the globe that the Earth wasn't a globe whatsoever?
I'm just asking you for your dependent variable.
Tell me, no, I don't care what you're just asking. You asked me a question and now I'm answering it. And then now you're trying to derail what I was saying. So answer my fucking question or shut up and move on.
No. Won't shut up. I'll just point out that my question is pointing to what you're asking. You're talking about natural science, right? Hypothesis, prediction of a cause and effect relationship in the physical natural world, outside of what man is doing, right? Happening out there, not in you. You not causing shit to happen. So what's the phenomena, the thing happening? In circumnavigation.
There doesn't have to be a phenomena to happen.
Yes, there does. That will be the first step of the scientific method, establishing something that you observe to be fucking happening, because you're going to make a prediction of what causes that thing to happen. You're then going to test your hypothesis in an experiment where you're going to very manipulate what you think caused that to happen. Celestial navigation. Sorry,
that's not how that works.
Navigation isn't science, dude.
That's not how that works. You don't need a phenomena to just...
method. Do you want me to repeat the scientific method for you again?
No, because I know exactly what the scientific method is.
Good, so you should understand what a dependent and independent variable are and why we have them.
I told you what they were.
Okay, what's an independent variable?
The dependent variable is the direction you're traveling. The independent variable is how far you can go.
So the cause of direction of travel is how far you can go. Are you an idiot?
I mean, if you're acting on a premise that the Earth isn't a globe, and you think there's some point that it ends and it's dynamic and you don't know when it is, that would be the independent variable. Would it fucking not?
You don't know what science is. You don't know what science is, dude.
Seriously, answer my question.
The dependent variable is yourself, because
you need to walk away from that, mate.
Well, you won't answer a single question I ask. Every time you present me with something, I answer it, and then I counter it with my questioning, and then you're like, "No, you're an idiot." No, hang on. And then you're like, "Nah, you're an idiot." And then you keep going on to some random rambling bullshit. Expect me to answer every single fucking question. You have Googled on a script sitting in your fucking second monitor. That's not how that works. You're straw manning me and you're gaslighting me. You won't answer a single question I've asked. Not a single one. I've just asked you multiple times.
What's your question? Circumnavigation being science? Yeah.
I've told you how that couldn't be a dependent variable, and that how far I could travel couldn't be an independent variable.
Try to help you. In science, the experiment is where you manipulate your prediction of cause to see if the phenomena happens or not. Circumnavigation is not science. Navigation in itself isn't science, dude. That's navigation. Navigation is navigation. Science is science. Science establishes a cause and effect relationship.
So, like any form of navigation isn't a science?
It's navigation.
You can't explain any kind of circumnavigation with scientific principles?
How do you navigate across the earth? Back in whenever Columbus... How did he navigate?
The point is we're not in Christopher Columbus days. You can circumnavigate the globe today. If you walk to your local international airport, you can buy a ticket that will allow you to fly around the globe, any direction you desire.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Why would you be able to do that if you're on a flat Earth?
Well, circle around north.
I have a quick question for this guy. What's the Antarctica Treaty?
We don't need that.
What's the circle around north?
I'm just curious, how can you circumnavigate the globe if it's...
Do you know what north is?
If it's flat.
Do you know what north is? Do you know what a compass is? Do you know what a compass points north? Do you know east and west are circles around
So
north?
how would you be able to... so how would a compass basically tell you that you're flying east consistently on a flat Earth plane?
East to west.
Wow.
What are you talking about, dude?
I'm saying
You know
the
what?
compass would point to north. You'd be on the equator, flying around the circumference of the globe. It always points that you're going west. How would that work if you were on a flat plane? I'm asking you to answer the question. Educate me and enlighten me, please.
Gonna tell you if you stop asking the question, he'll tell you.
Because west is 90 degrees perpendicular to north. Don't you understand this?
Exactly.
If you've got a magnet, right? Listen, if you've got a magnet, which is what a compass points to, right? It follows magnetic fields. So if you put a magnet, dude, if you put a magnet on your table, the compass will point to the magnet. Now that's north, according to your compass. If you walk around your table, we'll call that east or west. That will be a circle around north. That doesn't mean that your kitchen is a fucking ball. You've just gone in a circle around a point.
So then what is the magnet? And by the way, if you put a magnet on your table, that doesn't mean it's north now. It means an alteration of your current magnetic fields that are telling your compass where north is. So anyways, now that we established that, beyond that, you're saying that there's a is there a magnet in the middle of flat Earth?
What is there a magnetic field on the Earth that compasses point to?
What is the magnetic field? Is it in Antarctica? I'm asking you on your plane, in your principles.
Another question. He can't answer one question.
Yes, he won't. He's looking, he's dodging, evading everything I've said.
You won't answer one question.
You won't. He's talking about you.
Okay, well, he's wrong then.
Let's put it like this.
You just skip past it.
Answer the question. Is there a magnetic field on the Earth?
But I answer it. He asked 3 more and doesn't allow me to rebuttal. So I can answer it. I'm gonna highlight it for you every time, since you clearly are smoking on that oregano a little too.
Shut the fuck up, man. You like the sound of your own voice too much. It's getting really annoying. You can either answer the questions or stay on mute. It's up to you. You're going to do that, right?
Oh, you're a fucking communist. I'm going to answer your question and I'm going to rebut.
Crazy.
If you don't like that, then you can shut the fuck up and I'll leave and you can just argue with yourself. You clearly like hearing yourself speak. You don't ever answer a single word I fucking say. You expect me to just abide by your communist dictatorship.
You just repeated what he said to him.
What do compasses point to?
They point to magnetic north.
Awesome. So
there you go. Question asked. Can I ask a question now?
So there's a magnetic field on the Earth, isn't there?
I can't hear you. You're quiet. Can you speak into the mic a little bit louder, please? The end of your shit is getting very quiet because you just start mumbling by the end of it.
So the Earth has a magnetic field, doesn't it?
Yes.
Good. So east to west is a circle around north, isn't it? Whether the Earth is a globe or whether it's flat, east to west is a circle around north, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Yeah. So what creates this magnetic field in the very center of your flat Earth model? I answered your questions. Don't evade.
Yeah, I'm answering yours and I've answered it twice. No, I did. Not my claim. I just know we have one.
Well, then how does that work? How does scientifically proven magnetic fields and how a compass works in my model, in my theory, it's been proven exactly what causes it, exactly how it works. And then in your theory, it's something in Antarctica. Couldn't tell you what it is, bud.
How's it been proven?
Just pull out your compass. Just pull out your compass. You'll figure out how it works.
Yeah, that's just the phenomena of a magnetic field. It doesn't say what causes the magnetic field. Now, does it?
I mean, we know what causes the magnetic poles.
Stupidest person in this room.
How am I the stupidest person in the room? Whenever you're using words like stupidest, that's not even a fucking word.
You just said, dude. And it's taken over 5 minutes to explain a very simple concept to you. Circling around a point. That point being north. What causes the magnetic field is not my claim. The phenomena exists, though.
So you're saying there are observations that exist that allow us to study the magnetic field comprehensively? Is that what your claim is?
Yes, we do study the magnetic field lines of the Earth. This is why we have things like magnetic declination when we navigate. Because field lines don't always point north and south. That's why you have to declinate. It's a correction. But you probably didn't know that, did you?
Okay, no, you're talking about the inclination angle? Is that what you're talking about? Not declinate? The inclination angle, which is the angle between the magnetic field lines and the horizontal surface?
So they don't always point north, then, do they?
That's not what they mean. That's the angle.
It does. Yeah, you have to correct. It's a correction because your compass isn't actually facing north.
You just use a compass pointing north to tell me that spinning in a circle on a flat Earth.
Yeah. How did Columbus navigate?
I'm not sure. Didn't he use the constellations?
Yeah, he used stars to navigate. Do you know what device he used?
What did he use?
He used a device called a sextant. It's an angle measuring device, isn't it? Celestial navigation is used by angles of stars above the horizon at known times of year. Right?
What does that have to do with a flat Earth?
Well, you can only measure elevation angles to stars if the Earth is flat. Because if the Earth was a curved surface, you wouldn't be able to measure elevation angles. You can't measure angles if one of the lines is curved.
What does the surface of the Earth have to do with what he's measuring in the sky?
Because it's a horizontal plane of reference where you measure up from to get the elevation angle.
That's very hilarious that you speak about that, because don't you guys use Pythagorean's theorem in your own scientific study to basically determine how far away the horizon is on the curved surface? That's interesting. Thank you, Jedi. Thank you for basically saying that everything they've said to me, because I've been doing this for a little bit. I argue with them during the day quite a bit, and they tell me all the time that you can use Pythagorean's theorem to measure a curved surface to find the distance to the horizon. So you're telling me that's inaccurate now? That's a pretty inconsistent argument.
No, that's not what I said. I said the Earth is used as a horizontal plane of reference to measure elevation angles above the horizon. That's what I said. Maybe you should address what I actually
said. That's not what you said. You said he uses an angular point of reference to determine where the stars are or some shit like that.
Yeah, so you don't know what I said. Use a sextant to measure an elevation angle from the horizon to a star.
And why is that inaccurate? Why does that mean that the Earth is flat?
It has to be to measure an elevation angle. An angle is defined as the intersection of two straight lines. If the Earth was a curved line, you wouldn't be able to measure angles.
Okay, well, here's what you don't understand is whenever the Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference, the definition of the curve is so minute to the naked eye, it's almost pointless.
I got this. So when we talk about declination angles to Polaris, that's how we have latitude lines. 90 degrees under Polaris, 45 degrees halfway between Polaris and the equator, and 0 degrees elevation at the equator. So when we measure elevation angles to Polaris, the further south that we go, you understand that Polaris is a ground position of 90 degrees where the vertical line meets the horizontal plane of the Earth. And from there is a straight horizontal line to you with your angle measuring device to measure an angle up to that star. A distance of 4,000 miles. You can then turn around 180 degrees and then measure an elevation angle up to another star and then have another 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 miles to that one, demonstrating that you've got a horizontal plane of reference of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles. It's got to be flat to do this, dude.
Why does it got to be flat to do this?
Because you can't measure angles off of curved lines. And you have a measurement between you and the ground position of a star, and that star can be at 4,000 miles beyond the horizon. It's a straight horizontal baseline of 4,000 miles.
You're telling me that you can't draw a line basically throughout the curve in a level sense, and then don't curve it around the horizon to be able to measure that same angle?
No,
you can't. Why not?
I'll show you.
So if you take a stick and you put it on your basketball and you try to measure the angle of it to the ceiling of your room or the wall of your room, why couldn't you be able to do that?
How about I show you? Look in the live stream text. You see the two images I dropped.
Yeah, that has nothing to do. I'm asking you why mine doesn't work, and you're saying because mine does. I know whenever you're on two flat planes, you can also measure angles. You can also measure angles on a curved surface. Yes,
No,
you
you
can.
can't.
Yes,
No,
you
you
can.
can't.
Yes,
No,
you
you
can.
can't.
You can.
How'd you do
No,
that?
you can't.
Okay.
It gets changed right as soon as you go, any distance, right? On a
as
ball.
it does, right? Anyway, when you go any kind of significant distance
Right,
on the Earth,
right.
that angle would
So
change.
what you're
Doesn't
saying
it?
is the way you live and the way you think is
Thank
that
you,
you
Oregano.
don't know
Thank you for
anywhere
proving
you
my
are
point. When you
like,
move, these
all the
angles
time.
change. We understand this in our constellations and
so
our
you
star
don't-
patterns, you
no,
fucking
So
moron.
what you're saying is your way of living, your, worldview is that.
Yep.
Okay, I can't finish because he. Yep.
No, that's what you did.
Basically,
I was copying you. You stuttered quite a bit.
Yeah. That's too.
Jedi.
Ad hom.
I just thought about this thing thoroughly. I even drew a little picture to try to help me. I can't understand it. Can you? I shared my screen. Can you take a look and help me explain this?
Anyway, so what you're saying is your worldview is that anywhere you are on the globe, you don't know where you are, or the Earth. You just don't know where you are at all, like ever.
That's not what anyone's saying. We've used astrology to
You can
navigate
measure it because of the fact that it's a globe.
You can measure it on a
Like
globe.
the angles. So how do you do it?
Okay, so basically, I'll say it again since you can't really comprehend. Here's you not listening what I'm saying now. You don't want to understand it. So imagine a basketball, right? Take a level. You can level out that level on a basketball. You can measure an angle.
Which side?
And then guess what? Guess what's crazy? If you take that level and you move it, right? The angle changes, but it's changed into relative of the reference point that you're referencing as it does. And it's consistent throughout. As you move throughout the globe, that angle changes consistently. It just takes a long time because we have a circumference of 25,000 miles. So it's not necessarily something that you take one step forward and then all of a sudden, oh my God, this angle just changed by 90 degrees. What the fuck? Yeah, no shit, because it's 25,000 fucking miles.
Then how do you measure like where you are based upon the stars?
Just let him talk, man. It's hilarious.
Look up.
Guys,
Look up, dude.
guys, take a breather. Jedi,
Alright,
can you
okay.
join my stream?
No.
Yeah, throw your basketball while you're trying to level it. Like, just throw that
Bounce
bitch
that
as hard as
shit.
you can.
You're not gonna look at my picture.
Make a hoop.
No, I want to fucking talk to this guy. He's an idiot. It's funny.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm the
because-
idiot.
oh,
You believe the
got it.
globe is flat, and I'm the idiot, bro. That's just so
Well,
fucking
for
easy.
everyone looking at my stream,
I hope you
can
don't die
anyone
this
explain
stupid. I hope you don't die this
how you
stupid.
can get that 9 to be a 6.
I hope you wake up someday and you stop fucking eating your toothpaste.
All right, dude.
Bro.
If you're gonna lie, if you're gonna turn around to people and say that I hope that they die, then that's it. Your time's over. That's just not a good way to present yourself. You can literally fuck off. If that's what
I
you've
just
got
like
to
to see-
descend to, where you hope that people die, your time in this server or definitely in this channel is over. You've demonstrated yourself to be a cunt. Fuck off.
For sure.
Anybody want to take a stab at my little drawing here?
Anyone want to take a stab at my drawing?
Because I honestly cannot, for the life of me, come up with any way to make this 9 into a 6.
Wait.
Walk around the table, bro.
Look at here. Look right here. You got a guy at the north and a guy at the south. They're both looking at it, and it's a 9. How can it be a 6?
Okay, take the dude at the north and move him north about, I don't know, 100 more feet. And flip your weird 9 to where they're both looking at it. And it's opposite of them. You get what I'm saying? Like, you can do it, bro. You're just drawing it fucked up.
No, I'm not. Explain it.
Put the 6 flat on the ceiling, horizontally, facing down. And then stand somewhere where it looks like a 6.
But
then you go straight until it looks like a 9.
You
That's it.
cannot walk around the moon like you could walk around a thing on your ceiling. Don't you understand that's a
Put the
fallacy?
other guy at the other south.
At the other south?
Don't put him at the north. Put him at the other south and
put him on the
9
other
flat
edge
on the
there.
ceiling.
Put him at the other edge. He's still looking up at a 9, is he not?
No, not if you put it flat on the ceiling, pointing down.
Kid, you
and
understand
and
the
you put
moon
the
has
point of the 6 towards one south and the hump towards the other south. He's looking at opposite things.
Dude, there's a guy at the south right there looking at it, and it's a 9, right? There's a guy at the north looking at it, and it's a 9.
Kid, you understand
Yeah,
that the
they're
moon
on the
has a
same
ground.
side.
Check. You understand that the moon has a ground position, right?
You mean it's tidally locked?
No, I mean that there's a place on the Earth which the moon is directly overhead.
Okay.
So if you're north or south of that place, it's going to look like a 6 or a 9, basically.
I tried to make it so it's overhead. Do you see that?
Yeah, and that addresses what I just said. How?
No, right. So if you go to
They
the other
see the
side,
same
it's
moon
still a
then.
9, right?
So you're north or south of its ground position, it's going to look like a 6 or a 9.
I'm showing you the picture. Explain it.
I just did.
You didn't.
I just
Dude,
did.
your 9 is vertical. You got to make it horizontal. Okay, so that you can both see it at the same time. Right? You know, like your
What?
ceiling. Like, look at your ceiling in your mama's basement where you are right now. It's flat, right? Right?
This is not on my ceiling, bro. We're looking out. We're looking
Put
out
the
at the
sun in
moon.
between them.
This is
We're
what.
looking at something that is not on Earth.
Yeah, we're looking at something in the sky, right?
Right.
Right. So if you look at your ceiling, can you kind of imagine maybe that's kind of what the sky is because you're
No,
looking up?
no, because I
Oh,
can
all right,
move.
forget it.
Forget it, because I can move to the
Yeah.
other side of the room and I'm looking at it from a totally different side. That's not how the
Right,
moon works.
dude, put a 6 on
That's
your
what I
ceiling.
claimed.
Just draw a little 6 on your ceiling right now. Do it.
Yeah, okay.
Did you do it?
Yeah.
No, you didn't. Do it. Put a little tiny 6 so no one can tell. Only you.
Okay.
Okay, now walk to the other side and face the opposite way. It looks like a
Right.
9, doesn't it?
So how are two people on a flat Earth facing the opposite way?
Because we're on different sides of the coin. What?
You're
This
not
is why I
different
brought up
sides of the
the-
coin. That's a new one for me. Hold on. Who just said that?
Listen.
Who said we're on different
moon-
sides of the coin? Who just
yeah,
said
no
that?
problem. Don't worry about that. Let's think of the moon's position somewhere over the equator.
Or disc, whatever you want to say.
Whoever
That's
just
fine.
said two sides of the
Yes,
coin.
dude.
Yeah,
If you want to
who said
listen,
that?
then listen. If not, I'm not going to waste my time.
Go ahead, Jedi.
Thank you. So, if you think of the moon's position somewhere around the equator, you got someone north of the equator, and someone south of the equator observing the moon. They're on opposite sides of the moon. Quite
They're not
easy
on
to
opposite
understand.
sides. They're not.
Yes, they are.
How could
Northern
you be on
hemisphere.
opposite sides of the moon if you're on Earth?
I just told
Opposite
you
sides of the equator.
if the ground position of the moon is somewhere around the equator, and you are north of the equator, and someone is south of the equator, the moon is between these two people.
You
They
understand?
look
Okay,
up.
I understand what you're saying. Let me just
Good.
answer that. If you go to the other side, you would see the other side of the moon. That's not what happens.
No, it just appears to be upside down. You don't see the other side. The reason in the heliocentric model why you don't see the other side of the moon from different observational points is because of the distance to the moon. The moon's so far away that you don't see the other side of it compared to your moving either way around it. Doesn't look three-dimensional. You always see the same side because it's so far away.
Because the moon is flat.
No, it's got
Right.
fuck all to do with the moon being flat, dude.
Okay, so let me move my picture now here, over here. This actually makes way more sense. This guy is facing up and he sees a 9 from the north. This guy's on the south. He's upside down relative to the north and he's a 6. That makes way more sense than you trying to explain some weird thing about how you move and it's something with something. You understand that, right?
Yeah, it's based on two people observing.
This makes much more sense on a globe.
Same fucking thing. Much more sense on
1000%.
a globe.
A 5-year-old could
Okay,
understand this one,
right.
and you're having a hard time
Right, the
explaining
floor.
this to grown men.
Right, the floor. Doesn't have to be a globe to straighten the floor.
If you don't
Sit in the
mind,
same fucking place.
I have a diagram that might
Add a
help clear
third
this up.
man at the other side.
Feel free to go to Unjo Gratis's stream, ref Unjo Gratis. I'm at the top of the list, and look at this neat little diagram I drew to help you guys understand. So, I'm a vehement flat Earth believer, and all I have to say is seeing is believing. So, what right here you see little round Earth, simple-minded Dimpleton taking a look at the flat Earth from space because NASA finally brought him to space, and then you can zoom in. He's having this tearful realization that everything he ever learned was a lie, because he's seeing that the Earth is actually a Nerf or nothing frisbee disc. See, he's measuring it with the tape measure, and it's about as flat as you can measure, right? So I hope this clears everything up for you guys. Flat Earth is real.
Yep.
And also the moon is flat, obviously, because they're both planets, right? This is the moon.
But anyway, yeah. I think I proved my point. I'm done.
Yeah, so did I. I think we're done here, guys. Earth is flat. No way.
All
no
you
way
have to,
around it.
literally, the moon is the only evidence you need. That's simple, boys. Have a good night.
Yep, good night, man.
Tis globe.
So is the moon flat too? No answer?
The moon is
Hard.
cosmic plasma because I said it is.
It's like, just because some things are flat doesn't mean everything's flat. Like, you understand that, right?
Okay, but why would the Earth be flat and the moon not?
I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying you understand there's a break in logic there.
How so?
Because it's like saying, if my bicycle is bicycle shaped, why isn't it watermelon shaped? It's like stupid.
I mean, they're both planets, right?
No,
Okay, which one's not a planet?
the one that's not in the sky.
So the moon isn't real.
No, the moon is real. I mean, like, what you see is real. There's definitely something up there.
So the Earth is not a planet. In that
Right.
case, what is it, like a terrarium?
It's just where you live. I don't know. It's not a planet, though.
I mean, conceptually, can we see it as sort of like, okay, it's a thing in space. Do we agree space is real?
Yeah, space is just distance, yeah.
Okay, can we reasonably say that Earth is a planet given its functional role in space, right? Okay, so the moon is up there. It's a thing with gravity, so it would seem, that attracts stuff and you can walk around on it. The Earth is the same, it's just like a disk, right?
No, I don't see Earth as an object floating around somewhere.
So space is around us and we're in the center of it, or?
Well, space is everywhere, right? There's always space.
So Earth is in space.
Everything is in space, yeah.
Then what would you classify Earth as if not a planet?
Well, see, like, you might be confusing space with that stuff that they show you on TV, like all the stars and the planets orbiting the sun and this big massive expanse with balls like circling everywhere. Like, that's not how I see space.
What is space in your eyes?
Just distance.
But do you see it as being a vacuum?
No, I mean, there's vacuums and space in the vacuum. I mean,
Well, then is it just like oxygen all the way through infinity, or?
no idea.
Okay, so space, as is conventionally defined, is not real, but it's something. It's just not what we see it as. And the Earth is flat, but that doesn't mean that any other planet is flat.
I'm just saying, like, Earth isn't flat, right? Because there's hills and valleys and stuff, but yeah, like, there's a difference between the sky and space. That's how I see it. Like, everywhere that I've seen what you're thinking of when you say space has been on TV, movies, balls and rocket ships flying and all, like that. That's only on TV, where these astronauts are just kind of floating there. Like, that's all. Like, you'll never see that in real life, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, well let's consider the closest element to the space operations that we have relative access to. On-ground space stations like NASA headquarters. If space isn't real, then what are all of the aerospace engineers around the Earth doing? Like, are they being given fake assignments, or are they
I
just like
couldn't
spinning
tell
into?
you. I don't know.
might it help you to realize what the truth might be if you learned what they were doing? Like if you just watched an interview or something from a aerospace engineer?
Not necessarily. I mean, who cares what they say, right? I already have like proofs of my own about like water and like straight lines and all that stuff. So it doesn't really matter. Like nothing's gonna falsify my proofs. You know, the water establishes a horizontal plane of reference. No amount of astronauts or rocket ships is going to change that, or pictures on the internet.
All right, that's fair enough. But now let's consider how many aerospace engineers and astrologists and such there are, like monitoring space, doing all sorts of rocket math and science and stuff. This is an international, global operation with no one true center being. I mean, there's multiple space programs in different countries. Everyone's working together, but it's all different things fundamentally. Do you think that these tens of thousands of people, all related to this sort of operation, would all be keeping up this grand conspiracy that space isn't there and it's just like something else? Or maybe you think they're all coincidentally ignorant and that there's some master being or people keeping them ignorant and giving them like fake assignments?
No, they all think that the ground is a ball too, right? But see, you have to consider how many people have claimed to have seen Earth as a ball in its entirety. How many people has that been?
Not many.
What, like 17 maybe, or like 12, something like that?
I think a couple dozen. International Space Station, right?
No, I mean like way far out. You know, like people who claim that they went on the moon.
Yeah, they're not claiming to see the Earth in its one side of the Earth in its entirety. From the altitude of 250 miles. No.
Isn't getting to the ISS enough though? Because at that point you can theoretically see like a mass curve of the Earth.
Yeah, but you're not going to see one side of it in its entirety. No. If it was a globe of said dimensions, yeah.
But I thought the point was
Neil deGrasse Tyson would even tell you that.
I thought the point was if you could not see the whole thing, that implies there's a curve to it. Because if you were like right over it, you could just.
Yeah, but you were just asking about like seeing it like as if you were like looking at the whole one side of it, like far enough away to.
Well, yeah,
see it as a circle, but they're not. The ISS isn't far enough away to see it as a circle. Yeah.
Oh damn! I forgot how low orbit it actually is. Huh. Okay. I'll keep looking into this. I'll be back in here. Maybe tomorrow, because I gotta go to bed. But that was a good talk. Thank you.
Good talk, man.
Yeah. I hope you enjoyed my diagram. I'll send it in the side chat. All right. You guys have a good night. Thanks.
You did great, Jerry.
Thanks, Peter. You know, I'm only here for your approval.
Oh, I know. Just saying I'm proud of you, buddy.
So, where have you been with your globe proof? Have you been all over the Discords and the YouTube channels and all that?
Yeah. I've been doing like a little tour of the internet with the Ultimate Globe Proof.
And how's it going?
Oh, spectacular.
Okay. Did you talk to like the big names in Flat Earth, like Nathan Oakley or Whitsitt or David Weiss or any of those people? Or
No, so far these were Dr. Kindergarten and Bev Try Thinking. Those are some prominent activists in the Flat Earth movement.
I wouldn't say Bev is a Flat Earth activist.
He is. He's just hiding.
Okay.
Why not go do your presentation on Flat Earth debate? That'd be interesting.
That would be good. Yeah. Yesterday with
they'll be
Bev,
very, very accommodating.
yes. Yesterday with Bev, we spent 4 hours on the first 2 slides. We did not advance any further.
Not surprised.
I think you'd like their take on things. You know, like I think if you went there and had a chat with them, I think that you'd find that it's different yet again to other platforms, different to Bev's platform, different to this platform.
Yeah, I don't know who that
different
is,
to,
but
Geo's.
I don't know who that is, but I'm happy to talk to anybody. I mean, the Earth is a globe regardless of who you talk to. So
Yeah, I don't know why you stress yourself out over learning these geometry programs and promoting your proof. It just say it's a globe like everyone else and move on. Like there's right. Like, isn't that easier? Like tis globe. Like it's easier to say that than to stress yourself out and get in these debates and all that stuff.
that's true. I don't know. Call me silly, but I call it consider it personal growth. You know, learning a little bit of geometry, some cool software might be handy. You know,
Yeah, it's a good point.
could just be a waste of time, right? But maybe I can teach my kids some geometry. I don't know, right?
Yeah,
I know. I'm a
You got
nerd.
nothing
I'm a
better to do.
nerd. Who needs geometry, right? Just it's for nerds.
Well, the reason why I bring that up is because there was this guy in here maybe like 5 minutes ago, Storm. He was just losing his shit, man.
Yeah, I've been listening. Earth measures flat, right? Who needs geometry, trigonometric functions? Useless stuff. Earth measures flat. It's obvious. No pressure without container. Let's go.
No, just say tis globe and move on. Like that's what he could have done, and that would have been it. No fuss, no
Yeah,
muss.
but he was too silly. He was silly.
I mean, imagine thinking that going in a circle proves that you're on a ball. That's
Yeah,
what
I
his
know.
argument was.
I could show you.
I'd like to see you upside down.
I could
On a
show
ball.
you the world.
Well, you're the one that's upside down there.
No, I'm not quite upside down.
I know. Every day you wake up and you're not upside down, you're proving the globe.
I'm at an angle, like, it's like, it's not 26 degrees south. 29 degrees south. Not upside down exactly.
So you're near the tropic, right?
Oh, it's not far. Yeah, I'm surprised just how hotter it gets, right? You can really know just an hour or two north of me is like fucking so much hotter. Crazy. Like it's freezing here. Like it's not. Well, it's hot at the moment because we're in the summer. It's cooled down a bit today because we got some nice cloud cover, a bit of breeze. But yeah, it's an hour or two north of here, and it's noticeably different. You know the heat.
Yeah, did you ever see that cartoon where the Earth is flat and the sun goes in circles?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
Do you know that for you down there, if you went to the tropic, that latitude, the sun would have to go 70% faster in the sky than for us in the north?
That's crazy, right?
I know, I did the math. 70%, almost, double the speed.
Yeah, and I'll tell you. I'll be one of the first to admit that the sun does not look like it does that
That's what I've been told. People have
from here. Yeah, from my vantage point.
Since Europeans have gone to Australia, they have not reported any major difference in the speed of the sun compared to, say, the UK.
But I mean, it doesn't look like it takes that path that it would think it would look like it doing according to that representation, right? Conceptualization. That cartoon you're talking about, yeah. Doesn't look like it takes that path.
Well, I am certain it does not take that path, but it's kind of hard to imagine something else on flat Earth because it needs to do a circle and it needs to do it in 24 hours. And the circle's much bigger for you guys down under than it is for us. So the only option the poor sun has is to haul ass,
It actually looks like it arcs the other way from my vantage point.
Okay, well, either way, is it doing a 360 around the Earth?
I have no idea.
Well, it's gotta.
I don't know if it's gotta, but I don't know.
Well, I've been here for a while. I've been told the sun moves, it doesn't set, it just moves away. Well, where does it go?
Oh, I cannot deny that, other people are saying, well, it's above me now and I'm in such and such a country, and it's gone away from me.
Ah. Another option would be to say that there are multiple suns. I've heard that one on Twitter.
Oh, maybe at least two, but I'm not going to stand by that.
I've been told the sun is not physical, it's just a projection of the black sun. So, you could have as many as you want.
Well, I'm not going to stand by that either. I don't know about that. But it's possible it's not physical. Like, it's not the source of what we're seeing is something else. We're seeing is a result of something else causing that to appear in the sky the way it does. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. Like, there's so much you could speculate about the sun.
I have to say there's a certain charm to living this way and saying I don't know to everything.
Element of mystery, right?
Yeah. I don't know. If I told you guys, I tell this story that when I was in college 20-something years ago, I studied engineering. So to diversify things a little bit, I used to go drink with guys who studied philosophy at the university, change of pace. Fewer nerds, more philosophers. And they used to have conversations like you guys have here, like all the time. Like just to spend some time, just while drinking. So they were like, how do you know you even exist? How do you know a tree exists? Is a tree just physical or is it only perceived? Like listening to you guys sometimes it's just like going back in time. So it is a way of having fun. And it is intellectually stimulating to go how do you even know that we can know anything? How can we measure a distance from my living room to the kitchen? Is it the same distance? Is there refraction? Is there who knows what, right? It's cool.
Yeah, my mom and siblings used to get into some.
I choose to take offense to what you just said.
Like that.
You should. I mean, it's ridiculous. But I said it with full honesty and integrity, just as your fellow human being.
Cancelled.
Truth will set you free.
If it hasn't been okay by the administration, it's not the truth.
You mean the people who run this VC?
No, the presidential administration.
That's like a 1984 reference.
Oh, really? Who read that book here in this VC?
I think I read it. I can't remember if I read Animal Farm or 1984, but I've seen the movie.
I don't know how to read.
I do recommend it. It's a great book.
Top-notch author.
What?
The top-notch author, that's for sure.
Well, since no one's talking, I'm going to have some fun. I'm curious, who told you guys that pressure needs a container? Where does that meme come from? Like, where did it originate? Was that like some famous flat earther that came up with that one, or who?
Can you measure it without one? I mean, I'm not sure you can.
Yeah, I can.
All right, go ahead.
So where did this start?
No, I just want to see if you could measure pressure without one.
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll first talk about where this started.
Go ahead.
Definition. The definition.
Oh, the definition, yeah? So what is pressure?
Gas pressure. Definition of gas pressure.
Yeah, what is it? Define pressure for us.
Not just force over areas, the force that exerts on the walls of the container. Yeah.
And where does this originate? Is that like a property of particles, isn't it?
Study of the physics of gas.
This sounds like a preemptive strategy to kind of.
It is a preemptive strategy.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Jerry, I'm impressed with your performance tonight. So, what if I told you that pressure is just a statistical quantity that people made up?
I'd say atmospheric pressure is, but like.
Oh, any pressure. The concept of pressure is not a property of objects like mass or electric charge. It is not. It is a made up statistical quantity to measure certain behaviors of particles.
Well, when you put a
made up
pressure gauge on your tire, on that little thing that sticks out of your tire, that's real pressure, right? Like
what do you think you're measuring? What do you think you're measuring?
I mean, something is pressing on that little knob there.
Yeah, but what fundamental property of the world are you really measuring? Because it's not pressure.
Well, then what is it?
I'm asking you.
Well, similar to weight. It's like, because it's pounds per square inch, right?
No, yes, but that's just a unit. There are other units, right? Torr is another unit. That's just a made-up unit. But pressure itself is not a property. It's a way of quantifying something else. I'll give you a hint.
Force.
I'll give you a hint. What is temperature?
You're talking about energy.
Exactly. Nice, right? Temperature is defined as if you select a certain volume, what is the mean, aka mean is like almost like average, right? Similar concept. What is the mean kinetic energy of particles in that volume? So you could pick any arbitrary volume, and whatever particles are there, you would say, if you statistically analyze the kinetic energy of all of them, what's the mean value of that volume, right?
Keep going. We're listening.
And essentially, I like to joke, you're measuring how angry those particles are, right? Like how much kinetic energy they have, how much they're moving together with their mass, because that's what kinetic energy is, right? So, and this applies to gases, solids, liquids. They all shake, right? They all have kinetic energy. So when we say something has temperature, we mean in that volume, particles on average are mean, are really angry, right? If they're hot, they're moving a lot. But we don't need a container, yet we have volume, because we decide, you want to measure the whole room, or you want to measure a little cubic inch, whatever. Like, you're going to find out what the temperature in that cubic inch is. We don't need no container, because the particles themselves have kinetic energy, whether they're in a container or if they're outside of a container. They don't care. They're moving either way. Well, pressure, guys, is exactly the same. You see, you've seen articles from books that create thought experiments to illustrate the idea of pressure. But what pressure is measuring is, instead of saying, what's the mean kinetic energy, they're saying, how many particles would be hitting a surface at a straight angle with what force? So notice, I should have said, if I had a cubic inch of space and I only had one particle, the temperature will be the temperature of that one particle, since there's nothing to average over, right? So if it has 200, the temperature of that space is 200. Pressure is different. Pressure tells you not only how angry the particles are, but how much they're moving and how many are there. Because if I only have one particle in the cubic inch, it's not going to transfer a lot of force to a surface, right? Because half of the time it's going to be randomly running around the box, hitting other surfaces. And every once in a while it's going to hit this surface. So the pressure will be very low, even though temperature might be very high. So this is just a statistical way to describe the behavior of randomly moving particles, aka gas. There's no container. You can have particles flying around outside of a container. You can still talk about temperature, and you can talk about pressure, because these are made up quantities. And when I listen to all of you, I'm not picking on anybody, talk about pressure needs a container, I can tell where this misconception came from. You've simply read a book. It talked about a container or a box or a frictionless piston to which the force of the gas is applied. Those are just conceptual illustrations of this statistical quantity. It's called quantitative analysis when you analyze like a statistical system. There's absolutely no need for container. The only thing you're right about, and Jedi says it, I like the way he says it, if there was no containment, that's how I would say it, the gas would fuck off. That's true. If there was no containment, the atmosphere would go away, but it would still have pressure while it's going away. You guys even quote that the space has pressure
while
of
it's going away.
4. Yeah, like you guys even say it yourself. Sometimes you say, "Oh, outer space has pressure of 10 to negative 17 torr." Well, that's pressure. See?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just very low
going
pressure.
away?
No container.
Is it going away?
No.
Okay.
So it's correct to say, unless if there was no containment mechanism, the gas would go away. You can even say, if there was no container, if you want to call it that way, the gas would go away, because second law of thermodynamics. Absolutely true. It's not correct to say There is no pressure without container. That's just absurd. All right?
No,
Cool.
it's not.
Thanks for listening. It is.
No, it's not.
It is. I just defined for you pressure. You've never bothered to look into it. Tell me the truth. Have you ever bothered to look into what pressure is, like really in science, why it was invented, for
Really
what purpose?
in depth at the fucking most advanced university level?
No. Just read one article by Richard Feynman about gas pressure.
Without the container, you're not going to have pressure.
Quotation.
Right?
Cite me a document, scientific document, that says exactly those words. Pressure requires a container. Don't show me examples where people describe the statistical, the concept of pressure expressed as force on a surface of an imaginary container. Cite me exactly this that says you can't have pressure without the concept of a container.
It's the definition.
It's not.
Of gas pressure, it is.
The
Without
definition of the made up
going to fuck off.
statistical quantity.
Like you said, it will fuck off, and you won't be able to measure any pressure.
No,
Gone.
No. Do you know what the pressure on the Earth would be had there been no container?
You might get some temporary pressure, so you're going to have a pressure gauge there. You lift the lid off, and you're going to measure some temperature. It's going to less temperature. Less pressure, less pressure, less pressure until it's like at zero.
Okay, so when you guys ridicule globetards for talking about space travel, what do you say? What's the pressure in the space, outer space?
They claim, although I'd love to see that fucking measured, into the negative 17 torr.
Okay, so if there was no container, I'm going to use that word just to meet you in the middle, on Earth, the pressure on Earth would be 10 to the negative 17 torr. Still pressure, but the gas would fuck off, it would float into outer space, and the resulting pressure would average out per the second law of thermodynamics, and it would be the same on Earth as it is in space.
It'd get less and less if you're in an ever expanding.
Yep, that's correct. If there was no attracting force or mechanism, then the gas would spread very evenly over the entire universe. Actually, no stars would ever form, no planets. It would just be a big soup of gas. Okay? That's it. That's simple. The moon, for example, has a container, but it's a very leaky container. And that's why the gas pressure on the moon is pretty much 10 to the negative whatever torr. Right? But the Earth has a more sealed container, so we're doing just fine. To say this is correct, I'll meet you in the middle. To say pressure, the concept of pressure requires container is absurd and is just a result of a misunderstanding of reading scientific materials that use dot experiments. Pressure is not a property of the universe. It's a statistical thing made up by humans. You could get rid of it. You could replace it with something else slightly differently defined. It would describe the same thing. It essentially describes the kinetic energy of gas in different ways. I love speculation Sundays.
Well, Sunday's almost over. I mean, like, where are you? I mean, you got to be in the Pacific somewhere.
Yeah, it ended just now. A few seconds, 15 seconds ago.
There you go.
Like this? There's no globers in here or what?
There are some globers. Hey, into the break. Sorry, buddy. I cannot text because I've been locked out of the chat box. So yeah, I love being wrong. Yes. Thank you.
Well, Peter's a glober. He has a globe proof.
Wait, what, Peter, what were you wrong about?
Like whatever that guy thinks, you know, I come here for the delusion, so
Well, what was the argument? Because I
I don't know. I
genuinely...
don't even care. Like whatever he thinks I was wrong about, I guess I was wrong. He didn't provide much
You
information.
don't even know the argument that you're wrong about. You can't even comprehend.
No, it hasn't been specified. It's just he's memeing on me and saying, "Yeah, you just love being wrong," like that.
Peter, can you show me gas pressure without a container?
Of course.
Oh, of course, of course. Oh shit.
What
That
type of
was...
system is the universe claimed to be, Peter? What kind
Say
of
again?
system is the universe claimed to be?
What kind of system does the universe claim to be?
What type of system do they claim the universe is?
No, Peter,
Yeah.
Peter, I want gas pressure without containment.
You got it, buddy. Pressure needs no container.
What type of system is the universe claimed to be?
Yeah, I'd rather talk to you, not to the other guy. So, they don't know. They're not sure. Could be open, closed. Right now, you guys would love it because right now, based on observations, they are fairly certain that it's flat. That the topology of the universe is flat. It
What
has
type
no,
of system is
no
it claimed to
curvature.
be? I've found a couple of different claims, but mainly
Yeah,
it's claimed to be
they're
an
not sure.
isolated system, right? An isolated system, right?
Yeah, but nobody knows. These are just ideas, so don't get excited.
No, it's claimed to be an isolated or at least a closed system.
No,
So
not at all.
Would that so would in your little explanation, in your little spiel that you just went on with, right? Would that not be a fucking container?
Yeah, you could think of that as a container.
Right, because there's a volume, right? They also claim a volume, right?
Yep.
So that would be a
Justin, go ahead.
limitation for the gas to freely move within.
It would be, but we have another fantastic mechanism that makes things come together and creates higher pressure than you would otherwise have.
Right, so no matter which way you're going to look at it, you need a fucking container, whether it's for your theoretical, whether it's your theoretical gas pressure that you just went on about, or whether it's like we're talking about gas pressure that we're breathing.
Yeah, but you don't understand what I'm saying. You're saying you need
I
some
don't
mechanism.
understand what you're saying.
No, you don't. So it's one thing to say to have higher pressure, you need to make gas clump together with other particles of gas. And it's another thing to say to have pressure at all, you need a container. Do you see a difference?
Can you define container?
You're gonna
real quick?
need.
Like
No matter
what is
what way you look at
container?
it, you need a fucking container.
Stop saying useless things. This is my advice, such as pressure needs a container. Just say to keep that
pressure needs a container.
Okay. Stop saying. Thank you for correcting me. Stop saying useless things such as gas pressure needs a container, and instead say to have an atmosphere we need a container.
Yeah,
Those are
gas
two different
pressure needs a
statements.
container is useless. That's hilarious.
Those are
That's
two
so
different statements. And yes, you are correct. To have an atmosphere, Earth needs a container. Your answer, because I heard it before, so don't get angry, what is that container is we don't know. Our answer is gravity.
Okay, so container is understood to be anything that provides containment then.
Well, in a generic sense, I'm meeting them in the middle. I wouldn't have chosen the name container, but I'm not going to argue over it. It's a containment mechanism, especially that when you ask them, hold on, when you ask them, what is the container? Is it made of metal? Is it physical? Often, especially here where people here are smart, they avoid giving you answers. They will say, we don't know. Well, if you don't know, then it doesn't have to be physical. It could be an interaction, a certain containment mechanism. Well, here you go. It's gravity.
Wrong.
Welcome to the globe.
Wrong. That's not how that works at all.
So when you look at the definition of container, then it's supposed to be a hollow object. And what you're doing is you're basically just telling them that you understand container to be then that, to be defined that way. But
I am not. You tell. Hey, how about
clarify if they agree on that or not?
Let me show you a demo of what I mean. Okay. Hey, T-Dub, what is the container that's containing the pressure?
Fuck off.
There you go. You see?
Yeah.
Thank you for
I've made the same
making my point.
experience.
Yeah,
Fuck
they have no
jumping
idea.
through your fucking hoops.
They have no idea. They'll never tell you because they know that when they tell you, you can, run circles around the answer, right?
So far, the consensus is, I think, that they can't know, or they don't have like the things that they would need in order to know.
Right. They'll just say, we don't know. It's okay. We don't care. Like, who cares, right? We just need pressure needs a container. No, it don't. But okay, we'll just say
okay.
that.
All right.
There you go.
So I guess the universe is not a container.
Not necessarily. No.
Are you fucking serious?
This is actually something. This is actually something we do not know. Like for real, humans, not just people.
Don't know something?
Yeah.
Oh my god! Wow!
Uh-huh.
Imagine that. Imagine not knowing something.
Yeah, imagine never reading about real science and thinking what science is, but never really bothering to find out, right?
Real science? You think the universe, this idea of this cosmological view you have, you think that's fucking real science?
On the first 5 pages of the book I've been reading on physics, the words "I don't know" appear at least 15 times. We don't know, okay? But you've never picked up a book like that, so how would you know, right? You imagine scientists claim to know everything. No, physicists don't know what shape the universe is, if it's open or closed.
When did I fucking say that? When did I fucking say that?
Oh, well, you asked me, what do they claim it to be? They don't claim it to be anything.
Right. Yeah, they fucking do.
Some do, others claim something else. There's no consensus on that. There's no established view on what exactly the universe is. You just consume it from popular science articles on the internet. So people tell you Big Bang is how the world started. No. Nobody says, no serious physicist would say that. It's only pop science content on Netflix.
Hey, or
tells
do
you
they
about
not
Big Bang.
fucking try? Do they not try and fucking refute flat earthers saying that space is fake and Jupiter isn't a gas giant and all that shit? Do they or do they not? And make statements like, we know.
Compared to the stuff you guys say, we can comfortably say that we know that there's space, planets, and stars. Yes. The bar you set for what it means to know is so low that we can confidently say that we know those things.
How do you know?
That's a good question.
Why do you say that?
Because this is just ridiculous. Like, this whole movement is based on denial of objective reality.
So no actual evidence, just claims?
No actual evidence, yes. The world is a very...
Stories on TV that
You're a
you've seen
gullible goof.
is objective fucking reality.
Well, for you, these are stories on TV because you've never studied science.
You think Voyager is a fucking objective reality?
No, I think it's quite likely that it exists.
You're a gullible goof that believes that since I saw on the idiot box, therefore it's true.
Have your therapy session now. Have your therapy session trying to reconcile pressure needs a container and all sorts of stuff like that. So
Yeah,
objective
it's
reality is
natural law. You
the
fucking
sun.
retard.
T-Dub, objective reality is the sun doesn't haul ass 70% faster over Australia than it does over Mexico. And for you to say, we just don't know, the sun could be anything, it's like you're welcome to say that. You're welcome to undo the advancements of humankind, but by 5,000 years and live in that fantasy. It's your right as a man. You're a free man. Do that. But when you talk to people, well, expect they're going to push back on that and say, sounds kind of ridiculous what you're doing there, buddy.
Do you have proof that the sun moves? What did you say? 70% faster over Australia? Is that your
No,
actual?
I'm seeking that proof from people who live in Australia because everybody tells me on the stupid box
You
that
don't
it
actually
doesn't.
have proof of anything. You're just claiming shit.
Yeah, I'm
I
claiming.
don't know how fast it's moving.
I know.
And neither
Oh
do
wow.
you.
Okay. So you don't know, but you're claiming it. Wow. Wow.
15 degrees per hour is how fast.
Yeah, you're using a consistent rate to explain how in Australia the sun moves faster in Australia somehow.
No, I'm ridiculing the idea that it could be moving faster because it doesn't. You don't have the context because you
So what is
weren't
your
here.
So if it's not moving faster, because I'm pretty sure that's what you just claimed.
Dude, your Papa Fleurs trained you to say you claimed something as it's some kind of get out of jail card. It's not. I didn't claim anything.
No,
I
I'm not
ridiculed
reading a
the flat
script,
Earth model.
you
I'm not
dumbass.
going to explain this
I'm
to you.
literally
I
not
don't feel
reading a
it.
script to debunk you, bro.
Okay.
I'm just
I'm not
using your
gonna
own
explain.
logic against you. You literally said that the sun moves faster in
Okay.
Australia.
All right. You win. You win. Okay. I give up. You win.
Like a pussy.
Yeah. I'm just a globetard. What do I know?
Yeah, you literally don't know anything. That's the problem.
So when are you done with your at-home fallacies? Just wondering when we can move on.
I mean, I guess we can move on because he literally just conceded defeat.
Mm. Sure.
Yeah,
Good for
welcome
you.
to Flat Earth.
Have a cookie.
Peter. Welcome to Flat Earth.
That was pathetic, bro. Like, I don't even know what that was.
The sign of an intelligent mind to be able to entertain an idea without supporting it. Or in that case, to be able to analyze an idea and the logical consequences of an idea with all while knowing that that idea can't be possible. It's hypothetical, so to speak. You need abstraction for that, and
Denying
some people don't
objective
seem to have
reality.
it. What am I doing?
Apparently, I'm just denying objective reality.
Every day.
Possible?
I ain't fucking with these lame niggas.
Hello there. Everyone is muted.
Just waiting for the fun, you know?
Hey, Yui, before you joined,
I like
Jerry destroyed the globe or like single-handedly from the beginning until the end. He like delivered, he did the foreplay, he did the main act, and then the death blow. It was beautiful to watch.
Did you say some of the best lines like, is it a hump or a drop?
I don't remember. It was mostly about space, but I think he never said horizontal and vertical. I may be wrong, but I would have perked up had he said it.
Talk about proof then.
Proof?
I'm wondering if an observation I made could be used in order to find out if the Earth is flat, or if it can't be flat, or whatever else it is.
The Earth measures flat.
Alright, how did you measure that?
I went outside, looked around, it measures flat.
Right. So the observation I have is about the relative heights of different mountains. One is just a few miles away from me, and not much higher than my observing height. And the other is about 100, 150 miles away, and should be a few thousand feet. Like it should be 2,000 meters. Stick up 2,000 meters above my eye level. And even though it's like the further mountain is like 10 times farther away, it's also like 20 times taller, more above eye level than the closer hill. So what I did is I calculated how much above eye level each of those mountains is supposed to be, and I found out that the further mountain is supposed to be twice as much above eye level than the closer one. Now my question is, I'm making this observation through a whole lot of air, obviously. And can I just use the worst case scenario, basically, to that means the coldest temperature further up and the the highest temperature further down, to like make a worst case assumption about the refraction on that day? Because I don't have data along the observation side all along. So I would have to make some kind of averaging there.
And you want to know if this is a proof or disproof of something?
I want to know if that can be used in order to figure out if Earth is flat, in order to measure it, or in order to measure if it can't be possible.
Well, if you measure the height of a mountain, I'd say you just disproven flat Earth.
All right.
So here's the thing. If you assume optics as we know optics to be, optics is a field of study that has been active for several centuries, nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, just analyzing the behavior of of light traveling in different ways through different media. If you use the established understanding of optics, then your observations prove that the shape of the Earth is a globe. However, if you refute all of optics and replace it with either hand-wavy optics or statements like, we don't know, light just does what it wants to do, then it doesn't prove anything. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yes.
So sometimes you'll hear people say like,
You can shut
you
the
see what
fuck
you
up. You're a fucking idiot.
Well, all right. How was the mountain measured?
Well, I measured. I simply took a picture, and
Hold on, AK. I mean, the original height of the mountain. How was that measured?
Oh, I took that from maps. I suppose it was surveying.
Right. And do you know how they measure the heights of mountains in surveying?
I guess leveling is involved in most cases.
Yeah, they use trigonometry, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So there's a horizontal line from them all the way to the base of the mountain, and then they make angles to the top of it, and they calculate. All right.
All right.
Okay, that's all.
Okay. Cool. Is that supposed to be some? But
No, it's just if you want to get the accurate height of a mountain, got to use a horizontal baseline.
They
Ain't that
also
right,
claim in geodetic surveying, they're also claiming to make corrections for the curvature of Earth, right?
Yeah, they don't measure it; they
And
correct
if
for it. Right?
yeah, but never mind.
Someone can't stop talking.
Let me finish, please. Okay, I let you talk too, and let you finish.
Oh yeah, I know you like to talk.
Cool. So,
Waffles.
okay. So, can you please stop talking over me? Is that something you can do?
I realize you're triggered. I'll stop.
No, I'm not triggered. I'm just asking you to let me finish what I was saying. Is that unreasonable in any way whatsoever?
Chop. Get to it.
All right, cool. So in geodetic surveying, they're claiming to make corrections for the curvature of Earth. They're not measuring it every time, obviously. They're claiming to make those corrections. Now, if those corrections are incorrect, like if the Earth is actually flat and the usage of a horizontal baseline is better than correcting it to the unmeasured curvature of Earth, then that would show up as a discrepancy in reality that we could measure and show very easily, right?
How do they measure the mountain, AK?
That was not the question I was asking.
Your question is gobbledygook. Who gives a fuck?
No, it's not gobbledygook.
Yeah, what do they measure in reality? Not curvature, right? They use a horizontal
allegedly, they are correcting what they measure to curvature. So, if that is wrong, then we would see a discrepancy between what ends up being written down as the measured value, the corrected value, and what we actually see in reality.
Okay, so we measure what we see in reality. Then what?
I just explained. I'm not
No,
sure.
what does it mean to correct for curvature? If I measure my door to be 7 feet, can I imagine it to be a banana and then correct for curvature? What does that mean?
Yeah, that's kind of stupid.
It is stupid, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what you do is you measure it using a flat.
First of all, do you have any experience in this?
So, for example,
before you tell me what they do you have any experience whatsoever? You know what the hell you're talking about at all?
I know what I'm talking about. Yes. So.
See, they kind of do measure curvature, right, Jerry? Because they measure change in elevation.
That's right.
In reference
That's
to
right.
a horizontal plane of
There
reference.
You go, T-Dub. Beautiful. Okay. So, AK, how do you measure curvature that is not elevation? I'd love to hear the answer to that. Measure.
You would need to use a method that differentiates curvature from non-curvature, right?
No, you have your theodolite or your auto level.
I would use is the relative height of two objects, relative height above eye level of two objects. One is relatively close, and the other is relatively far away, but it is more times bigger than it is the times further away from me. So according to perspective, it should still be appear taller than the closer target. If it's all happening over a horizontal plane, over one plane, or horizontal plane. Right?
Hold up.
To measure.
Over
Another
what
way
kind
to
of
measure
area
it
were
would
these
be
mountains measured?
to take 3 landmarks that are at least at least a few miles away from each other, ideally more than 10, and then to measure the horizontal angle to each between the two other landmarks from each of those landmarks. right? So you take your theodolite or your measuring device, you orient it horizontally at each position separately, measure the horizontal angle between the two landmarks. Then you get 3 angles. Now, if the 3 horizontal planes that you used are parallel to each other, then the sum of those 3 angles needs to be 180 degrees. If they are not parallel to each other, then you would measure curvature, and you could measure the amount of it as well.
You know what that would require, though, right?
What would it require?
2 points being below each other at the same time.
No.
Yes.
No.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. When they measure the heights of these mountains, are they doing it from a single datum point?
I'm not sure. I think they're using multiple.
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 Okay.
Reference points usually, I think, but I'm not sure.
Okay. So it's relative to separate points. Okay, so that's a vertical distance upwards. Perpendicular to that would be, what's the word?
Perpendicular.
Starts with an H.
Horizontal.
Can you guys flirt with each other somewhere else? Take it to DMs or something?
Oh, is that Vector?
That'd be
Oh, I'm
great.
sorry. Here, let me help us out. There we go.
It's Vector the projector.
There we go. Okay, so yeah, AK, if you could get a surveyor in here who says that he can measure 2 points being below each other at the same time, that would be fantastic.
That is a wrong understanding of the matter, Jerry.
Wrong understanding.
Yes. It's.
Teach me the way.
I can see how
great
you make that
Dave.
mistake, but it has been explained to you over and over already. So
Yeah, I just don't
cannot
understand, right?
have any other reason for you to say that over and over, and other than you being intellectually dishonest.
He just trapped you. That's why.
No, not at all. I'm just pointing out what has happened historically.
Hey,
So
listen, 'tis globe, right? Everyone knows that it has to be a globe, but in surveying, you're
Hello,
never going to
bastard.
measure. You're never going to measure horizontals intersecting. That's ridiculous.
Well,
you're never going to see that.
Evidence for that?
Yeah, you'd need 2 points being below each other at the same time.
That is not evidence. That is an attempt of logical exclusion, but it's wrong
Yeah.
because
It
you're
doesn't
straw
happen.
manning the matter.
I don't
So
give a fuck about your
it's invalid.
straw man.
If you give a fuck or not, does not make it any less wrong.
So prove it.
Prove what?
Measure 1 point being above, below, and at the same elevation as another one, all at the same time.
It's ridiculous.
Exactly.
That is
So
ridiculous.
fuck off. Exactly.
Well, you fuck off because it's a straw
I'm
man.
done with this guy.
Can I just
Okay,
ask
good
real
for
quick?
you. Goodbye.
Yeah, I'm curious what Jerry means by below and why that would be impossible.
You don't know
He's
how that would be
conflating
impossible.
same elevation with being on a horizontal. 2 points being on a horizontal.
Matter of fact, Totem, do you
He can't
know why
separate
that
those
would be
two
impossible?
concepts in his mind. So when the horizontals are not parallel to each other or on different locations, then he's going like, okay, so this point is above and below me at the same time because he's conflating elevation and being above and below horizontal. He can't figure out that those can be different terms that mean that lead to different consequences.
I see.
That's all there is to it.
Is that about right?
Wow.
Did Jerry leave?
Only one of the lines. Only one of your lines could be horizontal.
I have
They
him-
can't both be horizontal.
I have AK turned down because he's a waffler, but I would gladly talk to you, matter of fact, Toady.
Sure.
What do you got?
Well, I'm curious when you say two things being below each other, because to me, and I guess it depends on what you mean by below. That's exactly what a ball would require. If you think of two people on opposite sides of that ball, the other person is sort of to their reference point below them. And I don't see that as a contradiction. I see that as a necessity.
Right. You need that for the model. I understand.
No. That's just what it would
Below,
mean.
above,
If you take like a soccer ball, right? You put two little army guys on them, those little plastic toy
Yeah,
soldiers.
if you think of the surface as 2D.
No.
Isn't it as above, so below? Isn't it how it goes? Or what you...
That's different. You take a soccer ball, right, or basketball. You take those little green army men, right, with the little flat bottoms, and you glue them to opposite
Little
sides
flat
of that.
bottoms, yeah.
Yeah. So,
big
right. So you look at
Love
one
it.
guy, and where's the other guy?
Could you establish a horizontal that would connect them?
No, wait. We haven't. We're not there yet.
Yes, we are.
Okay, one guy, right, is on you've rotated the ball so he's looking at you, right? So you and him are both with the same up. And where's the other guy?
Different ups.
Sure. But according to
only
the
one
guy
up.
you're looking at, the other guy, would this guy say he's below him?
There's only one up.
No,
The
there
ball
Listen
is
to this,
2D.
audience. Please take notice of this.
There's heaps of ups. There's like 20 ups in this chat right now.
There's multiple
And they're all
ups.
and they're all parallel, right?
No.
No, they're not parallel. No.
I wanted an answer from Jerry and maybe for T-Dub to stop laughing.
What? What do you want to know?
Where's the other guy?
What guy?
You're okay.
Connect both of them through the ball with a horizontal, and then you have a hump in the middle. So you don't have a drop.
No. If
Yeah.
you
Now you
connect-
want to get out of that, and then we go back around in circles.
No, you haven't addressed it yet. We haven't gotten
Addressed what?
we haven't gotten into anything yet. I'm asking you. You put two little army soldiers. You glue them to opposite sides of a ball, right? You turn the ball so you're looking at one of these army soldiers. Where's the other army soldier?
Down.
Can't see him.
Okay, it's down, right? So you turn it around and look at the other one. Where's the other army soldier? Where's the first one?
Down.
Thank you. That's it. That's what it means. Both of them are below the other one. If that's what you mean by below, if you mean
both-
something else
both
by
of them are
below, then
above
maybe
the
that
other
would be contradictory.
And
Yeah, I do mean something different by below.
Okay, cool. So what do you mean when you say below?
bellows.
Below horizontal.
No, that's exactly what he described. That was below horizontal.
Okay, I think maybe we need to describe defined horizontal then. So what do you mean by horizontal?
How many years have you been doing this? You don't know what horizontal means?
I
can't
know
be
that
in
everybody in this
horizontal.
room
They can't
uses
be in-
these words differently. So I
No,
want
it's
to know what
just
you
the
mean.
people who are model afflicted that don't know what horizontal.
Okay. Can you explain for my poor retarded brain what
I'm not
horizontal
saying
means?
you're retarded. I'm not saying you're retarded. Okay. So 2 points of equal elevation.
Mhm.
Okay. Parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Wait, to the plane of so the horizon
horizon.
would have to take from one of those points.
It's a line. You need 2 points of equal elevation. You connect those with a straight line. That's horizontal.
That
You're
line
aware
is
that
not
those
going
are
to be
two different definitions, right?
yeah, those are not going to be parallel to the plane of the horizon for both of
Okay.
those.
Can you find me a horizontal that is not parallel to the plane of the horizon?
Oh my fucking god.
Okay.
Any
Show me the
horizontal.
black swan. So, oh, wow. So any horizontal is not parallel to the plane of the horizon, right? Is that
You'll only notice that when those points are far enough, but yes.
Can you demonstrate this at all, ever?
So that would necessarily have to be the case if it were a ball.
It
and
has to
that's-
be, right? Axiom
No, it
one,
doesn't
right?
have to- wait, stop. Don't do that. It would have to be the case if it were a ball. I'm not saying it has to be a ball. Okay?
Right.
Is-
I'm
is that
saying.
clear? Hold on, wait.
Yeah,
I haven't finished
yeah,
saying
that
what
is
I had.
clear.
Okay.
That is clear.
So that's all I'm
Now-
saying about what has to be, right?
Right now, in reality, the definition of
Mhm.
horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. You're saying not that,
Fine.
correct?
No, that's fine. But then you can't have a horizontal between 2 points and have it be parallel to the plane of the horizon. It's
Yes, you
one or the
can.
other. Or
You can do
the
both.
The
horizon
fuck?
or the plane of the horizon is the horizon to a third point.
Yeah, you can do that. Have you ever heard of surveying?
Hmm I have, as it
Right.
happens.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so just so we're clear, when we say a line between 2 points and we throw in parallel to the plane of the horizon, it has to be a third point between those two.
Go ahead,
Okay.
add a third point. Who cares?
Okay. But if you don't say that, then that's where people get tripped up. That's where people stop understanding what you're talking about.
No, that's where you got tripped up.
No.
Not people.
You, sorry, no.
This Jerry
You
guy
weren't
has
explaining
not
as clear
said
as you
anything.
thought you were, okay? I'm sorry.
No, it was very clear. 2 points
Can you
of
do it
equal
again?
elevation.
Uh-huh.
That's the horizontal line. Any point on that line will rest on the horizontal plane. Simple.
Okay, sure. Here's a question. Is that line level?
Yes.
How do you know?
It's horizontal.
No.
It's horizontal.
Parallel to
Can't
the
do
plane
that.
of the
Can't do
horizon.
that.
Oh, level's relative to something else. Right.
Exactly.
Right. So you have 2 points relative to each other. Neither
Uh-huh.
one is higher than the other.
Yeah, but there's another line now. He's introducing a new line.
Yeah.
No, he introduced a third point.
No, 2 extra points. We've got 2 lines now.
You could have 7,000 points. If they're all at the same elevation, that's a straight line.
How do you know? That's exactly what's in contention. How do you know that?
Because you could establish it with water.
But water's going to be level, right? We
Right.
don't
Water ain't
know
no
if
line.
water is horizontal. You're trying to slip that in as definitional.
No,
do
do you
know
know
that.
what
You can't
happens?
do that.
Yes, you
Water's
can.
like a gazillion points. There's no line.
Do you know what happens to water when it isn't horizontal?
When is water horizontal?
Do you know what happens to water when it is not horizontal?
I can put it through a
Not
straw.
much.
Tends to flow, doesn't it?
It depends.
It does tend to flow.
No, it depends. When it's not level, it tends to flow. But he's trying to conflate
Right.
level and horizontal.
You guys, no,
I'm not going to allow him
no,
to
he's
do
not.
that. Yes, he is.
No,
That's
he's
exactly what
not.
he said.
No, he is not.
Jerry,
no, he's
clear
fucking.
this up for us.
How did you guys
There's
get
a
onto this?
disagreement between me and T-Dub. Clear it up for us. Is level the same as horizontal?
Yes.
GPT.
There you go.
It absolutely, yeah, it absolutely is. Yeah.
So why did you say
No
no, he's not?
conflation. No
Yes, it
conflation.
is.
No, there's no fucking conflating that.
What does
ChatGPT
level
says
mean?
no. Level refers to a position parallel to the ground, while horizontal
you.
specifically describes a direction along the horizon.
There you go.
Oh, that's why it says horizon, because it's horizontal. Right.
It's
Gotcha.
parallel with the plane of the horizon. Yeah.
With the plane of the horizon.
Let's say horizontal
and
now, from now on, yeah?
The surface of liquid at rest is horizontal.
Is level. Level.
Yeah, horizontal. Yeah,
No,
horizontal.
they're not
exactly.
the same thing. You can't
Horizontal.
keep doing
Is
that.
the
You're trying
fucking
to make them the
same thing.
It's not.
Horizontal.
Is the
saying it
fucking
wrong.
same thing.
You could prove that it's the same thing.
Great. Let's
You
do that.
realize
How
that.
do you prove it?
All right, so you get a water level, all right,
Uh-huh.
and you establish your horizontal. That's it.
So,
Both sides are at
that
the
hasn't
same
proven
equal
anything.
elevation.
You've just
Sure
taken
it
a
has.
level and called it horizontal again.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you got to
That's
do.
not a proof. That's not a
Yeah,
proof.
not for you.
Not
but
for
that is
anybody.
proof.
What do you
Sure it is.
mean? What are you
Sure
doing,
it
Jerry?
is.
Oh my God. Kill me.
Yeah, listen,
Jerry,
I heard your
Jerry.
talk with Bev the other day.
I don't
or,
hear any
like,
talk about the Earth. I just
a
hear
week or
talk
two
about
ago.
lines and level planes. I don't get it.
And
Talk
you said
talk
you
about
don't
the Earth.
have any proofs of anything.
No. Scientific proof.
Yeah, I'm not talking about
Oh.
science. This is just regular old reality.
Great, then we can have proof.
Okay,
I
but
was saying you don't have
Jerry,
to.
I can give him a citation from a physicist if he wants. Like, but that's up to him. Do you want that or not?
Sure,
He's going to say, yeah, he's going to say you don't understand or you're misinterpreting. It's going to become like a Bible study, like
Okay,
interpreting
you guys take bets about what I'm
scriptures.
going to say, and then let's hear the thing.
Using the globe model, I predict you will obfuscate whatever T-Dub brings.
I guess we'll find out.
I am the arbiter of truth. And
Are
I
the
know
bookies
nothing.
closed? Can we hear the quote? Hello?
Hello,
Hi.
I'm the guy.
Hello, the guy.
Hey,
I was waiting for a quote.
what kind of quote are you after?
Citation. Yeah, you're gonna have to give me a minute because my
Oh, sure,
device
sure.
is fucking.
Sorry.
Fucking this guy would take his fucking screen off. Gets in the way.
What kind of citation do you want?
Oh, T-Dub's looking for it.
Just ask me, and I'll race him.
But do you understand what I'm saying about horizontal not necessarily being level?
Me? Yes.
Okay.
I asked ChatGPT, and I said it in chat, right? What?
Yes, we know you have a fear of straight lines. Everybody knows.
Oh, don't throw straight into it too. So,
Right.
okay,
All
if these
points.
things meant the
All
same thing,
points.
they'd be the same word. They're not the same word because
All
they have
points.
different meanings.
Yeah. Henry Samat and Robert Katz, Physics Department of. It's all there. All points at the same horizontal level surface within a body of liquid are at the same pressure as long as the liquid is at rest. In fact, this statement is often taken as the definition of a level surface. End quote.
Okay, so that definition is often taken as a level surface.
Until there.
You cut out at the beginning. Say that again.
Notice the word horizontal and the word level there.
Mm-hmm. And that's to use proof that they mean the same thing.
It measures horizontal.
Okay,
You take the pressure points, right, at the same depth in the liquid or on the surface, and then you can connect those points together and it forms a horizontal line.
That's not what that quote said.
It basically is saying that. It's horizontal. Any point.
Basically is not good enough.
The same horizontal.
Yeah, basically
in a
is not
body
good
of
enough.
liquid at rest.
Mm-hmm. So it
Saying
said the
it's
same
horizontal. It's
the same
horizontal.
Horizontal.
Or on the surface, or on the surface. Yes, the surface of bodies of liquid at rest, right, are horizontal.
Okay,
Horizontal.
so my understanding of the definition of level is equal altitude across all points. Equal elevation, if you like, whatever.
Yeah.
Distance from
Yeah. What do you think that's
reference.
saying?
That's only horizontal if the reference from which you're taking these elevation points is itself horizontal. If it's anything else, it's not.
A reference is like a datum, a point on a vertical datum.
Yes.
Right?
Like
Now,
sea
you
level?
can- yes, that's a point.
Right.
Right?
So, yes. That's a point. So,
Okay,
if
so-
you have a collection
Go
of points, right, across a line, right, going east to west, say, and each of these points is at the same height above sea level, if that sea level is curved, is that level horizontal?
Sea level is not a surface; it's a point. You gotta get this in your head. It's a
If
point.
those points at equal height above sea level are all at the same height above sea level, if that sea level is curved, are those points horizontal?
Horizontal isn't curved, and sea level is not a surface or a line. It's a point.
Okay, I need you to stop dodging the question.
Sea level being curved is a nonsense statement. It's like saying a rock is a bird.
It's not nonsense.
It's stupid,
Billions
dude.
of people understand that to be the case. Now, if you disagree with that, that's
no,
great.
no.
But we have to establish why that's wrong. And
No,
you haven't done that yet.
Sea level is a point. Look it up.
Sea level. I'm talking about several points plural, at the same height above sea level.
That's horizontal.
How do you know?
Because it's at the same level.
But if that height above sea level, if sea level is curved, that's no longer horizontal.
You can't have a curved point.
You don't know that. Not
all
points.
points are
I said
curved.
points.
What are you
Points.
talking about? All points are curved.
Plural. Points. You have a line made up of points.
How is a point not curved? Please explain.
No, point is not curved. The point has no
Why
points
is a
of
point
magnitude.
not curved? No, I want to understand this. I imagine points as curved. Am I broken?
Yes.
Why? Please help me.
Like
A
saying
point is a dot is round.
It's just like red herring away from the
point. Point isn't round.
But I can go around it, so it must be curved, right?
All right.
I can go around a square. That doesn't mean
following the red herring.
It's kind of.
Yeah, just
it's a point.
No, a square does not have
Google any elevation profile. Okay, all elevations are measured from sea level, which quote unquote spreads out for the entire area that they're using. Okay, it doesn't curve. It's a horizontal plane.
It's plotted on a horizontal. That's how they.
Right.
That's how they. No.
That's how they measure it too.
No, that's not.
Yes.
That's not been demonstrated. You keep just asserting that.
Look up how surveying is done. Go ahead.
I know how
dare you.
surveying is done. I know how surveying is done.
Good.
It's
Then you know.
It is plotted on a horizontal. You can plot that on whatever you want. You can plot it on a square. It doesn't matter. That's not what they're measuring. That's how they're
measuring
That's how they're
elevations.
plotting the measurements.
Yeah.
What you're doing is exactly and precisely a reification. That's what you're doing.
I'm just telling you how it's done. I'm just telling you how it's done in reality.
It's done off of a reference point, right?
Yeah.
And that reference point is plotted straight, not measured straight. Plotted straight.
measured.
That's not what they're measuring. They're measuring from that. They're measuring something else. They're measuring the elevation.
Right. From that.
Right. Yes, from that, and then they plot that on a line.
There you go. And that line is straight.
Kill me. Oh my god, fucking smash my balls. Okay, let's try this again. You want to measure the height of a building, right? Where do you measure it from?
Wherever you want, as long as you can see it.
The ground.
Thank you.
Why are you asking these obvious questions?
Because Jerry's broken. He can't answer it honestly because he doesn't know where I'm going with it. So
I don't think Jerry's even like honest.
The base,
I think
Jerry. It's from the base. Obviously, it's the base. You measure it from the base.
Okay, so you have a vertical line then. Okay.
Yes, that gives you the height.
There you
Right
go.
now,
Okay.
you want to put this height on a piece of paper, right?
Yep.
You want to draw this building and show its height. Where do you put that base on the piece of paper?
Anywhere you want.
Exactly. Wherever the fuck you want, right? You're not measuring the base. You're measuring from the base. The base is your reference, and you're
Yeah.
measuring the building.
Yeah,
It
and
doesn't
if you
matter
measure-
where you put the base on that piece of paper. It's not what you're measuring.
Right. And if you want to measure another height compared to that one, it would be from the same point on the bottom. And you
Yes.
could connect those 2 points with a straight line. Otherwise, the heights would be off.
You can do whatever you. No.
Yes.
The heights are going to be whatever they are.
Yes.
Whatever you're
absolutely.
measuring, if you're measuring one axis of measurement, like height, then you would
We know,
most likely
man.
for this
We
thing to be
know.
useful, you put them all on a straight line. It doesn't mean that they have to be,
No.
that they are.
Yeah. We know you want equal elevation, right, to mean curved. We know that.
No, not
So-
curved. Not curved. No. Equal elevation means level. Right? At equal elevation, that's level.
Yeah, and we know you want that to mean curved.
Doesn't have
How
to.
the fuck was that measured? So how
It
the
doesn't
fuck
have
was that
to be.
measured?
Doesn't have to mean curved.
We know that you want it to be.
No.
We can beat
What it
around the
means
bush.
is
Don't
equal
beat around the bush.
elevation.
So what is your
Right.
point then? So what,
That it's
what do you?
that you
What are
can't
you
just
saying?
say level is horizontal. You have to demonstrate that it is. Level does not
Easily.
mean horizontal.
Easily. You do it with water. It's simple.
Okay. And is water level or horizontal?
If it's at rest,
Uh-huh.
right? Okay, so you have 2 points.
Uh-huh.
Either side of that body of water is higher than the other. You could tell because it's not flowing.
Mm-hmm.
That's horizontal.
It's level.
Right.
Right.
Thank you.
How do we know it's also horizontal?
It's not flowing. It's straight.
It's a
Right.
straight
Whoa.
fucking
No, not straight. Not
line.
straight. No. Level also does not mean straight.
There's tides, there's currents, there's a lot of flowing going on.
Yeah,
But
that's
even
why I
those
said at
wouldn't
rest.
be those would be neither level, straight, nor horizontal. If that was
That's
the
why I
case.
said at rest.
Sure, I'll take that. But we've established and we agree that it's level, right?
You guys are nerding out. It's round.
Well, that would be as bad as just saying it's horizontal. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
trying
you
to
might as
get
well
a
just
bit-
argue on their level. Like, what are you going into this effort for?
I feel like there's possibly some progress.
There's
that
no
might be-
way they're real. There's no way. No way these people are real.
Oh, you'd
I
be
refuse to
surprised.
believe it. No.
So you want to use? So Jerry,
Yes, sir.
Can you help me out here? Right. We use a water level to establish that two things are at equal elevation and equal distance apart.
Equal distance apart. Well, you would need the center point, but yeah, sure, yeah.
Wait, can we?
We can. I don't know about you, but yeah,
With a water level?
yeah.
Measure distance?
I don't know about distance, right? Because but you could rest assured that if you measure that shortest distance between those 2 points, that'll be the shortest possible distance, because it'll be horizontal.
Between all points along two verticals. From the top of two verticals and the bottom of two verticals, it will be the same distance apart, right?
Yeah.
How do we know?
Because then you would
measure it.
You would have the hypotenuse of a right angle triangle, and thus wouldn't be the shortest possible distance.
What I think T-Dub was asking was basically measuring if plumb lines are parallel. Did I get that? Did I interpret that correctly?
Well, they're perpendicular to horizontal.
That's
So
fine.
they'd have to be.
Well, no. See, there we go. So, I don't know that there's any way I can fix this, but I'll just
Religion.
leave you with my contention because I got to get to work. What I'm saying is level being equidistant from a reference point, in this case, sea level or a surface. If that surface is curving, the line traced about that surface, I'm talking about a line, right? A line along sea level, right? You have another line at some elevation above that. Right. You have another line, and that line, if all points on that line are the same distance from sea level, that line will be level in any form that surface takes. If it's straight, convex, concave, whatever that surface, that line will always be level, even if it's not straight.
That's a
Horizontal,
contradiction.
it's not a contradiction. That's a definition of level. You're
What
trying to
is?
sneak in the synonymous, that horizontal is synonymous with the level, and it's just not. You're
Sure it
doing
is.
nothing to
Look it up.
demonstrate it. You're just
Look it up.
asserting it.
Look up the word level. Tell me what
I
it says.
did.
And what does it say?
It's always in reference to an elevation or an altitude.
Okay, so a point. All right. Does it
No,
also say
point.
horizontal? Don't lie now.
There it is. Right there in chat. What does that say?
Let me see. Level, altitude,
Oh, look.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
what's number 4? What's number 4 say?
4. Right.
Approximately horizontal line.
Okay.
Practically horizontal.
Okay. Yeah, practical. Go ahead.
Practically. Approximately, right? They're bending over backwards to make a distinction there.
Yeah, they certainly are.
Okay.
because
Even
they're globe.
altitude. If it were the same thing, it'd be the same word.
Okay. I'm fine with saying
Something
level is
can't-
horizontal.
You can't just
Something can't be
say level is horizontal.
Wait. Something can't. That is a fucking stupid fucking definition, man.
All right, I'll
Something
let you
can't
guys
be
wrap your head around that. I got to get to work.
No, something
Enjoy
can't be
that.
approximately. Something can't be approximately horizontal. It has
That's
a fucking
right.
zero slope.
Right. Good talk, though.
There's no approximately with zero slope.
Yeah, they have to go on these like post 2016 Globehead definitions of level. Anything pre 2015 is just going to say horizontal, flat.
Doesn't practical mean useful?
It's the straight line that bothers them. They can't have straight lines. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, imagine your worldview being destroyed by something as simple as a straight line. Tough.
Practically doesn't mean approximately. I do know that.
It's asinine to think that you could possibly use a water level, right? Establish a horizontal plane of reference and level, right, and make sure that two verticals are at the same elevation, and then think that the two verticals aren't fucking parallel. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, it is. It's stupid. I like when they say, "Oh, but how do you know that?" Like, why wouldn't it be? They're perpendicular, horizontal. Like, I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's right. They could say that they can use Plum to get the vertical line, establish a vertical, and use like a square or something to get like what are they going to call that? perpendicular to that. It's taught as horizontal. But yeah, I know, because like they want to say, right? So they use verticals. They use plums. So they get a vertical. They can use get perpendicular from that, right, and have that a straight line, and then at some point along that straight line, then hold a square to that and establish another line that's perpendicular to that horizontal. But suddenly that line is now not vertical anymore. That's what they want to say. Fucking stupid.
Yep, the tilty verticals.
Wait, so you're telling me that verticals aren't parallel?
Now, Manufactotum said, "How can you be sure that they are? How do you know?"
Oh.
See, the thing is, they like to gaslight. See, they can't prove what they're saying, and they try to put it off as we don't have proof of anything.
So even though, like, definitionally, that's what it is, we can't know.
Nope, definitely not.
Huh.
We define it like that, but we don't know what it is.
We practically use it like that, but we don't know that's what it is.
Exactly.
That's
could be now.
I want to give that word practically some sort of weird, like connotation. Like, well, practically, not practically use it. It's practical, as in, we use it in reality to do things. It's kind of. Approximately.
His globe, but there's no practical use for knowing that.
That's why you have to say "tis globe," because you can't prove it. You just have to say it. Which is what they do.
Isn't it funny how there's like no purpose for that knowledge? There's no practical application.
Exactly.
I mean, not that it's actually knowledge, but it's fun.
It's just a fun thing to say. Yeah, Earth's a globe. Can you prove it? No, but it just has to be. Okay.
It is
No practical
Photoshop
benefit to thinking that.
because it has to be.
Well, shit. How else can you show someone a unicorn? I guess you could paint it. You could draw it. You drink ayahuasca and hallucinate it. I would hope to have a better ayahuasca trip than that, though. Wouldn't want it to be wasted on globes. I got a Glober in the chat even now telling us that you just play with a definition, you got yourself a unicorn.
Playing with a
They-
definition.
They really do believe in unicorns.
Well, I mean, we could take definitions out of it, right? Like, just get a hose, like a fucking garden hose, right? And fill it with water and let it equalize on both ends. From one end to the other in the air is a horizontal line. No definitions, the shortest possible distance from one end to the other is a horizontal line.
But how can you know?
I'm still fucking confused by what a guy has put 5 minutes past the hour. If I redefined the horse to have a horn between its eyes, now unicorns exist. Like, that's the definition of a unicorn. Like, the definition of the Loch Ness Monster. If I define what the Loch Ness Monster is, does that mean that the Loch Ness Monster now exists? I don't get why you put that. It makes no sense.
He redefined a horse to a mythical creature and then said, now the mythical creature exists.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is where the projection is so wild, because he's responding to the definition in the dictionary of level, which is saying a horizontal line or surface, a flat expanse, a horizontal plane, no irregularities in height, even, flat. He's responding to that saying, if you redefine a word in a dictionary, does reality change? Crazy projection, because that's what he's trying to do.
He did it totally wrong. He should have redefined the unicorn to what a horse is. Jesus.
No, fuck this. In the dictionary, you can find out what the definition for a Jedi is. You know, within the mythical lore of Star Wars, the definition of what Jedi are. So now I exist as a Jedi. That's fantastic. Just because
Yes,
I've got a
ancient
definition.
Jedi texts.
Exactly, yes. Orcs exist. So does Middle Earth because I can define them. Brilliant. He's just an idiot, dude. If I redefined a horse to have a horn between its eyes, now unicorns exist. It just
Redefined a horse into something that doesn't exist, so now horses don't exist.
Yes. No horses now.
I'm just wondering, Jerry, with your garden hose example, like, if someone was to want to think that that line between those 2 points is curved, right? How would they go about knowing the rate of that curve?
Gonna have to ask them
Yeah. Okay.
how they figured that out.
Well, if we have a circumference drawn by the circle of the sun of 24,000 and whatever it is miles, then we've got a circumference. Now we can figure out the radius and diameter of that circumference. That's how they did it. Circumference of the sun? Equator?
I guess if there's some agreement on the horizontal and the verticals and perpendiculars and parallel lines, then you need to take care, Jerry, because they'll be calling all these people Jerry Tards.
Oh, here he is, the serial complainer. He's back.
Hey, I gotta say, Elder Bear, you did an awesome job on Flat Earth Debate a couple of days ago. It was awesome, man.
Well,
Hats off to you.
just a clone doing my job.
You know, I was in Bev's server last night, and I called myself Peter's Erdebear. You know, whatever Erdebear is to Bev, I am to Peter. And Bev burst out laughing. It was very shocking, even. Very shocking.
Just do what you do, eh? Just do what you can do with the reality and how you find it, that's all.
You know, it's a shame I wasn't around for when Peter presented his globe proof to Bev. Peter said that it didn't
lie. It was just
it didn't go anywhere.
Clusterfuck.
Really?
Pathetic, to be honest with you. mean, he says he's got no proofs anyway, so, maybe this is the one. He said he got no proofs. He has no proof. None of them have got any proof. There are preponderance of evidence, it's called. We think. That's kind of what got me first. I realised they haven't got a fucking clue. You don't know anything. That's what was the most stunning thing. To realise they got nothing. No proof. And
then
they
they
come
try to
along trying to tell people, it's like this. But we got no proof.
But it's
It is
more
like this, though.
insidious
It's
than
glow.
that. Right. It's more insidious than that. It's how can you be sure? How do you know? How do you know that it's not curved? How do you know? You can't be sure. Sure I can. It's a fucking straight line, dude. Fucking gaslight me. You can't prove it's curved. Don't fucking put that off on me.
Who'd have thought that, it would all come down to a straight line. Amazing.
So, when are you guys finished chucking each other off?
It's Bev
No
Tardia,
proof.
right? It's Bev Tardia. That's the whole thing.
Oh, you always triggered.
No.
Oh, go on, be triggered. It's funny.
I asked Bev what affirming the consequent, but Jerry, do you know what affirming the consequent is?
Oh, that's me. I know.
Yeah, I know what that is.
All right. Do you know why it's affirming the consequent, though? Like, do you know what the problem is?
It's circular. Yes.
It's circular. Can you explain a little bit? Why do you think affirming the consequent is the problem with it? Is that it's circular?
Because you're not leading from somewhere to another in a straight line. You're going in a circle.
You don't know what affirming the consequent is either. What's going on?
I do.
Bev Tardia. That's crazy.
Yeah, you're not going from one point to another. You're winding up at the same point. You're not connecting two ideas. There's no reason to have a syllogism.
What? This is the... All right. Whatever you say, Jerry, that's affirming the consequent. Yeah, that's why it's problematic. Sure.
It's a big circle.
Definitely not a confusion of necessary and sufficient conditions. Not that. It's going in a circle.
I don't use all that jargon. I just break it down really simply. Like I could give you
sounds like.
I could give you an example. Right? If the sun sets, then the ground is a ball. The sun set, therefore the ground is a ball. There's a problem there, right?
Yeah, I know that you could spot affirming the consequent, but I want to know, like, if you know why it's like a fallacy. Like, what's the problem with it, right?
I don't know all the goofy
Where the
college
error
boys. I don't know the college boy terms and all that. No, I just know it's not good.
You just know it when you see it. I see. Okay, looks like Bev then. Yeah.
Affirming the consequent. If P then Q, Q therefore P.
Well, yeah, that's how you'd know it was
evidence.
Okay,
That's
so
how
that's
you'd spot. That's how you'd spot affirming the consequent. But
okay.
I
So
was
yeah,
asking Jerry if he'd know why it's a fallacy. Like, what happened, right?
if I lay it down for him, maybe he can tell us what it is. So affirming the consequent, right? I've eaten 10 hamburgers. P. Therefore Q. I am full. Q. I am full. Therefore P. I've eaten hamburgers and could have only eaten hamburgers to make myself full.
Perfect, Illich. Very nice and straightforward, right? So obviously, in that example, the Q doesn't guarantee. It's not sufficient for the conclusion, for the antecedent, right? So that would be the error in the reasoning, right? The truth isn't guaranteed. The consequent doesn't guarantee the truth of the antecedent. Conditional, right? There's another possibility.
I got a good question.
That's why affirming the consequent is sometimes called confusion of necessary and sufficiency. Right?
Does it matter how many conditions you add? Like, if you have 35 conditions, does that make it any less invalid?
If you add conditions,
Yeah. Like,
I don't
you
think
were
you can make
saying
something more
As long
valid
as-
by adding a condition.
This
Right.
is why I brought the hamburgers up, because you can have multiple things that can cause that effect, right? You could eat Chinese pizza, blah, blah, blah. But as long as they all affirm Q.
Yeah, because Yui the other day was saying, no, I have a biconditional affirming the consequent.
Well, I think
So it's more valid.
I think it was more plain terms, right, to make it simple. But if let's put it this way, right, a biconditional is just the idea that they are a P and Q are logically equivalent, right? They are, whenever P is true, Q is also true, and whenever Q is true, P is also true, right? So affirming the consequent in that sort of situation would be strange because Q is also necessary and sufficient for P, but we know that affirming the consequence a problem of necessary and sufficiency, where there's no sufficiency for Q to P. So that's why you're not really making that same fallacy if you use a biconditional. That's why I was curious if you knew what it was. So sometimes if you can spot it, you're not actually and not understand why it's a fallacy. You wouldn't understand why I thought biconditionals don't really hold that same rule.
So forgive me for asking, maybe I'm being a little bit slow. But where is this affirming the consequent that we're talking about with regards to Bev and some argument?
Well, there's a very poorly framed argument done by Bob the Science Guy. And I agree it's poorly framed. But I can see what he tried to do. And I think steel manning is a virtue. And I think he could have easily just reworked and attacked the actual argument.
So if and only if the Earth is a ball, then the shortest distance between 2 points will be a great circle route. That one.
Yeah, if you said the ball, the Earth is a ball if and only if any 2 points on the surface create a great circle, then those two P and Qs would be logically equivalent. Yeah.
In any direction.
Yeah.
I guess all of those Roman roads that were built straight are actually curving then.
Basically, it just says that if P then Q is the same as saying if Q then P in a straightforward straightforward sort of utterance, right? It's not like Q doesn't. The truth is guaranteed. There's sufficiency for Q to P as there is for P to Q.
You got any problems with level and horizontal, Yui, or were you okay with that conversation we were having? You need anything straightened out, or?
Tis horizontal. It has to be.
All right. Okay, so we got that squared away. Wonder why Manufactotum can't get it. Oh, I think I know why, but
Manufactotum, he knows. He knows when he makes things, whether they're circular or they're straight. He knows what the difference is. He knows what a curve is. He knows what a straight line is. Just, modern day sophistry.
yeah, he's a blacksmith, right, Yui?
Yeah. Yeah. Print cleaning, you don't
The
need to hear
best
that.
blacksmith, yeah.
Yeah, Jerry, I heard, yeah. He's a blacksmith. He works with his hands. He knows what reality is. He's just over here talking bullshit like the rest of them.
I'm afraid so.
Because they've got nothing. So they have to come and make stuff up. And then say, well, you've got no proof. Well, we've got no proof. But, funny how you guys over here, you say, well, we don't know. We don't know. It's funny how you use that. But, we don't know. Ever.
Yeah, I would rather have one proof than have all the scientific consensus in the world.
Yeah, I agree. Proof is, undeniable. You can kind of plant your flag there, a hill to die on. It's no good following just some guy who says he doesn't know anything. What would be the point in that? You're gonna get killed, aren't you? He's your commander, what good is that? Somebody you couldn't trust. Yeah, not a good thing to do. Don't follow people you can't trust.
Oh, I triggered exile. I guess his mic doesn't work. Yeah, he's still stuck in the sky. That's another magic trick. No, don't look at reality. Look over there. Don't look at water. Look in the sky.
Safe haven where you can't go.
Yeah, look at.
They just make loads of claims.
Yeah, it's just magic tricks. Sleight of hand.
Wear the mask. You know it makes sense. It's snowing. That's reality. And I've got to go out and walk my dogs, and that's kind of, that's not a good thing to do. Apparently, it's a kind of a weak thing to do. Nervous, frightened thing to do. Go and walk your dogs in the cold and the snow. Oh, there. I'm going to head on down to the front line, see if anybody moved the horizon in the night. I suspect they did, because I can't see the hedge at the bottom of my garden. So somebody came around last night and shifted it. Keep getting up in the night and wandering around and thinking it must be out there somewhere. I go out with a flashlight and don't see anybody, but I don't know who can do that. Yeah. Funny old thing, reality, eh? Just can't escape it.
Yeah, it is reality.
Yeah, Exile asked, still waiting for flat earthers to explain how solar and lunar eclipses work. See, now, if I gave an explanation, even though I'm not a flat earther, it doesn't matter what kind of earther you are. You could be a donut earther. It would still just be a story about how you think it works. The reality is that it happened. Something happened in the sky. That's it. That's reality. Everything after that is just make believe.
I have to apologize, Jerry, because, I agree with you. Agree with you on many things, so, I'm sorry if, that opens you to societal vilification as some kind of brainwashing human or something, and I might become a Jerry tard. I'd hate that to be something you have to carry, or for me to have to carry either,
Yeah,
popping
well,
you in a box. That's so easily done.
Yeah.
Don't agree with anybody, because that means you've been entranced by them. They've hypnotized you. Ooh. Sorry, mate. If that becomes a thing, oh, he's a Jerry tard, I apologize. But sorry, mate.
Picard is better than Kirk, right?
What is reality? Are things like duty, mercy, and honor real?
Reality is what you can prove.
Tolkien has an epic drama. Where's yours? I ate more food than my digestive system could cope with, therefore I feel full. I feel full, therefore I ate more food than my digestive system could cope with.
Gaviscon. You heard of Gaviscon? Or Rennies. Antacid tablets. So you can get a liquid, if you eat too much.
Yeah, I've got some good stuff. Got some prescribed stuff.
Imagine when jingle taper fade. Are you guys actively debating?
No, there's a lull in the conversation. Go ahead. Got anything you want to say?
Alright. I personally believe in the round earth because of the fact that it's just what I've been taught.
All right. I was taught that there's an invisible man in the sky who watches everything you do and everything you say, and he
Me
has
too.
a special list of 10 things he does not want you to do.
Indeed, do.
I did believe it, yes.
Oh, I know. And now you don't believe that, and now you believe in a flat Earth, isn't that right?
I don't believe in flat Earth, and I do believe in God, but it's not an invisible man in the sky.
So you're agnostic?
I don't know. But my overall point is that it doesn't matter what we were taught. So a lot of people are taught a lot of different things. Does that make
Interesting.
those things? Yeah. Does that make those things true, or just
Yeah.
I don't know how that's possible.
I mean, I want to tell you right now, your hands are real. Does that make it true?
No, my hands existing makes it true. Not what you tell me.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right, so it doesn't matter what you tell me or my mama.
All right. I'm gonna tell you right now. Better cheese, pomegranate. All right. Let me actually debate you. Okay. So why does he believe in a flat Earth? Well,
Well, I don't think Earth is flat, but I do know that horizontal doesn't curve. I mean,
okay.
right?
Well, if there's no like actual debate, then I guess I'll just say one thing to you guys. Imagine if Ninja got a low taper fade.
Yeah, he's high as fuck right now.
I'm
I've
surprised no
seen
one else
that.
is
Funny as
talking.
fucking. I was
Imagine if
like,
Ninja got a low taper fade.
just gonna let you do it, Jerry.
He's so high.
Imagine if Ninja got a low taper fade.
I'm gonna make a change for once in my life. That was Nathan's version. I thought that was quite nice.
The Earth isn't flat. There's hills and valleys and cliffs and peaks.
And how are those hills and valleys measured?
Oh,
From horizontal.
yes. From sea level, which is level.
How do you word it, Jerry? I think it's awesome how you word it. How is it when you ask them, how do you measure a curve without a change in elevation? Is that it?
Yeah, how do you measure Earth curve that isn't elevation change?
That isn't elevate. How do you measure Earth curve that isn't elevation change? Yeah, that's brilliant.
Yui, do you have any thoughts on how that would be done, or?
About what?
How you'd measure how you'd measure curvature of the Earth that isn't elevation change?
Say that one more time.
How would you measure curvature of the Earth that is not elevation change?
Ah, I see. I would ask a surveyor.
And what do you think the surveyor would tell you?
Well, they say what's obvious, you know. They measure
Well,
from a curved surface.
You think so?
It has to be.
Okay. There you go, T-Dub.
Okay, I was expecting a straight line, but okay, all right.
Hold on, I thought you said that surveyors were dumb as bricks, right?
They are, yes.
Oh, okay.
I don't think they have any great wisdom, you know. Like
Right.
I imagine that they are given tools, right, and a basic principle. You know, you remember when I told you about high schools? Like high schools teach you incorrect information. I imagine they give you tools and information, and they say, "All right, you know, just tell us the numbers when you've done the thing with the tool." And because basically, that information they give them, although not entirely accurate, does practical purposes exactly what it's supposed to. That's my imagination, though. I could be incorrect. I've never done surveying.
Well, couldn't you say that about any other profession?
A lot of professions will start you off with, you know, in like not complete information. Yeah.
Yeah, but you could say that they're all dumb as bricks outside of what they do for a living. I mean, if that's how you gauge someone's intelligence.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of professions that I think, like, you know, McDonald's, right? I mean, you might be expert at making a burger, but you know, in the same way, like a surveyor might be an expert at setting up a tool and writing down what they see, right? That might be one of their expertises. Whereas blacksmiths are the pinnacle of society. You know, they can do everything.
Mm-hmm. So blacksmiths are not dumb as bricks.
No, they're the, you know, like if we had a caste system, I'd put them at the top.
Okay. Well, there you go.
There's nothing wrong with being dumb as bricks. I find it endearing, right? As long as you don't pretend to be smart, right? And I don't like smart people that think they're good at anything else other than using their brain, right? Because they often aren't. They can't do anything with their hands, right?
I just think that everyone is good at certain things, and they do what they're good at, and that's it. It doesn't make anyone dumb or something. I don't know. Right?
Well, your intelligence isn't necessarily tied to your profession. You could be the greatest mathematician the world has ever known and be a blacksmith, right?
It's amazing how many people come here and they say, we've got no proof. And then they make these claims on things they've never done. They just read about somewhere or heard from somebody. Never done any of that stuff at all. And they hold up this diploma. And when I look at them, they all say it's from the Shine Your Ass on an Office Chair University.
No, maybe. You know, I find it, maybe it's because I'm not very familiar with surveying. I've heard surveyors say they do measure glob. I've heard people say that some surveyors say you don't measure glob, right? So who's correct? I don't know. I'm not a surveyor. I'll just go with
Ask them how.
it has to be.
Well, yeah, everyone knows that it has to be, but I would ask how. How do you measure this curve that isn't an elevation change?
May I
you
ask
could,
what your
you could study sort of geopolitics, and you could study conflict,
all right,
and
all right,
actually
old man.
never go to
All right.
conflict,
Anyway,
and
Jerry.
experience what that is in order to kind of,
Yeah, okay, Jerry. All right,
know
Jerry.
the reality of something like
Bloody
conflict.
hell.
Where
Goodness
people
me.
kill each other, where people
Yeah.
actually kill each other. That sort of conflict, the reality of that conflict. People do that all the time. I've heard people say that in here. It's strange. They've also got a diploma from the shine your ass on an office chair university.
Stop!
Very
I'm just
strange.
trying to speak to Jerry for a second. Right. Anyway, Jerry, what do you think about
Just helping
what's his
Jerry
name?
out because I'm a Jerry tard. So
Right. What do you think about Jesse's theodolite stuff? Right. What do you make of it? I can't make heads or tails of it. Right. So
Well, it tends to fall apart when you ask him, well, what if you look back the other way? Is there a drop there too? Then, of course, he'll say
yeah,
yes.
but would you say the measurements he did make were problematic?
He measured an angle. That's it.
And the angle doesn't tell you anything.
No. Yeah, now what?
Oh, I don't know. Like I said, nothing about surveyors.
Well, I would ask him, how does he think the mountain was measured? Because certainly you can't measure a drop in both directions. That would be.
Oh wait, that's your
ridiculous.
qualm with it?
I don't have any qualms with it. It's fine. It's fine
That's the qualm. You think, well, you can't do it in both directions, so.
No, and then I would just wait for his answer. And he would say either yes or no. And no is what a surveyor would say. See, Jesse's not a surveyor.
Duncan Doff is a surveyor, and he stands with Jesse.
Yeah, and I asked Duncan Darth, how long do you think you could extend a horizontal line? And he told me a nanometer. And he told me that
Maybe he's doing like special sorts of.
Yeah.
He's doing special sorts of surveying,
Oh yeah, it's very special.
This is why I say, Jerry. Surveyors are dumb as bricks. They just get given the things and they go and do it. Right, that's it. They don't think about it.
Yeah, Duncan Darth also told me that the rod, like the measuring rod that you use with a auto level, he said that does not need to be perpendicular to the sight line. Right? And that contradicts every other surveyor.
Are you familiar with many geodetic surveyors?
Geodetic surveyor. What does a geodetic surveyor use? What kind of tools do they use?
I don't know. Gyroscope? I don't know what they use.
No. You should find out. Find out what these people do.
No, not for me.
Yeah. Nah. It's easier just to say "tis globe," right?
Exactly. All evidence for any evidence against the globe is also evidence for a globe.
Right. So you have the right idea, as opposed to people who come in here, get all butthurt and yell and trying to prove their case. Just say "tis globe." It's easier to just be dumb as bricks and not know anything.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Me.
There you go. Yeah. Beautiful.
I mean,
it has to be.
That first globe proof, that doesn't seem to have got anywhere, does it?
Erdebert once told me the biggest beef he had with me is that I say that I'm stupid. and I don't know much about physics. It's like, what did he want me to say? Yeah, I know everything. So it would be a lie, wouldn't it, Erdogan? In principle, I think it's wrong to pretend, to have a pretense you know about something. You have to be honest, where your gaps in your knowledge are. I don't know anything about surveying or physics or mathematics. So.
Star Trails.
Or Star Trails.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even the flat earthers are honest with it. I mean, I know a lot of the time, and I'll say this for a lot of them, for 99% of the flat earthers here, 2 seconds into a debate, they'll give it to Jedi because they realise that whatever they're going to say is going to be half-wit shit. At least they can give it to Jedi and have it somewhat coherent, right?
Well, that's why I always say, let's start with what we can know. Now, we know what a straight line is, right? And then it always falls apart right
Jerry.
from there.
Whatever you do,
and then it's
don't
over.
listen to him.
Just ask Manufactotum.
Well, Manufactotum, I mean, what he was just saying, as far as I understood it, right, you have to hold my hand on this one because I don't really know much about this whole semantics thing. But he's just saying level isn't guaranteeing horizontal, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, he can't have level and horizontal being the same thing. He can't do that. It's a problem for him.
If it isn't the same thing, which could be possible if he's understanding it in a different way, what problems does that create for you?
It's not a problem for me. I mean, everyone knows it's his globe. All right?
Yeah.
No problem.
Axiom 1, yeah.
It's just if you're gonna go out in reality and say that stuff, you might get some weird looks. That's all.
Oh, well, I think
what I noticed was Peter the Globe failure. He has a load of followers I'd seen around.
He's not even here, Erdogan. What's wrong with you?
I thought he's not in the chat at the moment. He's not here, Peter the Globe. But you'd think that
right
his
there.
followers would be able to take that up and explain that on his behalf, wouldn't you?
Well, do you genuinely believe people
the
have
ones that
followers
he drags
and
around with
friends
him as
like
his
that?
followers and his, Peter the Globetards, his followers. You'd think if they, knew what they'd been taught, they'd be able to take it up and explain that here and now. If there was anybody around, that claimed to be, followers of Peter the Globe, if they'd learned, they learned the stuff correctly, they should be able to carry that along, on their own, on his behalf, as a Peter the Globetrother. You'd expect that.
Yeah. I understand. Or right, there is no such thing as a Peter Tard, right? Because we all have our different niches and we all enjoy them. We argue different things. We like to listen to each other. We don't necessarily cross into each other's lanes, right? Whereas there are other people that try their best to imitate someone else. How about that? What a cool sort of thing that would be, right? I don't know who that could be, though. Might be someone in this room.
What Cherry feels about people imitating him.
No, I wasn't talking about you imitating Jerry, but you definitely try, I suppose.
Yeah.
Jerry.
Now, even though Jerry, I guess, has eaten the Bevtardia, right? Lives in Bevtardia, I find him able to articulate his point in an entirely Jerry style that isn't necessarily exactly how Bev would explain it, right?
Cherry, when you look around, can you see anybody in the room who's, staunch follower of Peter the Globe? a Globetard, Peter the Globetard. Is there anybody around you can see who might be able to come forward and seeing as he's
Anyone
not here,
can. Literally
could
anyone.
come up with his explanation? That even if they've only learnt a bit of it,
I think he's talking
as
about
far as they've understood it, because people can talk about surveyors and they can talk about war and they can talk about all that stuff as if they've done it. So they could be able to carry this Peter the Globetard stuff off, because they haven't done it either, but they could repeat it. So it's only a repetition of something they've read somewhere. So you'd think that there'd be somebody around who'd followed it and followed that Peter the Globetard around everywhere and listened to all his arguments and the slides and all that. You'd think that they'd be able to kind of, present that on his behalf, but
this is true,
maybe not.
Do you follow Peter everywhere? It's crazy.
I do.
Yeah, well, you'd think that you'd be able to imitate him. That's what you have to do. If you have a friend, you have to imitate them. Can't be. You have to be like Erdbear. Try to imitate them. Try to be them.
Jerry, some people just have, personal beefs they've got to get off their chest, and they've only got a little childish playground kind of stuff to play out.
I wonder who that could be. Yeah, definitely not a projection. Yeah.
Yeah. So sorry, Jerry, if that comes to your door, man.
No, it's
if
okay.
they start saying that because I'm a Jerry Tard, that causes you some problem, and people start shutting you down and hiding you around in the world. That would be terrible, because you're a nice guy, Jerry. You kind of sound like somebody I could stand on a bridge with. I mean, some people I couldn't. In reality, some people you just couldn't trust. That feeling. Just thought, stay away from me. Just keep your distance. That kind of thing. But Jerry, I feel like I could put my arm around Jerry and say, "How you doing, mate? What do you think of this? What do you think of this bridge? What do you think of that water out there?" That's what I feel about Jerry. Sorry, Jerry, if if that brings you pain and society turns against you and
is he still going?
Blocks you and that kind of thing. Yeah, it's just sorry, Jerry. Really sorry, man.
Oh, it's okay.
Phenomenal. Maybe Erdbear can help me out. Erdbear, do you know what a foam in the consequent is? Apparently not.
You want me to look it up for you if you don't know, Yui?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I was wondering if Erdbear knew.
I kind of wonder about people who study things. If they actually ever do anything in reality. I mean, you can study conflict, and you can see a guy getting.
Oh, I don't study
killed.
anymore. I'm a
You can get
professional.
You can actually see a guy getting killed in real time.
You should get a job, Erdbear.
And that's the reality. But shining your ass on some seat, gaining a diploma from Shine Your Ass University, gives you more qualification and power in the world, but doesn't actually stop that guy getting his throat cut.
Well, you're under the false illusion that they don't actually just want to kill you, and they don't care about any of that.
There you go, Yui. I posted what affirming the consequent was with an example.
Oh, that's no fun. I wanted Erdogan. We already went over you. I want to do Erdogan next. I don't think Bev's here to hold his hand on this one.
You like my example, Peter? I mean, Britt.
Come on! Why should you have to call me Peter?
Sorry, man.
I mean, I
No,
think
no.
it's
A moment ago,
compliment,
I actually did accidentally call you Peter, and then that time it was deliberate.
Oh, I'll take it as a compliment, you know. What's your example?
Did you hear my example? I said I ate more than my digestive system could cope with, therefore I feel full. I feel full, therefore I ate more than my digestive system could cope with.
Yes. Totally on board with that. Although, you know, I'm gonna say yes because you don't necessarily have to have your digestive system full with something more than you can cope with. So yeah, I'm gonna go yes with that one. Fine.
I'm not sure that was a yes or no question.
Well, he asked me if I liked his example. So it is a yes or no question. Dumb fuck.
I'm sorry. You're right.
Oh, I'm never wrong.
Should I have put if and only if before that?
Well, the thing is, if you want to make it a biconditional, you have to kind of prove it's a biconditional, right? So it's which you can do. You have to be able to show that both sides are logically equivalent. For instance, if I said it is my birthday, if and only if it's what's the date today? January the 15th. Those two are logically equivalent. It will only ever be my birthday. It's sufficient for it to be my birthday if it's January the 15th, and if it's January the 15th, it's sufficient to be my birthday as well. So you could frame it as if P then Q, and then separately, if Q then P, and if they both make sense and they're both sufficient for each other, you can produce a biconditional. But you have to work that one out, because I don't think you could create that with your stomach is too full, meaning that you've necessarily eaten something. It's sufficient to say you've eaten something, because I don't think the truth is guaranteed that if you have a lot of acid, right? A lot of acid swelling up your stomach or something. I don't know much about medicine, but
So everything can be based off in logic, right? That's literally how you guys like make your argumentation.
Everything can be based off logic.
Yeah, everything has to have a logical explanation, right?
Oh, I'd say so. I don't know. Like a neological explanation will be gobbledygook, right?
Is that a truth claim?
Ah, we've got a nerd in the chat. I see.
That's my point.
Well, let's ask the same question the other way around. Could you articulate for me what an example of an illogical explanation would be?
That's not what I'm trying to.
Yeah.
No, at all.
You can't make a truth claim if it's illogical, right? So it's like it's nonsense. It's a nonsense question.
Right, but do you not agree that sometimes like nonsense can be truth?
What does that mean?
Right, exactly. Right.
It
That's the
doesn't mean
question.
anything. What are you talking
Ooh, okay.
It has to be.
about? It has to be.
That's an example of nonsense being truth for some people.
That's like a personal truth. That's very different.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Because, what I find is that it's kind of.
Your mic is so bad right now, dude.
I wonder what he's got for us in store this time. I'm sure.
Swear, I don't know where Doctor Who is.
That's good. That's good.
All right, though.
You know, Peter's told me twice he's going to bed now, and here he is in VC. He told me 4 hours ago. I said, like, oh, I'm going to go to bed. I'll speak to you if, in 4 hours when I wake up. And he was like, oh, I might go to bed. I wake up and he's here. He says he's going to bed again, and he's here again. Oh, my Lord. This guy.
This is his home turf.
He's got sleep
You're
apnea.
on his
probably.
turf.
No, you're on his turf. I'm allowed on his turf. Got express permission. Got visa.
So what happened to the Flat Earth server?
Nothing. It's still going.
Can someone send me an invite?
Sure, somebody can. Yeah.
That's Jedi speak for. It's not going to be me though.
You know me so well, man.
I mean, why congregate here in the politics server?
Speak to you, lovely people.
I mean, I'd love to live in the den of the Flat Earth server, though.
Yui, can you do me a favour, mate?
Fine. I don't know why you'd want to join the Flat Earth. So, I mean, like, for me personally, I just think like it's the same people. At least in here, there's new people regularly. But if you insist,
Please do.
What's your name?
Exile.
Exile. What a loser name.
Oh, his mic does work. Congratulations on that.
Okay, I've invited you.
Thank you.
I'm not running. Just got some people I need to talk to in reality.
Probably lost his sonic screwdriver.
What have you got for us, Jerry? Give me some content.
Hey guys, talking about differential leveling in the chat. Said you can measure the angle between two plumb lines. Now, that's also a problem. If you could do that, then I'm wondering, would that be a proof of Euclid's fifth postulate? What do you think, Huey?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's an issue too, because that's a confirmation of Euclidean geometry, which states all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel. So you can't have an angle between plumb lines. See?
if you had an axiom that, let's say, played around with some of Euclid's axioms, do you think that's meant to be a disproof of Euclidean geometry, or do you think that would just be a separate geometry?
It's just somebody fucking around, yeah.
Okay, so separate geometry.
No, it's imaginometry, yeah.
I see. But it's not conflict. It's not saying Euclid's wrong, right?
No.
Okay.
It's not saying that your new geometry is reality either.
How would you know if it's reality?
You could prove it.
No, and your proof is water falls high to low?
That's not my proof of Euclidean geometry. I mean,
seems like
you go through all. What's up?
Seems like it. Seems like that was kind of like what you were hinging your entire argument with Mr. Totem.
It's just one example of how you could prove it. Prove
so it is
something
a proof.
in reality. Yeah, it's my personal proof. Yeah.
Personal proof.
Right.
What's the difference between a proof that you and I share and your own personal proof?
Well, you can't prove tis globe. You have to just say it. I can prove levels horizontal.
Water falls high to low. You just say it, right?
No, I could demonstrate that.
Oh, you could demonstrate, and I couldn't demonstrate 'tis globe.
Right. You just say it.
I see. Do you think your demonstration amounts to a proof?
Yes, but only if you're rational, normal.
I see. Can you give me a syllogistic proof for water flows high to low?
Syllogistic proof that water flows high to low.
Yeah, and then to clarify, obviously, why that can't happen on a globe.
I'd have to think about this. If the surface of liquid water, if the surface that liquid water is on is not horizontal, it will flow from high to low.
Okay.
And then you have to find a bunch of different surfaces. It's kind of hard to do.
So if there was, so you're saying it's, demonstrably not possible that some other relationship could be there, right, to create a level but not horizontal water surface on a curved surface. You're saying like that's not possible.
Well, level is horizontal.
Well, I don't want to speak for Mr. Totem because I probably will bastardize whatever he thinks, but isn't the gist that he thinks that it's equal in altitude?
Yeah, above the surface.
Uh-huh. So if I say if you take level to mean that equal in altitude but not necessarily horizontal, is what you said in conflict with that? Like,
Say that
it's
again?
not possible. If I say level, if I take level to mean exactly what Mr. Totem says, right? Will that understanding of water on a curved surface being level as defined by Mr. Totem, is that not possible in your syllogism?
Yes, not possible for level to be curved.
Nothing, no effect could create that. Sorry, no force or effect or thing could create that effect of curved water in any direction. Don't mind which.
No.
So is this like just a abject denial of surface tension? What's going on?
What are you going to do? The whole meniscus thing?
I actually point blank, right? I was kind of like, is this like is it the case? The water has to always conform to this rule. No effect or force could ever change it. And you said, yeah, that's what I think.
If you want to do the whole meniscus thing and say, no, go ahead, have fun.
It's more. It's more just to see if what you're saying is a proof in reality, right? See, I'm starting to sound like Bev.
Well, for me, it all comes down to what you can demonstrate, right? It's not about how you can formulate it in some college boy syllogism, all right? So,
Okay, all right then. Didn't need that stray bullet right in my face.
Very quiet room.
No, I'm not even sure that bullet was stray. I think it was towards.
yeah, you would have to prove that a water level does not establish a horizontal plane of reference. You have to falsify
No,
that.
so now I've got to prove it. I've got to prove your claim. What's going on here, Jerry? See what's wrong with the picture here?
No, I'm saying if you could find a black swan, then you will have falsified it.
Wait,
For
can you
your
repeat
claim,
your
surface
first claim,
tension would
please?
be. For your claim, surface tension would qualify as a black swan, like any kind of curving water, right?
No.
Well, I mean, reword it then. I'm just going off what you're saying, right?
2 points of equal elevation, body of water at rest. Okay?
Yeah. Sorry, that's just a statement. Can you make it into an argument?
No, I can't, because you'll pick it and say, "Oh no, but there's an ant over there, so you can't know if the air pressure is moving around." And oh no, it's got the meniscus, and you can't know. And oh, somebody farted, so that might have messed with the water. And oh, fuck
I think
off.
what he's trying to say is that when there's 2 points at an equal elevation, the body of water rests between them, the water surface will be at the same level at both points, right?
Yeah, horizontal. There you go.
It's like you've got an
Horizontal
echo in the
plane,
room or something. It's weird.
Stewie, shut up.
Yeah, that's it. Simple enough.
So water does no gnarly things. That's what I'm guessing.
Does no gnarly things.
No gnarly things going on with water.
Not when it's at rest. No.
What do you define as at rest? To me.
Equal pressure.
Equal pressure, did you say?
Yeah, at both ends.
And you take large bodies, large ocean bodies to be equal in pressure. Is that correct?
No. I said body of water at rest. Oceans aren't at rest.
Oh, I see.
So what's the actual argument here? I'm confused.
Well, I'm just trying to work out with him why he thinks water proves the Earth is on a horizontal plane.
Would you agree with the
No.
premise that 2 points of equal elevation would mean that the surface would be like a horizontal plane?
Would that be what it means in your mind?
Well, if you told me that 2 points are in equal elevation and there's a body of water at rest between the 2 points, yeah, that's what it means to me.
Oh. Well, I know you're not a flat earther, so you can stop this right now.
But this isn't a flat Earth belief. This is like a general belief.
Well, you think so. You believe in the globe, but you also think you're on a horizontal plane and water's horizontal.
No, so if we talk about 2 points of equal elevation with the body of water at rest between the points, that would create a horizontal plane.
All right, do me a favor, right? I want you to logic it, right, into how you would have this take, and also think water's wrapped around the globe.
I don't think that the Earth's gravity is uniform. I don't think that the Earth's rotation acts perpendicular to the axis of rotation. Then we have tidal forces, wind and currents, atmospheric pressure variations, things like that.
I see.
Like, for example, I'll explain a bit more. I think that the gravitation, the centrifugal force, for example, Earth's rotation acts perpendicular to the axis of the rotation, which means that the water will be like an oblique shape or something of the sort instead of a horizontal plane.
So, what do you think Jerry's doing wrong, right? Where he says that if I get a water level, I hold it up in the sky and I go, look, horizontal.
What I think Jerry's doing wrong?
Yeah, well, if he holds up a water level,
Well, I don't think the
I've
2
established.
points. I don't think the 2 points of the ocean share an equal elevation.
Ah. So, what do you take elevation to mean then?
Just any Google definition of elevation is fine with me.
Right, I see.
Sorry to interrupt, but don't we have horizontal established regardless of elevation? Like, what do you guys believe establishes that horizontal in reference to what?
I don't know what that means. Can you repeat that in English, please?
I don't think it was that hard to understand. I'm saying, what is your horizontal, your flat horizontal in reference to?
Yeah, I still don't understand the question.
Elevation.
Yeah, I still don't understand the question.
What is your flat horizontal horizon in reference to? How are you establishing a horizon in reference to what?
Yui, are you understanding the question?
Are you understanding my question?
Say it one more time. Say it one more time. I'm listening to.
So it sounds like you're establishing your horizontal based on the elevation, correct?
Are you? Am I?
I don't understand the question. Maybe I'm like missing something. Are you understanding, Yui?
Well, I mean, it sounds like, and I could be incorrect, that he's basically trying to say that you're establishing a horizontal baseline with a water level, I assume, because that's what we're talking about. And that horizontal baseline will be, say, parallel.
Well, I mean, so, Roots, you think that there's a horizontal plane of reference, right? You think that water level establishes the horizontal plane of reference?
No, I think it's 90 degrees to plumb. What we can establish as plumb.
How have you established that? Can I see a reference, please?
Well, I'm not here. I wasn't here to make claims. I was asking you, how are you, in your mind,
Yeah, I'm gonna
establishing
go
the
get a sandwich
nature of
since you don't want to
horizontal?
provide a reference. Thank you for your talk.
Wow, you ran away quick.
Well, I don't think it's fair
Question,
that when I
bro.
request a reference to show me that water level establishes a horizontal plane of
I
reference,
don't
plus my
have time.
food's here, so.
I don't have time this moment, but I have a meeting in 5 minutes. But after about 11, half 11, I might be able to come up with something for you.
So you don't know why you think?
In relation, I know why. I don't have a reference at hand. Why in relation to forces, in relation to, trying to establish what horizontal is, because globers believe that horizontal is actually curved.
No. We're not.
So I'm trying to
asking what
establish
global
what
believe.
horizontal is to you.
What?
Or what,
Okay.
and how
What
you're
were you-
establishing it. Because you're talking
What were
about
you trying to
elevation.
establish?
You're talking about topography and how topography affects level.
Sorry, topography. Were we?
Elevation. You're talking about elevation angles when you're in respect to level and horizon, yeah?
I don't know if that's what was going on, but
All right, you guys carry on and I'll see if I can make sense. I clearly misunderstood what you guys are talking about then.
all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel. Come on. Axiom 1.
Yeah, but what establishes the plane in a topographical environment? What establishes that horizon, that level?
Water.
Yeah, but why is the water? The water's not at rest. We've already agreed with that.
So you get a body of water at rest.
Yeah, but what establishes, like, you can't just say, horizon is what is just water. We have a definite vector or direction of horizontal, and isn't that in reference to plumb?
Yeah, you have 2 points of equal altitude or elevation with water, and that's horizontal.
So you can use water to reference it, but it's not in relation to water. It's going to be in relation to plumb, isn't it? 90 degrees from plumb.
Well, yeah, it will be 90 degrees from plumb. You establish one point in relation to the other. Neither one is higher or lower than the other one, and that's horizontal.
So that to me, that rules out the globe. The level being in relation to the center of mass. That's not the same as a right angle to plumb, is it?
Well, right angle to plumb would still just be two straight lines.
Yeah, but in the
Yes.
globe model, it's not. It's curved, isn't it?
Well, yeah, people can think whatever they want. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I was under the assumption I was talking to two globers here. I'm not sure if I'm talking to the same person.
Yeah,
Sorry if
he's a
I'm.
globe. You know what his first axiom is?
Yeah, my first axiom is "'tis globe." It has to be.
There you go. See.
But in reality, I can't prove that, so I just say it.
So if we can establish plumb all over the realm, and we know what level is, then that idea that horizontal or the horizon is in reference to the center of mass, that's not demonstratable. What is demonstratable is horizon is always 90 degrees from plumb.
Perpendicular. Yep.
And regardless of altitude of the topography, we know what plumb is regardless of what water's doing. Water isn't always level, is it? But 90
No.
degrees from plumb is always horizontal and level. That's my only point, really.
It's a real deal doing this shit, huh?
Yep.
It's fucking crazy. Wild. Get friends. Find a hobby.
What's wrong with this hobby?
It's just fucking retard shit.
Yeah.
What retarded about it?
What do you do for fun, mister?
I sure as fuck don't think the Earth's flat. It's
So you sit there on
definitely
your
not what I do
Xbox,
for
play
fun.
video games, and call out the hobby stupid. Is that what you do?
Yeah. Clearly.
Oh yeah, because honestly, video games are far more productive than talking about how the Earth is
Are
flat.
they?
Oh yes.
That's a good
Oh
question.
yes, they are.
What
I mean, either
essentially.
way, you're burning time, right? No matter what you do. You're talking about the
Not
Earth being
really.
flat.
Well, I mean,
Me
even
jerking
if you-
off, me going to work,
I
me
don't
saving a
come
baby.
see you.
All you're doing is
Sometimes-
burning time. You're just burning time. Everything you
don't
do
come
is
to
burning
your
time.
house
You're getting closer to death. That's all you're doing.
Yeah, I don't come to your house and tell
And
you.
I don't want to spend my time getting
Oh,
closer
my
to
Lord.
death talking about the Earth being
Yeah,
flat.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
just
I don't
cringe.
wanna
No, you'd rather be
I don't come to
degenerate,
your
pulling.
house.
No, I'd rather
people
do anything
and
else.
I don't
I'd
come
rather
to
do
your house
anything
and
else.
tell you to stop
guys,
sucking
relax,
your
relax,
balls.
relax.
Hold on, guys. Chill out. That's going crazy. So 6Zedo, he doesn't want to talk about flat Earth. That's why he joined the Flat Earth channel, guys. Come on, it makes sense.
He's sitting
Let
on
him
his
cook.
Xbox playing
Let him
Minecraft,
cook, bro.
For another channel, I hate foreigners though. I don't.
Oh well, he's still going. There you go.
Mute him.
Yeah, he's done.
He doesn't know he's muted.
Carry on, one at a time, guys. Keep it on flat Earth, yeah.
You're all doing so well.
Did my boy Eggshells ever end up coming back?
He was in
No.
Tech Shack times, but he's not been MVC in a long time.
You guys bullied him out.
Yep.
He's got bored.
You couldn't show that Eggshells are flat. Yeah.
Oh man, a guy is getting so triggered in the chat. It's too funny.
Did he call you the C word? That sounds
Probably.
appropriate.
He invited Heretic to come to Norway for a demonstration, but he
You give him
doesn't
a
seem
quick
to know what
mute.
he's trying to demonstrate.
That's okay. We'll give him a little timeout.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, Mr.
hear me?
Cloudworker.
Yep.
Hi. My mic
Hello.
okay?
Perfect.
Could be better.
My shitty...
I feel like this guy's going to show us how flat the Earth it really isn't.
Well, I was... Oh, shit. I was hoping to
You
talk
alright?
to Roots.
Blink twice if you're in trouble.
Brutes is occupied. Can someone else help you?
Well, it seemed like he had some sense about him. I was going to try and ask him about horizontal and level, but...
If you want to talk about lines, maybe Jerry can be a friend here.
Yeah, Jerry's exactly who I was having difficulty with on this particular issue.
You give Jedi a crack.
Big Roots has gone to a meeting. He said he should be back in about an hour and a half or so.
So what's your idea on this level and horizontal?
Oh, if we're going to be getting into the definitional terms of level versus horizontal, mate, you're just going to have to end up starting the conversation with some kind of prefix. When I mean level, I mean horizontal. When I mean level, I mean equidistant from a curved surface. It's neither here nor there to me.
Any surface. by this
Yeah. Yeah, you can start twisting this term around. I'm not going to get into an argument with somebody about the exact meaning, like it proves anything. So level is, as far as I'm aware, best as from the dictionary definitions that I pulled up earlier, they're all referencing flat, horizontal, with usage of the word within sentences defining we have reached level ground and things like that. So it's. I think you only have to be a global before you start saying, well, no, level can actually mean equidistant or from equal altitude from a curved surface. Okay.
I just want to hone in on something you said a moment ago about how the definitions don't actually prove anything in reality. Because I absolutely agree with you. And I think that to look to a dictionary definition as though it were proof, as though it establishes anything in reality, is actually the fallacious move there.
Well, if we could start talking about law of identity, right? So if these things are identified as their attributes, an apple is defined as an apple because of the attributes of the apple, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, if we're going to be talking about, this is a very semantical argument, but words meaning things. This is why I said you have to start with the prefix that, or the caveat that when I say level, I mean horizontal or whatever. But just saying level and horizontal isn't proof either way. If you want to talk about horizontal, talk about horizontal. We talk about leveling. We understand what leveling is. Right, that's making something horizontal and parallel from another horizontal. So, just seems like a silly semantic argument to me.
I mean, I kind of agree with you, but I feel like that's exactly what Jerry's doing. Like, if we're going to say that this word can only mean one thing, and we're going to say that that is synonymous with this other thing, then you can get wherever you want. But
yeah, English language is beautiful for having lots of words that can mean completely different things. This is why we have to understand the context, but the context with this subject is the very thing that we're talking about and the definition of what that word means. For all intents and purposes, it's 95% we're talking about horizontal and flat when we're talking about level. It's only 5% of the time in these conversations where level will be attributed to being, like I said, equidistant from a curved surface.
But you agree it can mean equidistant from a surface, curved, convex, flat, whatever.
If you want to define the term as that, then yes.
Well, no. one of the dictionary definitions is exactly that.
Then that's fine. If you want to define your term as that dictionary definition, then that's fine.
Okay.
But this is why there's multiple, right? There's multiple definitions, and the majority of them would say horizontal.
Right. So would you say that it's fair if I take one definition of level and say that because it's synonymous with the definition of horizontal, in reality, anything that is equidistant from the surface demonstrates that that surface is horizontal? Would you say that's a reasonable extrapolation to make?
I guess.
Really?
So say it for me again. Sorry, I've got some buzzing in the background. I've got some work going across the road. Say it again for me one more time.
Right. Yeah. So if I accept that a definition of level is equidistant from a surface, and I then say that level is synonymous with horizontal, and that that surface is therefore horizontal because the level is because that equidistant is level. Would that be? Would you say that's in any way fallacious?
Sounds a bit convoluted.
That's fair enough. I guess I could try and like put it in a syllogism and see if it tracks. All right. Well, my break's over. I'll get back to it.
All right, buddy.
Take care, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Food is food. Where's Quantum Eraser been?
He's been spending a bit of time on the 24/7 home server.
Doesn't like it here?
Yeah, I think he just prefers not being here.
Fair enough.
You don't have to think that level is horizontal if you don't want to. Just you might get some strange looks.
Yeah. If somebody comes along and says level from a curved surface,
Well, when I think of level, I think of 2 points. Level from a curved surface. Yeah, you can have a straight line above a curved surface. Sure.
yeah, but they don't mean that. They mean a curved line above a curved line, don't they? And those two curved lines being level to each other because they're curved line, following the same curve, despite a different radius.
Yeah.
Like I said, 95% of the time, everybody understands that level, what it means. You can look it up, the dictionary definition. There's 6 or 7 usages of the word, right? Even when you're balancing scales. And 95% of them all talk about horizontal being level, blah, blah, blah. It's only within this subject. And you start inserting a curved surface. If you want to convolute that term, then they're fine. Because one dictionary definition or usage of the word can be termed as that. Awesome. I mean, Wolfgang brought up a good dictionary definition earlier. None of those mentioned anything about two curved lines being level to each other.
Does anyone understand what a guy is trying to talk about in the text chat?
I haven't really understood what he's been going on about all morning. He's still trying to define unicorns into existence earlier. But yeah, no idea, mate.
He's talking about reciprocal leveling, and I'm trying to get him to explain the method and how he derives curvature from that, but he doesn't seem to be able to explain it to me.
Okay. He's going to come and explain it to you later on, apparently.
I'm sure he will.
Can't wait.
Where's Jerry? Jerry will be in on that reciprocal leveling. You still there, Jerry? I guess not. Need some globe surveyors in here.
People also ask, does level mean curved? Level, flat, plane, even, smooth mean having a surface without bends, curves, or irregularities. Level applies to a horizontal surface. Not curves, horizontal.
Really?
Goodness me. Yeah, all this A guy is talking about in the text is not being able to have a horizontal line connecting 2 points. Like that can't work in his mind. Impossible.
Broken minds, as Pep would say.
It just can't happen for him. It's just not that.
I heard you and Manufactotum about to restart the conversation, but I don't know where he went. I was enjoying listening to it.
Oh, he was on break, so he had to go back to work, making his horseshoes.
Imagine having like a set time to go on break. I'm always on break at work. I'm never actually working.
That's interesting. Would you say that someone who doesn't actually work would be dumb as a brick? Or someone who does work is dumb as a brick?
I mean, it depends, right? If they don't actually work, as in like not actually doing anything, it could be one of two reasons. Maybe like hard times, or they are lazy. But if you have a job and you're not working, you're sitting there just chilling, vibing, then I think you're a genius.
I agree.
So why not just hobble yourself?
Do what?
Hobble yourself.
You have to translate into English for me.
Yeah, Hobble. Hobble.
Don't know what the word means.
Yeah, you like cripple yourself.
Why would I do that? I'm already getting paid to not do anything.
Yeah. But you still have to get up and go, right? You still got to go there.
Yeah, I think I'll take that small sacrifice. I don't know if that's too big of an ask to turn up. I mean, turning up for me is crawling out of bed and opening my work laptop, right? It's not a big deal. So,
Man, I'm so jelly. How can I get that situation?
Yeah, good life. I do 3 days from home, 2 days in office. Brilliant.
Yeah, I wonder why A guy isn't in VC.
I'd like him to join.
Tell us how the simultaneous below is measured.
The Earth is flat?
No.
Always has been.
What? Yeah, why are I'm very tempted to use my soundboard, but I don't want to get yeeted out yet.
Nothing new under the sun.
What's up, guys? What are we talking about?
Oh, Manavala. You think the Earth is flat? Laid out like a rug, as they say in the Quran?
Sorry?
Do you think the Earth is flat, laid out like a rug, as it says in the Quran?
No. It never said that.
It doesn't say that in the Quran. Can you sort your mic out, young lady?
No.
Okay.
Where did you get that from?
It's in the Quran.
No.
Okay, 1 second. Let me get it.
Whatever source you're going to, it's totally wrong.
Here we go. You ready?
Where are you sending your thing?
I'm just going to read out. Does the Quran say, and Allah, Quran 71:19, and Allah has made the earth for you as a carpet, spread out.
Bruh.
Here we go. And the earth we have spread out like a carpet, set thereon mountains firm
Where are
and
you getting this
immutable,
from?
and produce therein all kinds of things in due balance.
Where? What website are you going to?
Just Islam QA info. What do you reckon?
Wait, let me search you up.
Imagine that you believe in the Quran,
No.
but you don't even know that the earth is flat.
No, because that is wrong. That's
Okay,
not.
if you say so.
That's so silly.
So you
The
said
Earth
it's
is a
wrong, right?
globe.
But if you look it up now and it says yes, exactly
Yeah,
what I
from
just
your
said.
website, the one that lying.
Whoa, Mr. Allah.
It's wrong. It's totally wrong.
If I look at this up right now, if you look at this up right now and it says exactly what I just said,
If I
have two
could open my
options at that
camera
point.
and show you
You
what
have
it
two
says in the
options.
Quran, I would totally do, but I don't have permission to do that. So what else can I do?
Well, hold on, man. Hold on.
I can recite to you the exact paragraph.
You
Or
have two options when you look this up, right? You have one option, which is to stop being a Muslim, or two, you have to
what
think
the
the earth
fuck?
is flat. It's one of those two.
What's wrong with you, sick people?
Well, it's either one of those two, is it not? You can't
You're not
say
even
the
a
Quran
Muslim.
is.
You've even read the Quran. How do you know that
Can't
it's
say the
sacred?
Quran is
Okay,
fallible.
so if I go
Wrong.
to a website that clearly says that you say that Jesus says that the moon and the earth, the sun and rotates around the earth.
Don't you dare talk about the Lord and
Shouldn't you leave
Savior like that,
Christianity?
young man. We don't talk about the Lord and Savior in here
Yeah,
without
well,
saying blessed be his name. Anyway, the point is that you have two options.
There you
Either
go.
the earth is flat in your cosmology, and you agree with it, or you disagree with the Quran, meaning you're not a Muslim, right? Which one is it?
That's not the Quran.
Oh dear. Oh dear. This
Oh
is where we
no.
have the spiraling globe.
How old are you? I want to know. How old are you?
I'm
This is
13.
tough.
I'm 13.
You're 30.
13.
Now he's changing the subject.
No, because you're this silly that you're going up to a website and literally fucking up with kids. Like, what the frick is wrong with you people?
This is
Fucking Christians.
copium. Globe-tard copium.
No. In the Quran never said that the earth was flat or something ignorant to claim. On any contrary, the Quran says, وَإِلَّا رَضِّي بِالرَّقَدِ ذَلِكَ الدَّلِحَاقِ. That means then they have made the earth like an egg. An egg
Like
is
an
spherical.
egg? Like an egg?
Because
Why?
an egg is spherical.
That's not what it says.
In Arabic, no. In the da'wah, durut, it means in Arabic like an egg. Some people translate it like it's like something. Oh, like it's exactly like an egg. What it's supposed to make the wrong claim like the egg, like the Earth is
This is
not.
that classic thing where Muslims try to make up that they think the Earth is an oblate spheroid, right? Because they
It's supposed to mean that the Earth is not a flat surface. You need to refer to the original da'wah.
I don't know how those stars are going to work on an egg shape.
Not an egg shape. It's supposed to say that it's not. The Earth is not a flat thing. It's not a flat surface. It's
Okay.
spherical. And
I'm
back
just
in those
going-
times, eggs were spherical. We just
I'm just
genetically made them ovals.
in those
So back
times eggs
when-
were spherical.
Natural
Yes.
eggs are spherical.
Eggs were spherical. What was that, 900 years ago?
Yeah. They've changed now.
1,000, more than 1,000 and a half millennia ago.
They've changed now. Yeah, I understand. Eggs are no longer spherical.
Right. And since
Something
you're
happened
attacking
to
me,
eggs. We don't know
how
what.
about I
but it
attack
happened.
you? Isn't in Christianity? Don't you believe that the sun, the moon, and the earth and the sun rotate around the earth? Isn't that in your Bible?
My Bible, yeah. In my Bible, we think the Earth is flat.
Well, isn't that wrong now? Hasn't science proved that wrong? That the earth rotates around the sun?
Has it?
Instead of the opposite
How's
way?
it proven that?
That's not proven.
Now, how's it proven that in my
That
Bible?
the sun rotates around the earth?
No, neither one is proven.
What?
Oh man, you haven't caught up on your physics, have you?
What? The sun rotates around the earth. That is a fact, not a statement.
Okay. Sun goes around the earth.
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Okay.
Common physics says so. Large
Well,
mass
you got it.
creates gravity, sun grow, and then the earth goes around it. I oversimplified it.
Oh wait, now you changed it. You said that the sun goes around the earth.
I said the earth goes around the sun.
Yeah, well, that's just a mathematical model, isn't it?
The earth
I mean,
revolves
that's what
around the sun. Have you
but
not
that's what
seen?
all the physicists say that that's just a mathematical model. It's a philosophical preference.
Well,
It's
at
not
least in
true.
Quran it says so. In the Quran, it says that the sun goes around the earth, and well,
No.
from a day and night cycle. Wait, I need to pull it up.
Yeah, pull it up.
Pull that shit up, Jamie.
You know, it doesn't even matter if you look it up. Like, it could still be a globe in your mind if you want. You know, like everyone else. You're a little rusty on your knowledge, aren't you? It's taking you a long time.
Fortunately, we have a guy here who's very up to scratch.
Yes. The guy who can't have a horizontal line.
I'll read my sentence, Jerry.
No,
What I
just
said
say it.
in the DVC.
You said it's only possible if Earth is flat.
You are so. I don't know what to say, Jerry. Like you just cherry pick all the. Like if I say the word flat, you'll say, "Oh, we have this glober. He used the word flat once. That means the Earth is flat." This is your
Well, it is what
strength.
you said, right? I said for you, it's not possible to have a horizontal line, and then you said it's possible, but only if Earth is flat.
I don't know what you mean. I mean, you said it differently now. So have a
Oh,
horizontal. I don't know what the
that's
hell that even means. What does
okay.
horizontal doesn't exist? It's not a real thing. Like it's you just make a line. Right?
Can a horizontal line connect 2 points in reality?
Yeah, there are 2 lines. They stretch out infinitely.
No.
There are,
Well,
of course, many places that are on this line.
no,
Right?
just listen to my words.
What do you mean
Can
by
a
2 points?
horizontal?
You have to be
2
more
points.
specific, right?
Any 2 points.
Any 2
Okay,
points
so
on Earth or in air or on the ground or where?
hold your fingers up. Is it possible for a horizontal line to connect your 2 fingers?
Yes, I said so earlier, right?
Okay, so the perpendiculars to that will be parallel then, right?
Yes, along that, of course, along that horizontal line, all the
All right,
perpendiculars to that horizontal line will be parallel.
right. There we go. That was easy.
Yeah, when you say things that make sense, it's easy to answer. But sometimes you say, this is impossible, right? But then I can draw it and you can see it. But you think it's impossible in reality, not logically impossible, right?
No. You said it wasn't possible.
What is impossible?
Okay, all your surveying bullshit. All
Okay.
you're saying with that
Oh, you're just
is that you
gonna
can't connect 2 points
poison everything I said, everything
with
I
a
will ever say,
horizontal line.
right? All your surveying bullshit, that's so unspecific.
Yes.
I can't really respond to that. You're just poisoning everything I said today.
Okay, so what is the point of your surveying stuff?
It's
Out
to
to,
establish if the plumb lines are parallel.
all right, so let me ask you a question then. Is it possible for a surveyor to establish a horizontal line between 2 points? Think carefully about your answer.
There are always 2 points between a horizontal line. You can't establish a horizontal line and don't have 2 points on that line. A line has
Good.
infinite points.
Good. So perpendicular to that line will be vertical, right?
Yes, I said so earlier.
Right. And thus parallel.
Yeah. Yes. I don't see your point.
Good. Okay, so then why are you saying that there's an angle between them? I mean, that's weird.
Because you establish a horizontal line, which is basically 90 degree to plumb, right? The instrument you're using inside the whatever instrument you're using is basically using plumb as reference. If it's like a bubble level or whatever it is, it's basically using plumb. It's something pointing to down, right? Pointing down. And 90 degrees to that is what we call level. That is when you measure that, you don't measure it. When I'm measuring plumb here, I'm not measuring plumb at your place, Jerry. I'm measuring it here.
Measuring.
Yeah.
You think you measure plumb?
Yeah. You're measuring it or
Is that a
establishing it,
distance?
whatever. No, it's like
okay.
it's just a vector pointing down.
Right. So from
And
one
then
theodolite to the other, 2 points, is it possible to connect those with a horizontal line?
yes, you can connect any 2 points between horizontal line, but that's not. You're not talking. You're not answering to what I'm saying. It seems like you're not understanding what I'm saying.
Well, it's just about a straight line, isn't it?
You don't understanding what I'm saying. It's not just about the straight line.
I do understanding what you're saying.
Okay, so then what was my point about the plumb?
You're saying that plumb lines will angle away from each other.
It could. Yeah, I'm in. Of course, we have. Of course, we have measured it, right? But for the sake of the argument, I'm saying it's a possibility that it could. Or let's say I live. It's not reasoning talking about who measured it, because the point there is that you think it's like impossible or something.
Yeah, it is.
I don't, and that's logical. Like we are saying, it's logically impossible, and that's beyond any measurement, right? That has nothing to do with measurements.
Because then you're saying that verticals aren't perpendicular to a horizontal line.
Using plural perpendiculars, right?
Yes.
You say, is it a horizontal line, or are you saying horizontal lines, multiple horizontal lines established?
One horizontal line connecting two theodolites. Is that possible in your mind to be done?
Yes.
Good. So that entire line, no matter how long it is, all the perpendiculars to that will be parallel.
Yeah. You literally described the flat Earth.
Okay. No, I'm just talking about reality.
No. You said it's possible. You didn't say reality.
Okay, is it possible?
It's impossible. Logically impossible.
Is it possible
like
in
the Earth
reality?
could be a square, right? It's not logically impossible for the Earth to be a square.
No, that is complete.
It's
absurdity.
No, I can draw a square. It's just really
you can
large.
draw whatever you want.
You have a cube, right? It can be just a really large cube. What's illogical about that?
Let's dive into the mind of a guy.
No, but when you use these words, you need to be precise. When you ask me, is it possible? I'm not saying if I say yes to that, it doesn't mean that I'm saying, well, then this is reality.
Okay, I'm asking you, in reality, with two theodolites, is it possible to establish a horizontal line connecting them?
No, not in reality.
Okay, well then, how about your fingers? Is it possible?
No, actually not. Or maybe
Wow.
some places are actually like what you call it, topographically flat.
No.
Geodetically flat is
No, it's just 2 points in space. So your two fingers. Can a horizontal line exist between them?
Sorry.
You know what's truly impossible? Wait. You know what's truly impossible?
Tell me when you're ready.
You know what's truly impossible? Do you know?
Yeah, I know.
What's truly impossible is how the ancient advanced civilizations that are our origin, our true origin, how they were able to construct magnificent temples that are massive in complexity on a spinning ball. That's impossible. And how they moved all those 100-ton rocks or stones or whatever you may call them from hundreds of miles.
That's a nice derail. But I'm asking a guy if he can have a horizontal line connect 2 points. He's saying no.
Yeah, I mean, so when you say a horizontal line, right? Okay, so I would say maybe I said it wrong, because when I was thinking of horizontal line, I was thinking like the horizontal line on Earth. And you say in reality, right? But when you say a line, when you create a line, for me it's just a vector, right? It's pointing in a direction, and it's going in like it's extended. You're extending it infinitely.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So so what's your point? What was the point of you saying that?
It's basically that you always have two points on this line.
Yeah, and
You
that
have
line can be
3 points
oriented
on this line. You have
horizontally. Right?
infinite, right? But it doesn't. It doesn't contribute to anything of
Well,
what I've
if
been
you could,
saying.
Dude, the ether is what consciously you perceive as the horizontal line in third dimensional existence. The only reason you perceive it as a horizontal line is because your eyes are concave and they can't.
all right, can that line be oriented horizontally? Funk, a guy.
Can a line? It has to be oriented horizontally. It's a horizontal line. It's by
Okay, so
definition a horizontal line.
the
If it's not
perpendiculars.
horizontal, then it's not horizontal. Like,
So then the
then it's,
perpendiculars to that will be parallel.
yeah, yes.
Okay.
But can you say something more? Because you have said that same thing
No,
4
you're
times.
no, you're saying that that
Don't
can't
say
happen.
no. I don't know what you mean can happen. Like I can. You're saying this like horizontal line. It's just a line that we construct in our mind, right? I said yes to that. I can construct a line flying off to space, right? In my head. So what? You have to like attach it to reality in some way, like some measurement or something, some physics or something, right? You can just say we have this trigonometry shape. It's existing, and I'm not sure what to do with that. Like,
You're saying the surveyor can't do that, right?
so you can do what?
Establish a horizontal between 2 points.
They don't. When they establish a horizontal line, I don't think they establish it between 2 points. They're establishing it at a point. Like
Okay,
when you have when you have a
okay, hold
theodolite,
on.
right? When you have
Yeah.
a theodolite, right? It doesn't have 2 points. It's just there. It's a vector, right? It's just pointing in a direction.
Do you know what a measuring rod is?
Yeah.
With a
It's a rod with
auto
like
level?
sticks. Yes.
Yeah. So that has to be perpendicular to the sight line, right?
No, it's like it's not a bubble level,
No.
but it's an auto level. It's perpendicular to plumb at its local point.
Well, in order to get an accurate reading, that measuring rod has to be vertical, perpendicular to the sight line of the auto level.
I don't think it has to be exactly vertical. No, should be like close to vertical, but yeah, I don't think it matters a lot if it's a little bit off.
You don't think it matters, do you?
No.
Wow.
Well, how much error would you get if it's not angled correctly? Let's say it's
Funny
angled
stuff.
like point. How far away do you use like measuring rods on an auto level? Like maybe there's like 50 meters in each direction, something like that. How much
Alright,
angle?
so 50 meters.
How much angle is
So
it? Right.
is that sight line horizontal for 50 meters?
No.
No.
Not after
So
50 meters.
what is it doing?
It's measuring the reason why you have to put the auto level in the middle between the rods is because you're measuring slightly above, so you get like an error, right, on the other
Have you ever
on,
heard of a
on one of the
two
rods.
peg test? That's exactly what a two peg test is.
Yeah, and the reason why you have to do the backside foresight is because you when you get like an error on one side, you get the same error on the other side, so you compensate, right?
Yeah.
That's why you can't use the theodolite. That's why you can't use reciprocal leveling, like I explained earlier, without compensation, because this compensation only happens if you use the auto level in the middle of the rods.
So you're saying that the sight line is not straight or horizontal, right? Is it
No,
or isn't it?
no, it's horizontal only at the auto levels place, right?
So it's
So it's
not
not
a
the same.
50-meter long horizontal line, right?
No, if you move the auto level, the horizontal line will be different if you move it
Okay.
to the right.
Is it a 50-meter straight horizontal line? Yes or no?
Your instrument is certainly pointing as straight as it can, but
Is
the
it?
horizontal line is something you imagine it to be. But it doesn't.
Just say yes or no, man. That's all I got to know.
Yes, you imagined a horizontal line to the
Okay,
rod.
so from you to 50 meters away, let's say you have a target, and it's right dead nuts on that target.
Yeah.
Now that is a horizontal plane from you all the way out, right?
Yeah, you can create a horizontal plane in your mind.
Good. So all perpendiculars to that will be vertical, right?
They will be perpendicular, but I wouldn't say vertical, because when you move to a different place, right, the vertical is something you establish at locally, not from one reference, and then you
So they'll
just
be
extend it
vertical.
infinitely, right?
So they'll be perpendicular to horizontal, but not vertical. Is that what you just said?
They are vertical only at that spot.
At
This is
every
why
spot along the horizontal, right?
Yeah, this is the reason why you can't use differential leveling you drawing. You can't use that like you use a theodolite. You would like use
You meant-
reciprocal leveling. Why do you think you have to place the auto level in the middle of the rods? Why can't you just put it at the rod and just point it at the next rod? Why do you think that?
Does the person who made the YouTube video that you got this from, are they a surveyor?
Yeah, I got this from a survey manual, actually, this information.
Okay, and would they say that vertical is not always perpendicular to horizontal?
Yeah, when you read the explanation of what the
Would they
level
say
line
that?
is.
Yes or no?
It's not straight. The level line is not straight.
Wow, beautiful. This
Yeah.
is great stuff. I hope everybody's listening.
Yeah, I think they
Yeah,
should
it's
be listening.
great.
This is from the experts on surveying. You're not
From
an
the
expert
experts,
in
right?
surveying. Yes, you're
Yeah,
not.
neither are you.
I'm not either, right? I'm just
Right.
quoting experts. You are not quoting experts. You are quoting Bev or something. I don't know.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
does it drop or does it hump? Does the level line drop or does it hump?
I mean, what is your reference?
Horizontal.
Is your horizontal? Then it would drop.
A drop. Okay, so if you went 50 meters away and looked back, would it drop from there too?
Yeah, because your horizontal
Wow.
is different there.
Wow. So
Wait,
they both be below
Jerry.
each
Why
other.
did you say wow? Could you explain what you don't understand about it? Is it like logically impossible?
Oh, well, hey. I'll leave that up to the audience.
No, I leave it up to you. Why is it logically impossible to have
Well, I mean,
straight lines that are not the same?
You're saying that 2 points would be below each other at the same time, and that's
It
I
would
mean-
if your reference of elevation is not a straight line. Yes.
I would ask you to get any surveyor ever who says that 2 points are below each other at the same time.
I think
Imagine
it's
what it
not
would
very
be
hard,
like
right?
trying to play
Yes.
tennis or like volleyball or something like that, or baseball. Like you hit the ball and it's always going over around the curve.
I mean, has anything I said been logically impossible? Is it like a logical problem or is it like a measurement problem? You don't think this is measured like this?
It's not measured like that, and it's logically impossible.
What is the logic? What is logically impossible? If I draw it, what
Okay,
is?
you're saying 1 point could be above, below, and at the same elevation as another one, all at the same time.
No, I'm saying if you pick a reference, I said it's below.
Okay.
You pick your elevation reference, right? You have to pick a reference because
So
elevation
2
is
points of
referring.
equal elevation.
If
2
you
points
pick
of equal elevation.
If you pick two different elevations, and then you say it's both above and below, then it's not logically impossible. You just have to pick one elevation system.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what you did earlier.
If anyone else wants to talk to him, that's fine.
Okay,
I think we got
you
to the
gave up,
punchline.
conceded, I guess. It's fine.
Yeah, I definitely give up. That's great.
And we can test that. Let's see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah. I bet he'll come back and say the same thing.
Because today in
It
the
would be
news, a
interesting.
giant leap backwards. NASA cancels Artemis. A new epoch of space exploration. Manned spaceflight will never return. It's all going to be robotics and probes, and that's it. It's over.
Could we call?
So,
we could
podcast
sorry.
93: Does America want or desire to ever return to the moon again? The answer is no. It's just too expensive to put people on the moon. It can't be done.
It
So
is
at this
very
point,
expensive.
step up. Okay, you realize that government failed. Adding a layer of government bureaucracy at the top of anything isn't going to make it better. It makes it worse. So step up and get your ass to Mars, because it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen with SpaceX. It's not going to happen with NASA. It's only going to happen if like-minded people pool their resources and expertise together. If it's about money, that's the only thing that's going to happen. It's going to be about government pork spending that goes nowhere, a bridge to nowhere. But I predict, using the Flat Earth model, nothing new under the sun. It was never about spaceflight. It was always about weapons testing. All these experts in the globe model couldn't even build a paper airplane if you gave them an instruction book.
Simultaneous below.
This is what you measure if you use theodolite.
Hey, what
Using
does-
the method. Sorry.
Yeah, Bev calls that the nut sacking, right?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Okay, so if you use the theodolite and you use the method I told you, like Bev only use. I can't speak for him now, but earlier when I spoken to him, he only talked about differential leveling, and he only used differential leveling. But I've asked him, like, why don't you use reciprocal leveling? And the reason why you can't use that is because you get an error. The error is there, right? And when Jerry said here, it's like, that's what I said earlier. It's exactly what I said earlier, right? When you measure from A to B, you know where you know, like, you have a known elevation at A. You're not a known elevation, but like you pick that as a reference point. You point it at B, and you say, and you use the A as like the reference, and then when you point back at B again, you should get back to the same point, right? But you don't. There's an issue, right? So you get this issue, right? How can both places be like below each other? Something like that, right? It's impossible. So there needs to be some explanation.
I don't have to explain that. I defer to the experts.
Yeah, and the experts
make all the elevation profiles.
And the experts, they call it curvature and refraction error.
Curvature, but you can't say which way it's curving.
Yes, they say curvature.
Right, but you won't say if it's a. Oh no, you did say that it was a drop, right?
From a horizontal at the local point where you measured it, yeah, in all directions it's dropping.
Okay, so if you have a horizontal connecting 2 points, which way would it curve?
Can you have a horizontal that's not connecting 2 points? Same answer, I would guess.
So
you always have 2 points along a horizontal.
So from which end would it drop?
It's dropping in both ends. It's dropping in all directions.
So it would be lower in the middle.
Lower?
Yeah, like a
in
valley.
the middle?
Yeah, like a
No,
valley.
if it's dropping away from you, then you would be at the top, right?
Well, in between
In between what?
2 points.
What is the horizontal then at this point? Is the horizontal reference system for height, or what is it?
It's just a straight line, dude. Connecting
Yeah,
2
okay,
points.
so then I can't answer that. I don't know what you're referring to.
Right. Yeah.
You
I know,
haven't
it's tough.
explained what. No, but you haven't explained what you're referring to.
Yeah, it's tough. I know.
It is tough when you don't explain yourself.
Yeah. All right. So 2 points of equal altitude.
Jerry's pretending to not understand circles again.
Yeah. No,
Circles.
I think he mixed together circular navigation. No, sorry, celestial navigation with surveying.
You
So
think I'm
it got
doing
like
that,
a
dude?
mix of two words. But
You
I
think I
think what
mentioned
he,
celestial navigation?
I think he means same elevation, 2 points of same elevation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't have that, can you? In your mind.
No, it's so hard to think of 2 points. Yeah, I can't think of that. It's like getting so
Well-
absurd what you guys are talking about. I don't know what
Well,
to say.
You're right. Straight lines are absurdities for you. I
No.
understand.
You're just saying you can't have, and then you say you have a line. Like, what
No,
does
no,
that
you
even mean?
can't.
And then if
You.
I say yes, you have a line, right? Then it means okay, then that's reality. And I'm saying what? Like I created a line in my head, and now it's real. I don't understand what you mean, Jerry.
Yeah, I know.
No, I really don't. Like when you say establish a horizontal, what does that mean? Does that mean that the horizontal line is real? Like math is real? The only thing, the only thing that I
Geometry.
know is
Measuring the Earth
geometry.
is real. Yeah.
Yeah, that measuring the Earth is real. Measuring plumb is real. Establishing a horizontal from like you're establishing it from a plumb is real, but saying the horizontal line itself is real. That's for me. I'm like not a, what you call it, a
Article demonstration.
No, I'm saying like there's something called like I think it's Platonism or something when you think like abstract things are real, like math is actually real.
Reification.
It's maybe it's reification. Yeah, I think so. It's like saying you're saying abstract objects are real things, like anything you can think of.
What do you want? Crit.
I thought we're friends again.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you get mad at me every so often.
No, like I'm not mad at you. But every time I come in here, you guys always mute me, so.
Well, I don't. I thought you said, don't you want to be muted?
I mean, because that's what you're gonna do anyway.
No. When have I ever
No.
muted you?
Why would I enjoy being muted? Like, you mute me because, I don't know, you want to mute me.
When? When have I muted you? Like, what day
I
has
don't
happened?
know when you mute me. I don't know if you do or not. Maybe you
Yeah.
don't.
I don't.
Okay.
My rule for muting is generally if this person's on topic, okay, which is the Earth. talk all they want.
I
If they
witness
start
you
to,
mute people all the time for no reason whatsoever, so don't give me that.
if they start with a TMZ, BuzzFeed, top 10, number one will surprise you. It's just boring and lame, and they can just do their Dear
Yeah.
Diary on mute. Because a lot of people come in here, they have no idea what the topic is. They don't even know what Earth is. They don't understand words at all. But what they do want to tell you is how dumb you are. And I mean, for
Like-
number one, for that to work, I have to care about your opinion first, which I don't. Even more so.
He can't even have a straight line.
Yeah. So
I mean-
why would you care about anything he says when someone says they can't establish you in a straight line?
Facilia earlier, he said, what was the word? It starts with an H, and I said horizontal. And he's like, was that you, Victor? And then he muted me. He's like, yeah, it was you. So yeah, he
You're
always
just a
mute me
cunt,
for
dude.
no reason whatsoever.
Yeah,
Well, I could.
You're a cunt. That's why.
See?
Like,
Well, you have a right to think that. I'm not complaining about being muted, but like, don't say like, I want to be muted. 'Cause that's just dumb.
No, I thought you.
I'm not
said
saying
you
don't
wanted-
mute me. Like,
Didn't
it's your
you say-
channel. You can do whatever you want.
Didn't you
This-
say you want to be muted? You like having the red mic? You don't want to talk. You just want to listen.
Yeah, I like to listen, but like, if it's nice to say something when I can. Like, call your ideas dumb or, anything.
Yeah, that's okay.
Well, you kind of make it seem like it's not okay.
Well, the part I would say is not okay is when you start talking about everyone here is a troll. Like they're all some sort of massive conspiracy. Not one person is
Right.
speaking from their lived experience. They're only here to troll you. And then when you're asked, like, why? Why do you believe that? Why would you say someone's trolling you when it's got nothing to do with you at all? You're not even part of the equation. How can it be a
Right.
troll to you?
So, like, I'm just gonna say, like, that's one thing I hate about you is when you put words in our mouth, right?
No, when you used to go under the name Leah, all you would say is flat earthers are trolls. They're
Right,
all
and I
trolls.
still say that. Because
Right.
that's
So
what I
he's not putting
genuinely
any
feel.
words in your mouth. It's your words.
Yeah, but you've been saying that way before I started saying that. Right? Generally, about all Globers, that we're all lying, we don't actually believe, we just listen to the
No,
government.
that's a
that's
you
just
believe
bullshit.
it. That's the thing. You don't know any of this stuff. It's just a belief system. It's a faith.
Right, you see, like, so it's okay for you to say that, but I can't say that you're all trolls. You can speak for me, but yeah, I can't speak for you.
Well, no, I mean, because I can give you a reason why. Because it's based on some sort of appeal to authority or something like that. Where you'll say it's a troll, but I ask you why do you say it's a troll? You don't give anything. You don't.
I
you give-
actually did give something. I said that you're too intelligent to think that Earth is flat. That's my reasoning behind calling you trolls.
Yeah. Why? How is that even an intelligence-based thing to begin with? Like
Tell me
are you
how it
smart?
wasn't.
Because the Earth presents as flat and stationary. Why is it dumb to say for 20 years, the federal government has been saying, if you see something, say something.
I mean, it's okay to speak, and like, I don't care that you think, even if you do think that the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
I told
it's
you,
like
I come here to listen to you.
you know the Earth is flat. What the problem is that you ram that into a globe model and say it's locally flat, and then say not flat.
I never said
It's like
that.
no, not you. I'm talking about like the global.
But you also said that I just believe it.
Well,
No, like I look at star trails and it makes sense on the globe and only on the globe. You don't have to move nothing. You don't have to touch nothing to make it work. It just works.
How? How does that work?
What do you mean how?
So you see the stars move, and you really think that means the Earth is moving?
You see how you have to slam your intelligence down to zero? Just so you can avoid acknowledging the logic in what I said.
I look up and see the stars move. You look up
Right.
and see the stars move.
Right.
How did you get to the Earth moving from that?
But then you go to equator, right? And then you see how they move. Then you
Same
go
way.
a bit lower,
East to
you know,
west.
and then you do that. Then you test it in a model on the computer, and it looks exactly the same. But you want to blow right past that like it means nothing. This is why I think you're trolls.
Yet the stars, whatever the stars do, whatever the stars don't do, doesn't change the surface of the Earth.
But if I put a globe in my simulation, it looks just like real life, then it does. It means something, right?
Okay,
It
I
doesn't
just
change what water
joined.
does.
Okay, you guys are talking. Sorry, I didn't know if it was silent in here, if there was a pause in the conversation.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
You're
You got
okay. I
something.
don't have to talk.
Sounds like a new guy. I don't recognize his voice.
No, I'm not new. I've been here a couple times. I just try to keep my interactions limited because there's a lot of people wanting to talk sometimes.
What's kind of dead right now? What do you got?
I mean, nothing. I mean, there's things that I would have to do, right, that we've talked about in here that would require like actual experiments and further knowledge. So until I get to that point of when I'm able to do these experiments to see for myself, I just kind of gotta not say much, right? I mean, we've talked, we've run its course. I'm not really a flat earther nor a round earther. If I had to give myself a title, I'm open to any possibility, but I do think that if you're going to make a claim such as bold as to say the earth is flat, like you have to have concrete evidence, not just theory behind it. And then if we also have like a bunch of video and picture proof. And the only combat, like, all right, for example, I'm pretty sure like if we went up in a big blimp, right, and we saw that like, and we went up as high as we could go, with and we showed people that the Earth was round. I guarantee you, like half of the flat earthers would be like, okay, it's round, but then the other half would be like, oh well, your eyes are round, so we're just perceiving it as round. So that's the only reason why I try. Like I have limited engagement with the topic sometimes. Because like I mean I heard them say that the fucking the pictures that are being taken are taken from a round lens, right? I mean I don't know. It's all over the
Oh,
place.
Remix got caught lacking. Don't listen to him, everyone. He was
No, they
lacking.
didn't. No, they made a bunch of black jokes. They're racist guys. Everyone turn against them.
You left because ADJ went on my mic and proved I was married. The fuck you want, cunt?
Lacking.
Okay, let's get back to the topic. So let's start with the number one thing: is do you think if someone believes or thinks, knows that the Earth is flat, or claims the Earth is flat, is that a troll to you? Are they trolling you when they do that?
If someone is that a troll? No, it's not a troll. I mean, well, it depends on the person. I mean, it's specific, but I would assume if someone's reasonably saying that they have came to that conclusion and have supporting evidence, then I don't think it becomes a troll anymore.
See, I would say it's also voluntary, like a voluntary interaction. If someone clicks on a channel called 24/7 Flat Earth, and they expect not to hear Flat Earth speech.
Yeah, who did that?
Well, we'll have to call names out. Just there's people who come in here and they're upset. They're very upset. They want to talk to the manager that people think the Earth is flat, and there shouldn't be a channel on the server with Flat Earth because it's destructful, it's harmful, it's a troll, it's a TOS violation, it's misinformation. But if they don't like the topic, could they just not click on the channel and just ignore it and just do other things with their time?
Absolutely, they could. My question becomes, now I only saw a small clip, and I kind of got yelled at when I came in here and asked about it. So I'll ask again. I saw a clip of a quote unquote flat earther does an experiment to prove the Earth is flat, but then he proves it's round with the experiment. What's that about?
You're talking about the Netflix thing, right?
Yeah, I heard it came from Netflix. I saw it on YouTube.
Okay, so yeah, in the Netflix documentary, it platforms flat earthers. And what's quite interesting is that the backlash that Netflix faced because when they did this. It's like, you're not supposed to give attention. They're attention-seeking whores. They're disgusting, evil, horrible people. They're the worst of the worst. You can't, you should not even give them any attention. And then all of a sudden, then once it got platformed and people kind of liked it, people were watching it. This is really interesting. It's interesting to see people with a different point of view and kind of understand where they're coming from. Then they switched it up and said they proved the Earth was a globe. And you're like, yikes, dude. Okay, which one of those contradictory statements do you want to stand in? A, there are a bunch of like anti-science losers who can't figure out the Earth is flat. They're trolling, they're damaging, and they also prove the globe at the same time. Because those two statements are contradictory, okay? If you think the Earth is a globe, mind you. Like, if you're saying the Earth is a globe and proving the globe is all about science, logic, and reason, and these group of people who don't do that actually do that, and you didn't do that. Not you, I mean the guy, the globalist, the anti-flat earth globalist. So then it really gets this interesting because if you run through those experiments and measurements and stuff, they're not demonstrating the curve of the Earth. It'd be like complete the circle there, like with Jeranism. If he measured curve of the Earth there, that he about whatever couple hundred feet, he got like 17 feet of curvature. That'd be a very small world.
I agree. Do you think the pictures that we have taken from NASA are fake?
Well, I mean, let's go one by one. Which photo do you have from NASA?
I mean, we could just go to their website or we'll just look up NASA pictures.
Yeah, let's go photo by photo.
Okay, so I mean, I'll post the first one in the see image galleries from NASA. Earth Observatory images. Here we go. Awesome. Explore more. This is why I love NASA, man. They got all their stuff just neatly posted here. Okay. So, like, for example, would you say, I'll put it in the side chat, would you say, like, this picture is, like, fake?
All right, here, let me put the tab back in.
And then I'll give the source for this too. That's where it came from.
Yeah, I think this is a. Okay. Oh yeah, from Discover. So the sun. So this is like the sunlit side from a million
Yeah.
miles away.
Mm-hmm.
Now match that up
With
the other side of the globe. How much missing territory do you have?
quite a bit.
Yeah, so that can't be half the Earth, could it?
No, just the sunlit side of the Earth. It says. I don't know
So
if it's
the-
half.
Okay, so yeah, like match that. Like I think I've seen where they match us.
Like, I
So
guess
that's-
I'm asking, like, do you think this picture is real or fake? I guess.
Yeah, you can tell it doesn't match.
So you're saying it's fake?
I'm saying that can't be a photo of the Earth as they described it to be.
Why can't that be a photo of the Earth?
Okay, here, hold on. Let me show you.
He's trying to explain that.
Okay, so you got a map, right, of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How much space, how much territory is represented here? Half or severely less than half?
In this picture that we're looking at right now,
Yeah.
let's see. So that looks like it goes from where to where. See if we can get like an actual.
Yeah, look, it got like Canada to almost the end of South America.
Yeah, I would say. What's wrong with
And
that?
the other half is the rest of the Earth.
Okay.
Does that match?
I mean, considering that it might have been taken from an angle, I mean, they never claimed that it was exactly half of the Earth, right?
Well,
They
yeah,
just
this is
said
the
that it
sunlit
was.
side. This is the side that has the sun pointing towards.
Yeah, but the sun, just because it's sunlit, doesn't mean half. Like sunlit side doesn't mean half, right? Like the
So,
sun's never going to shine on exactly. I mean, at some point it will, but you know, just because it's sunlit doesn't mean it's exactly half of the planet, right?
so this represents half of the Earth, the sunlit
No,
side.
I mean, that's what you're saying. I never said that.
No, that was what they said. Look at here.
Yeah, but
For the
just
first
because it's
view of the
sunlit,
entire sunlit side of the Earth, 1 million miles away. So
yeah,
this is the entire sunlit side. So the
right.
other side is nighttime.
Yeah, but just because
Does
one
that
side
match?
is just because one side is sunlit doesn't equal half. Like you're conflating sunlit with half. It's not half.
Yeah,
No one
look
said
at
it's
the
half.
way. Yeah, it has to be half.
No, it doesn't. You're saying that. Like for example, like all right, so and I'll give you a perfect example right now. Let's say you have a cup, right? A normal cup. Let's just say for argument's sake, the cup is like black. It reflects light, right? Light doesn't pass through it. Just because one side, like I say here, let me take a picture of the sunlit side of the cup. We know the cup is round. It's not going to be exactly half when I take that picture, right? Doesn't that make sense?
No, here, let me grab this something.
Well, no, I'm saying, does what I say make sense or no?
No.
No? How does that not make sense? If I would to shine a light on a cup, like let's take a styrofoam cup that you'd get from like fucking McDonald's, right? If I took a picture of the
Okay, see that
flash
right
lit up
there?
side,
This is the heliocentric concept.
okay,
All right. So one side would be facing the sun, the other side's facing away from the sun. Check or hold.
yeah, I see that, yeah.
Okay, there's a line, a demarcation line between light and dark. 50-50.
So you're telling me, so now you're making the claim that at all times, at least 50% of the Earth is covered in light.
Well, they say more than 50% of the Earth is covered in light because it refracts around the curve too.
Okay, so outside of the refraction, so what you're saying is that 50% of the Earth at all times is always being met with sunlight from the sun.
Yeah, the like say if you're looking like you're standing in front of a car or whatever, and someone turns the headlights on, half your body's gonna be lit, the other half will be darkness. Your backside won't be dark.
Okay. So, do you understand the concept of like if I were to take a picture of something relatively close up, I'd probably be able to see less of it?
Yeah, I get this. A lot of people do. That's why selfies look kind of goofy. But that's not what they did here. You can go right to the source. The source says, NASA claims a NASA camera aboard the Deep Space Climate Observatory captured a unique view of the moon as it goes across. Oh, that's a different one. Okay. Oh yeah, that's the same one. Okay, this is before the moon moves across. If you look at the whole animation, it's even better.
Okay. So
That's a still from this animation.
So you're saying, right, that the picture that I posted, and I'll just repost it here, That's the words that came with it.
Yeah, the
This
entire sun. Look at the first view of the entire sunlit side of the Earth. This is supposed to be the full. This is supposed to be 50% of the Earth, the entire sunlit side. The other side is nighttime. Is completely dark.
got you. Okay, so would it then take a picture of the entire Earth showing that there's more than just this amount sunlit?
No, this is the only image you'll ever get. You can like if it is a globe in space and you can take a picture, you won't get like this orthographic view. This like multiple shape. You have multiple vantage points to see it. But instead, you've got this is half. This is the best you'll ever get, like 51, close to like 51%. This is not half of the Earth as described in the heliocentric model. There would be that's something if you match this to a map and show how much more.
You said it.
I wonder if this is a real picture here. I'd be interested to know.
It has to be.
No, I mean the one that I just posted. So it says it's real in the source. That's from NASA. I will say in this picture, the Earth damn sure doesn't look flat. So, like that's what I'm kind of getting at. Are we just like, if you guys are presented with a picture, are you just gonna say, well, it's fake?
No, we're going to ask you how you verify it.
Yeah, even
Axiom 1, it has to be.
No, even just going through it is the first one you posted. Is that what you should see if the Earth is a globe?
So again,
is that half of Earth? Do you see half of Earth there?
Can I cite the source, Manufactum? That's from NASA. So I mean, like, what more? Do you want to like go on their website and find the actual post?
So if NASA says something, that means it's true because NASA said it. Is that what you're saying?
No, can you not just like? I mean, if you're gonna get into just saying like ridiculousness, no, it's not what I'm saying.
Okay, well then the question is, how do you verify that the image is real?
I mean, that's what I'm asking you. How would we like? What would it take for you guys to understand an image is real?
Well, it's you presented the image, so
yeah,
how
but
did
the
you
thing is,
verify it?
Cyclone, is I'm trying to play by your rules. So if you guys let me know,
Yeah,
with
yeah,
your
yeah. And our
criteria,
rules are, if you
Sure.
present something, it has to be verifiable.
Okay, so again, I want to know what would it take for you to be like, say, oh, this is like a real picture.
So you would have to be able to go to where they claimed to take the photo from, so that you can verify that that's what you'd see.
There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. So in order for you to say a picture is real, you would need me to go to the actual place that picture was taken at and then take it myself, correct?
Yeah, you would need to be able to know that that's actually real.
So essentially, the only people that you're willing to engage with are NASA pilots, right?
No, we engage with anyone.
I mean, I'm saying, and not anyone could just go to space and take that picture. You'd have to clearly be in an aircraft to do that, right?
That's correct. So then how would you verify them?
Right. I mean, well, according to you, you can, right? If you're telling me that I have to
Okay.
get to space to verify, like that's the thing. If you're
Yeah.
so essentially what you're gonna do, because I'm assuming you're never gonna go to space, so you're gonna live your entire life on a theory, I guess, right?
No, that's what you would be doing, because I don't
No,
have that
that's what
theory.
you're
It's not my
doing.
theory.
That's what you're doing.
No, it's not my theory. I don't believe it. You do.
No, I'm asking. So you believe that the Earth is flat?
No, I'm not talking about belief in flat Earth. You were
No,
talking
I'm
about the
asking you.
belief in your pictures.
I'm asking you.
What are you asking me?
I'm asking you, do you believe the Earth is flat?
What do you mean by that?
Do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Define flat.
Whatever your definition of flat is, I'll go with that. Do you believe the Earth is flat by your nature, the definition of flat? Yes or no?
Well, it's not a globe. The water's level, but it's not smooth. It's got mountains and valleys and stuff, you know.
Okay. So is your answer no then? Like
To what?
that the Earth is flat? I mean, you're just not giving a straight answer. I don't know why
Yeah, I
we're going
told you. Yeah, I told you. I mean, by flat, if you mean smooth, then obviously not. There's hills and valleys.
Okay. So I guess you don't agree with the like flat Earth mod like statement then, right? If you don't believe the Earth is flat.
Well, no one claims that Earth doesn't have hills and valleys, no.
Okay, no one said that. What I'm saying, so you don't like the term flat Earth then, is what you're saying?
Well, I mean, by the letter, it's a bit misleading because you might maybe think it means that the surface is entirely flat or smooth, which it's not.
So I guess like since you won't answer this question, what do you
I
think
just
the Earth
answered it.
is? What do you think the Earth is?
Well, we observe it to be a motionless topographical plane.
Okay. And
So
you
I don't
don't think
assume
that
anything else.
you don't think that it's spherical in any way, is what you're saying.
I don't see any evidence for that, no.
Okay. So again, right, what evidence do you see towards the opposite?
Well, there's no measurement of curvature or motion. You can't have gas pressure existing next to a vacuum. So all those things that the globe claims, there's no evidence for.
Right. Okay. So like what would it take for you to maybe believe it? Would you say that would you
If I
believe
went
it if
out and my observations aligned with what the globe model predicted, then I would see that as good evidence for the globe, but
No,
that's
no.
not what we
See,
experience.
you're getting yourself all confused and being too technical. So I'm going to tell you how to simplify it
Oh,
right
I'm confused.
and yeah, a lot. I'll tell you how to simplify it. So what you
Interesting.
want to do at this point, what you could do, much simpler is you could, if you don't believe it, because I'm sure it's been done, you could probably find it somewhere on YouTube, even though you'd probably say that's fake too. You probably could attach some type of camera to some type of floating device. It goes up, looking down, and it's gonna probably show you that there's curvature, right?
Probably, except people have done this, and no, it doesn't necessarily show curvature.
Really? Okay, well I'm gonna go let's look it up together and let's see a video of someone attaching a camera to a floating device.
Well, see, this is where you need to be a bit more technical because depending on what lens you use,
No,
you
no, no,
could
no.
either
See,
get a
I love
curved
when you say that.
horizon. Well, don't interrupt me, bro. I'm still going.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so you know what a GoPro is, yeah? You heard of a GoPro?
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, you've heard of they've got a fisheye lens.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that a fisheye lens will distort the image and curve it?
So what I also want to say is, if we're just, let's say it's not a GoPro, I'll try and find one that's not, but even if it was, are GoPros able to show a flat surface? They are.
I
I'll answer
guess
the
it
question for you. They are.
depends what it is that
No, it
you're
doesn't depend.
looking at.
If you point a GoPro at a table right now, that table's not going to magically curve on a GoPro lens.
Well, it depends at what point in the lens that the flat line is, because yeah, the GoPro lens will curve everything around its edges.
Right. So outside of the edges, so I guess we can like exclude the edges. If the middle and as far out to the edges you can get without distortion were to show curvature, would you agree that the Earth was curved?
Well, no, because then you would have to then go, okay, well, let's go down to the ground and measure that curvature, yeah?
No, because and this is the
Yeah?
problem, right? Wait, the
No,
the
it's
issue
not a
that I have
problem.
is
If you claim that there's curvature at
now you're putting me off.
120,000 feet,
Now
then
you're
you would
cutting me off.
claim that there's curvature at ground level.
Okay. So what I'm trying to explain to you, and the point that you're
I know what you're
missing
trying to explain, bro.
completely. No, you don't. The
Yeah, I
point that
do.
you're
You
no, you
think
don't.
we've never heard people saying go up in the air to see the curve,
No,
bro? You
no.
think we've never heard
I'm
this?
taking it a little bit further because what you're doing right now is borderline insane. So you're telling me, and this is coming from someone who I'm on the fence about if the Earth could be flat or round, or I don't know. I've never been in space. Um, I'm pretty open to either possibility. But what I would say is the part of you that is absolutely ridiculous is you just told me that if you were to observe something, you clearly were to observe it, you would still, right? Because you want to cling to whatever belief you have, you would still say, well, I need the math to completely add up to justify what I'm seeing. You can't take your own, like you're
Right.
telling
So if
me
I
that
said to
you can't
you,
take your own perception and make a deduction from that perception. That's
okay,
not
so
okay.
if I said to you that we go out and we observe the Earth, we observe the horizon, it's horizontal and level. We do a long distance observation and we see that it's still level and horizontal. would you then accept that the Earth isn't a globe and that there's no
100%.
curve?
If I were to go in space and see that the Earth was
No,
not
not going into
spherical.
space. I'm talking about doing a long distance observation on the Earth.
Oh, like if I were to just look at the Earth and no, because we have to understand we're too big, or the Earth is too big for us to accurately see that. I think the only way you can accurately see that,
Right. So you don't understand
to
the
go up.
rate of curvature that's predicted across the surface according to the globe. Then.
No, not at all. But if you were to go up,
Okay,
right,
well, that's
we
what
can
you
see
would need
that.
to understand. See, we understand that. That's what
Mhm.
we're testing. That's what we're testing when we're doing line of sight, long distance observations. We're checking to see if the obstruction that's predicted by the globe model is there in reality.
Yeah.
And it's not.
Congratulations on that, and I'm
it's not
very
there.
proud of you for knowing that. But again, if we were to go up into space
you.
or as high as we could go without entering space,
Right,
to
but you
see
can't do that.
I mean, people probably have.
Right, but that's
gone up pretty high.
imagination. We can go and do long distance observations. You cannot go into space. So which one is better to test?
I think something that you can actually see, because I mean, we have to understand.
Yeah, so the observations, not space.
Sir, I think what you're trying to do is you're trying to overtalk me. What I'm trying to explain to you is that even though you can do these tests, right, and you can do all of these calculations, at the end of the day, I think something that's going to serve you much better is if you had a chance to actually observe this with your own, through your own eyes.
You never
But then
in your fucking life gonna go to space. What the fuck is wrong with your remix?
No, that's not what I'm
Stop with
saying
the
at all.
bullshit, okay?
That's not what I'm saying at all. If you
Stop
like,
with
have
bullshit.
you actually been
Well,
listening for more than
listen,
5
if you're
minutes?
agreeing, well, listen,
No one's
listen,
going to
listen, remix. If
space.
you're
Not
saying,
you, no one else
hold on,
ever. So focus on the surface instead.
Right back to
Focus on the surface.
Quetz, if you've been
Shut the fuck up, idiot.
Said it yourself. Or if it's something that we can actually observe in reality, space is not one of those things. Just imagination.
What?
So, however you our ways back. If you like reality, you like observation, then you would agree with what we're saying. You want to test reality, not speculate on what would happen if you went to a place you can't go to.
But you, let's be clear, you can't actually get past the Van Allen belt using a ballistic trajectory. That's how they got to
Why,
the
you
moon.
gonna attach a camera to it?
That's how they got to the moon. Well, it was done. It was done like 70 years
Okay.
ago.
Can you do it yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Launch something to
That's
the
how
moon?
they got to the moon,
I've actually launched a satellite.
Yeah, sure.
Wow.
You launching.
How'd you get it to go so fast?
You. Get the fuck out of here. What a fucking loser.
It's just a PCB, dude.
So then why is there no curvature? Why is there no curvature then?
What the fuck are you talking about?
You're full
You're
of shit.
saying,
Holy
you
shit,
can
man.
Curvature is intrinsic to physics. Do you want to talk about
Only thing you
pure
send is
shape?
up your ass, the fucking thing.
Okay. So hold on, quickly, hold on. So who measured that curvature then?
Anyone can measure it.
Who did?
Anyone can measure it. Yes.
Okay, how did you measure it?
Of what?
Are you Googling?
How did you
Of
measure
what?
the curvature?
Of what?
Of the Earth? Is that not what you're claiming?
Oh, like total stations? You can use
The
us.
curvature
Yeah.
of the Earth? You measured the curvature of the Earth using what?
Sextant measurements.
Sextant measurement of what?
Suns.
Suns.
Yeah.
Multiple. Which suns?
Again, this is relative. Anyone can measure it. It's totally relative
measure
on
what?
what you're measuring. You can measure the
But we're talking
curvature
about
of any
curvature. Why are you
celestial
talking
body.
about
I'm not having this
suns?
conversation. To this
Oh,
depth,
you
it's
came here
totally
to not. You
vapid.
came here
It's
to not have a
drivel.
conversation.
If you want to talk about why or how you
You're
can
bailing
put it
out
on
No,
a
we want
small
to talk
scale,
about how
what's
you
the
measured the
easiest
curve.
way to observe curvature in physics? Simply
How do you measure
spit.
the curvature of the Earth?
simply that, like I said, you can use measurements.
You measure the curvature by spitting.
On a more practical scale, how do you observe curvature in physics on a smaller scale, something more tangible than a celestial body like a planet?
Tell me
or
how
a
you
star?
spitting.
You spit, and when you
Tell me how
spit,
you
you observe.
spitting. Tell me how you spitting.
These people are
measured
fucking bricked. Holy shit.
No, he's about to explain how he measured the Earth's curvature by spitting. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, by spitting. Nice demonstration. Yeah, we all can spit.
Yeah. Explain
measure
to us
the
how you
curve like
measure
that,
the curvature with spit.
Okay, dum-dums coming in here. Fuck's sake. Holy shit.
Yep, one at a time, guys. Okay, you will get your say. Just go through it, go through step by step. So who are we on? Like Remix or Infidel or Infinities? Is that what it says? Infinity?
All Globers are muted now.
Okay, I'm back. Now I can talk about how spit in 0G assumes a spherical geometric shape. Thank you.
What?
Wow.
No, we were asking how you measured curvature.
I'm not going to talk anymore of risk of being censored.
Okay, thank you.
So you're going to censor yourself. You're going to censor yourself at the risk of being, so that you don't get censored. Wow, 200 IQ.
Yeah, that's the best part too, because he doesn't have this 0G environment. That if you this is one of the best part. If the globalists would just read their own lore, that's just it. Just read your own lore. They tell you that the ISS is like 98% Earth's gravity or something like that. All right, Remix. What's going on, dude?
Nothing. You know what? I asked some simple questions. I was trying to understand what amounts, and like I said, I always preface my conversation with saying I'm on neither side. I'm kind of on the fence because I haven't seen it with my own eyes. But I was mainly asking why wouldn't we accept if we were to put some type of lens? Are there lenses that don't curve by any chance, and then send that up as high as we could send it to take video or pictures of the Earth to see if there was in fact curvature? I said, would that be enough proof? That's essentially what I'm getting at.
Yeah, will a photo be proof? Is what you're getting at.
Yeah, and what kind of photo?
If you saw a photo of Santa Claus, would that be proof?
If I took the photo, it would be, yes. That's what I'm getting at. Like, if I took that picture, absolutely, I would believe that.
But what if somebody else did?
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, is there any reasonable way that we could, like, potentially do this? It'd be cost effective to the average citizen, and I mean, some agreed upon method. Is there a video we could see of this entire event transpiring? Like,
well, first guy who ever went into a balloon, high altitude, Augusta Picard, said the Earth looked like a plate with an upturned lid.
Oh, see, and that's very interesting.
Yeah, he didn't have a camera or anything, or I think he had a camera. If I remember, one of the flights, if I remember right now, he had the camera. But yeah, you could see that the Earth looks flat. It wasn't until later on when they started getting these different cameras with different lenses, they start showing the curvature. So, and then if you see the curvature and you doesn't match to the heliocentric model or the globe model, like there's too much curve or too little curve, is that something you'd be like, well, it's still curved anyway. It's just not curved like they said.
Let me see. Yeah, I want to know, is there a lens that doesn't curve things? Curve pictures. I'm going to check.
Yes, they're called rectilinear lenses.
Oh, so they do. Okay. So are those able to be obtained by the general public, or?
They're relatively good quality ones, are relatively expensive, but it goes with any good quality optics.
Got you. Yeah, so perfect. Perfect. That's exactly what's necessary. So again, my question would be like, would that, like, what I'm asking is if you guys saw someone, right, take this, like, send something up, there was a video the entire time, and they sent this in as high as it could go and took pictures and showed that there was curvature, because it's been done before. People have sent things up before, and the only thing.
Have someone told him there are both videos of curvature and non-curvature? with high altitude balloons? Has someone told him that yet, or he's just gonna spout like his first day here, like he knows nothing about it?
It's like his second day here. So yeah, also too, like some of these photos or these videos show concave.
Dude, why does this fucking dude mute me every fucking time and he offers nothing to the conversation? Like we'll be talking perfectly
You're not offering
normally.
anything new that we already know, man.
What I'm doing is I'm asking questions. No one else is even talking in this
You're not
VC.
offering anything new. We already know, man. I told you they're both version of it. Non-curved and curved, depending on the fucking lens you use.
Okay, with all due respect, there was absolutely nobody talking in here when I joined. I asked.
Yeah, Remix, we were talking about how the claim of victimhood. Okay, inside the globe model, the topic was that flat earthers are harmful disinformation and need to be silenced. And flat earthers prove the earth was a globe via Netflix. That's what the topic was. The topic was highlighting the contradiction inside the spurging out, the Karen over 9,000 of people who are against flat earth, and they can't even tell you what it is, other than it's something harmful that needs to be destroyed. And highlighted by the amount of mod mail and tickets that are open. I mean, you're talking about all day long. I mean, the mods of the server are bombarded with mod mail about how toxic flat earthers are, how destructive flat earthers are. And all that ends up happening is they block the person from the channel. They say after like your fifth or sixth mod mail about how much you hate flat earthers, they just block you from the channel. That's it. That's the only thing and then they'll be like, oh, but I still want to go to the channel. I go, well, why are you bitching about it then? If you want to be in the channel, why are you crying about the content? That's what the topic was. And you kind of jumped in here and said, hey, I'll give you some space. What do you think? And you were like, photos. And we went down the list or one of the photos you showed, the Discover photo, taken from supposedly 1 million miles away, showing half the Earth, that shows not half the Earth.
All right, so Crit, I do want to kind of point out that I was the one that brought up that Netflix documentary, and that's what we were talking about. That was me.
Yeah, I mean that was also brought up too, though, earlier. It was,
when I joined, I said, "Hey, I'm just gonna listen to you guys," and then someone said, "Well, there's no one really talking. Do you have any thoughts?" And that's when I shared my thoughts, and then I started asking questions, and then Quetz doesn't like that, I guess. So I don't know. That's where we're at.
All right, guys, come quit the shit.
I already explained. You're talking about something we already know for the 100th of time, my man. Come on.
I mean,
don't want to listen over and over
just because you
Okay.
know it, right? I mean, I could understand.
Everybody here knows it.
Sir, relax yourself. I could see that if there was like an active conversation going on and I was like, getting in the way of that. But if nobody's talking, I don't feel like there's an issue with somebody asking questions. If I'm not doing it, in like
You're talking about something, proving about something. I'm telling you, it's not going to prove shit. People use different lenses. They claim different fucking things.
So it's
like
not going to
idiots
prove
in the
things-
chat showing
it's not
curved
gonna
lenses with a high altitude balloon and saying, "Oh, look, curvature." Then we show them non-rectilinear lenses, and it's fucking flat. They won't have it. It doesn't matter. It won't prove shit. They won't
So
take
won't
it.
prove
It doesn't
shit to
matter.
you, is what you're saying.
Okay.
Good thing I'm not trying to
Get
prove
that in
anything
your
to
fucking
you.
head already.
Good thing I'm not trying to prove anything to you, so I don't really care what you think. So anyways,
Remix. Let's just chill for a sec. So basically what he's saying is that high altitude imagery isn't a conclusive way to determine curvature or not, because you can get different results depending on a whole different number of factors. You can see it flat sometimes, you can see it curved, you can see it convex, concave.
Well,
so in that case, you'd always have to go to the surface to verify it, either way.
Well, you would also you could also just know the optics that were used, right? Then you can independently measure the distortion that that kind of
No,
optics
you're
has.
not
and
measuring
correct
anything with a high altitude observation.
Well, you can if you know the optics. If you know the
wouldn't be a
camera, the
measurement.
sensor, and the lens that's been used, then you can.
No, it'd be an observation, an image that you're getting from a camera. Not
Well,
a
you
measurement.
can measure, but you can use it to measure.
No.
Yes, you can, because when you know the lens and the sensor, then you can figure out the magnification. You can figure out how much angle how many degrees one pixel corresponds to, and so forth. And you know the distortion, so you can correct for that. Those are all things that can be known.
Well, I don't think so, but either way, regardless of what
Well,
result
your
you get,
opinion
from
doesn't
that,
matter in the face of
you would
facts.
then have to go to the surface and verify what you're claiming. You say, oh, I see curve in this picture. Okay, so let's go and measure that on the surface, point to point.
Okay, how would you do that?
Well, you tell me, because that's what you would have to do.
Okay, so one way I think this might be feasible is to compare the relative height of two targets. One is relatively near, and the other is relatively far. So, for example, one is about 5 miles or 6-7 miles out, and the other is about 150 miles out. And now, the target that's further away needs to be more times bigger than the target that's closer than it is further away. So let's say it's like 10 to 20 times further away, so it should be 20 to 30 times taller than the closer target. That would be one way how you can quantify this.
So you're looking... Who's that? Jerry?
Yeah. Go ahead, man. Sorry about that.
No, you go.
No. If you wanted to go on with this guy, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. You go, and then I'll go afterwards.
Well, I talked to him before, and
It's Pickle.
yeah, Pickle Rick, Morty Master.
Mephisto.
So he's saying that the more distant, taller object would look lower. Thus, and this would prove to him that he's on a ball, right? AK?
Has he turned
all
down?
right. So the thing is, you can set it up so that the angular size of those, the smaller, closer target, and the bigger, further target that's further away, are such that the bigger target that's further away is expected to be taller than the smaller target that's closer. Right?
So yeah, it gets smaller in the distance.
Yeah, it gets smaller in the distance, but he doesn't care about that.
No. It does get smaller with increasing distance, but it is more times bigger than it is further than the factor that is further away than the closer target.
Yeah, you're gonna run it through a. Yeah, you're gonna run it through a computer program and all that stuff. But
no computer program. No computer program is necessary.
What should we expect if blah 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 and all blah? But I just want to ask you a question. How was the mountain measured?
How do you experiment if you don't form hypothesis in the form of we expect this according to that?
How was the mountain measured?
How does experiment work then?
How was the mountain measured, AK?
How do experiments and how do tests work?
That's a tough question.
How do experiments and how do tests work? Because apparently I'm not allowed to form hypotheses.
You can do whatever you want.
According to what you just told me, I'm not allowed to form hypotheses.
Who said that? Okay,
you were saying, we would expect that, blah, blah, blah. That suggests that...
Okay, dude, you need to de-escalate here. You are not a victim. No one's stopping you from doing anything you want to do. Okay, this is what we're talking about earlier, right before the Remix had joined. No one's stopping you from doing what you want to do. You do you. Start there, okay? You do what you want to do.
But Jerry did ask the question, how are you getting the heights of the mountains that he's using in his observation?
It's surveyed.
Accelerate?
It is a given information that is obtained by surveying.
Right, and how do they measure it?
Depends. Surveying.
Do you know how?
Depends. Surveying. Depends which method they use.
Do you have any clue how they measure a mountain?
So, I am of the opinion that there is multiple different methods in surveying.
Yeah.
Is that incorrect? Okay,
So
so
which one did they use to measure the mountain?
Yeah,
I don't know.
what's the
Depends
old
on which one
school
they use.
method there?
You don't know how they got the height of the mountain.
See, because he knows
All that
that it's
matters
measured
is if
from a
we have that
horizontal baseline.
information, if we can use the information of the height of a mountain without having it measured, having measured it ourselves.
Do they measure the mountain from a horizontal?
I don't know. Depends on the method they used.
You should probably look
The
that up.
question, this is all a tangent. This is all irrelevant.
Not really.
All that
because if
matters
that's what
is,
they're
can we
doing-
use the heights that have been measured with some kind of method
it's
before
not
or
relevant.
not?
It's not relevant though, because if the method they're using measures the mountains from a horizontal, then you saying or using a method that doesn't use the horizontal would be contradictory.
Who's saying we don't use the horizontal? I'm definitely using the horizontal because I'm measuring the angular size above my eye level. So of the heights above my eye level. So this is on the horizontal. I'm definitely using my horizontal.
Okay, so
Yeah.
could you measure the mountain from that horizontal?
Well, when I'm using it for another measurement, then no. I would have to know the height
you
of the
wouldn't
mountains
do what
beforehand.
surveyors do.
That's why I'm saying the only thing that's relevant right now is if we can use that information as given or not.
So you wouldn't do what surveyors do then? You would do not that.
Indeed. Because,
Right.
as you point out, also frequently, surveyors do not measure the radius of the Earth. They do not.
I don't point that out.
They are alleged to use it, but they do not measure it when they are alleged to use it. So
I don't point that
it's
out.
pretty obvious that we wouldn't be doing what those surveys are doing when we're going to try to measure that alleged curvature.
Right. So you're not going to measure a damn thing. You're going to take a picture and then say, "Oh, that's not what I would
you can
expect."
measure it.
Therefore, blah blah blah. Right.
You can measure it. And logical
Yeah.
reasoning is not blah blah.
From a horizontal baseline.
You can try to make it seem unreasonable all you want. That won't change the facts.
No, dude, tis globe, right? You could do whatever you want to support your belief.
No. You
I
don't
just
have
stick in
to come with
reality.
the sophistry. No need for that.
Just stick in
Well,
reality. That's what I
absolutely
do.
no need for that. It's okay.
And I'll
We can
stick
move
with what
on.
the surveyors do.
Yeah,
which is
good for
measured from
you.
a horizontal baseline. Simple.
Good for you. You can stick with that, but you say yourself that surveyors, even when they are alleged to use the radius of the Earth, do not measure that radius of Earth. So when you're
I don't
asking
say
for a
that.
measurement, when you're asking of a measurement of said alleged radius, then it is
don't say that.
plain illogical to do what said surveyors do when you yourself recognize that they do not measure that alleged radius, even when they're alleged to use it.
So they're not measuring any radius. Are they measuring curve?
No, they are using it because they are taking it as a given information, as an information
So
that
they're
is
not
already
measuring
provided,
radius.
that is already present.
They're not measuring radius, and they're
we
not
want
measuring
to
curve.
measure that alleged information
were
that is
looking for
taken
was a
as given
measurement.
and it all as already provided.
we were
then we
looking-
will
but what we
obviously
were
will
looking-
have to
chill,
do. Then we
chill, bro,
obviously
chill,
have to
bro.
do some. Can you please stop
Chill,
talking
bro.
over?
No, you need to chill. So you just said they're not measuring a radius and they're not measuring curvature, but what we were asking for was a measurement of the curvature, and you just said that's not what they're doing. So could we
Yes,
get
but
the measurement of the curvature?
what I'm saying I'm doing, or what I'm proposing to do, is not what the surveys are doing. Obviously.
Okay, so when are you going to do that?
And then Jerry comes in and says, like, "Thank you very much. I'm going to stick with what the surveys are doing." When he himself
Okay, so
recognizes
you're not
they
talking
are not
about
measuring
what
the
anyone's
temperature.
done. You're not talking about what anyone's. So you're not talking about what anyone's done. You're talking about
Oh,
what
no, I
you
have done
might
it.
one day do.
No, I
You've
have done it.
measured curvature. Well, you've not measured curvature.
Yes.
Well, you just
I mean,
said.
at least so to me. I mean, we can discuss my method, and then we can find out if my reasoning is correct or not.
What distance did you measure from?
Okay, so the closer target was, God, don't let me lie, 7 kilometers away, I think, and the further target was 130 kilometers away.
What was your
130 kilometers
observer
away.
height?
My observation height was about 900 to 1,000 meters. The closer target was about 1,100 meter, I think, and the further target was 2,900-ish meters.
Okay, so where's the horizon supposed to be for your observer height?
I don't have the numbers with me right now. I don't have them ready right now, but you can plug that in pretty easy.
Well, let's see the image of what you're observing, and then we can see where the horizon is. Well, why don't you show us your observation, and then we can see where the horizon is.
I don't have it ready on my phone. I have it on my laptop. Sorry. But
all right, so you can't show us this.
The method itself first, because if my method itself, if the reasoning for my method itself is already fallacious and is already invalid, then there's no point to.
Yeah, but it's fun to
watch
you guys. Right? It's fun to watch you. Yeah, but it's fun to watch you guys squirm as you pretend to.
No, there's no squirming. There's no squirming at all. I'm just trying to have a reasonable conversation with you.
Well, you can't present anything for what you're claiming. So what's the point?
Again, the reasoning of the method needs to be agreed upon in the first place. Like we need to have a common basis of knowledge and agree. Okay, this and this observation with this and this result would show this and this. Otherwise, there's really no point in presenting it anyway.
You're doing your own method that no surveyors are doing. How can we read up on that, especially when you don't even have the observation?
I'm just saying that when they're surveying the elevations of things and the common subject, what's commonly done in surveying is not what I'm doing. Obviously, as Jerry pointed out.
Yeah, but you can't show us what it is you claim to be doing. You can't present it. So what's the point?
I am presenting it in the sense that I'm talking about my method, making it understood, and then searching for an agreement of the common basis of knowledge. I don't know what the problem is with that.
Well, because we want to see the observation that you made.
Yeah, what's the point of that if we don't even agree on what the observation shows us?
Because your whole point is, I made this observation, it proves X, and we say, let's see the observation. You're saying, what's the point in that? Yeah, you're broke. Imagine that. I've proven my argument with this observation that I did. Okay, can we see it? No, I can't show you. What's the point in that? Yeah, what would be the point in demonstrating your observation that you're using to support your argument? You fool.
Like, what's the point in going through all this? Just say it's a globe, dude. Like, if you're not going to measure the mountain properly, who gives a fuck? Just, say the sun goes down, therefore the ground is a ball, or the stars do this and that. Therefore, like, why do this complicated, like, bullshit that no surveyor does? It's just, like, what's the point?
All right, so I'm not saying I've proven my argument because I've made this observation. I'm trying to talk with you about the method that my observation employs. And I'm trying to reach a standing agreement with you based on logical reasoning. If that method, what that observation shows us, in which case.
Well, we don't know what the observation
shows us. That would be the bare minimum. That would be agreeing on that, agreeing on what which case of the observation shows us what, or if the observation shows us anything at all.
We can't agree to something that you can't show us.
You can't just let me finish and then you don't have to talk over me.
Well, no, because you're saying your observation would agree with something, but you can't say what your observation would agree with because you can't show your observation.
Incorrect. I am explaining the method that my observation employs, and then we can agree on that method, what it can show us or what it can't show us. And then if my reasoning for why I made the observation I did in the first place, like why I went through the trouble of figuring that out in the first place, if that stands up to the scrutiny that you now present to me, then we can look through the numbers of my observation.
Well, no,
and see
because
what
that's
comes out.
backwards.
But there's really
That's
no point to that
backwards.
if
There's no
you're
point. There's no
unwilling
point
to
discussing a
engage.
hypothetical with you. There's no point
No, it's
discussing
not
a
hypothetical at
hypothetical
all.
with you.
It's not hypothetical at
It
all.
is hypothetical
It's
until you
not
present the
hypothetical at all.
observation.
No.
Until you present
Agreeing on how we
something
measure distances
empirical.
before we go and present measured distances is not hypothetical.
but
But it's a
the
bare minimum of
distances,
agreement we need to have. Otherwise, there's no sense to presenting tons and tons of measurements, which
present
the
in
other
tons
party
and
can
tons
go.
of
Yeah, you know
measurements. You just said
that's
you can't
invalid anyway.
present anything. You just said you can't present anything. What are you talking about? Tons and tons of measurements.
Okay. I'm talking about an analogy that I just made. Did you not
I'm not
catch that?
interested in analogy. We're interested in demonstration, observation.
Okay, but for that we need to have a common basis of knowledge. A common
No,
basis
for that you would need to have your measurements and observations that you're claiming.
You talk about observations and about measurements and about demonstrations. We need to have a common, agreed upon understanding how what those would be, right?
Well, I mean, you can just show your observation.
No. It's nonsensical to present something while our understanding of what demonstration would be or what a measurement would be are different. There's
you were saying
there's no
you didn't
point to
really
that.
know how the surveyors were measuring things. So, what would be the point in having a discussion about that method if you don't know what it is? You just said your method doesn't rely on what surveying techniques anyway, and this is your own thing. So
My method relies on the elevation of the targets being given by maps. So by publicly accessible maps, you can go find those landmarks, can look what the elevation is that is given for those landmarks, and we can take that as a given knowledge that is agreed upon and that is true in reality, without us having to go through the work and measure it all up from a reference surface ourselves.
And then you say you observed something that makes you believe Earth's a globe.
Well, I don't know yet. To be very honest with you, I'm trying to go through the method of what this observation can show and what it can't show with our people.
Okay, well, that would be easier for us to discuss if we actually knew what was being observed.
Okay, I have explained what is being observed, though. So we have one target that is just slightly above eye level of my observation height, and it's like a few kilometers away. And we have another target that is a lot above eye level, but is also much further away. Now, trigonometrically, with the calculating the angular size of the bit of the elevation above eye level, the bit that the target that is further away should be taller than the target that is closer, despite it being much further away. It is more times bigger above eye level than it is times further away than the closer target. Okay.
All right. So what's the distance of the furthest target again?
About 150 kilometers.
And what's the size of the target? What's the height of it?
About 2,000 meters.